All right, you guys, let's listen up. We won a game yesterday. And if we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before. So let's see some hustle. Let's jack it up a little. I got a feeling things are about to turn around for us.
Here's the 2-1. This ball crushed deep left field, way back. Told you I hadn't hit a homer in a while. 3-2 Colorado. How about that, Hunter Goodman?
1-1 pitch is hit pretty well to center field. Going back, Doyle on the warning track, leaps up and grabs it, and that's the ball game. Hernandez got them excited, but the Rockies have won their first series of the year. They've taken 2 here in Miami.
Woo! Come on! We're streaking! Come on! Come on! We're running! Come on! Woo! Woo! We're streaking! We're streaking! Woo!
Again, Rocky Sports Network and Rocky Radio Network on the highlights there. Along with Major League, the movie. 2 in a row. I said yesterday I think the Rockies are winning their first series of the year, and boom, just like that, they did.
Yeah!
And what could they do from here? Possibly a sweep that goes in their direction.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure about that. I'm just saying it's possible. That game, by the way, starts at 10:10 this morning. 10:10 for the getaway game.
No dumb questions at 6:02. What do you mean when you keep saying the getaway game? What does that mean?
Getaway game is you're on the road and it's the last game of the series. That's the getaway game. I mean, you're getting away from your opponent.
Oh, I thought that had something to do with the time. You just mean it's the we're going home after this game.
Yes, and if you are somewhere in the Miami market today, you can get tickets for as low as $3 if you would like to go watch that game. That is real. That I am seeing on ESPN's site. Let me see here. Yeah, if you wanted to sit literally on, like right next to the Rockies dugout, the seats that are like right next to it, it's called the Dugout Club. You can sit there for $30.18.
$1 million.
Not quite 1 million.
Hey,
Anyway.
man, something to be said for that. A year or two ago when I was in Pittsburgh visiting with my girlfriend, we got club-level seats at the Pirates Stadium behind home plate.
Pirates Stadium is
for
beautiful.
for like $60 or $70.
Yeah.
Because the Pirates suck, and they were playing the Nationals, who were even worse.
Right.
So being bad, go get yourself some cheap tickets.
You
Enjoy
might as well.
Yeah, get a good view.
But the Rockies win again. As I watched a lot of the game. Not the entire game, but a lot of it. And Tyler Freeman's playing well lately, but Hunter Goodman with 2 home runs the night before slams another one. He's at 10 on the year. I mean, out of curiosity, where does 10 put a player as far as leaders in dongs on the year? That would put you in the top 40. Okay, so again, Hunter Goodman he's a dude.
Second dick shot.
Couple of really nice plays, by the way, to close out that game. One of them was, I thought Halverson might be in some trouble in the 9th. You're up 1. First battery face as he goes down 3-0. Gets it to 3-1, and this is kind of like hitters seeing red, looking to take a shot. He pops one up behind the plate, and Goodman makes like an underhand scoop catch right near the backstop. So that was the first out. And then the final one, I forgot who was at the plate for Miami. It was Hernandez. Hernandez pinch hits, and it looked like a bomb off the bat. Goes dead center field. All four people that were in the stands go crazy because they think it's leaving the park. And then a nice little leaping catch right at the wall for Brenton Doyle closes it out, and that would be 2 in a row. It is the second time this year that the Rockies have won 2 in a row, but the first time that they have won a series. So good for them. Keep this thing rolling a little bit. Dollander took the mound again yesterday after coming off IL. He wasn't great. Only 3 innings. Gave up 2 hits, 3 walks, a couple earned. I think they were taking it easy with him in his first start back from the IL. But the Rockies find another way to win, and we'll see if they can go for the entire sweep today at 10 o'clock. Now, remember, the Rocks have not won a series yet this year. They just did with that win yesterday. And I think the remedy's very simple. If you want to get wins, you play the Miami Marlins. And I could only imagine, what if this was the other side, by the way? Miami is a very bad baseball team. But to lose the first 2 of a set against the Rockies, who didn't have 10 wins heading into the series, has to be a completely different kind of experience for them. Which is, how bad are we? We might have a better record, but that the Rocks are taking 2 or 3 against us. By the way, all the people that are betting against the Rockies every day, I've seen there's a huge group of people that are taking, what do they call it? Is it the run line? Where it's like the -1.5 thing for anybody playing against the Rockies, making a whole bunch of money. Well, the last couple of nights, you lost some. So take that. What a good win. Good win for the Rocks. Hopefully they can get the sweep. Big news yesterday. Not necessarily with local ties, but I can make it local pretty easy. The Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau. I have no idea why they've done this. I think in the case of teams like the Knicks that are big market spotlight teams, they tend to panic and make really rash decisions at the end of seasons. Thibodeau is one of the most successful coaches in Knicks history, given the fact that they didn't make it to a conference final since the year 2000. He took them there against a team that I just think was better than them in Indiana. And there's a couple different ways I can do this. And here's where I want to start. It's always amazing to me. It's one of the most fascinating things in sports. I almost want to, like, if I had a television production crew, like a 30 for 30 type, I would want to do a series just on how little moments in the middle of games, and it's sort of like that meme of the little block that leads all the way to the big block, and if you knock one of those over, everything else kind of topples. Because I tell you this, I think there's a really, really decent chance that if Halliburton shot his wild thing in game 1, if you remember, when he drove the lane, ran it back out, turn around, leap, throw it up at the rim, it bounces straight off the back of the iron, in the air, and through. And he does the choke sign to the New York crowd. If that shot doesn't fall, I think the Knicks might win the series. I think they might be in the finals, and then nobody's considering firing Tom Thibodeau. But little itty-bitty moments like that and how they lead to bigger things. You know, Kevin Durant, I believe when he was with, was it Brooklyn?
Oh, yeah, when he had that shot where his
toe was on the
pinky
line.
Toenail was on the three-point line.
And how much that could have changed things. Like, you could go through this over and over and over again throughout sports history about little things that eventually lead to major decisions being made. And I'll tell you right now, when it comes to what the Knicks just did, I would rather have the Nuggets and Avs approach than I would have for that. People just don't understand. They don't get this because your season ends, you're mad, especially when it feels like you don't live up to expectation. You know, to a certain extent with the Nuggets, it didn't feel that way at the time because of you kind of saw it coming. I mean, when you fire your coach 3 games left in the regular season and you end your postseason in a Game 7 in round 2 with 2 guys who are playing with, half a limb, I don't think there's a lot of room for disappointment. With the Avs, there was in the first round. Even though you kind of understand that you're playing a really good team out of the gate, you had higher expectations than what you saw. And that one is a lot tougher pill to swallow. But I would rather have the way that the Avs and Nuggets have gone about business after their season ended than rash decision-making that you see from a team like the Knicks. You only had a little bit more room to get better. And sometimes you need to do that. But all in all, do you know how much easier it is for the Knicks to be worse next year with a brand new head coach? And is that what you want? Like, they had their best season in 25 years. And all I'm hearing from the Knicks side of things is we're going to fire our coach and maybe trade Karl Anthony Towns. And you're like, good luck. Staying patient, staying in the moment, realizing what you accomplished and hoping to build off that is not always something that should be frowned upon. No, I brought up this example before, but the last time that a lot of Nuggets and Avs fans really wanted to see change before maybe this season was when the Avs lost in the second round for the 3rd year in a row. They said, nope, we're keeping it together. We're running it back. The following year, they won a championship. The Nuggets, the last time you really thought about that before this offseason was back in 2022 when you lost in 5 games in the first round to Steph Curry and the Warriors, and you thought, all right, well, you know what? We need to we can't waste Jokic's prime. A decision needs to be made. And they said, nope, we're going to be patient, and we're going to see this thing through. The following year, they won a championship. Like, I don't really get the justification of Tom Thibodeau being fired. I have some beefs with the way that he just generally coaches, which is in the playoffs, he plays like every player 40 minutes. And he actually did a better job of that this year. But results are results. And they were incrementally improving. And now you're going to throw that all away. And again, the first thing I kind of think is good luck. Because there's a very good chance that the guy you bring in to take his job is not better than him and you get worse next year. Texture says AG dribbling the ball off his own foot and then pulling his hammy trying to recover from his own turnover. Yeah, if that doesn't happen, do you win Game 7? Maybe. Maybe you do. That he's not playing on one hammy. Now, I think there are bigger examples of that throughout sports history. There's probably bigger examples in Denver history. No inbounding against the ball against the Lakers. You get an inbound. Does Melo stay a Nugget? Like, who knows? There's a whole bunch of little details, but this one is just, to me, crazy. So 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Who might the Knicks get? Well, there's a favorite, and I don't know too much about the guy who's the favorite. I'll tell you this right now. I think Michael Malone's got a shot at that job. I do. And we can get to that in just a little bit. Stick around. Texture says, fire David Adelman and hire Thibodeau. Not going to happen. Be a very expensive couple of days for David Adelman if that were the case. Can you imagine that? You sign a head coaching contract and then like 3 days later you're fired, fully paid. Be nice. But here's the thing. Thibodeau is one of the reasons why I don't think that Michael Malone is going to happen in New York, even though a lot of it would make sense. A big reason why I don't think it's going to happen is because they're kind of the same dude. Thibodeau doesn't use a lot of guys. He has like a 7-man rotation that he sticks to. So does Malone. All the things that you would make an argument of why you fired Thibs for, it wouldn't make sense to bring him alone because it feels like you'd bring in the same guy. Here's Antonio Daniels on Sirius XM NBA Radio.
I don't think this is about Thibs coaching as opposed to this being more about Thibs coaching style, if that makes sense. I don't think it's simply about the X's and O's. I don't think it's about the fact that he didn't relate to players. I think it's about the fact that people are starting to understand that you can't win in this league, big win, playing 7 guys. It can't happen.
Yeah. That's why it's been like my mission of the Nuggets offseason is to have them totally understand that. And if you don't do that or at least attempt to, and I don't even really care who's on the roster, you got to be able to find people that you trust in those moments. I mean, Thibodeau did that exact thing that we're talking about. He was somebody, much like Michael Malone, that trusted about 6 guys on that roster, and if he was forced to play a 7th, then he would. But he was really adamant about starters are going to play, and these are the guys I trust, and these are the guys that are going to do it for us. You know, again, I think he did better this postseason than in ones in the past. I remember, Josh Hart. I'll go back and look this up from last year. Do you remember this, Nelly? Josh Hart in the postseason last year. This was a stretch of games for Josh Hart to start the playoffs. You ready? Last year, 42. These are minutes that he's played. 42, 48, 43, 46, 53, 46, 48, 48, 43. And then he got hurt. That is not feasible. It's not even reasonable to ask a player to give you that many minutes consecutively. Those were all back-to-back-to-back, by the way. I wasn't cherry picking. Those were all a span of 6, 7, 8, 9 games in a row. And Josh Hart said, I don't care. I'll play him. I'm like, well, I think your hamstrings care. I think your back cares. I think your feet care. I think your knees care. I think those things care about that. And so, like, Michael Malone would really, I think, fit there. East Coast guy, hard nose, would be able to handle the media. All of that stuff. Could handle the pushback of a big market like New York. But I just think they're too similar guys. And a lot of times what you do, and I've explained this before, but you go kind of the total opposite personality of the guy that you had previously. And I've used the Broncos as an example. Josh McDaniels to Vance Joseph. Vance Joseph to Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio to Nathaniel Hackett. Hackett to Sean Payton. Each time, it's just the complete flip of who the previous guy was. So I understand why the connections would be there for Michael Malone. I just don't think it's going to happen based on that, just the personalities. But I still think pretty crazy that their next move was to fire Tom Thibodeau. Now, the favorite that they have, and I'm looking through this list, I don't see Malone on here. Maybe he was just left out. I'm not sure. But this is from Bovada. The favorite that they have to land this job is Johnny Bryant, who is an associate. He's the associate head coach, the assistant in Cleveland. And look, you grab somebody from a staff that was that successful during the course of the season and sort of an up-and-comer. I get it. Not to mention he's 39 years old. He's sort of a younger guy, fresher mind, all that different stuff that people like or they want to see. So I get it, and that makes sense. Now, moving forward, I still think the comparison between these two to what the Nuggets seem to have done this offseason is apt. That the way the Nuggets go about their business is a lot calmer. For them to fire Michael Malone and Calvin Booth towards the end of the season is, I mean, not, I wouldn't say out of character, but it was certainly a shock. You didn't know it. Like, when you went from that, firing Malone and Calvin Booth to what felt like an offseason of major heavy changes, and then you kind of get to this point where you hire Adelman, who is the guy underneath Michael Malone, where all the talk kind of, it starts centering around in-house solutions as far as the roster. I do think having some success in the postseason put a damper to a lot of those questions. Like, if they go out in the first round and they lose to the Clippers, like, this is another example of small things that lead to bigger things. If they lost Game 7 to the Clippers instead of dominated the way they did, then maybe you are in for an offseason of huge changes. Maybe that David Adelman's not the coach. Maybe you are looking to make a giant trade this offseason. But all the little things kind of add up. That's how you get to this point. So again, I'm pretty shocked that the Knicks, after 25 years of sucking, essentially, finally make it back to the conference finals, and this is the time that they feel like they need to make a move with Thibs. Wild. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So, something else that I saw, that I noticed yesterday, and it was in the car, listening to DMac and Polumbus talk about something with the SEC, and this has been floating out there. I don't know if this is like confirmed that this is what they want to do, but they at least, it's in the ether. The SEC wanting to leave the NCAA. College football is in a very shaky spot right now for the way that we know it. They're fine. They're making money. They will continue to make money. But as far as like the current sort of constitution of college football and the way that we see it, I do think it's in some trouble.
College football!
And if the SEC broke away, I think it's the dumbest thing they can do. Like, I really don't think, because they get their heads, they like the smell of their own farts so much that they can't see the forest through the trees, which is this. The little schools that they don't respect, that they think are a waste of time, are a large reason as to why they have the success and the money they do. Without them, college football loses interest. Let me give you an example. Let's say the SEC breaks away and they get what they want, which is something along the lines of a super conference involving them, the Big Ten, and a couple other choice teams from other conferences. And let's say that CU is left out of that discussion, because they very well could be. Well, congrats. Nobody in Colorado cares about college football anymore, at least not yours. Again, they'd make money. They have enough people that care about the SEC that live in those areas, but you aren't getting the national appeal anymore. If you gave me a breakaway conference in which CU and CSU and all these different teams, Air Force, are not involved, the hell is my interest to watch who wins that? Doesn't matter to me anymore. You ever been to a city without like an MLB team? Ask those guys how much they care about Major League Baseball. Some do, not a lot. It just happens that way. They want to break away and form their own thing. I think it's one of the dumbest things that they could do. For their own pocketbook, by the way. You know, I remember, was it the Premier League that tried to do this? That tried to get all like the super teams together, the big ones, pile them all in a super conference, and they're going to say, like, this is our new one. Well, a big part of sports is having like an underdog. I do think there's a big appeal to that too.
But you don't think that the SEC, I mean, they do have so many storied colleges with just rich football histories. You don't think that that's enough to sustain interest and money by itself?
No, they could. They could. That's not. What I'm getting at is this. They have enough of a built-in fan base with people in that region of the country to where if they just said, screw all the other teams, it's just going to be the SEC is going to be its own league. They would get enough people to watch and make money. But here's the problem. You know, it's kind of like the Dodgers and the Yankees. They got plenty of money. They got big television revenue contracts. They got money to spend on big rosters. They wouldn't have that much without teams like the Royals and the Rockies, though. Like, as much as they depend on the big teams depend on them because it brings a national appeal. And when you make it totally regional, you know, I think horse racing is a decent example. I got friends who live in Kentucky, huge into sport or in a horse racing. And it's massive there. Massive. Everybody loves it. I've never watched it. Now, if horse racing was a big deal here, then maybe I would. Even if it wasn't as big as it is in Kentucky. But it's just there has to. If you want your sport to be dominant in a multi-billion-dollar industry, you can't regionalize it. And shutting off, you know, let's say they even take it to like a 50-team super conference. Well, how many teams are in college football right now? Like 130-something? You're going to shut off that many different avenues for eyeballs? I watch SEC football during the course of the college football season. Why? Because it's in context with the teams that I'm also looking at. What Alabama does, or what Georgia does, or what LSU does can affect the way the CU season goes. Let's say CU or CSU has a 10-win season. Well, now I'm watching LSU because if they win 10 games, then they're probably going to get that upper hand on them for a college football playoff spot. But the second you remove them from the equation, why would I care what happens with Florida?
That's a good point. In the past, however many years, the only time I've ever really been dialed in to a Texas A&M game was when they played the Buffs at the Broncos Stadium, and CU came within a hair of beating them. It was just a low-scoring, grimy, dirty game. So you're going with the Even though these schools are bit too big for their britches, it's the rising tide lifts all boats.
Exactly.
Like they got to dream bigger than just the southeastern part of the United States.
Okay, how about this? Here's as good of an example as I can get. Why, when the Big Ten expanded, did they get Maryland and Rutgers in their conference? Two teams with no football history that mean nothing to the big picture discussion in college football. Why would they go out of their way to get those two schools in particular? And I'll tell you exactly why. Because Rutgers is in New York, and New York has a lot of televisions. And if you get a regional sports package that's in that market now, that even if people don't watch Rutgers football, you now get all of that revenue from all the TVs in that market, including Maryland. That's why it matters. That's what drives me nuts. Like, they can all turn their nose up at everybody else in college football and say we're the best and we're way better than you are and blah, blah, blah. And they're probably right. They have more resources. They have more of a rabid fan base for the teams in their conference. But you don't have jack squat without the other eyeballs that matter.
So then, I guess, let me ask it in a different way. The SEC is not satisfied with the NCAA and wants to break away and form their own league. So do we need an overhaul of the NCAA and the way that they regulate and approach college football so that these conferences don't want to leave? Do we need reorganization at the top?
I almost think that's too late. I mean, I don't know if there's any going back now. What Tyler Polumbus suggested yesterday was they run it like a professional sports franchise where every team has a salary cap in college football, and they can be different depending on conferences because different conferences make different amounts of money. But you have a salary cap, and that's how you pay players, and you get rid of NIL. But I don't know why a team that could spend a ton more money, like an Alabama or something, would ever go for that. And so if they aren't on board, then it wouldn't happen. Like, if you were to change anything with college football as a whole, it would be with the approval of the SEC because they could just throw you the bird and say, no, you do that, we leave, and then you can't go anywhere. So, yeah, it's too difficult, I think, to do it. But anyway, that stuff drives me nuts. And part of me is like, you know what, SEC, go ahead. Form the Southeastern Football League instead of conference. The SEFL. Do that, and then see how quickly you realize that people like me who love watching SEC games during the fall won't care anymore because you weren't part of my same sport. You know, again, you want a really good example of this, Nelly? How about the Live Tour? They get all the money in the world. They had some of the best players in the world. And guess what? Nobody cares because it's a different league. So 303-504-0925. Back after this. Couple of things. Texter says Rutgers is in New Jersey. I'm aware. But that's why it's called a regional sports network. Regional. I would say that resides in the region of New York. Texter says this. Brett, I have another example. The Rockies are the only baseball team I'd ever root for. They're terrible. And as a result, I have zero interest in watching baseball. MLB suffers as a result. For college football, I only care about that because I root for Wyoming. Wyoming will never compete with the others. However, without Wyoming, I would have zero interest in NCAA football. Exactly right. You're interested in the other stuff because of the team you root for. If the Denver Broncos were to leave and they became the Oklahoma City Broncos, do you think the way you consume the NFL would change? Because mine certainly would. You know, all those Thursdays that I spend in my garage in the fall watching Colts and Packers. And I'm like, why am I watching this? I don't know, because it's the NFL. And this game, every game seems to have some effect on your team. All of them. The second that leaves is the second your viewing habits change. I mean, just to go off the example of that texture, guess who took a break from the NHL for a minute when the Avs got bounced? Me. The Avs are out, and I was like, oh, God. I don't think I can force myself to watch some of this stuff. I can't do it.
I'm still having a hard time bringing myself back to NHL games. I guess the only reason I might maybe have the tiniest shred of interest in the Stanley Cup final is because Canada has a chance to snap their losing streak. Since before I was born was the last time a Canadian team took Lord Stanley north of the border. So that's the only compelling storyline. If it weren't for that, I would, my little care for the final would go to an absolute zero.
I got back in it during the conference finals. I started watching again. It was like I needed a round off, essentially. But I got back in it for the conference finals. And by the way, you can hear that game and all Stanley Cup final games right here on Altitude Sports Radio, and it is powered by Mountain Hyundai. That game's at 6 o'clock tonight, by the way. But yeah, it's just kind of the way it goes. Like you lose interest, and I don't think the people in charge at the SEC are stupid enough to actually follow through with this. I think this is all just posturing. This is all a way for them just to flex a muscle to try and, have more power in big decisions that are made within the ranks of college football. I really think that's it. I think it's like, if nothing else, Nelly, like a feigned shot at like, hey, just so you're aware, we could break off and form our own thing. So if Alabama is ever close to making the playoff again, don't leave them out. Like maybe it's stuff like that they're trying to do. Just remember, all those teams that make the postseason in college football, each one of those brings in revenue for the conference. Each one. And that's why Notre Dame made off with like $1 gajillion last year. Because they were all on their own. They don't have to share the money they make with anybody else in their conference because they don't have a conference. But 303-504-0925. Keep the text coming in. There's an article from Bill Barnwell, who I think does a good job. Good job for ESPN. And the article is this: NFL offseason signings, trades, who could break out and who could flop. And on this list is Evan Engram. Here's what he said. While Engram had a career-high 963 receiving yards in 2023, he needed 143 targets to get there. His 1.7 yards run per route, 1.7 yards per route run, ranked 11th among tight ends who ran at least 200. In 9 games last season, that figure fell to 17th. Given that Engram doesn't offer much as a blocker, the vast majority of his value has to come from his receiving work. It would be a surprise if the volume was there for Engram to reach 140-plus targets again. If you believe Engram will have a career year, you need to believe Peyton can coax an entirely different player out of Engram than what he has shown since being drafted in round 1 in 2017. I'm inherently skeptical of those sorts of bets, but Peyton is the only one who convinced me otherwise. So, not a glowing sort of review for Evan Engram, but I will say this. I don't think that Ingram's numbers need to be gaudy. I don't think they brought him in here to be a 100-catch guy. They brought him in to be a threat. You know, who's a good example? Kyle Korver in his NBA career was never somebody that you were like, you know what? This guy's a max contract player who needs to make $50 million a year. But he was what? He was a threat. You always had to be aware of him, which opened things up for other players. That's what I need Engram to be. Don't need a 100-catch season, but I need you to be good enough that they're aware of you on every single play, and that's what I think he'll provide. You know, he had that one year, that one season for Evan Engram where it was like that spike year where he had, 114 catches in 2023. He's never had more than 73 in any other season. But still an effective target within the offense. And that's what you have to be. You know, under Sean Payton, let's say this. He played 9 games for Jacksonville last year before getting hurt, so that's almost just double his production. It would have been in the ballpark of a 90-catch, 700-yard season. I think that would be fantastic if he got you there. I'm not even looking for that. Somewhere in the 70 range, maybe? 70 catches? Get in the end zone a couple times, be a threat within the offense, open things up for the guys on the outside like Cortland Sutton, who is, late in that year getting double-teamed a lot because he was one of your only true threats up until Marvin Mims sort of broke out. But especially with the year that Sutton had, I think they're going to be looking at him differently. Defensive coordinators and defenses in general will be. Where you're going to need somebody else that's able to step up, and he's a big-bodied guy with a big catch radius that I think could be a safety valve.
Is there a magic number that you have in your head for, I don't know, receptions, yards, touchdowns for Engram?
Let's just assume he's healthy for the year to make it easy. Like, I think he needs at least 60. At least 60.
60 catches.
And he's got 4 seasons out of the 8 that he's played where he's done that. So 2023 was a big one with 114. He had 73 in 2022. He had 63 in 2020 and 64 his rookie season. He gets at least 60. We're going to be in the ballpark of kind of like, all right, good. This is what we needed out of the offense. In a really, really great world, he gets 80 plus. That would be a fantastic year. But again, I'm kind of with Barnwell on this. I don't think he's like an amazing tight end, but he's a threat, which is what this offense needed. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar. the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
All right, you guys, let's listen up. We won a game yesterday. And if we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before. So let's see some hustle. Let's jack it up a little. I got a feeling things are about to turn around for us.
Here's the 2-1. This ball crushed deep left field, way back. Told you I hadn't hit a homer in a while. 3-2 Colorado. How about that, Hunter Goodman?
1-1 pitch is hit pretty well to center field. Going back, Doyle on the warning track, leaps up and grabs it, and that's the ball game. Hernandez got them excited, but the Rockies have won their first series of the year. They've taken 2 here in Miami.
Woo! Come on! We're streaking! Come on! Come on! We're running! Come on! Woo! Woo! We're streaking! We're streaking! Woo!
Shout out Rocky Sports Network, Rockies Radio Network, who was on the call for those highlights. Hottest team in baseball? Fair to say?
Huge, yeah.
Hottest team in baseball?
Yeah.
I told you, I just had this feeling. I was like, you know what? I think we're getting a series win. I think we are. And
Let's
boom.
get weird.
For the first time in 2025, the Rockies have won a series. It took till June 4th. By the way, happy birthday to my beautiful baby Jamal Kill.
Beautiful baby girl.
Took until June 4th. But we got there, guys. How about that?
You know what? Hunter Goodman has
Nice.
a good set of legs. Great set of legs. He drives that ball. 3 homers in 2 days.
You are a leg guy. Watched that game. I watched a lot of that game. Missed a little bit in the middle. But at the end, so Halverson's in to close the game out. And I'm like, can you guys just win the game? Get one series win, please. End this. Please end this. Starts out his first batter. He goes down 3-0. Gets it back to 3-1. And I'm like, all right, this isn't good. And the hitter pops it up behind home plate. And Goodman makes this nice little basket catch right up against the backstop. Gets that first out. There's then 2 outs. And if you saw the hit off the bat from Hernandez, you thought the ball was gone. And then Doyle makes the sort of leaping catch, not over the wall, but at the wall. Game ends. They win. I saw the smiles on the faces of guys like Hunter Goodman. What a weight that had to be off their shoulders after that, right?
You know, it's nothing personal toward the players. Every time we sort of mock the Rockies, not sort of, we do. We mock them. We make fun of them. We sit there. We're embarrassed for them. It's nothing personal toward those dudes because those dudes are trying their hardest. They really are. They're playing hard. I'm happy for the dudes.
Yeah.
The team still sucks, but the dudes play their hardest.
Yes.
Nothing personal. Never has been.
Well, at 10-10 this morning, Moser, they can get the sweep.
What do you want from me?
What do you mean, what do I want from you?
It's another one of those mornings where Moser refuses to speak.
No, it's just, what do you want from me? Good for them. It's great. I told you 2 weeks ago as we were looking at the schedule, the elixir to what ails you is Miami. We just got to get there.
Yeah.
I told you that 2 weeks ago. I said, get to Miami and all will be okay. I even said, welcome to Miami.
Bienvenidos a Miami.
Yeah, see, and you did that. They did the same thing. That was 2 weeks ago. And here we are.
Okay.
What do you want from me?
I asked you a question to start the show. Hottest team in baseball? Question mark?
No.
I do agree with Moser on this. Where do we go now? It's still a team that is 11-50. It's not like massive moves.
Vic, I wouldn't focus on that.
To quote Major League again, Moj, you win the whole damn thing.
They're only it's June 4th and they're only 26 games out. I wouldn't worry about it.
Yeah, it is funny. It's like, what do you do? What do you do now?
Does that mean that everything's good?
They're not even the hottest team in their own division. Arizona's won 2 in a row.
I can make
They
an
stay.
argument.
San Diego's won 3 in a row.
2 really good wins, though. 2 really good ones. Really
Hard
good.
fought. Hard fought wins.
Hard fought wins. Earned wins.
If it wasn't for Hunter Goodman, this team would have a 13-game losing streak.
Dude, he is responsible for both of those wins.
He's responsible for both of them.
He is the Corey Alexander of these Rockies.
The run differential has gone down to minus 182, so they're in good shape.
Trending in the right direction,
Again,
Moj.
I pose the question to you, Brett, because you're the one that brought this up.
Uh-huh.
What do you want from me?
What do you want him to do?
Take your shirt off, twist it around your head, spin it like a helicopter?
I could do that.
Yeah.
I could do that.
So the Knicks fired Thibodeau.
Oh, yeah.
Best season they've had in 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
Most successful coach they've had in a while. And I see a very stark contrast between them and others. But can I start with one thing with the Thibodeau firing thing?
Yeah.
Because we've brought this up. We talked about this before, but how little moments can lead to huge sort of results. If Tyrese Halliburton doesn't have the shot that bounces off the back of the rim and in and that wild sort of sequence in game one, I don't even know if the Knicks lose the series. I don't know if Thibodeau's fired. And to make this decision, it just seems like a very weird one.
Very. I mean, they got to the conference finals, and
Yeah.
they weren't supposed to get there.
Right?
They beat Boston.
Uh-huh.
I think this is bigger than the results of the playoffs. I think this is a faction inside that locker room, a player or two, who don't like him and went to management and said, we can't do this anymore. And players are going to win over coaches because the players make all the money, or most of the money.
It's true. It's so weird to me, the contrast between what the Knicks did and what the Nuggets have done. Now, the Nuggets fired their coach and their GM at the end of the year, too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, that felt like it was a sinking ship. That felt like that was going to end poorly. I mean, I think Josh Kroenke said at one of the press conferences that if Michael Malone had remained the coach, he thought they would have gotten into a play-in, and it probably would have ended there, I think is what he said, right?
I don't think he specified what they were going to do. He just saw them.
That was
the locker room wasn't there.
That was the direction.
Yeah.
I think he said something along those lines, but the point
he was he did tell me he was planning on making the move at the All-Star break.
Yeah. But then this postseason comes, Adelman keeps the job, and a lot of the talk that I'm sort of trying to read between the lines on is the problems that the team has will be fixed mostly internally, is kind of what I've read so far.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I prefer that to what the Knicks do. Like the rash decision-making after that. I would much rather have this than that.
Well, what do you think the primary reason is that the Knicks decided to do away with Tom Thibodeau?
I think James Dolan is a nut.
I think that's part of it, sure.
I honestly believe that the players did not want to deal with him anymore.
And James Dolan is a nut.
And all this talk about who's going to replace Tom Thibodeau, the biggest grievance given by the players is he plays his starters too much.
Yeah.
They played more minutes than any starters in the league. And I guess the thought is Michael Malone is a perfect candidate for that job, right? New York native.
Yep.
Won a championship recently. What has been his biggest criticism as a coach?
I thought the exact same thing. Yeah.
What's his biggest criticism as a coach?
And he doesn't play bench players.
That he plays his starters too much.
Yep.
So why would you replace a guy who plays his starters too much with a guy who plays his starters too much?
It's exactly what I said earlier. I was like, you would be replacing Thibodeau with a guy who coaches just like Thibodeau.
And also James Dolan is a nut.
I mean, I think that's a very good point, Moj.
I think James Dolan, I can't imagine.
That's his most successful coach since, what, Jeff Van Gundy made his run?
What about
25 years since they made the conference finals?
What about Phil Jackson? What do they do? They didn't do anything with Phil.
They didn't win anything
They didn't
with
win
Phil.
anything with Phil, no. Listen, Dolan is just one of these eccentric owner guys. He's just one of these. I mean, he fought with Charles Oakley, correct?
Yeah.
He's just, in some ways, he's very interesting when you see his business career. He also is in a band called JD and the Straight Shot, plays guitar. I don't know if he sings or not.
Neat. So if they replaced Thibodeau.
Exactly. I'm saying he's.
If they replaced Thibodeau with Malone, if that's what were to happen, because signs are they're going to act quickly. What does that say about Thibodeau? That they didn't like him. That something. See, that's why that move would make very little sense, because you're basically hiring a younger version of the same coach.
Yeah, this is Antonio Daniels on Sirius XM NBA Radio.
I don't think this is about Thibs coaching as opposed to this being more about Thibs coaching style, if that makes sense. I don't think it's simply about the X's and O's. I don't think it's about the fact that he didn't relate to players. I think it's about the fact that people are starting to understand that you can't win in this league, big win, playing 7 guys. It can't happen.
Not in the modern NBA, not in the new NBA. The old NBA, it was very much not only common practice, it was the way it is. Now, you play so many games, you expend so much energy, the depth of the team means a lot. And who was that? Antonio Daniels?
Yeah.
Is that the former NBAer?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's right. You cannot win with 7 guys. Can't do it. You'll run out of gas.
You know what's funny, though? I think that he did a lot better at handling his bench this postseason than last postseason. You guys remember last postseason what Josh Hart did? Last year, this is a 9-game stretch, okay?
Yeah.
So 9 consecutive games. Josh Hart played, these are minutes, 42, 48, 43, 46, 53, 46, 48, 48, 43.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he played last year for 9 straight games.
Do you remember the...
You can't do that.
Do you remember the Mikal Bridges incident earlier this season when he approached Thibodeau after a game?
Yeah.
And they got into it about minutes and starters and all that? And it was sort of, thrown under the rug because they made the conference finals and everybody... man, listen. I get it. He demands a lot out of his players, his star players. He demands a ton. But you can't mess with the results either. The results worked.
Right.
They got to the conference finals. Who else is going to drag that team to the conference finals?
Incidentally, Ben Stiller sent out a tweet. I'm a Tom Thibodeau fan. He brought this team back. When did Ben Stiller become like this Knicks super fan?
I actually agree with you. Like, this came out of the blue. I started hearing Ben Stiller in the Knicks over and over and over again this year.
Yeah.
And Moj, did you see he was live tweeting some of these games and going, wow, good drive to the basket boys, like the rotation.
Hey, you know what?
Really?
Oh, excuse me.
He's not allowed to be a fan of his team?
Oh, sure.
Yes, he's allowed to be a fan of his team.
But my point is that there's a lot of Knicks. I mean, why is Ben Stiller now suddenly the new, the new super fan? What's going on there?
Well, they have a lot of celebrity types that go to their games.
Well, spankity doink.
Here's my problem with Ben Stiller.
Great.
Why didn't I know this beforehand? It'd be like if I walked in here and I just started telling you, Moj, about, oh, dude, I have been, I don't know, haven't told you this. I've been such a cricket fan my entire life and started, live tweeting these, cricket matches. All of a sudden you'd be like, where the hell did this come from?
Right, pretty much. That's pretty much it, yeah.
All right, back to the replacement for Thibodeau, because it's a prime job in the NBA. If you had asked me, weeks ago, Michael Malone's let go, jobs opening up in New York, I'd say that's the perfect situation. New York native, grew up there, has that sort of background, that reputation, that grit. That's who he is, man. It's a perfect job for Michael Malone. But why today am I thinking he's very unlikely to get that job? I think they give it to more of and I'm going to use this term lightly, a player coach, a younger player coach, player-friendly coach.
The favorite, according to Bo Vada, is Johnny Bryant, the associate head coach of the Cavs.
Yeah, he's
39-year-old
also
dude.
interviewing with the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah,
too.
he's one of the final two of that for that gig.
Yeah.
In fact, two Cleveland assistants were the finalists for the Suns gig, and now if one of those guys doesn't get it, then
I'm reading a bunch of New York papers this morning because I want to see their take on Michael Malone, and 3 of the papers refer to him as Mike Malone. So I'm not sure if they understand how the rules work.
that's not going to fly.
Are we allowed to call him Mike now, or are we still getting in trouble for that?
How about McHale?
Mikhail Malone.
Mikhail Malone. We'll get back to this in just a second because I'm kind of with you, Vic. I really don't think that Malone, for whatever reason, it just feels like it's too similar to what they just had. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
I had low testosterone, had a physical years ago. Doc says, hey, you're getting a little bit of low T there. So what do I do? He goes, well, you're just getting up there. Well, thanks, Doc. Appreciate that. But I want to do something about it. So I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. In fact, I just had my treatment yesterday. It's awesome. If you're feeling sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns off, working out, not seeing the gains you used to see, well, maybe you're suffering from low T as well because early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. Happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, man, I just don't feel like I used to. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Very simple. Schedule an appointment. They're going to have your results after they draw your blood within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test. It's all there for you. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's totally free. Higher energy levels, no more brain fog, more productive at work. All that can be there for you if you're just not feeling like you used to. So again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900.
Texter says, is the NBA going to be like the NFL and start hiring younger, nicer coaches? I don't know, maybe. I mean, they hired a podcaster.
Hey, the bottom line is this, and I'm not dumb. I might look dumb. I might sound dumb. I might come across.
How could you be so sure?
Come across as dumb. A lot of you may assume I'm dumb, but I'm not dumb. I understand that today's young person is not used to a certain style of coaching, like perhaps Moser and I were. Moser, you and I, listen, I played in an era, when I played 6th grade football, I didn't know my first name. I was called every name in the book. I don't think I knew my first name throughout the entire 6th grade football season. If you tried that today with parents watching, you'd go to jail.
Absolutely. And by the way, my parents, in all my sporting years, my parents really never had any idea what was going on.
My parents never went to practice once.
Yeah, they really had no idea that I'm getting trucked by kids, 2 times my size in practice and whatnot. And the coach saying, get up, you blank, that kind of thing, right?
Right.
Yeah, they have no clue. And of course, I'm not running home and telling them anything. I could have been called out. Oh, my God. Remember in high school, my baseball coach one time. Anyway, just dress me down. I'm not running home going, Dad, guess what? Coach Borman said, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
I'm not doing that crap. You know what I mean? It's like, you just ate it. And I think that's, in many ways that helps shape you as a person too.
It does. And there's good and bad. This goes back to God, it's funny how things are related. Did you guys see the front page of the Denver Post today?
I did not, Vic.
No.
Front page story. What is my usual rant every May? It happens every May. I always go off on this via
Field
Twitter.
day.
What do I do?
You hate field day now.
Field day. Yeah, the modern field day.
Right.
And how they've basically emasculated
Are you
field
telling
day.
me that field day is on the front of the Denver Post?
Front page story, Denver Post today. It's Kyle Newman who did a wonderful job on this story. Why schools moved away from winning and ribbons. And they interviewed several PE teachers. One of them, primarily it starts with one who still competes, still has an active field day with competition, blue ribbon given to the winner, different colors to the other winners, and that's the way it is. And then talks to other PE teachers who don't name winners and losers and whatever. If that's the style you want to teach, I don't want my kid playing for you, ever. I'm all about winning and losing because that's what life is. You win or you lose. And the sooner you learn that, the sooner you learn in life that it takes training to win, it takes effort to win, and the sooner you learn in life the grace of losing, the better for you. If you never learn that and you're thrown into the real world without any background on winning and losing, you're going to get your ass handed.
Well, let me put it this way. You can want to create this utopia where everybody wins and, there's no losers and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And you can even try to do it in your own community or your own state or whatever. I'm here to tell you that the rest of the world, there are winners and losers. Eventually, your utopia is going to be smashed into a billion pieces.
100%.
So I don't disagree with Vic in that regard. Now, again, I'm not also into putting people down and excluding and things of that nature either.
No, but that takes care of itself.
But
that takes care of itself.
But there should be achievement.
Exactly. That
Reward
takes care
for
of
achievement.
itself.
Yeah.
The proudest I've ever been as a parent, let me tell you, the proudest I've ever been as a parent, when my kid played sports and he was really good at sports, when there was a kid that couldn't pick it up, he had some issues, and my kid went out of his way to help that kid, actually stopped competing in a game to help that kid, to learn him up. It was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. And that's what human beings do. It doesn't mean you stop competing. You still compete. And again, we're being called boomers and blah, blah, blah. you could say what you want. You win or you lose in life. And if you're used to losing and you're comfortable with losing, well, then just keep on losing.
And that is why I don't think Michael Malone will be the coach of New York.
I was just going to say, didn't we get here via Michael Malone?
Yeah,
I guess we got here via Michael Malone.
Well, look, the way that these teams handle the offseason, like this is something I really want to point this out. The Nuggets and Avalanche, for that matter, this ownership group, has been accused at times of being too patient, correct? That they aren't doing enough at times. That, hey, you should have made a bigger move, or you should have fired the coach, or you should have done this. It's happened a couple of times for the last 4 or 5 years. I would much rather have the version of this, which is stability, as opposed to what the Knicks have done or what teams like the Lakers have done in the past, which is they're so fast to make major changes when they don't totally hit the peak of what they think their status should be, that they're wildly making moves, and it feels like a panic.
That's interesting that you say that, because that's exactly how the move the Nuggets made was described with 3 games to go. Wild move with 3 games to play.
Dude, Michael Malone was here for a decade.
I'm just saying. Your descriptor of that, right? The way the rest of the league looked at that as a wild move with 3 games to play. Just go back and think about it for a second.
It's unconventional, but that wasn't panicked, Vic. He told you he wanted to do that at the All-Star break.
I know. But
and so they knew this was coming.
I'm telling you how it looked.
Understood. Firing a coach after your best season in 25 years is a little crazy, though. You know, if the Nuggets were in a place where it looked like they were getting to the finals again, Michael Malone's coaching in the postseason. Mm-hmm. They're making a move. They did that because they thought the season was pretty much over by that point, that it was going to be done. And we all felt that way. Now, again,
also, if you're looking at the bottom line, purebred, if you're looking at the bottom line, every home game for every team in any postseason is worth a lot of – that one single home game is worth a lot of money to that team. It helps the bottom line. I mean, the Indiana Pacers right now are thrilled. Yeah, because they're in the NBA final. But their ownership group is like, man, we could really use that money. Pay more players and so on and so forth.
I always go back to this. Like, there were 2 moments that I distinctly remember when head coaches for the Avs and the Nuggets were really criticized and people maybe wanted a move made. It was in 2022.
Certainly after the Avs lost to Vegas.
The Avs lost to Vegas. Was their 3rd straight second-round exit.
And Jared Bednar and people were freaking out.
And the Avs did what, Moj?
Said, no, we're gonna run it back.
They did nothing.
Right.
And I say this a lot. Doing nothing is sometimes the hardest thing to do. The following year, they won a championship.
Yep.
The 2nd year in a row that you didn't have Jamal in the postseason. So remember, you got swept by the Phoenix Suns, and then the following year, you lost in 5 games to the Golden State Warriors. And there was that old, we're wasting an MVP's prime season stuff. Something needs to change. And the Nuggets did not change a thing. And then the following year, they won a championship. They could have easily done that. Like, would you have been surprised if Bednar was let go after that loss to Vegas, or if Michael Malone was let go after that loss to Golden State? I wouldn't have been surprised. Doesn't mean I would agree with the decision, but I think erring on the side of patience, especially when you're... The Knicks were as good as they've been in a quarter of a century.
I have a different theory on why the Nuggets made their move when they did. I think they wanted to test drive David Adelman.
Fair.
Take him out for a little test drive. Mm-hmm. Hey, man, I
think cool. They saw something. Okay. I think they saw something in him through word of mouth. Players,
but it's
players
also
talk.
It's also like they knew they were going to make the move that they were going to make anyway, right?
True, but I just think they did it when they could have easily just waited.
Sure they could have.
Could have easily waited. I mean, no one would have blinked had they waited. The results, whatever they were, maybe things may have changed. Who knows? But they wanted to test drive Adelman, and they did.
Here's the question, Brett: have you ever test driven a car?
I have, yeah.
Okay, because I figured you just like walk in the lot and go, I like
No,
that one.
Mose, you're totally wrong. I'm the kind of guy, I don't order like anything online. I need to like see it and touch it first.
Oh, that's
clothes,
your
cars,
shoes,
everything, hats.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. And then you get on the road and you're like, hey, man, this has a little bit more pickup, a little bit more zip than I anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and you know what, Vic? It handles the corners a little bit. Now, is it, a Ferrari? No. But this handles a little bit better than I thought it did. You know what? Of all my options, what's the mileage? Okay. Well, what are the options? Okay. Can my dogs go in it? Okay. And that's David Adelman. David Adelman is the one you test drove and you go, you know what? I think I'm going to take it.
Well, going back to something else that we were kind of like talking about at the beginning of the show, the little things that lead to big things. I wish there would be just like in ESPN 30 for 30 on the amount of those that have happened throughout sports history. And some are smaller than others.
My idea that I want to do at altitude, you take a moment in a game, in a season, and how that led to so many different moments.
Yes.
What was the moment that led to this?
Well, just like for a few examples, it's if KD's toe isn't on the line when he hits that shot for the Brooklyn Nets, is he now a legend in Brooklyn and an NBA champion somewhere else? Like maybe.
If Russell Westbrook makes a layup and the Nuggets beat the Minnesota Timberwolves, does Michael Malone get fired?
That. Or how about this, Vic? If the Nuggets don't win Game 7 against the Clippers, is David Adelman your head coach or not? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they won that resoundingly.
I know they did. It's not exactly
there
a
was
moment.
No moment
it's
there.
not exactly a moment, but
you could look at if Aaron Gordon doesn't dunk that home,
if he doesn't dribble the ball off his foot and then reach for it and pull his hamstring, do you win a second Game 7? Like all these different details.
So go back. Do yourself a favor. You want brain damage? You think you're smart, right, Brett? I would argue to you. I would argue to you.
Don't give me a Gabriel Landeskog skate.
No. Oh, that's just one of them. I would argue to you. You want brain? You think you're too smart?
I don't think.
Give yourself a little brain damage.
You think you're pretty smart, don't you?
I don't think I'm smart.
Yeah. You really come across as Mr. Brainiac, don't you?
Yeah, he really does.
Who do you think you are?
I don't think I'm smart.
He may not even come across that way, but he thinks that he comes across that way.
Who do you think I am?
Yeah,
I am.
Exactly. Go back. Hell, go back to any game the Avs lost to the Dallas Stars. Go back to Game 7. What if Mikko Rantanen doesn't face plant coming around the net, trying a wraparound, and actually tries the wraparound? Sam Girard is standing right there to prevent the wraparound.
Yeah.
No, but he face plants and he toe picks and he falls into the end boards and he just throws the puck and it goes off Girard's skate and in.
Yeah.
If the skate had been pointed the other direction, that puck doesn't go in.
Samuel
but it's
Girard
pointed
actually,
in the perfect spot.
He actually goes to the post to say, you ain't wrapping around here. I'm here. I got a stick in my hand. Dude falls down, throws it next to the net, and it goes off his skate and in.
Yeah.
You want to go relive that? Do that tonight. Do yourself a favor. Relive that tonight.
Rather not.
I mean, because you can go back any little moment in any lost season for God knows what reason. You can go back and hurt yourself.
You know what, though? I think sometimes hurtful moments sometimes benefit you.
Okay, don't get all friggin' Yoda on me. I'm
not
in the mood. You know, pain can be yes, Vic, pain can be a good thing.
I'll give you a classic
I'm just not in the mood
example
for it right now.
I'll give you an example. And not to bring up my field day things, but losing an event sometimes spurs you to greater things. When the Denver Broncos lost the way they did to the Kansas City Chiefs, they could have easily folded their tent and ended the season. Right? On the road at Arrowhead. Do you remember how they lost that game?
The block kick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have easily. At that point, you said, all right, we ain't got it. We ain't got it. I mean, it's just one of those years.
Yep.
We ain't got it. Instead, what'd they do? They went on a win streak.
Yeah, they rallied.
They rallied hard. They proved something that day. And that's a moment. Again, an unsuccessful moment that actually spurred them rather than hurt them.
Right.
It works both ways.
It's just wild when you look back at some of those and you're like, and you're right, Moj. I mean, the Dallas series was full of them. A ton of them. Sorry. Well, to be fair, you brought that up. You brought it up.
I did.
It wasn't me.
I'm saying you could make yourself sick in the stomach. I don't know how these coaches and players do it.
You people continue to make fun of me online with this field day reference. I'm telling you, it's a big deal. It's a bigger deal than you guys are making it out to be.
Okay, Boomer.
Thank you, Nelly.
I'm in the same camp as you guys. I think there should be like first place, second place, whatever.
When you go to a speech and debate competition, does everybody just win? Nelly, when you had to try out for your horns, does everybody just win, or do you have to play better than others?
No, there are cuts, and then there's first chair, second chair, third chair,
Chairs,
and then there's
right?
people who don't even make it.
I saw the movie Drumline. I know how this works.
He memorized his audition piece.
How about if I was trying out, Nelly, you're a saxophonist, is that correct?
Yes.
What if I was like trying out for trombone, right? I'm like, I'm going to give this a shot.
I wish I learned how to do that.
I mean, Moser.
Can I step up there? Wait. I go these. And they said, you know what, dude? I just don't think you're going to make marching band this year.
You know what?
Moser,
I would understand, I guess.
I think you're a pretty big blowhard. You could probably play a horn.
You know why, Moj? You know why? Because you didn't put in the work that Nelly put in to practice. And Nelly should be rewarded by winning first chair because he put in the necessary work every day to practice to get better at his craft.
Yeah, you're right.
Just like I did with my cousin Joe in the three-legged race. Every day after school. Every day. Practice. Every day. We never lost. Never lost.
I liked your impression of the trombone, by the way. I liked it. I also think you look like a fool with a trombone. It's got to be. I don't know. Did either of your kids ever do like something band related? Did they have an instrument like that?
Not
My
at
kids
all.
aren't skilled enough to do that. I wish, man. I really envy you people that can play musical instruments. The piano, to me, is just like, that's witchcraft. I don't know how you do that.
I'm just trying to think. Nelly, God bless your parents, because you practicing that horn inside the house has to be one of the most annoying things ever.
I heard a quote that said, beginning saxophone players can peel the paint off the walls.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Was that your first instrument, or did you have something else?
I played piano for a bit and then quit, but sax was the first.
Why did you quit piano? Was it just too hard?
I don't know. It just didn't stick. It didn't resonate with me at the time when I was 7. Yeah, man, I wasn't feeling it.
You know what you do? Here's what you do with a kid starting saxophone. You open the garage. You stick the kid in the car. You slam the door shut and say,
go.
Practice all you want.
I have a question for you, Nelly, band related. Everybody played a recorder in elementary school. Mm-hmm. Is the recorder an actual instrument that's used outside of 5-year-olds playing them for parents who don't want to hear it?
I maybe in like Irish music, there's a lot of bright woodwinds, and that SpongeBob's nose is a recorder. I guess he probably practiced.
That is true. Yes, it is.
You know, I do remember, though, when we were kids, my mom made my brother take accordion lessons. Because of that, he was not allowed to play basketball. So I would go to basketball practice and just laugh at him while he went to accordion practice.
And that's why Adelio asked me, or he told me, he was so excited to find the ball with no nipples on them. That's why he was so excited about it. All right, back after this. Ting, 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 tong, 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 tong.
You know who that is?
Tong, tong.
That's the bear.
Oh, is it? That's really good.
That's really good.
She ting tings and tong tongs really well.
See, this is what makes me mad. You talk about, my daughter never played any instrument. I play guitar, not well. I told you about my rock and roll buddy. Got to put in the work, right? But but that woman right there,
she can do it all.
Yeah, but this is what makes me mad about people. She says when we moved, she says, I'd like to get a piano. I'm like, what the hell for? She goes, yeah, when I was a kid, I took piano lessons. I'd like to just maybe play piano again sometime. She sat down at the piano that we got and did that. I'm like, when was the last time you played? She's like, I don't know. Maybe at a party like 20 years ago. And I'm like, there's no way that you have that ability.
It's tough just to bring that back.
So, Vic, you and your three-legged race, man, maybe you just had some natural ability, some natural three-legged skill. That
It's coordination.
Okay.
And speed. Just pure speed.
Okay.
By the way, did you catch Moser's contribution to that video? Listen closely here. He yelled, "Smile!" As if she's not busy enough, Mose.
Right, exactly.
Hey, I heard Polumbus and DMac talking about this yesterday. Now, this has been like out there in the ether. I don't know if there's any validity to it, but the SEC is like trying to puff their chest out again. Like, hey, play ball with us. We'll break away and do our own thing. It's like, all right, cool.
Well, I've got some thoughts on this.
Well,
you know what my thoughts are?
Yeah, go ahead.
Vic, do you agree with this? Go ahead. I dare you. You want to become minor leagues to the NFL? Go ahead. I dare you. Because unless you have everybody else along with you, it ain't going to be the same. If you're just playing with inside your little SEC all the time or the Big Ten, go ahead. Go because you're going to lose me. I promise you'll lose me.
So
break away. Do your own thing.
So the suggestion is to allow them to break away? Is that what it is?
From who? What do you mean?
What were your initial comments in this segment that was paying very little attention to?
Well, the SEC is just like they're having this, the same thing that the Premier League tried to do, where they take the top teams, they break off, and they wanted to form their own thing, right?
So what we're going into is get your Super League formed. Get it formed sooner than later. Go ahead and let's go to 50 teams. 50. That's the number. 50 teams, 50 schools.
They don't even want that, dude. They want it all. They in the Big Ten, when you're talking about a 16-team playoff format now, right?
Yeah.
They each want five guaranteed spots. They each want
something.
They're absolutely being pigs. They're hogs.
Here's the thing. I think this is all just bluster as a flex for like do what we want. Like I would have.
Are they still mad that Alabama didn't get into the CFP?
Honestly, Vic, I think that's part of it. They're flexing their muscle, saying if you don't be nicer to us, then we're going to leave. And if a team like Bama is ever on the cusp again, then they're making the playoff. Like, I think it all kind of translates to that. But here's the thing. You break away, you form your own league. However many teams that would be. Let's say it's 40 or 50 teams, okay? Let's just say it's that. I don't know if CU's a part of it. They're right up, they're borderline, right?
With Prime, I think they would be.
Yeah, but I don't know. Do you make a decision on a team based on a coach that's there now that might not be there in 2 years? I mean,
if the decision were made now, right? We can pick them. You can pick top 50 teams in the country now.
Whether they are or they aren't. Here's the thing. Whether it's CU, I'll do two scenarios, okay? The first one is CU's left out. Guess who doesn't care about SEC football anymore? Like, here's the thing. I watch the SEC football all the time during the college football season. But it's always with this, it does affect your team in some way. Because you're competing for the same spots.
Yeah.
You're competing for the same things. I'm not watching LSU. I'll watch LSU because LSU might be, both them and CU are 8-win football teams at one point in the season. They're fighting for a playoff spot. Okay, fine. Then I watch. If they're competing for a different title, I don't care about that game at all anymore. It doesn't matter to me.
But what's wrong? Here's the problem I have. What is so wrong with having two different champions, one at the elite level and the other one at the not so
We already
elite
have
level.
that. We already have
That's
that.
a thing already.
We already have the FBS and the FCS. We already have that.
Make another one. You know, when sports are played here in Colorado,
I would call it the FFS.
well, let me ask you this though, Moj. When high school sports are played here in Colorado, how many classifications are there?
5.
Sometimes there are 6. There's
I guess
actually a 6th classification.
Yeah, maybe.
So does that make it any less valuable for those schools who win at the 2A versus the 5A or 6A level?
Here's what's different. First of all, this has been like this for like a billion years, okay? Ever since the NCAA was formed, you've essentially had the same teams that are in it. But here's the bigger thing. I say the same thing about like the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Cubs and all these different teams that have money. If they wanted to have their own breakaway thing and say, you know what, we're going to be the MMLB, which is a step above what the Rockies and the Royals are. You don't make the same money anymore. The eyeballs are gone. Like, I brought up this example with the Big Ten when the expansion first started. When the Big Ten looked to have a bigger conference, and they brought in teams like Nebraska, and they brought in all these different, I don't know, who the hell else came along with them. Whatever, doesn't matter. They also brought in Rutgers. Why? Was it because the football acumen of Rutgers was so storied?
No, it's because they're in New Jersey. It's because they're in the New York, New Jersey market.
No, because it's a regional sports network that features Rutgers in the Big Ten means New York market now has Big Ten football on their TVs. These guys want to break away. Like, could the SEC break off and survive on their own? Totally. They aren't making nearly the same amount of money, though, because nobody in...
Here's what you're not seeing, though. Here's your issue. You're viewing college football the same as, like, the NFL is a national sport.
Mm-hmm.
I will sit down and watch 2 NFL teams play from parts unknown because they're in the National Football League. I'm not going to watch every college football game from another region of the country. Those regions watch those teams. Those regions are in bed with those teams. That's who support those teams. Not until they get to the college football playoff or whatnot. If there's a big SEC, Alabama versus Georgia, 2 top-notch schools, I'll watch that. But I'm not watching Kentucky versus Vandy. I ain't watching it.
Alabama and Georgia would be must-watch television for me.
But are you watching Kentucky versus Vandy?
Hang on. It wouldn't be if they were in a different league than CU. It wouldn't be. And I'll give you another example I brought up earlier. Maybe not apples to apples, but I think it's kind of close. The Live Tour paid a whole bunch of money for some of the best players in golf. No one cares. You would rather watch Blake Griffin, or whoever that guy was that was playing last weekend.
Ben.
I'm joking. Than you would watch Phil playing on the Live Tour.
One of the reasons why the Live Tour still doesn't work, and there are so many loyalists to the Live Tour, it's not real competition. You pay before you damn play. The guys are winners before they get on the damn course.
Correct.
You got all that money up front. What are you playing for? And then this team thing that they got, these cartoons, it's like a cartoon.
But more than that, Vic, it's not the PGA. It's not the same thing. Break-off leagues, I can't name a break-off league that's been successful ever, where it was one thing, and then they split and they went to another.
The ABA and the NBA.
Well, and then what happened?
Well, the ABA folded, and 4 teams went to the NBA.
Yeah,
I mean the AFL.
You said name a league that was there's
No, they were broken up beforehand.
No, they started. Those were new leagues.
Yeah, those were new
that
leagues
merged with the existing league. He's talking about.
I'm saying,
leagues.
give me a league that splits and is successful. It doesn't happen. Again, everybody in Georgia and Florida and Louisiana, like, they would continue to watch because that's their teams. I wouldn't care anymore. It doesn't matter. You weren't competing for the same thing.
You know what? I'm also getting tired of all the strong arming that's going on.
That too. That's the most bothersome thing.
Go ahead. Big Ten, you think you're so tough. Go ahead. Yeah, look, we're only in the very infancy stages of Oregon being in the Big Ten and having to travel to Rutgers. That kind of crap, right? Well, I mean, let's see how it all works out. I'm very curious to see what the trajectory is of these, quote, super conferences down the road.
You know the biggest joke when it comes to these ridiculous geographical obstacles that are posed with the Big Ten, the new Big Ten, when you've got USC traveling to Michigan.
Maryland.
It's not the football and basketball, because those are the ones we notice. What about all the other sports that have to do the exact same thing?
Oh, yeah.
What about the swimming and diving teams that have to go across the country for it's so stupid. Such a waste of money. So ridiculous. You know what it's like? Your kid probably played youth soccer, Moj, my kid. It's like, I remember when my kids were 6, 7 years old, they go, all right, we got a tournament in Grand Junction. Huh? There's a bunch of 6 and 7-year-olds right here. I mean, Grand Junction. What the hell are we going over there for? Why? There's all kinds of 6 and 7-year-olds in Denver.
That's really
Go play with them.
By the way, Moj, you're so right. I want to get back to this later. Just stop the posturing. You know what I mean? It's like, do you have to try and flex every 2 seconds? Drives me nuts. Anyway, 303-504-0925.
It's always we're so much better than you.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just the air of arrogance that they carry about them.
Hey, one of the big moves of the offseason for the Broncos was a guy who knows a little bit about the NFL is skeptical about it. We'll get to it next. Moser's got me down a rabbit hole right now. What'd you say, 100 clams or something like that?
50 clams.
50 clams? Trying
That's
to figure out why.
rockheating.com. That's rockheating.com.
Trying to figure out why dollar bills are referred to as clams.
And?
That various shells were used as units of currency in ancient times.
There you go.
Shells?
Yes.
The whole concept
As in,
of currency.
she sells seashells down by the seashore?
Correct.
Okay.
That also applies to bucks. That refers to buckskin, which was very popular in trade.
Copy.
So there you go. The more you know. The Broncos made a pretty important signing in the offseason of Evan Engram. And he was featured in an article from Bill Barnwell yesterday, where the headline is, Offseason Signings and Trades, Who Could Break Out and Who Could Flop?
I read this article as well. I found it interesting.
Vic, what side of the ledger do you think Barnwell is falling on with Engram? Is it breakout or flop?
Oh, let me see. He had his breakout seasons, 2 years ago before he got hurt?
2 years ago, he had 114 catch season, yeah.
I'll say Barnwell says he flops.
That is correct.
So here's what he said, and some reasoning behind it. He said his 1.7 yards per route run ranked 11th among tight ends who ran at least 200 routes in 2023. Last year in 9 games, that figure fell to 17th in the league. And given that Engram doesn't offer much as a blocker, the vast majority of his value comes from his receiving work. And he does say this. He puts a caveat to it. It would be a surprise if the volume was there for Engram to reach 140-plus targets again, which is what he got in 2023. If you believe Engram will have a career year, you need to believe that Sean Payton can coax an entirely different player out of Engram than what he's shown since being drafted in 2017. I'm inherently skeptical of those sorts of bets, but Payton is the only one who can convince me otherwise. So here's the thing. Just my perspective on Evan Engram. First and foremost, he's better than any tight end you've had here in a long time. No matter what you think the kind of season he's going to have, just as a player, he is, the best one since who?
That's a great question.
Julius Thomas?
Production-wise,
10 years?
Because there's different tight ends used for different purposes.
This guy is not, he's not a blocker at all. He won't block.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's different types of tight ends. You could throw some out there. I mean, like a Joel Dreesen type that does a little bit of both, or
the year they won a Super Bowl, they had multi-purpose tight ends. That fit the bill perfectly.
I mean, Fant from a talent perspective was maybe up there, but here's my thought with Engram. I don't need Engram catching 114 balls. I don't think that's what his role even should be within this offense. I mean, it'd be great if it was, but
can he block?
What's that?
Can he block?
Not really.
Okay, let me ask you this. You put a tight end on the field that can't block, don't you pretty much give the play away? Where he lines up, how he lines up?
I mean, he's just not a blocker. He's going to block. He's
block?
just not great at it.
But can he at least block a run play that's going in his direction? We'll find out.
He's not an incredibly physical tight end. That's what he's
Vic,
not.
Travis Kelce doesn't block at all, and he
Good
plays
point.
every snap.
Oh, he blocks a little bit.
He doesn't. He's awful, dude.
Yeah, but he tries.
There's plenty of tight ends that are like that. As long as you're a threat in the receiving game, that's all that really matters. And then you can just kind of get away with the other stuff. And for me, Ingram's role isn't to be, at least in my mind now, a focal point within the offense. He's there to be a threat. And I don't need 114 catches. Like Nelly tried to pin me down on a number earlier, and I go, if he's fully healthy this year, let's say he plays 17 games, I need at least 60. And I think if you got around the 80 mark, that'd be great.
Okay, but what he does need, if he's on the field and you want to get your money's worth, you want to get the bang for your buck.
For your clam.
For your clam. You get the bang for your clam.
Phrasing?
Then what you do is you get the ball in his hands because that's where he's effective. You get the ball in his hands.
Yeah. I compared him to this, and maybe this is too short of expectations. But I said, could he be like Korver? You guys remember Kyle Korver in the NBA? Mm-hmm. Where he'd have a couple of games?
I think he still has a job, doesn't he?
No, Korver's
Are you
tired.
sure?
I think he's out of the league.
Yeah.
Is he?
He's like 40, man. Like,
oh, is he really?
Yeah. But his role was occasionally he'd have like a 20-some point night because he was knocking down threes. But here's the thing, Vic. Whether he's
way old, yeah.
Whether he was knocking down threes or not, you were always aware of Korver on the floor. You had to be sticky with him, which opened things up for other guys. And that's what I think his role could be. Like, can you open that up more so Sutton's not double-teamed? Can you get him one-on-ones because people have to be aware of where you're at on the field? I think that's the kind of stuff that matters with him. Now, he's got to produce. He's got to get catches. He's got to do all that stuff. But, again, he's not a great blocker, so.
Dude, as I'm watching one day of OTAs and them throwing the ball around, you know the tight end that really stuck out to me? The one that was like, whoa. That big old boy who played last year. What's that guy's name? The big old boy, number 85.
Oh, Kroll?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy moly, he's a big old boy.
Well, they're all that last pick that they had. Is it Loner? Is that the guy's name?
But Kroll's arms, he's just bigger. He's a big old boy.
I'm saying they're all huge though. All of their tight ends are like massive, massive human beings. But yeah, that's I don't know what you would consider like a, what was it, boom or bust? What do you say? Breakout or flop? I don't think he's going to be really either of those. I think he's just got to be a productive piece of the offense. Like, and something, what was the final numbers, by the way? If you guys had to guess, the final stats from tight ends on this team last year,
wow.
How many catches did they have
that
last season?
Is going to be a number that's going to be low.
It's a great,
and then when you tell me again, I'm going to be shocked that it's that low.
Their best game as a group came on that National Tight Ends Day. Do you remember that day?
Yep.
It was National Tight Ends Day, and I think all of them had a catch,
a
couple touchdown grabs.
Yeah, everybody got a piece that day.
They made shirts. Other than that, wasn't very fruitful.
Your leader as a tight end in catches last season was
it Troutman?
Atkins?
Who was it? Troutman or Atkins?
It was Kroll.
Lucas Kroll?
Wow.
How many catches did he have?
26.
30.
19.
Jesus,
wow.
Good Lord.
My God.
He had 19. Troutman had 13.
This,
Atkins had 14. And Dulcich, if you remember, he did play for him, had 5.
That's crazy. You're leading.
This is where Vic, you knew it was 19? Bad, but you forget that it's that bad. This is where when you see the numbers in front of you and you're told the numbers in your ear holes,
I want you to compare this.
That's unacceptable.
Compare this to Julius Thomas, 2013.
Okay, hang on.
I just want to look at his numbers that year.
Julius Thomas in 2013 had 65 catches for 788 yards
14.
and 12 touchdowns.
Go 2000. What year was the most electrifying offensive year in NFL history? Was it that year?
No, I think that was 12, wasn't it?
Was it 12? He had one ridiculous pass catching.
Maybe
year.
not. Well, yeah. Hold on. Hold, please. I mean, he had a lot of touchdowns. I don't know if it was all, yeah. That was his best year, was 2013. He had 65 catches for 788, but he had 12 touchdowns. And he had 12 touchdowns the following year, too. And then he went to Jacksonville.
He almost had as many touchdown catches as the leading tight end had catches for the Broncos.
Yeah, one of the things that I wanted to look up that I think could be funny. What about just in the postseason? Just in the postseason, how many did he have? Julius Thomas in 3 games in just the postseason of that year had 18 catches, which is one less than Lucas Kroll on the year.
It's insane. Just absolutely insane.
But this is why I'm saying, like, you don't need Evan Engram to be unbelievable because it's going to look unbelievable by comparison of what's been here, right? If he has a 60-catch season, you're going to be like, wow, haven't seen that in forever. But he's just got to be somebody who's a little safety valve for him. That's all. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. By the way, I saw that Bovada had the list of potential Knicks coaches.
Why does Bovada always have these crazy odds?
What are they doing?
Yeah, Bovada's like the crazy odds list.
Was they said that the Nuggets were the leading team to get who?
Trey Murphy.
Trey Murphy from the Pelicans. That's correct.
Yeah.
Like, where do they come up with this stuff?
I have no idea. They don't have, at least from what I'm saying, Malone listed on here.
They don't. I saw that list yesterday. He wasn't even listed on the Bovada odds.
Well, he's going to be sought after.
Do you know
because
who
he's
is on this list?
He's a championship coach. He's going to be sought. He's going to have another job. We just put 2 and 2 together because he's from New York that it would make the most sense, but it probably wouldn't.
Can you and me both put a buck in?
Okay.
So we'll bet $2 on Bovada.
Okay.
It would net us $12,000. I'm sorry, $1,200 for
on
$2.
Vic Lombardi?
Stephen A. Smith to be their head coach. What do you think?
See,
Plus
this
6,000.
Bovada stuff is stupid.
So dumb. So dumb.
I've been grotesquely unfair.
Yeah. Damn right. You know, one name they have on here that you think is interesting is Jay Wright. Is Jay Wright going to coach again?
He contends he's never going to get back into it, but I wonder if the allure of an NBA job with his former Villanova players would get him there.
It's his former guys. It's a marquee job in the NBA, and it's a team that just went to the conference finals. Like,
he's also a guy in his 60s. Does he want to jump back into the New York Knicks job in his 60s?
Well, Thibodeau's not exactly young.
I was going to say, yeah. Jeff Van Gundy's an assistant coach. And Van Gundy's what? He's got to be around. He's 63. If
they hired Jeff Van Gundy, that would be hysterical. That would be absolutely hysterical.
They wouldn't do that. He already coached there.
I know.
To be fair, was he the coach when they last made the conference finals in 2000? I think he was, wasn't he?
Yeah, I believe he was.
That would be crazy. Mark D'Antoni? Mike D'Antoni? Gosh.
Mike D'Antoni.
That year I spent in Michigan, Mark D'Antonio was Michigan State's head coach, and I did that every single time. I either said Mike D'Antonio or Mark D'Antoni. I don't even know the names anymore. I'm confused again.
Mike D'Antoni gave me the worst stock tip I've ever gotten. Lost all my
You know,
money.
he was the coach here. Did you know that?
What?
You know, he was the coach here.
He was the
for the
coach here,
Nuggets.
got fired.
I didn't know that.
Played golf with him. He gave me a stock tip. I invested.
What was
lost
the
everything.
stock?
Biomechanical. I don't know.
Apple. Yeah, it just sucked.
I got a stock for you, Vic. It's a really good penny stock I've been looking at lately. Can you invest all of your money and then we go in? It's your money, but we're 50-50. Can we do that?
You know what? My dad once told me, don't do stuff you're not used to. Just if that's not what you do, why do you do it? Like, I'm not a day trader.
Can I tell you something? I just do these penny stock things because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just buying things. I told my wife, she goes, "What does the company do?" I go, "I have no idea. I have no idea what they do." And then
they make stuff.
They make stuff. And then I look at my penny stocks and I'm down like $15 and I get angry about it. It's nothing, but I get angry about it.
Dude, you spend that on a sleeve of golf balls.
Oh, I know. But it makes me mad because I'm losing. See, I'm not a field day kid.
Hey,
I don't like losing.
Give me some of that. Right?
Yes.
Hey, all right.
By the way, there's a scene from It's Always Sunny where Danny DeVito's character goes back into his business. And Charlie asks him, "So what do we make?" He goes, "Money." He goes, yeah, but how do we make money? Like, I don't know what you're asking me. The company makes money. That's all you need to know. That's all that we do.
There's this dude that I know that I see him at the driving range on occasion. He always has his laptop. And I said to him one day, "You have your laptop up here? Do you set it up just so you can analyze your swing? Is that what you're doing?" He goes, "No, I'm day trading."
He's trading?
Yeah, I go, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, I trade in between shots." I go, "What? Are you crazy?"
It's a life I'll never understand.
Ever.
Never. So, because I know a guy did the same thing. I'm like, "Oh, yeah, what do you do?" He goes, "Oh, I just play the stocks all day." I was like, that is such a foreign concept to me. First of all, what's a stock?
Hey, more power to you people. More power to I'm too dumb to do that stuff.
You guys got a good penny stock suggestion? Lay it on me.
Yeah,
I'm ready for it.
Send it our way.
All right, back up to this. Guys, listen to me and listen closely. Circa Sportsbook, I got a special offer for you, and it's this. It's the first time all year on Circa you can bet on the Rockies to sweep a series. Because at 10-10 this morning, Kyle Freeland's taking the bump against Miami for a chance to sweep. They're plus 135 on the money line. And also keep in mind, another, pretty big game, not quite Rockies and Marlins. Stanley Cup's tonight. And in game one, Edmonton is the favorite at minus 122. You can find that and all the game props you can imagine on that Circa Sportsbook. Just download the app or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
By the way, happy birthday today to baby Jamal Kale.
My beautiful baby girl.
Beautiful
how old
baby
is she?
Jamal Kale.
7?
I just FaceTimed her. She said this many. She's 3.
Tree.
7. What is tree? What is she driving?
Yeah.
My beautiful baby boy. Hey, you got to learn how to ride a bike. 3 is the age for bikes.
Well, she's got like tricycles.
Oh, no. 2 wheels.
We're working on it.
I don't think so, dude.
I think that's pretty young.
Got all 3 of mine at the age of 3.
Yeah, sure you did.
She needs to focus on running without falling down first, and then we can kind of move on to a 2-wheel situation.
How about a car, semi?
Yeah. Well, she's getting her CDL for sure.
For sure, 100%. Hey, tonight, Vic, is game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. Tell me you're stoked.
Do you believe it when they who was it? Was it Kachuk who said to McDavid, "We'll see you again next year"? We're the 2 best teams. We'll be back here again next year.
Yeah.
Didn't he say that to him in the handshake line?
I think he did.
Last
Yeah.
year?
Yep.
Do you believe they're the 2 best teams in the league, or did they just play their best at the right time?
The Edmonton Oilers, dude, they're only the 3rd team ever to make a Stanley Cup Final, having lost the first 2 games of the postseason. And the other 2 teams, I forget who they are, but they've won it. They are playing unbelievably good hockey. And we talked about Stuart Skinner the other day and how well he played in that Game 7 against Dallas, right? I mean, they threw everything at him.
Especially early.
And he was terrific. If they get that out of him, then watch out. Evander Kane's playing well, and we know that Draisaitl and McDavid can carry everything. So, are they the 2 best teams? They're both playing really good hockey right now. And I was talking to Dave, to the Mississippi.
Yep.
Who? A friend of ours. Anyway, the point is that when they turn it on, when they want to play, when they're motivated to play.
I've never met a Florida Panthers fan.
We know one.
We got one.
We got one. The point is that when they turn it on, they want to play. Dude, they are virtually unbeatable. I mean, they're just awesome. So I'm looking forward to this. I think it's going to be great. Edmonton's actually a favorite tonight at home in Game 1.
Well, you can hear that game in all games of the Stanley Cup Final right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 6 o'clock tonight in the Moj, Stanley Cup playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by Mountain Hyundai.
Who wrote that?
Not me.
Stanley Cup playoffs.
You guys so territorial about
this. Yeah, we really are. Yeah, and we should be.
Can I just mention something real quick? Because this is pretty crazy. If you go back to the draft of Pat Surtain, I'm going to give you the first 13 picks. Tell me what sticks out to you. Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Penei Sewell, J.C. Horn, PS2, Devontae Smith, Justin Fields, Micah Parsons, Rashawn Slater.
He's the only defensive player.
But 2.
Yeah.
Two. Micah Parsons is the
Micah
other.
Parsons, right. 2.
And the only bad players in that draft were like the quarterbacks. That was it. Trevor Lawrence is the only one that might still be good. But Fields busted out. Zach Wilson busted out.
Well, he's going to be the
Trey
starter.
Lance
He's going to be the starter in New York. We'll see with a different environment.
Well, he's had a couple, couple different environments.
I mean, Pittsburgh was just a 1-year experiment.
But, well, that and I guess Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts hasn't been great either. Do you see the Falcons are trying to shop him around for a day 2 pick?
Really?
Yeah.
I did not see that.
Which, if I'm the Broncos, sure. I'll take a flyer on that. It's my favorite thing. I know you guys don't play fantasy football, but every year, here's the fantasy football thing with Kyle Pitts. This is the year. This is the Kyle Pitts breakout year. Guess what? It's never the Kyle Pitts breakout year. Just ask.
Why?
I don't know. He's one of the hardest guys to figure out, isn't he? He has the look of somebody that should be dominating. Fast, big, don't get it. Really don't get it.
I mean, at Florida, dude, he was all world.
Yeah.
All world. Okay, of all of these quarterbacks, you talk Lawrence, Wilson, Lance went 1, 2, 3.
Yikes.
Trying to think. Fields went 11. Mac Jones went 15. And that's it for the first round. Of all those quarterbacks, and by the way, Trevor Lawrence got paid big money. So he's clearly still the leader in the clubhouse.
I still don't know who Lawrence is.
let's take Trevor Lawrence out of the equation. Which of the rest of the guys, Wilson, Lance, Fields, and Jones, has a chance to really actually have an NFL career from this point on?
It's probably Justin Fields because he's actually going to start, right?
Yeah,
but
but
you want to say Zach? You're just bringing that up to say Zach Wilson.
Well, I don't know if he will, but I think one of these guys.
Vic, you see it. You see it. Read through it. Do exactly what he's doing.
Do you know what number Zach Wilson chose to wear in Miami?
I have no idea.
Look it up, and I want to get your reaction to this.
All right,
Zach.
I want to get your
Wilson,
reaction to the choice of
Dolphins.
digit he chose to wear on his uniform.
0.
Quarterback. Yeah, he's wearing the number 0. That just the number choice alone tells me he's not serious at his job.
I got to tell you,
he's just not.
You know what's a real bummer about the NFL with these jersey number things?
Mm-hmm.
How there's like no rules anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I used to judge people by what number they wore.
I still do.
But it's harder for me to judge a linebacker wearing the number 2 or something.
I have no problem Jonathan Cooper wearing 0. That's who wears 0, right? For the Broncos?
Yes.
But to me,
but a quarterback,
wait, to me,
a quarterback
Jonathan
wearing
Cooper,
0. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I am judgmental, I guess.
I don't know if he needs to hear this or not, Vic. To me, watching Cooper wear the number 0 makes him look skinnier.
That's fine for a defensive player, but
I'm not sure it is.
What?
I'm not sure it is.
He gets skinny inside the blocks, but for a quarterback wearing Moj, what is your immediate reaction to Zach Wilson?
Loser. You're wearing 0 because you're going to lose.
Let me tell you something
0
right
wins.
now. I'm going to tell you something right now, and I need you guys to understand me clearly. If there was a safety that had a number in the 40s, that guy was here to hit. He was here to pop you in the mouth.
Like Ronnie Lott.
There was no soft safety.
You're thinking 42.
There's no anybody in the 40s.
Well, Steve Atwater was 27, and he'll take your head off.
I didn't say it was exclusive to them. I'm telling you, if there was a safety that wore a number in the 40s, that guy ain't relying on speed.
Ronnie Lott, John
He's here
Lynch.
to punch.
John Lynch, right? Yeah.
I mean, give me some other. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about here. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Like 54 for a linebacker. I mean, that guy, he's just here to play.
Yeah.
That guy's he can be on my team any day of the week.
I want to hear that conversation. Zach, what number do you want? You're the quarterback. I'll take 0. What?
Well, what number did, remember Bridgewater last year wore some crazy number?
0.
Didn't he, when he was in Detroit or something like that for a preseason game?
I don't recall.
Well, didn't they?
We talked about it.
Wasn't he like a high school coach or something?
Yeah, and then they signed him off the street, and they're like, we don't have a number right now. It's the preseason. They're all taken.
That's a different story. In the preseason, you can experiment with numbers, and it all changes in the regular season.
But Vic, he wore number 50 during a preseason game as a quarterback.
Funny.
That's what it was, 50.
Like seeing a quarterback wear number 77 would be awesome. Now, see, that'd be awesome. 0, not so much.
Yeah, bring back Lyle Alzado. Hey, he will. So take a look at Miami. Tua. What are the odds that Zach Wilson plays for the Miami Dolphins this year?
Good odds. High odds. I like them odds.
Very, very good odds.
I like them
all
odds.
It takes. Look what happened to Sam Darnold. I mean, the kid went down in mini. Darnold took over and got himself a brand new huge contract with Seattle. I mean, Zach Wilson, I think, and I know it's my boy. It's my boy. Him and Marquez are my boys. Zach Wilson, I think, given the opportunity in the right environment, and put him with that bookworm down there, McDaniel, and then let's see what he can do.
I got to practice.
He's going to get an opportunity to play this year.
Hang on. I'm not even telling you who the player is. I'm just telling you got a fullback that's wearing the number 44. You letting that guy lead block for you? Because I am.
That's Tom Rathman.
44 in my world is always going to be Floyd Little, the franchise, who is not a fullback.
Tom Rathman.
Big guy, though. Big guy.
Okay, you ready? All right, here we go. We're going to play a game. I'm going to name a position.
Okay.
I want you to think about that position. Okay. All right, we'll start with quarterback.
Okay.
Give me don't tell me the number yet, but at the count of 3, we're all going to say our number. When I say quarterback, what is the ideal number for that position? Ready on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7. All right, what'd you guys say?
12. I said 4.
So it all goes back to 7 for me is always going to be the ideal quarterback.
Well, dude, because it's John Elway's number. But when you think of quarterbacks how many other quarterbacks have worn 7?
It's the number I choose.
Okay, well,
it's
I'm thinking
my number.
So many great quarterbacks have worn the number 12 over the years.
You chose 12. Why?
I'm thinking of Staubach and Bradshaw and
Brady,
and yeah.
Rogers?
You chose 4 because of Favre?
Aaron.
I just like the number 4. I thought you meant if we were a quarterback, what number would I choose?
No, when you think that position. All right, let's do running back. You ready at the count of 3?
Oh, yeah.
Running back. 1, 2, 3.
33.
20, and you're not allowed to wear it.
33.
33 for me. I said 33.
You Billy Sims?
And
Tony
Barry.
Dorsett?
And Barry, yeah, and Barry.
Barry Sanders is the only answer you need.
I was thinking Tony Dorsett as well.
In fact, I've never seen a running back wear 20 since him, and they shouldn't. They should retire it.
All right, ready? Last one. Wide receiver on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
88. What will you say, Vic? 88.
88.
That's a wideout. If you
That's
got
a quality wideout.
That's a
right
wideout right there.
That's as wide as it gets.
Wideout.
Texture writes in, 87 is always a journeyman white wide receiver. I think you're what? Like David Kirkus? Was Kirkus 87? Circus Kirkus?
88 was DT.
A good 80. 80 is a really good wide receiver
Rod
number,
Smith.
actually. Rod Smith.
Jerry Rice.
Jerry Rice.
Mm-hmm.
Is Tim Brown 80? I think Tim Brown was 80.
number 80.
Yeah.
No, Tim Brown was 81.
Was he?
Wasn't he?
Mm,
Yeah.
Chris Carter was 80. No, he was 84. Never mind.
Tim Brown was 81. I'm so right.
I'm telling you, numbers, they used to tell a story. And now it doesn't matter.
Well, you
It's
got a
just, like,
quarterback.
it's just like everything else in the world. It's just, yeah, go do what you want.
Brett,
No rules anymore.
Brett, you got a quarterback wearing 0. What are we doing?
I don't like that. I'm with you on that. I don't like
What
it.
are we doing?
If you had an offensive lineman wearing like 66 or it's like 61, that guy just banged heads.
Here's what
Just
happened.
banged heads all day.
Here's what happened, okay? Offensive line numbers were easy. If you're in the 50s, you're a center. If you're in the 60s, you're a guard. If you're in the 70s, you're a tackle. That's how you do it. And now, again, it's like left tackle, you want to be 27? Go ahead. Makes no sense. I don't like it.
By the way, Moser, I totally forgot I did this. Your conversation about your boy, Zach Wilson, whatever number he's wearing, I made this little file back in March, I think, when he got traded or he signed with the Dolphins. Because I figured you'd be in a bad mood. Your boy's no longer here in Denver. So I totally forgot. I made this to you with an attempt to cheer you up.
Watch our touchdown.
Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson.
Number 1 QB.
Zach Wilson.
The defense ain't seeing me.
Zach Wilson.
Watch our touchdown.
Wait,
Zach Wilson.
who's saying Zach Wilson?
Me. I recorded myself like 4 times.
Oh, you put it all in like
awesome.
We have
That-
modern
they-
technology.
You
right?
layered it. You
Yeah.
layered it.
Thanks, buddy. So what you're saying, though, is in that draft, those 5 first-round quarterbacks, only one is panned out, and that's a semi-pan out. He's gone to the postseason in Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
And the other 4 are just going to flame out for the rest of their careers?
They're ass.
Junk.
Has Trey Lance played in the NFL? Has he taken more than like 10 snaps in his career? That is one of the most insane things. Remember how much the Niners traded to draft Trey Lance
They
to
gave
never
away,
play him.
Didn't they give away 2 firsts?
3.
3 firsts.
But
Three.
then they fell bass backwards into Brock Purdy.
Right.
Out of nowhere and got that was so lucky for them.
Yeah.
You couldn't have been more lucky if you're the San Francisco 49ers and Kyle Shanahan.
One last number question. How do you guys feel about kickers in college who wear like 98 and stuff like
Not
that?
acceptable. Not acceptable
Same
behavior.
thing.
No.
I think the exact same thing.
It's
Not
unacceptable behavior, and it will not be tolerated.
It's acceptable if they have the glasses like, who is that kicker? Blankenship.
Yeah.
If you've got Coke
Nico
bottle
Blankenship.
if you got Coke bottle glasses, you can wear whatever number you want as a kicker.
You give me a 90s special teamer who's a punter or a kicker, you get out of here.
Although Sebastian Janikowski went against the grain there. He changed the world.
Against the grain, how?
What number did he wear?
Wasn't he
I
like
think it was
number
single
11?
digits.
Yeah, it wasn't like
maybe
11.
it looked
11,
double
like
digits 'cause
11,
he was so
yeah.
big.
He was number 11.
11.
Yeah, two digits.
Well, they can wear like 19s and stuff like
Nope.
that. It's fine.
Nope, kickers always got to be single digit.
I think
Them's are the rules.
I think this is true. Has there been a more entertaining kicker ever than Sebastian Janikowski? It sounded like a cannon every time it left his foot. Who was the coach when they were still in Oakland and they were still playing on the baseball field that trotted him out there for like a 75-yarder before half? Was that Gruden?
Could have been Gruden.
I don't recall.
Could have been Gruden. Very easy.
And he missed by about 20 yards short. Just like you'd expect.
Close.
Like not even close, but just the fact they're like, screw it. Kick it. See what happens. Okay, so I do want to talk about one thing. In this regards, I guess a business practice. Do you feel like this is fair or foul? We'll get to it next.
Man, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you have any form of erectile dysfunction? If you don't, good for you, man. But there are some dudes who do. And why don't you get back to being dude with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? And by the way, they're not just there for erectile dysfunction situations, low testosterone like I dealt with. They take care of your whole dude engine. Peptide treatment, all kinds of different things that are going to help you get back to being you. Don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal, because you want to be fixed and you want to get treatment. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. They've been in business in the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Visits $99, includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, and a medically advised test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, then your visit's absolutely free. It's going to work. They have an expert staff. So do yourself a favor. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
First of all, at 10:10 this morning, at 10:10 this morning, the Rockies have a chance to, I mean, they've been swept 10 times this year. They might do some sweeping of their own.
Amazing.
Never thought I'd see the day. Here's the other thing. Do you guys know who David Sampson is?
Yeah, he's the former GM of the Marlins, right?
Correct. So he was on a podcast talking about this situation that's going on with the Royals. So if you're unaware, they have this big time prospect. I think his name is Vic. Do you know the name I'm talking about here?
I saw last night he went 0 for 5 in his major league debut.
I need you look him up and give the Italian pronunciation.
All right, let me see if I can find him.
It's like Caglianone, something like that.
Hold on a second. Give me a second.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Caglianone.
Yes.
It's probably your version is Caglianone.
His first name is Jack, J-A-C.
Or they probably pronounce it Caglianone.
Vic.
Say it for me one more time. Let me get it right.
My pronunciation?
Yes.
Caglianone.
Okay.
Vic, his first name is
cannot say that.
Jack, J-A-C. No K. Just J-A-C.
Ooh, I like that.
You do?
Yeah.
I thought you were against that. Like
I thought you would hate that too.
With
No,
three
he's not
Gs.
jacking around. It's like Jock Peterson.
Okay.
So if you guys remember back in the day, there's a name you might recognize. I'm not sure. It's been a while since we've heard about him. Chris Bryant. Do you know who that is?
I've heard of that guy. Yeah.
I remember that guy.
So he was.
I can't picture his face.
Yeah.
Or anything. I forget what he looks like.
Well, if you remember, he was
a full season of KB.
He used to be a big time prospect for the Cubs back in the day.
I do remember that.
And what the Cubs did was intentionally kept him off the roster to keep another year of arbitration.
I do remember that.
Well, the same thing was going to happen with Vic. Name, please, Vic.
I'm getting different people saying different things. I would pronounce it Caglianone. They're saying it Caglianone. It's not that. That's the American version.
Right.
Well, David Sampson on CBS Sports yesterday said because they called him up a week before, if they had waited another week, they could have gotten another year of arbitration out of him, so he wouldn't go free in free agency.
So one of those service
time deals, yes. And Kansas City said, screw it. I'm calling him up anyway. I don't care. David Sampson said it is the single most irresponsible move I've seen in a long time.
By a club?
By a club. How do you feel about this? Because here's, on one hand, if you're a team like Kansas City that has trouble paying your players and keeping them, especially if they're good, he's probably right. On the other hand, it's a pretty crappy way of treating a player. Make sense?
Yeah, it's like, can he play in the bigs or can he not play in the bigs?
Right.
If it's built into the CBA that way, it is what it is.
Understood. But the entire sort of discussion surrounding this has always been, is this how you want to treat somebody that you feel like is a huge part of your future and your organization? Because I'll tell you right now, Moj, if they said, hey, Moj, you can start calling Avs games, but not until game 6, because then we'll have to pay you more money faster. How would you feel about that?
That would stink.
Yeah.
That would stink.
That's all I'm saying. Like, there is... He's speaking as a member of the front office because that's what he was in Miami. And they did this regularly. But I do think there's a human element to this.
What would the Dodgers do? What would the Yankees do? What would the Red Sox do? What would all these other teams do?
They'd probably call him up because they don't care. They're going to pay him anyway.
It's exactly right. But teams that are financially strapped or don't have the financial flexibility as the big market clubs, they got to think this way. Like Miami had to think that way. Kansas City has to think that way. You don't think the Rockies are thinking that way?
Well, I think that if it was a factor, and that was Zach Veen.
Yeah, Zach Veen never got called. I mean, he got called up, but he didn't come home after spring training.
Right. Well, he did. He played for a few games.
I guess a couple. Then
he played for a few.
Right. Then he was gone.
Anyway, it's sort of like which side do you fall on here? And I think, Moser, right, the wrinkle in this is that they are a team that has trouble paying people. So let's say he becomes everything you imagine. And then he goes, cool, $400 million over 10 years. And you're like, well, we could have snuck one more year out of him if we didn't do that. You know what I mean? Like, Anyway, you said you got something that's going to make Vic's head explode?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Vic, I will say this. having watched the highlights of Gallinone, whatever, those Royals uniforms,
they're sweet.
The good Royals uniforms, they look so good.
They're so good.
God, they look so good.
They're so nice.
The Royals?
So good.
Yeah, they're so nice, so good.
The powders?
Yeah. Good. See, there's good in the world.
Dude, there's tastiness in this world.
Yeah.
The best
it's the Royals powders.
The best thing about the Pine Tar incident is that they were wearing those when George Brett lost it.
And he comes flying out of the dugout in his powder blue.
Yep.
Anyway, they look really good. Hey, Vic, you ready for this? Well, he's going to lose it. Oh, look at those uniforms.
Those are nice.
God, those look good.
Nice.
Good.
Is that George up front?
That is George.
Just good. Good stuff.
He had a brother, too, that played. You know that? His name was Ken.
Yeah, Ken. You know, I just love the Royals nickname. Like, it's everything about that. It's the only thing from Kansas City I appreciate.
Do you remember Cal Ripken's brother?
Yeah, Billy.
Yeah, he was a good
Blank
basketball
face.
player. Billy and Cal used to have great basketball games.
Blank face. Remember on the bottom of his back?
Yeah, that's right.
He was a third bagger, wasn't he?
No, I think Billy played like second or
Did
short. Yeah.
Okay.
Moser, in that George Brett, the infamous game, do you know who the starting pitcher was for the Royals that day?
Oh, the starting pitcher for the Royals. No, I don't.
Mid to late
That's
80s.
baseball, right?
It was Bud Black.
Oh, was it really?
It was.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Buddy Black was on the bump?
Wow.
You know who was coming out of the bullpen? Dan Quisenberry.
Wow.
Oh,
Quiz went low.
before Moser, you get to this, sorry, just one last thing, 30
Hey, Brett,
seconds.
do you know how low Quiz went with the arm slot? He went low. Do you know how low?
Submariner.
There's two names that I thought of yesterday that we've never said in our game before. And seeing the powder blues reminded me of one. I hit you with a Brett Saberhagen.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the other one. I was so happy I remembered this name. It was out of the blue yesterday. I
You know,
saw the name.
Saberhagen, didn't Saberhagen play for the Rockies?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Cliff Floyd.
Yeah.
One of my favorite players.
Montreal Expos.
I remember him as a Marlin. He was a Marlin to me. But Cliff Floyd was a one-time All-Star, was in the league for like 18 years, played his ass off.
The greatest player of all time.
Not to mention, Cliff Floyd is just a great name.
Torrey Hunter's pretty good.
Torrey Hunter's too good for that game. He's too.
He was too good of a center fielder. Hey, UL Washington used to play. He had a toothpick in his mouth.
I like that.
Dude, you would absolutely have loved UL Washington. Look,
right,
I mean, just
all right.
take a look at him. Look at him on base with a toothpick in his
Oh,
mouth.
yeah.
Dude, how good is that?
That's good stuff.
Yep. I like that mustache, too.
Oh, I know.
Good
Quality.
stash.
Okay,
All right.
Vic, here's what's going to make your head fall off. You ready?
You're not going to Dick Allen me, are you? That's a quality
I'm not gonna
name
what
and
ya?
a quality player.
You want me to what you? What?
Dick Allen, who recently passed.
Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. Toronto. So in
Dick Hammer.
So in Toronto, they have these towers, right? You see the Space Needle in
Right.
Seattle and all that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they've got a CN tower in Toronto. Tonight, the CN tower in Toronto will be lit in orange and blue for the Edmonton Oilers, the last team in the Stanley Cup playoffs from Canada.
Those Toronto Leafs fans may assault and try to take down that tower by the end of the night.
Wait, that's real?
That's real.
By the end of this night, I'm going to tell you right now, by the end of this night, dude, it's so funny you say that.
Here's a tweet from the tower itself. Yes.
What are they doing?
They're supporting Canada. But those supporting Canada is noble. But those Toronto fans are going to lose it. They're going to lose their minds.
You want to see some of the comments here, and some of the kumbaya people are like, oh, that's just so special for all of Canada. I'm like, no, dude, the Leafs haven't won a Stanley Cup in 58 years, and you're going to light up our tower for Edmonton? Are you out of your minds?
Yeah. So I'm trying to get the dynamic.
You know what it's
here.
like? You know what it's like? Do you remember what happened wasn't it last year where the Empire State Building lit up for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Oh, yeah. Same
and the
thing.
folks in New York said, excuse me,
yeah.
what are you doing?
I think they came out and said we have to do it for whoever wins the Super Bowl or something, and New York said, hey, stuff it.
Yeah,
We're going to bring
it.
back King Kong to climb you.
Okay, so what would be the equivalent here in Denver? What do we light up here? What's getting lit up besides people?
Can you imagine lighting up the clock tower in red for Kansas City
No.
to support them in this? Because
I
they're in our
got one
division?
for you. I got one. That would be like the year after the Broncos got eliminated from the playoffs by Joe Flacco and the Ravens. That would be like putting Joe Flacco posters all over downtown Denver and 16th Street Mall.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of that.
Well, that's because it was the first game of the season. Was that an NFL thing or was that a
That
city
was an
thing?
NFL thing. And who in this city went out of his way?
You did.
To defend the
And
city's honor.
You got in trouble for it.
Almost got arrested.
Explain that to me again. What happened? Why did they play?
Let me tell them the story.
Okay.
Let me tell them the story.
Okay.
No, just Cliff Notes, because I've heard it. I just can't remember.
The year before, the Broncos were eliminated rudely by the Ravens.
Correct.
They went on to win the championship.
Yes.
The next year, the Ravens were supposed to open up at home. The Super Bowl champion opens at home. They could not because of some deal with the Baltimore Orioles. They had a game, a playoff game, something, or I don't know. They shared a parking lot. So they opened on the road.
Yeah,
Yes,
not kidding.
They opened on the road in Denver. The opener for the Super Bowl champion was the rematch. It was the Broncos and the Ravens in Denver at Mile High Stadium. The NFL treated it, even though the game was in Denver, like a
Baltimore
home game
home
for
game.
Baltimore.
Right.
And they put
Joe Flacco banners on the outside of the stadium.
and posters all over 16th Street Mall and the stadium. So what I did is said, no, you're not doing that in my town. You're not doing
As
it.
you should.
And I went and I
Vandalized.
I vandalized several of the posters. At that point, cops came over to Channel 4
Yes.
and people wanted me arrested.
For vandalism?
And what I did was noble and purposeful, defending our city's honor, our team's honor.
What did the cops say?
Privately, they said, good job, Vic, but I got to come over here because these jerks over here want me to arrest you.
Yeah. You know what? If the Orioles and the Ravens are sharing a parking lot and playing at the same time, tough, figure it out. That's ridiculous that they moved that.
No, what's ridiculous, the ridiculous nature is the NFL being so stupid and so blind. You don't put other teams' faces in your city, especially when that team beat you less than 8 months ago in a very pivotal playoff game. Broke your hearts.
So anyway, the point is Maple Leafs fans are losing it.
They should. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're losing it. I mean, why would you do that? Why when you have your own, why would you do that?
I mean, that's got to be it, right? It's just, is it Canada versus U.S. to them now?
Can you imagine in Calgary lighting up because Calgary's got their own tower, lighting up the Calgary Tower with orange and blue colors? Honestly, you would have a riot.
It's different for Canadian Americans, though. I got some friends who are from Toronto, big Leafs fans, and I asked them who you're rooting for, and they want Edmonton. They want a Canadian team to win it. So it's different living in Toronto versus living here as a Canadian. Would you agree, Moshe?
I could never imagine lighting up my tower with another team's colors. Couldn't do it. Wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I agree. 303-504-0925, Shout Mazda text line. By the way, we started here this morning for at least a little bit. I think Thibodeau being fired is pretty nuts. But how does that compare to what the Nuggets did, which also at the time seemed kind of nuts? We'll get to it next. Which one do you think is perceived as a little bit more crazy? Is it the Knicks firing Tom Thibodeau after taking them the farthest they've gone in 25 years, or is it when the Nuggets fired Michael Malone with 3 games left in the regular season?
Well, at the time, the Michael Malone one was sudden, jarring, startling. A lot of people in the NBA said, whoa, what are we doing here? But in hindsight, it's exactly what they had hoped it would achieve. It gave them a little dress rehearsal for David Adelman. It gave the team a bump.
They can give them a spark, yeah.
Yep. And they got out of it what they had hoped to get out of it. But at the time, it was very shocking.
Here's the trouble in New York. You make a move because you think you can do better, right? That's why anybody makes a move at any position. It's, I'm doing this because we're going to get better at this. So the guy who takes over for Thibodeau has the expectation of making the finals next year? Is that what's going on?
Good luck with that.
Pretty tough. Year one expectation for that guy, whoever that is. And we were talking about it earlier. I don't think it's Michael Malone. I think that they're too similar. Him and Thibodeau are just two similar styles.
I just find it curious to see. Not curious. It's just where the game is going. So Thibodeau was accused of just running his starters into the ground. Michael Malone had the same accusations flung his way.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear what Chris Finch said after the Minnesota Timberwolves were eliminated from the playoffs and what his hope is moving forward in Minnesota? Did you hear what he said? Wants a deeper roster. And they were deep.
Well, I'm sure Elon Musk wants more money, but
he was talking about how wants to rely more on his bench players and didn't feel like he had enough there. And I'm thinking about...
I'm like...
Hey, Finch.
What?
Oh, you know what You know what? Look, I need more filet mignon. I need more steak. How about coaxing your, quote, best player into something better than 5 of 13 from the floor? I mean, that's just silly. That's just silly.
Well, I guess
silly.
In comparison to last year, maybe? Is that what he's talking about?
I just think this is where the league is going, and he's probably trending in that direction. The league has gone, again, from a league that if you had 2 or 3 the best players on the court, you're going to win the game, right?
Well, you're
going to win the game. Now it's you got to have 8 minimum, maybe 9.
So last year they had Alexander Walker, Naz Reid, they had Slow-Mo, they had Kyle Anderson, and Monte Morris, Jordan McLaughlin, TJ Warren, I guess all guys that could have played. And this year they were Alexander Walker, Naz Reid, Dante DiVincenzo were kind of the guys that they rolled with. So he's saying he needs more than 8? Well, 8 is more than what we have.
Yeah.
A lot more. Because those... the guys coming off the bench, by the way, Alexander Walker, Naz Reid are like players. You know what I mean? Like those are.
So is Dante DiVincenzo.
And DiVincenzo. Those are NBA players.
Those are veterans.
Pardon me. I did not realize that Joe Ingles is on the T-Pups.
Yeah, he's been there for a couple of years. He doesn't do anything.
You know
who else is on that team?
I saw him in a DNP CD. Luka Garza's on that team.
Bones Highland is on that team.
Bones Highland is on that team. Yes. He got a DNP CD in game 2, and I didn't even realize he was on that. I had no idea he was on that squad. Realize that Joe Ingles is now 37 years of age. Wow.
Got to remember that Utah team when they were really good, and they had Rudy, they had Mitchell, they had Joe Ingles, who was good.
Dude, he could shoot.
They had Conley.
They had Bogdanovich, the other Bogdanovich.
Conley,
yeah.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
No, Jordan Clarkson?
Yeah. But that bogey, the other bogey, remember? I remember a game, they're missing a couple of the key players. He lit up the Nuggets for like 40, 47.
Yeah.
That team was loaded, and then they just tore it apart.
It was just one offseason. They're like, no more Gobert.
Yep, done.
No more Donovan Mitchell.
Yep.
Everybody, bye. See ya. God, that's funny, though. Chris Finch says he wants a deeper team. Meanwhile...
people in hell want ice water.
Meanwhile, here were the Nuggets fans. Russell, please. Please. Just don't turn the ball over. You're our only hope off the bench.
Here is the
MPJ, I know you can't put your own jersey on, but can you just
think about
can you
that?
just give us 35 minutes tonight, please?
So hang on. Chris Finch goes, DiVincenzo, Naz Reid, Alexander Walker. Not good enough. Need deeper bench. And the Nuggets go, we got one guy's arm that's cut off and another guy that can't move his right leg.
Well, he's getting a lot of...
and they're starting.
Finch is getting a lot of blowback from people in Minnesota.
Well, that feels like excuse making to me.
Well, because here was the exact quote. I think we definitely need to lengthen the rotation. And the pushback from the media there, well, you're in charge of the rotation. Do it.
Yeah,
what does he mean by lengthen? Does he mean he needs more players?
I think that's what he's saying. Is
he probably assumes that,
other guys,
and then other people would say, "Well, play more guys." They did. Remember that rookie Dillingham that they got that rookie Dillingham, and he played well in certain games, then never saw the court at all in the postseason.
So, are you telling me a guy on Michael Malone's staff had trouble playing somebody later?
I'm just telling you where the league is going now. The league is going toward share the wealth because they're not going to. Everybody, this talk, and I hear this every couple of years. Oh, the league will come to its senses. They're going to shorten the season. They'll shorten the season to maybe like 70. They're not going to do that.
Why would they voluntarily give up money?
Yeah, they're not doing it. So for everybody keep bringing that up, shorten the season. Listen, we all would love a shorter season. Trust me, it'd make for a better product. It ain't happening.
Hey, Vic, did you feel like 16 games was enough for an NFL season?
It was fine.
Do you feel like 17 is more than enough?
It's fine.
Well, they're going to 18 sometime
and it
soon.
won't be long before they get 20.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just the way this works, man. The more money, you're not putting the toothpaste back in the tube. Although I've tried that before. It's not impossible.
How did you do it?
Well, you've got to
jam it back in there.
I don't think that's how it works.
You got to get a knife. Have you ever puttied something up like a hole in the wall or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. It's kind of like that. You just got to go slowly, one push at a time, back into the tube.
I think I've told you guys this before.
Push it real good, right back into that tube.
This is where my patience is. I paid $15 a month to Planet Fitness because I didn't want to have the 20-minute phone call to cancel it. I did that for 4 months. I paid $60 to not have a phone call with somebody in customer service. You think I'm spending time putting toothpaste back in a tube like that?
Dude, it is a painful call because you got to go through the whole routine.
Well, here's what they told me.
Why are you leaving us?
I'll tell you exactly why. It was also just like, it's exactly what they wanted was I'm paying money for nothing, which is that's why they make you jump through hoops. So they win. But it's when I moved here, it was a gym in Nebraska. And I said, hey, I moved. I have to, I'm going to cancel. And they go, well, you have to cancel in person. And I go, I don't know if you heard me. I don't live there anymore. I'm out. I'm not taking a flight back to save the $15 this month. And they said, well, you're going to have to talk to one of our customer service people.
That's ridiculous.
And I
Come
said,
on.
okay, fine. And then they put me on hold for like 15 minutes, and I'm just losing my mind. And I finally just hung up. I was still doing the little jingle music, whatever that is, when you're on hold. And I said, enough of this. And 4 months later, I go, oh, yeah, I'm still getting $15 taken away from me. But no, Moshe, the point is, I'm not slowly putting toothpaste back in a tube if I'm willing to do that.
Copy.
Those are the worst phone calls, though. You know the ones I really hate are actually DirecTV calls like every month. And they're like, I got great news. You've been such a loyal customer. I'm going to give you 3 free weeks of Cinemax or 3 months of Cinemax for free. And I go, I don't want it.
Well, you know the game that's being played with all of, like car insurance, home insurance, television packages, newspapers.
Oh, that
magazines.
sound. That sound.
That sound right there.
Oh.
Just a pro tip right here. Every once in a while, give them a call back and say, I got to go.
No, I do.
I got to go. And if they say, well, what can we do to keep you here? Let's talk.
No. What I'm getting at though, Vic, is they'll say, "Hey, 3 free months of Cinemax," and they do that knowing they're going to charge me immediately after that 3 months, and I'm going to forget.
That, you forget about
exactly.
it. You forget, yeah, and it's there.
It's like
but that's
2
right, you gotta
bills
pick
later.
up
You're
the
like,
phone.
why is this so high?
Yeah,
the last
you got to pick up the phone and say, "I got to go."
The last time I canceled my TV service, and the Bears still mad at me about this. I told them I was moving out of the country.
Oh, that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Here's the problem.
Yeah, I'm going to spend a lot of time in France, so, we're not in France.
I forgot to tell you, I'm actually Chinese. I'm moving back home.
Here's the problem. If you do cancel, and they call you on this little bit, and you have to recreate it.
Oh, this sounds
learning
just the
these passwords all over again for all these things, it's torture. It's a torture chamber. It's a torture chamber learning passwords. I just can't do it. I'm not doing it.
I'm thinking of a new thing every 2 seconds. How about this one? Yeah, I got a problem with this. Okay, cool. What's your account number? What's this? What's your address? What's your phone number? What's all that stuff? Yeah, it's all that. All right, cool. Now I'm going to transfer you over to Susan. She's in our HR department or whatever. And then I talk to Susan. What's your phone number? What's your address? I'm like, do you guys talk to each other?
Have that in front of you, man.
What did he enter that information into if it didn't go to you? Where did that go?
They're just making sure that you're you, then you're going to get to somebody else who has to make sure that you're you.
Good Lord.
Pretty funny, though.
Seriously, that's why I just hand the phone to my wife half the time.
Dude, I'm at my parents'.
My wife, if she doesn't complain, but if there's a complaint to be had, she handles it. She will handle it.
I'm at my parents' house a lot, as you guys well know, and I feel bad for some elderly folks, including myself. They'll get these scam calls all the time.
Oh, yeah.
All the time. And my mother will just hand me the phone saying, they're taking everything away from us if we don't pay this fee. I'll get on the line. It's the same old crap. It's the same, just marketing ploys, scammers. I mean, what's the popular one now going? Do you guys ever get the bill from one of these internet services saying you owe $5,000? Give us your credit card number now. You ever get those?
No, but I did just get a text during the show. It says, Colorado Department of Vehicles, final notice. Enforcement penalty begins on June 7th.
That's the one.
Our records show that as of today, you still have an outstanding traffic ticket. In accordance with North Colorado Car State Administrative Code, blah, 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 blah. We're going to report you to DMV via database, suspend your vehicle registration starting June 7th, suspend driving privileges for 30. I'm like,
I get the one for 470.
Yeah.
I'll get a text saying you owe this on 470 if you don't pay this. Yeah.
Guru, you come up with one that happened to my wife last year, and she got scared about the computer's been hacked. They're holding your account ransom. Send this much money, this and that.
Right.
And you know what my solution was? We got rid of the computer. Take it.
This is also coming from the guy who hit a window on the golf course. Lady came out angry and said, "You owe me X amount of dollars."
$729.
I'll trust you. Whatever the window costs, please.
729 clams coming right up.
Yeah.
I paid her. She got my money.
She probably went to Blackhawk.
That's funny. I wonder if that window was purposely cracked. It's been cracked.
Absolutely she did. Yes, absolutely she did.
She's like, hey, what a
That's
dork.
a great bit, dude. Live on a golf course, have a shattered window there all time, and just you watch guys, if they slice it off the course, you just walk up to them and say, dude, you broke my window.
Mm-hmm.
I don't look at windows.
Look, I'm not the type to get insurance involved in this, so let's just settle this man to man. Can we just do that? It's a great little ploy. Should totally do it. Or just have a dead dog in your yard. My dog.
That was my golden retriever. Why are his legs sticking straight up in the air? Well, he died quick.
Is that dog's tail wagging? Yeah, he's dreaming.
Played it.
All right. Try and get this back on. Again, Stanley Cup Final, Game 1 tonight. You can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Do you got a definitive rooting interest. Get to it next. Okay, so before we get to hockey, just something that came across real quick. That blew my mind. Moj, yours?
Pretty much, yeah.
So, Woody Page has been on this crusade, I think, every day. He wants to tweet something about the Rockies and how bad they are. And again, the Rockies going for a sweep today at 10-10 against the Marlins.
Hey, speaking of that, Kyle Freeland is 0-8 this season.
Kevin Freeland?
Is he due for a win or what? Kyle Freeland is 0-8. He's got to be due for a dub, doesn't he?
You know what's funny?
What? What's funny?
Freeland has the best ERA of any starter
I know,
on the team.
That's my point. And the guy that
now it's 5.72, but
guess who he's going against today? That's right, your old buddy Cal Quantrill. Cal! Hey, Cal's got an ERA barely north of Freeland. I don't know, man. I think K. Free's about due.
Okay, but listen to this.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Vic, Woody says, when will Coors Beer demand that its name be removed from the ballpark?
That's the greatest, by the way. The Coors Brewery, when Peter Coors bought the rights to that stadium, probably the greatest rights package for a stadium.
That's what we're getting to
ever.
Here.
Dig this.
So,
Vic, dig this.
Taylor Meyer on Twitter quotes this Woody Page tweet and says, fun fact, Coors has the naming rights for as long as the building stands. They paid a one-time fee at the very beginning, and the Rockies now earn $0, unlike other companies paying millions yearly for other stadiums. So I looked this up. It's not $0, at least it doesn't look that way. But at the time, Coors paid $30 million for the naming rights.
Mm-hmm.
Which back in 1995 was a lot. 30 years ago, that was a lot of money, I guess.
Oh, my God.
Today it would be like, what, maybe probably $110 million, something like that?
So according to Sports Business Journal, they now pay $1 million per season.
Now, do the Mets.
Here's some of the other naming rights deals.
Get this, Vic. This is where the Rockies screwed up.
The Mets, to call it Citi Field, which they did in 2009, have a 20-year, $400 million deal for that. Jesus. Oracle Park for San Francisco.
So, by the way, that's $20 million a year.
Oracle Park is estimated to be $15 million annually.
Okay.
Globe Life Field, that I can't see. But yeah, the going rate is about $15 million a year.
Now do Miami. I don't even know what they call that now.
It's Loan Depot. Loan Depot?
No, they changed it. It's something. I don't even know what the hell it is now.
Yeah, it's something.
Yeah, it's Loan Depot.
Loan Depot.
Okay.
$10 million a year.
Good monies.
The Rockies get one.
But at the time,
At the time, have a little foresight, though, man.
Well, at the time, Bitcoin seemed like a joke.
Hey.
You know what, though? I'll say this. At the time, there weren't many stadiums with naming rights on them. Take yourself back. In the mid-'90s, that wasn't common practice
It really wasn't.
It wasn't at all.
It was, Yankee Stadium and...
Well, Wrigley,
it wasn't common practice at all.
Wrigley Field was...
Fenway.
Wrigley, well,
Mile
that was the
High.
guy's name. Wrigley was the guy's name, but he was also the gum guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right.
I apologize today.
I'll give you a stadium. See if you can name
allergies.
the city. Ready? I'll give you an old. Ready? Moser, you'll get this. Veteran Stadium.
Philly.
Yay! Good
Got
job. RFK Stadium.
DC.
Well, not you, dork.
Sorry.
Keep going.
The Astrodome.
Japan.
Okay, here's
the
one for
Delta
you.
Center.
Wait, Delta Center. I know this. Hang on. Delta Center was... Is that Atlanta?
It was Utah.
Oh.
Arco Arena.
That was Sacramento.
Shut up.
Oh, sorry. I got one for you. How about this Riverfront Stadium?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Riverfront. I know this one too. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Think of a river.
Is that still current?
No, it's gone.
No, think of a river.
River.
La, 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 la.
River.
Cincinnati. Three River Stadium.
River.
Dude,
River.
Dude, the Three River Stadium.
Brett, you can phone a friend if you want. I know this one.
Now
Brett,
I'm panicking.
there are three rivers. Three River Stadium.
Missouri. Mississippi.
No, you're way off. I'll give you a hint. One of them's called the Monongahela.
The what? The?
Okay.
Think of the movie Flashdance.
I remember you
One
talking
River's
about
a
this.
dancer. One River's a welder.
I'm in blank, bro. Bro,
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, yay. Here's one for you. Jack Murphy Stadium.
Yeah, I got no idea on that.
Hold on. The Murph. Jack Murphy Stadium.
I've heard
Each
of it.
corner had the walk up, the roundabout things.
San
Diego.
Jack Can't Cook Stadium.
What?
I just gave it to you.
Jack Can't Cook?
Yes. Named it after himself.
Don't know.
Washington, D.C.
I do think that stadium should just be named after dudes. And I don't mean full names. I mean just like
What was Seattle's football stadium back in the 80s and 90s again?
Oh, it was
Safeco, wasn't
no, it was the Kingdom.
Kingdom. Yeah, the Kingdom. Just simple. The Kingdom. There were no naming rights. Again, the naming rights thing started coming to fruition in the 90s and the 2000s. That's when people figured out, oh, wow, we can make money here. But the old days, it's just Mile High Stadium, baby.
I would call...
Okay, I've got one for you. Fulton County Stadium.
Ooh, I like that.
I do like
That is
Fulton
good.
County.
Atlanta, baby.
Atlanta.
I just want a stadium that's just called Brett's House. Like if Coors Field was just called Brett's House.
Kaufman Field.
That's Kansas City.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
Those Kauffman Stadium, but yeah.
Really thought I would do better at that game. I failed.
But you want something like, tonight, it's the Broncos hosting the Chiefs at Brett's house.
Yes, exactly. I think it'd be great.
Brett's place.
Hubert Humphrey Dome. Wasn't that Minnesota?
That was Minnesota, yeah.
So, you know, the Metrodome is in Minnesota?
Well, that's the same thing. Hubert Humphrey Dome is Metrodome.
The Hubert Humphrey
it's the same
Metrodome,
thing,
yes.
They don't make them like Joe Louis Arena anymore.
Nope. Where was that? Where's Joe Louis Arena?
That was Detroit.
That's right.
Good job.
The Joe was a piece of crap. But man, was it nice.
As long as it was junk, but as long they forgot to put it in a press box. It's crazy. Mm. But as long as you didn't have to pee, everything was great. Because the sight lines in the old Joe were great.
What's wrong
and by
with
the
the
way, I
bathrooms?
will say, just they didn't build enough for all the people. You're waiting in line. I will say this though, the new arena in Detroit is Little Caesars.
Little Caesars, yeah.
Is awesome.
Moj, how about
They
this
did
one?
a great job, man.
How about this one?
Okay.
It was simply called County Stadium.
Milwaukee.
Yeah. No specific county, just County Stadium. That's it.
I got to be
You
honest.
pick your county.
I got a thought on counties for a second. This is going to sound really dumb. Okay? Why?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Why?
It's like provinces, and nobody really cares what county you live in.
Somebody asked me when I first moved, what county are you in? I'm like, bro, I no idea.
Even know the
I know
range.
now. I know now. But like for 6 months, it's just never something that even crossed my mind. What county do I live in? Like I'm not one of the Duke boys.
All right,
okay?
I'm going to test you. All right? I'm going to test your Colorado card.
What are we
Colorado.
doing? By the way, what are we doing here, man?
Moj, shut up. Don't answer any.
Oh, come on. Vic,
Moj,
I stand no
I
chance
want you
at
to
this.
name as many counties as you can here in the metro area.
Denver County.
All right, Denver, 1.
Arapahoe County.
Yay.
2.
That's all I got.
How about Douglas County?
Well, here's the other thing.
How about
stopped at
how about
2
Jefferson?
counties?
You know what's weird? Is that so many of the counties, like
Hazard County.
Arapahoe and Douglas County,
Yeah.
were Omaha counties. And I'm like, these are like the same thing.
Oh, my God, that's so funny. Jefferson County, Adams County,
Weld County.
Boulder County,
I mean, I could just start naming places that I know.
North Denver. It's his own county.
North Denver's its own county?
No, it's not.
Oh.
But I'm going to make it a county real soon. Someday
Vic,
soon.
the fact that you said that and I was like, yeah, sure,
Yeah.
probably is.
You like
I don't
Moser
know.
agreeing with all the dumb stuff we say. Do you notice every time we replay dumb stuff, always in the background of the dumb stuff is Moser going, yeah.
Just with a background affirmation? Oh, yeah, sure, yep.
Okay, I've got one for you. I got one more for you. That's
One
it.
more what?
One more stadium.
Okay.
What stadium was known as the Mistake by the Lake?
Oh, that's a great
Oh,
one.
that's just
That's a great
Chicago,
one.
right?
No. Think just when you think of football organizations that have always
Cleveland.
been,
Cleveland.
Yes.
There you go. Good job.
Yeah.
Three Rivers, though, man. Is there a better name for a stadium than Three Rivers Stadium?
Well,
live from Three Rivers Stadium.
It was awesome because all three
Mile
Rivers,
High's a cool name. I mean, that's a cool name.
It's always Mile High in my book.
Yeah.
It's a Mile High.
all three rivers converge right there. The Allegheny, the Monongahela, and the Ohio all converge in downtown Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty awesome, actually. Pittsburgh, I don't mind Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania whatsoever.
Why'd Sacramento call it Arco Arena? What was Arco?
Arco was an oil company,
Ah.
like Texaco or whatever. Arco.
I think I'm going to do a poll question.
What's that?
No more counties? Yes or no?
Just get rid of
I'm
counties?
the county
Okay, I got one for you.
comptroller.
Mose, I got one for you. Hemisphere Arena.
Oh, Hemisphere. Oh, my God.
Hemisphere Arena. What you got?
Oh, I don't know.
Was that not San Antonio?
Was it Hemisphere?
Was that Hemisphere Arena?
It might have been.
Double check my work, please.
You guys
It
think
was
you're
that
so
was.
good. If you think you're so good at this,
It was Hemisphere. It's San Antonio. Yeah.
then you guys tell me the name of the arena for the Guangdong Tigers. Tell me that.
I have no idea.
It's the Bank of Dongguan Basketball Center.
That's where all my money goes. Bank of Dongguan.
That's where all of it goes.
Yep, all of it.
I
Stetson.
can't get over the fact that
Every
Milwaukee
other year,
Stetson's in the damn tournament. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
There it is.
Stetson made their first appearance, by the way, this last or two.
Correct.
Was that 2 years ago?
I can't get over the fact that Milwaukee had a stadium that was simply named County Stadium. They didn't sell it. They didn't even give it to a county. They just said county.
It's just
like it would be
it's
called
a county.
City Stadium.
Well,
Yeah.
Coors Field has got to be. Coors has got to be feeling like, hey man, we got a hell of a deal,
Yes, they
baby.
did.
I mean, we got a hell of a deal.
Hey,
Could the Rockies use? Could they use like, an extra $14 million per? You think they could?
I think they could. Yeah.
I mean, that would be cool, right, for them?
Too late. Who you rooting for tonight?
The Florida Panthers.
Edmonton.
Yeah, I'm going. You know what? I wouldn't mind if Edmonton won, but I'm going Florida.
I like I said to you, I would not be offended at all if the Oilers won the Stanley Cup.
Yeah,
I'm still going for Florida.
I agree. Yep. It's just I don't know. And you know what? Toronto lighting up that tower in Edmonton colors actually makes me even more mad now that I think about it.
It's really it. I understand you want to be all for one and one for all. And
so they're playing the country game.
Part of the problem is this, and you have to understand modern politics to understand this too. Part of the problem is you got Leafs fans going, "Hey man, that ain't even our team. What are you doing?" Mm-hmm. Then you've got people who are like, "Well, Alberta wants out. Why would we support them?" And then you've got people. In Alberta,
that's true.
Then you've got people in Alberta saying, "We don't need your charity, Toronto. We don't need you to light up anything for us. Light this up." Is what they're saying.
If Raj thinks I can read that from here, he's
the
nuts.
Avs have just signed Brock Nelson.
Oh!
Hey!
Well, how about that?
Hey!
Breaking news. The Avs have just re-signed Brock Nelson to a 3-year deal. Okay. We only got a couple of minutes before we got to get to a break, but just quickly here, Moj.
Remember who said, well, Nelson doesn't necessarily want to, stay there. I get a sense that Nelson didn't, that kind of thing, right?
Yes. Here's the great news. Great news is this. Just to make, it just makes me feel better.
It just came out.
Yes.
It just came out literally 2 minutes ago.
First of all, it keeps you strong down the middle of your forward group.
Well, because you've got Charlie Coyle as a perfect 3.
Yes, and here's the other thing. This is what I really enjoy. That it just makes me feel better about it overall. You give up a lot for Brock. You gave up a lot. And for him to be like a 7-8 week rental to give up Cal Ritchie and a first and a third, and then to exit in the first round would just really be a tough pill to swallow. Getting him for years instead of weeks makes me feel at least a little bit better.
Do we have
about
terms?
No terms.
Not
No.
yet.
The
Three-year
Avs,
deal.
the Avs never release terms. You're going to have to find that someplace else. The terms,
find it.
The terms will be out there, but you'll have to find it someplace else.
So that extension goes through the 2027-28 season. So we'll get back to this.
Well, think about up the middle now. I mean, think about it.
Well, hold
it's
on to
exactly
it.
what you were.
Hold on to it.
Okay.
We'll get to kind of how this looks now. Thank you, KJ. Yeah. Here's the term is, according to Elliot Friedman, 7.5 per.
Really?
3 at 7.5.
You sound surprised.
Well, he was making. Yeah, that sounds
surprised like it's low or surprised like it's high.
He sounds surprised that it's high.
It feels a little. Yeah, it feels a little high.
Okay. Well, we'll get back to this in just a second. Stick around.
Okay.
I'm Vic Lombardi, and yes, I thought I had all the answers. At least I thought I did until I met the crew from AAA Services Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. For $49, all right, $49, they'll tune up your AC. For $79, they'll throw in a water heater flush. And if you're really feeling fancy, $99 gets you all three: the AC tune-up, the flush, and an electrical safety inspection. Pro-level stuff. Don't hesitate. Schedule an appointment today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com, or call them at 303-313-3333.
has a goal in this hockey game. Big Brock Nelson, left-handed shot, picks it up, swings wide left at the circle. Nelson moves to the slot. Nelson scores! It's Brock o'clock, and the Avalanche are able to get the extra point.
Well, and just like that, Brock Nelson is back with the Avs for 3 more years. The term, according to Elliot Friedman, is 3 at 7.5. So the Avs stay strong up the middle, which is what they were looking to do. And to be honest, I don't think we got to see the max extent of what Brock Nelson could bring to the table in a short amount of time.
I would agree with that. We were talking about Brock, what was it, last week?
Yeah.
The end of last week, and I said, look, for a team in the New York Islanders who did not do a whole lot of scoring, I mean, they were one of the lower scoring teams in the league for quite a while. Well, this is a guy who put up numbers when, again, there was not a whole lot of scoring overall with that team. And I gave you his playoff numbers. He's almost a point-a-game guy in the postseason in his career. So you look at it this year, and he, in 80 games, had a total of 56 points. So it's a down year for him overall. But he's had 75 in the past. He's had 69, that sort of thing. I think it's only going to get better as the Colorado Avalanche. Now, you asked me before the break, is it high? He was making 6 per.
Mm-hmm.
And now he gets a bump 1.5 per. Okay? I think with the cap going up, and part of the figure is that he's a UFA. He can go anywhere.
Right.
So he's going to get a little bit of, I mean, like I said, centers don't grow on, second-line centers don't grow on trees, man. So you're going to have to pay a little bit more for a guy like that. The best part I like about this, though, again, it's only a 3-year. He's 30.
Deal.
Yeah, it's a 3-year deal. It's not like a 7-year deal to take him till he's 39 years old. It's a 3-year contract. So you can absolutely handle that, and I think he's going to be primed for a terrific season next year.
So he had 13 points in 19 games the regular season with the Avs.
Correct.
When he got traded over here. 6 goals, 7 assists in those 19 games. If he was making 6 the last year, look, I don't know if it's like, are you thinking age maybe would have taken a little bit of a hit on the money, and that's why? Because the way I see it, with the cap going up, this is like you're paying him virtually the same thing.
Kinda, yeah. Kinda.
That's how it feels to me.
Kinda.
But I think more than that.
Or close to it, yes.
Well, they never let him hit the market.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Okay, so would you overpay, $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, something like that, just
to not let a guy hit the market?
To make sure that your center group, that down the middle, you're set, because that's been a problem repeatedly since Naz Kadri left. I think it's worth it.
I think the answer is yes, you would. Yes, you would. And by the way, so now he's going to be able to get the whole family out here.
Right.
He's got 4 children, wife and family. Everybody's going to be here. It's going to be a much more normal, comfortable, regular situation for him. I think it's great. I think it's really good. Really good.
This is true. If you go back and think, Texter says Nelson hit a bunch of posts too. Remember when he was ringing it off the iron like 2 or 3 times a game for a second there? No, I love it. I love it. I thought everybody was so convinced he was going to Minnesota. I kind of resigned myself to the fact that he was. And now he's back. So good.
It's great news. Great news. What's interesting about, if you look at Brock Nelson, Vic, do yourself a favor. Pull up a picture of Brock Nelson on your computer, please.
I have it right now, yeah.
Okay. If he had a bushier beard, would he not make an awesome Civil War general?
He would. You're right.
Yeah. Wouldn't he?
That Civil War look.
Doesn't he have that
face.
Civil War face look?
Like
yeah.
worn a little bit. It's a little worn. How old is he?
33.
Yeah, he looks.
Brett, don't look at those. Just Google like a regular picture of him.
We'll have Nelly do it and put it on the board.
Okay, Nelly, please.
He's got thick eyebrows.
Yeah, he would be an awesome. Well, that's for Team USA. Yeah, wouldn't that be an awesome Civil War general? He'd be great.
He looks older than 30.
Yeah, I could see him at Gettysburg easily. Manassas, Bull Run.
He looks like my great-great-great-great-great-grandpa Nelson. That's crazy.
You guys, I mean, listen, let's be honest. There aren't too many Nelsons in this world. Very few.
You're right,
Yeah,
yes.
not
very,
that many.
very rare name, yeah.
Yeah, he looks like a
He'd
he'd
sit
be
there and look at his face.
Photoshop
for the next 5 minutes.
If I want to.
All right.
What are you going to tell me I can't?
Let's go ahead and just look at
Free
his
country. It's a free country. If I don't look at a face for 5 minutes, I'll look at a face for 5 minutes. I'm just trying. I want Nelly to do like a Photoshop a beard on there. I want to see what that looks like. It's too much work. It's too much work, though.
Nelly, are you going to tell the people what I had to look at during the commercial timeout, which was
Oh, yeah. So
jarring?
Vic just gets in my ear during the commercial break, and he goes, wow, look how white Brett's leg is.
Oh, yeah.
And you just had your leg kicked up on the dashboard relaxing. And also, so not only did you have a pasty white loose leaf paper leg,
white.
You also had a good shiner on one of your knees, a good red patch.
I took a
You've been
spill.
on those knees, haven't you?
Took a spill. Here's what happened.
Oh, this is from his Sunday was Brett's worst day of the year by a mile.
Can I go?
You're gonna
see
lo-
it
you're
in
gonna
like
love
a
it.
Can
minute?
you show the good people what we're referring to?
In like a minute.
He's got a rash on his knee. Yeah.
In like a minute, I'll go through my
Oh,
Sunday
now
for
look
you
at that!
real quick.
Look,
Someone else already did that. I
Dude,
found that
Abe
on Reddit.
Lincoln. He looks like Abe Lincoln.
He does look like Abe.
Okay,
That is
so
awesome.
I because of baby Jamal Kale's birthday today. Happy 3rd birthday to my beautiful baby girl. I was building her this present, right? And it's like a little table thing, like a bench, a patio table. And so my wife goes, it's going to hail. They're out of town. She goes, move it to the garage so it doesn't get hailed on. I was like, all right, great. So this thing's like 60, 70 pounds. Not that heavy, but it's just awkward. I'm trying to carry it around my house to the garage. My foot steps off the pavement into the rocks. I spill, think I break the table, slam it down, fall, scrape my knee up, all this different stuff, right?
See, now, if you had any acumen and experience in the three-legged race from field day, that doesn't happen.
It
You have
doesn't
that
happen at
coordination.
all.
So I walk inside, and I'm like, well, this stinks. And then I have a streak on my carpet where one of my dogs decided they're just going to drag their butt when I was outside. It's just a streak. Yeah.
Oh, it gets better. Oh,
Yeah.
Hold on. So was the table the first thing of the day?
No.
What was the first thing of the day?
Oh, first thing of the day was I was trimming my tree and
Yeah.
cutting my lawn, and so I put them in the same bag, and I had a stick that ripped through the bag, and then the bag split in half, and I had to pick up all the stuff again. And then finally,
Well, it gets better.
Invigorating.
I cut my dog's nails. Other dog ran up when I was doing it. She yanked away, and then I had a bleeding nail. If you've ever trimmed a dog's nails too short, they bleed like a stuffed pig. They don't stop for like 40 minutes. So don't worry about that.
And then you hear one of these.
Exactly, yeah. And then your dog doesn't trust you ever again. Yeah, it was a bad deal. Bad deal. Long story short, got a pasty leg. There you go.
So Brock Nelson is the Colorado Avalanche, and again, you're talking.
Oh my! It's
that's the dog in the car.
So the dog that's like a ninja in the car of a grocery store parking lot.
The running thought before the postseason began is that the Avs are the strongest, or one of, if not the strongest team up the middle in the NHL.
Yeah.
So you look at McKinnon, Nelson, Coyle, right?
Yeah.
And then whoever will be your permanent fourth line center.
Right.
That's you're in pretty damn good shape.
By the way, the award for the Ted Lindsay Award, Moj.
Yeah,
the award that both McKinnon and Makar were up for was won by
Kucherov.
Nikita Kucherov.
And by the way, Jack Drury will probably keep manning that fourth line center spot. You're in pretty damn good shape.
Is he still under contract for another year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's about
He's an RFA, but he'll be back under contract.
That's about as good and as deep as you could hope for. Just down the middle.
Actually, he's got one more year left. Then he'll be an RFA. So you're in good shape. You got control there.
Gotcha.
I just can't get over the fact that if Abraham Lincoln played center for the U.S. hockey team, that's what he would look like.
It really is.
Mm-hmm.
He looks great.
4 scores in 7 games ago.
Get those 4 scores, though.
Yeah, 4 goals in 7 games ago.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
We need to go back to bringing scores into our everyday language, by the way.
What's a score again?
Isn't it 2 weeks? Or 2 months? It's 2 something.
A score is 20 years.
Yeah.
So
Wait, 20 years?
No.
So
no, it's not.
Yes, so 4 score and 7 years ago
so
is
that's
87 years.
That's correct.
You're thinking of a
Nellie's
fortnight is 2 weeks.
Fortnight is
That's
2
2
weeks. Yes, that's right. Fortnight is 2 weeks. A score is 20 years. I'm a score and some change.
Dude,
old.
let's 4 score and 15 years ago, your parents got it home.
Nope.
How old?
They were 95.
Oh, no.
They were
A score and 15 years ago.
Now, let's see how good you are. How old am I in scores and fortnights?
In fortnights?
I don't know down to the weeks, but
that's
you
too
are.
hard.
Add it all up. How old am I in all of that stuff?
You're at least 2.5 scores, because that would be 50, and then another quarter. So
you're 2 3/4 scores with a bunch of fortnights after that. Man, Vic, you're past the 2 score mark.
Damn.
Good God. You're
That
approaching
last score
3
was
scores.
fast.
Hey, one last
You're
thing.
approaching 3 scores, bro.
One last thing from Gio. Did you see Gabe Landeskog's commentary the other day?
Yeah.
About saying I'm glad to be back and all this kind of thing and, looking forward to the future here. What does that tell you?
He's happy. He's healthy.
Yeah, that's what it tells me, too.
I assume so.
But
Well,
you have
yeah.
any
Are you
doubt?
surprised?
The way he performed coming back,
Yeah.
that's an assumption at this point,
He
right?
said 1,032 days, taking some time to digest this. Hard to put into words what it felt like to be back on the ice.
It's almost a
with my
score.
teammates and in front of amazing fans. It's been a long journey. It's been worth it. Thank you for the incredible support, blah. Couldn't have done it without you. Excited for what's to come. How cool is that? So, dude, we're going to be okay, baby. We're going to be okay. Deep breaths. We're going to be okay.
Why is there deep breaths? I wasn't panicked about that at all.
Okay,
I mean, it was good to see, but I was like, I watched him play. I was like, that looks like a healthy player.
Looks like a normal dude.
How many scores since the Detroit Lions won a Super Bowl?
Oh, boy.
Won a Super Bowl.
Well, they've never won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, so all of the scores.
Championship. So it would be.
Now they were in the 50s. In the 50s, they won like 3 NFL championships.
Bobby Lane?
I think 57, 57 was their last one. So that's almost 70 years.
We're approaching 4 score.
So that's 3 score and 10. 3 score and 17 years. Damn it!
Shut up.
3 score and 19 years. Yeah, almost. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Is it scores or score?
Score.
Yeah, it's singular.
Score.
That's where you got it.
All right, Nelly, fact check.
Score.
Nelly monitors the mistakes.
That's the second time in 3 days.
Fact checker.
Today's fact checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Dude, off-season Moj is sharper
Killing
and
it.
quicker.
His brain's
In-season
not-
Moj is a waste. It's just baggage. But off-season Moj, you're all there.
You're firing on all cylinders, man. I got to agree. Someone who, Brett, we got to bring this up. We have gotten multiple texts about this, and I want to put this finally to an end once and for all. In your latest Zero Res commercial, spell it backwards and forwards, spells the same, you said this.
Clean air, it does so much for the comfortability of your home.
So we have had multiple texters ask,
I
is
think that's totally
comfortability a word?
It's you said comfortability.
Why don't you say
Comfortability.
Comfortability. So whether it's for the comfortability of your home.
Comfortability. What's comfortability?
Well, no. So comfortability is one of those words where it's not actually technically a word. Like you won't find it in any dictionary, but it's one of those slang terms that's generally accepted as an actual word. So comfortability is kind of asterisk a real word.
Never used it in my life.
Also, Vic, I'm working on
uncultured.
Vic, I'm working on Brock Nelson for tomorrow morning. Copy?
Why are you telling me?
Because I know you'd be on my butt and crying about it.
Do I have to tell you to do your job?
No, I'm doing it.
Well, I'll tell you what. He felt some form of comfortability in Colorado. That's why he returned.
Or comfortability. Don't even try it.
All right. Have a great day, everybody. We love you. Bye.
Center field and deep. Doyle looking up. It is caught.
He caught it.
Ball game over. The Gold Glover saves the night. And the Rockies, for just the second time this year, have won 2 in a row.
The Rockies have won their first series of the year. After 19 series losses, they've taken 2 here in Miami.
Hands are changing. High in the zone. McCarr holding, shooting, misses the net. Rebound, they score! American rock and roll. Brock Nelson gets his first goal in his last 5 games, and that's 299 for his career. Brock Nelson, private eye, gives the Avalanche the lead with a $1.55 to go in the first.
So much to get into today. Yeah, the Rockies won a series. They've won back-to-back games. They're about to try and sweep the god-awful Miami Marlins in just a couple of minutes, and we are going to start talking football, but 22 minutes ago, the Avalanche send out a press release. And after all of the rumors, the questions, whether or not Brock Nelson would have just been a 19-game trial period, 19 games of the regular season, in the 7-game series against the Dallas Stars, we find out 22 minutes ago that the Avs have signed their second-line center to a 3-year extension worth $7.5 million on an average annual basis. And for the first time, now we thought this with Casey Middlestad as well, but for the first time since Nazem Kadri was in the fold in 2022 and the Avs won a cup, second-line center is locked down.
I'm excited about this, Raj. I am. And I know that the playoffs weren't kind to Brock Nelson. Brock Nelson didn't look like a dude that had been in the postseason a whole lot in his career. And guess what? He hadn't. He'd been on the island. The New York Islanders, a franchise that just doesn't like to make the postseason. Brock Nelson's a physical force. He's different. He's exactly what I think this franchise needs going forward. Was he exactly what they needed to win a cup this past year? No. But there's a process of assimilation. And one thing that I know that Brock Nelson is going to give you, he's going to give you physicality. He's going to give you experience as the 2C. And I think this is the exact right move. And I love the fact that this move is south of $8 million annually.
I didn't think it was ever going to get to 8. So let's look into the numbers, and we're going to tell you how this impacts the Avalanche, how it impacts the actual roster right now, how it impacts players that are currently under term with the Avs. Also, Connor McGahee's going to join us in 15 minutes to talk about this signing, as well as preview what is the first game of the Stanley Cup Final tonight, 6 p.m. right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, thanks to Mountain Hyundai. The Oilers and the Panthers starting at 6 p.m. Again, you can listen to every single Stanley Cup Final game right here on 92.5 and worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. 3 years, $7.5 million. It's about a $500,000 average annual basis overpay. His agreed upon market value, if you look at all the nerds and the data analytics crunchers that try and project these types of deals, it was around 7.1 million. So that is the tax to make sure that he doesn't get to free agency, so that you don't allow teams like Minnesota to swoop in, or Chicago or Utah, Carolina, teams that have all of this cap space. That's the $500,000 tax that you just spent. So it is a little bit of an overpay. You can be upset about that because, well, the Avs they're in a cap crunch. We knew that going in. Gabe Landeskog coming back and making $7 million a year, that muddies the waters a little bit. 3-year term at a 33-year-old player is everything. I thought that it was going to be term that was going to get you Brock Nelson, not an overpay. I thought you were going to have to give him a 4th year, maybe even a 5th year, get him into that age 38 season when you go, I don't even know if this guy's going to be in the league at this point. 3 years is everything to me. I think you guarantee that you get the Brock Nelson that you saw during the regular season for 3 years. Now, the big question is going to be, well, we don't care about regular season. What are you going to do for us in the postseason? He didn't score. He had 4 assists in 7 games. He had 13 points in 19 regular season games. However, he was in the middle of Landeskog and Juking, which was statistically, in terms of your shot suppression and shot creation, at 5-on-5. where you dominated the series, right? Like the Avs dominated 5-on-5. They were just god-awful on special teams. That line was one of the main reasons why you dominated 5-on-5. They were far and away your best forward line at even strength, and he's in the middle of it. So while you don't get the goals, and the Avs are in this situation where it is, you win a championship or it feels like everything is a failure. That's totally understood. If you want to peel back the onion a little bit, Nelson and that line were better than what the results told you. I like the signing.
The only negative of the signing is what Brock Nelson's done in his career in the postseason. And when you look at the slash line from his career, which is a 9-year NHL career, 8 years with the Islanders, he ended up having 27 games that he played with on the island.
No, he played 78 playoff games with the Islanders.
Oh, that is
27
okay.
goals.
78. Yep, exactly. So he has been a 50-point postseason performer in 78 appearances. So he is south of 1 point per appearance. Not exactly what you want. But he's also a player that I think fits in well with exactly what the Avalanche need in their second line. Physicality. Established 2C. They're hard to find, Raj. They are hard to find.
I understand that everyone's like enamored with the point per game thing. We do realize that second line centers aren't point per game players,
correct,
right? We do understand that. His 52 points in 82 playoff games comes out to 0.634 points per game.
He's actually at 54, isn't he? So 50 with the Island and then 4 with Colorado is what I see.
Sure, 54. So that's even better. It's going to make my point even better. I appreciate that. 54 points. He is at 0.66 points per game when he's in the playoffs. You know what his regular season average is?
About the same.
0.64.
Yeah, less.
Brock Nelson in the playoffs is who you get as Brock Nelson in the regular season. It's not like he just vastly underperformed. He just didn't score. And if he scores a goal, maybe you win the series, right? So what this does is it ensures that giving up Callum Ritchie and a first-round draft pick, now the third round does not go over to the Island because the Avs didn't advance far enough in the postseason. I think that condition was the Avs had to win a Stanley Cup for the Islanders to get that pick. Now it's just a first in Callum Ritchie. It now ensures that you get something back for that. Will Callum be Brock Nelson? Who knows? I think the projection for Callum Ritchie was second-line center. And that's what you're paying for right now. Now you have to get 0.65 points per game out of him, both in the regular season and postseason, over the next 3 years to make this thing worth it.
Where was Callum Ritchie in his development? How far away was he?
He'll play next year.
Would he have been a 2C in the 25-26 season?
It would have been a stretch.
That you felt good enough about at that point in time?
I would not have felt awesome about it.
Not going in.
I would have felt really good about the future of Callum Ritchie, but dude, it's so hard to play center in this league, let alone top 6 center on a Stanley Cup aspirational team.
Yeah.
Like, I would have felt good about the future, but those things aren't guaranteed.
The Callum Ritchie,
I felt great about Tyson Jost too.
The Callum Ritchie experience was behind where, say, Christian Brown was with regards to him being thrust into a starting role.
Likely, yes. You never know, but likely, yes.
And I think the most Nuggets fans, most Nuggets observers would say that Christian Brown was trending towards being ready to be a starter. Callum Ritchie's still a young player. Brock Nelson is not a young player. Brock Nelson is an established player.
Yeah.
He's a physical player. You know what you're getting with Brock Nelson. And this is, tell me what you think about this, man, but the more and more I think about it, I think that you can really establish a certain level of identity with that second line. And I think it's not the Triple H line, which is WWE. It's not the Triple X line, which is adult film industry. The Triple N line. Why not go Nelson, Natchez, Nichushkin?
And you put Gabe up on the first line with McKinnon and Lehkonen?
Yes.
Well, Lehkonen, you'd have to play one of those guys on their offhand.
Okay. I like it.
I mean, I prefer to have guys on their strong hands. I always do.
Do you like the Triple N line, though? Everybody's pretty big. Pretty large, pretty big group of
yeah,
of dudes.
but only one of only one of those guys, Nelson, Nichushkin, Necas, really plays heavy. Like Nelson is physical. He's not heavy.
No, Val is.
Necas is large. He is not physical.
He's tall and he's fast.
Nichushkin's heavy. When he wants, it's like he's not going to be Tom Wilson out there, but he can play heavy and he can play big. I don't hate it. Nichushkin would then slot over to his strong side on the left side. Necas moves down to the right wing. I could see that. I'd be all right with that. This is what the roster looks at right now, and you have $1.2 million in cap space as it stands today. Your first line would be McKinnon, Necas, Lehkonen.
As it stands.
As it stands, right? Not changing things up. Second line, Nelson, Nichushkin, Landeskog. Third line, Coyle, O'Connor, Wood. Fourth line, Coyle, Colton, Wood. And your fourth line is O'Connor, Drury, Kelly, like it was in the postseason. Your defense is Taves and Makar, Girard and Manson, Middleton and Malinsky. So it falls off precipitously at your back pairing, and then your goaltenders.
That's assuming Lindgren's long gone.
Assuming Lindgren is gone. The way that I see this panning out for the Avs is you're going to see at least one player making $2.5 million or more traded away from this team. And that means it's either Ross Colton, Miles Wood, Charlie Coyle, Josh Manson, or Sam Girard. There are 5 players that I see at least one of them being traded.
Of those 5, rank those 5 for Alex Reinemi in terms of this team and what they could afford to part ways with in their build. Would you say Sammy G is Sammy G?
You can afford to part ways with Girard. $5 million. He still has 2 more years left on his deal. Rather, 3 more years left on his deal. He's still young. Teams like puck-moving defensemen.
Yeah,
I think
a skater.
You could find value in that. Like, just to open up cap space, you could find value in that. You could move on from him.
I do not want to lose Manson.
I wouldn't trade Manson. However, he is easy to move considering he is an expiring contract, right? $4.5 million at 33 years old. You can move that. However, Manson, right? He wasn't good in the regular season. He was quite bad.
Yeah.
In the postseason, he was awesome. I don't want to lose that player. I want him here. Miles Wood, I would move. Can you move him is the big question. The answer is probably no.
Has he done enough in moments? Like his highlight tape, his highlight reel is pretty good.
His highlight tape is skating fast, losing the puck, and running into the end boards. That's the highlight tape of Miles Wood. Let's be very honest about that. His highlight tape has done more to make him untradeable than he is tradable. I feel bad saying that, and he has scored a big-time playoff goal as a member of the Avs, but that's a tough go. Listen, we're going to put a pin in this. We're going to get back into it in a couple minutes. Connor McGahey, the voice of your Avs, will join us to talk about the 3-year extension for Brock Nelson, $7.5 million on average annual value. Connor McGahey joins us next to talk about that and the Stanley Cup Final, Game 1 tonight on Altitude 92.5. It's the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Alex Reinemi. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com. Can you name the musical group?
Can I name it? More importantly, why in the world was I at this concert at Red Rocks 3 weeks ago and I didn't see one Connor McGahee watching the Turnpike Troubadours play at Red Rock? Where were you, Connor?
I was there. I was there the first night. Where were you?
I was there second night.
I was there night one.
I was there night two. Night two is way better.
That is the voice of the Colorado Avalanche here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Connor McGahee on a day where the Avs re-signed Brock Nelson to a 3-year deal, $7.5 million on an average annual value for the 33-year-old center. We'll get into the Stanley Cup final in Game 1. How do you like the deal? How did this thing go down? And how does it impact the rest of this team?
First of all, Sanford just can't throw a drive-by and say that night two was better than night one because he wasn't at night one of the Turnpike Troubadours at Red Rocks. You have no idea. It was great.
I know people.
Okay. All right. Okay, great. I know people too. You know, I know you.
Yeah, I'm glad I know you, buddy.
Okay, what was the question? I'm just
you were so stuck on the Turnpike Troubadour. Squirrel! Squirrel!
Hey, we looked great.
Hey, let me ask you this. I'm going to rephrase the question here. Do you like the Brock Nelson 3-year, $7.5 million deal for the Avs?
I do. Yeah, because I just sent out McKinnon, Nelson, Coyle, Drury. We're more centered than Mr. Miyagi. That's what we are right now. And I just you needed that line. However brief they were together, Landeskog, Nelson, and Juking, was as dominating puck possession-wise, scoring chances defensively as you could get. Nelson, great at the dot. Look, if you can have 6 seasons of 50-plus points, 3 seasons of 30-plus goals, playing the style of hockey that the New York Islanders play, then what will a full season or two, even at 33 and 34, do for you playing the style that the Colorado Avalanche does with wingers like Landeskog and Nichushkin? I just think that this needed to happen for the Avs, and everyone obviously talking about the price tag, which I didn't think was that high. I actually didn't mind it, but the fact that you re-sign the player you traded for, and it's not just a rental, I think is great for the Avalanche. Obviously, some more movement might be necessary to accommodate $3.7.5 million AAV, but I really like this for the Avs.
That movement is likely going to come on the wings. I don't think they move on from a center. Yeah. I really don't think that Charlie Coyle is a movable contract, even though it's coming off the books at the end of next year. $5.25 for a third-line center is just going to be a lot to eat. So that means you're going to have to nip off the sides, and that's either Colton, or it's kind of guaranteeing that Jonathan Drouin isn't back in the fold, or Ryan Lindgren isn't back in the fold. Do you think there is a very good chance that a currently rostered player is traded by the time the draft shows up?
I mean, you never know. And what I've said this before, what I like about how the Avalanche do business now, and they've always done business, is that, they adhere to the World War II poster of loose lips sink ships. And nobody knew about this until the Avalanche posted it about an hour ago. And that'll always be the case. Now, you can do some basic math because I'm not good at that, and figure out that movement will be necessary. Now, Yoel Kiviranta may have played himself off the Colorado Avalanche with a career year, right? It might be hard to re-sign him at money that Camp thinks is possible. So look, you're just going to have to nip and tuck here and there. I mean, the good news is that the cap is going up this year and next, and so you're just going to have to find viable options, and they're out there. So I think that there will be movement, whether that's with current roster players or signing more bargain like UFAs on the wings or defense, and maybe it's a defenseman who's traded. Who knows? But I just know that there's cap specialists at work here that their sole job is to look at this not just for right now, but for years down the road, and then they make their moves accordingly. But the good news for Avalanche fans is they always spend to the cap, and I think they will. And if they're 1 cent underneath, then they're going to do it.
The morning sprint here, joined by the velvety yet vociferous vocal cords of the Colorado Avalanche.
Excellent word choice.
Not bad right there, is it?
I'm going to check your
Connor
history and see
McGahee.
if you have a thesaurus opened up right now.
Yeah, right.
Cool words that start with V.
Thesaurus.com. Yeah, coolwords.com. Is that on your computer screen right now?
C-Mac, you just mentioned nip and tuck. If you're talking about the current makeup of this roster now having a contract that's going into 3 years at $7.5 million, if it was your franchise, where would you go with regards to who doesn't end up on this roster going forward?
Boy, that's tough. I think that Raj is right. Drouin maybe tough to bring back now at anything more than he was getting last year. If he wants to stick around at that price, I think that is very doable for a top six forward. Again, you could let him go and start shopping come July 1st for that. The other place you might look is on the back end. I love how the Avalanche are constructed now. I think that Ryan Lindgren actually fits in very well here. I just said that like Ocean's 11. I think you dig Provo. I think you could do very well there. But so I think you'd make strides to try and sign Ryan Lindgren back. And does that mean you have to part with one of the other two of Gerard or Manson? Who knows? But I just think that the way that the Avs are constructed now, it's hard to par with a lot. So I don't know if I could make those tough decisions. So I know that you may have some natural space given with if Kiviranta leaves. Obviously, I would think Jimmy Vesey isn't coming back. Jonathan Drouin. So you start adding up those contracts there, and that gives you a little bit more space, and then see who's ready to come up as maybe a young winger or somebody else who is a young, just recently established UFA somewhere else in the league. But I think you're going to have to look for some bargains, and the Avalanche have definitely gotten better at that over the years.
The big news of the day here in Denver, the Avs re-signed second-line center Brock Nelson to a 3-year extension, $7.5 million per year. Let's transition to the hockey news around the world. We've got Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight, 6 p.m. right here on Altitude 92.5. I wish you were calling it because that means the Avs would be in the Cup Final, but we don't always get what we want, Connor. For those who haven't watched a lot of other teams outside the Avs this year, we're blessed because you see every team twice at least in a given season. For those who haven't watched the Florida Panthers, what do they need to know most?
Boy, they need to know that it is one of the one of the teams with the best chemistry, I would say, in the National Hockey League. They just play the right way all the time, and that's both personnel and behind the bench. And Paul Maurice, I don't remember who it was, but somebody had quote tweeted for when the Panthers didn't bring Andrew Burnett back, who I like a lot, by the way, and hired Paul Maurice. And it was the ultimate kept receipt with Maurice finally getting his first Stanley Cup after having the most losses for a head coach in NHL history last season. But he has the Panthers now in 3 straight Stanley Cup finals. They lose to Vegas in 23. They win last year. And now it's a rematch this year with the Edmonton Oilers. They won in 7 on home ice last year. The Panthers, Raj, and tell me if I'm wrong, they don't do anything bad, which is hard to say now in the National Hockey League. But everything, even with the extended seasons the last 2 years, some injuries in there, suspension to Aaron Ekblad even, they do everything well. And I think that's what would terrify Edmonton, even though, the Oilers are probably more prepared for a rematch this year than last year. But there's really no bad part of how the Florida Panthers play hockey, which makes it, I don't want to say likely, but I mean, I think that they're going to go back-to-back, the second Florida team to do that in the past 5 years.
In the event that the Edmonton Oilers do indeed win and break the Canadian streak of, feels like, 3 decades more than 3 decades?
32 years.
32 years.
1993.
Yep. And I guess more importantly for the legacy of one Connor McDavid, best player on planet Earth is something that we've used quite often in these parts, talking about Nathan MacKinnon. Do the tides turn at all if indeed you get a back-to-back Stanley Cup appearance final for Connor McDavid and a championship as it relates to the conversation of Nathan MacKinnon versus Connor McPickles?
Appearance, no. Winning it, maybe. I just think that they are both a 1 and 1A for different reasons. I mean, I don't want to say it's apples to oranges, but it is a little bit, and I just think that this is why I'm selfishly rooting against the Edmonton Oilers, because I like the fact that MacKinnon has something that McDavid doesn't, because McDavid gets all the accolades. Because I'm selfish like that, and I can because, I'm a homer. But I think that in the eyes of the neutral observer, the writers, if McDavid wins a Stanley Cup and has all the other trophies, many a Hart, many an Art Ross. Has he won a Rocket, Richard? Raj, do you know?
I don't think he's won a Rocket. Yet? I don't think he has a Rocket.
I don't think so either. Yeah, okay. But you have multiple Art Rosses, multiple Hart trophies.
Oh, no, he does. 2022-23, Rocket Richard.
Okay.
So he's won everything.
Okay, there you go. So he's
hit
won
the Grand
everything
Slam,
else.
except for the real one.
Yeah, exactly. Except for the big tuna. Large tuna. And so if he does that, then that'll put him as the best player in the world in a lot of people's minds, and maybe the best player of this generation. But the one kicker on that argument all the time is, has he won anything? And that was the famous line for Nathan MacKinnon in 2021, where I haven't won, S. And now he has. And so if McDavid wins a Stanley Cup this year, I think in the eyes of everybody else but me, that'll put him as the best player in the world, and probably the best player in the last 25 years.
Last one before you get you out of here, rather, Connor. Some turmoil happening in Dallas. Like Peter DeBoer reportedly was told by players in his exit interviews that they didn't like how he handled the Western Conference Final and pulling Jake Ottinger early on in a must-win game. Do they hold on to that guy? Because, we know he hasn't been able to win the big one, but he is, I think, without a doubt, a top 5 coach in the league right now. Do they move on from him? Rather, I'll phrase it this way. A greater chance that Dallas moves on from Jason Robertson or head coach Peter DeBoer?
Boy, what a question. Can you imagine asking that even a month ago?
A week ago.
Can you imagine it? A week ago even. With, Robertson obviously getting hurt in Game 82, missing the entire series with the Avalanche. He comes in and helps the Stars beat Winnipeg. Oh, boy. But they're, I don't want to say it's self-inflicted, but they're in cap struggles too. And I don't know if you trade one of your centerpieces, one of the guys that you've built your franchise around. You do have a ton of other UFAs, ones that you likely will not sign coming back. And I think you'd probably do whatever you could to solidify Jason Robertson as a pillar of your franchise. I saw something yesterday that said that somebody thought that Maverick Bork would get offer sheeted by somebody. Now that the offer sheet is a thing back in the National Hockey League in the past 5 or 6 years. Wouldn't that be something? But given the two options, I don't know who would be a better coach out there. And I always ask that, when you fire a coach, okay, when you're going to do that, well, who replaces him? Who's going to be better than his body of work? Who's going to be better for this group? Now, the one problem that Jim Nill has is that if the exit interviews actually went like that and the players are unhappy, it's the cliche that I don't like. I'm sure coaches also heard when the coach loses the room, then you don't have a choice but to move on because you need that congruency. It's the opposite of what's going on with the Florida Panthers. Everybody loves Paul Maurice, and they'd go through a wall for him. Would the Dallas Stars run through a wall for Pete DeBoer right now? I think the answer is no. So that's probably the more likely outcome. But I'd be fascinated to see. We've been surprised in the offseason a ton of times before. And, Raj, it's a distinct possibility that both of those things happen for the Dallas Stars. Wouldn't that be something?
Connor, going back to the Avs here, just after having a chance to decompress and think about how everything went down, this is a franchise that made the decision to run it back with Jared Bednar, make a decision to run it back with majority of the core, and clearly run it back with a player at a 19-game regular season audition in Brock Nelson, who was signed today. 3 years, $7.5 million. What is your confidence level that the decision to run it back can and will yield a Stanley Cup trophy being hoisted at the end of next season?
Very high. And I mentioned 21 before, 2021. In that second round series, the Avalanche were up 2-0 versus the Vegas Golden Knights. They lost 4 straight to lose the series in 6. And that led to that post-game interview with Nathan McKinnon saying he hasn't won anything. Now, I think that 21 fueled the Stanley Cup in 2022. You have a loss and you have a sequence that stings so bad that you never want to feel like that ever again. And I got the sense that that's how Game 7 in Dallas went. So for me, just like 21 fueled 22, I think that 2025 can fuel 2026 on the ice and behind the bench. So that's why I think that there are some motivating factors at work here for the Colorado Avalanche that will propel them through the regular season and over the hump in next year's Stanley Cup playoffs.
That is the voice of the Colorado Avalanche, Connor McGahey, as they sign Brock Nelson to a 3-year extension earlier this morning. Connor, we appreciate your time, brother. Talk to you soon.
You bet, boys. Love you.
Love you too, brother. As I told you guys earlier, 6 p.m. tonight, Mountain Time, Florida at Edmonton, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. You can listen to every single one of the Stanley Cup Final games right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. All of those games are powered by Mountain Hyundai. Again, powered by Mountain Hyundai. On the other side, we will be joined by head coach of the Colorado Rapids, Chris Armas. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Colorado, summer is knocking on the door, and as the weather continues to heat up, well, the sports action's heating up even more at Circa Sports Colorado. It's the app that you need to go to your app store on whatever device you have and download Circa Sports Colorado. Because we got baseball, basketball, and hockey finals. Circa Sports, it has got you all. It's got you covered. Sorry. Circa Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting. It's sports betting the way it should be. It's got high betting limits with tight money line splits and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. So whether you're looking for playoff futures, props on your favorite players, and more, Circa Sports has got you covered. So make sure you go out and download that Circa Sports Colorado app today or visit circasports.com. As a reminder, you must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We missed him on Monday, so here joining us, the head coach of your Colorado Rapids, as they get ready for 3 straight games out at Dick's Sporting Goods Park, the first of which coming up in just 3 days from right now against Austin. He is the head coach, Chris Armas. Coach, how are you this morning?
Great. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, guys.
Happy to get back home and see the home fans for 3 straight. It feels like you've kind of been like, you've been hamming and egging, home and away, home and away. You can't really get that type of feel, of consistency. Is that what your team really needs right now? Is that consistency of home field advantage to start climbing in the table?
I think it's going to help. It should help, right? Like just in front of our fans, home cooking, where we know we typically, what these games can look like here in Colorado at altitude in front of our fans again. So when you get 4 out of the next 5, I think 5 out of the next 7, that's a good stretch for us. A big opportunity to start putting together some points.
Coach, the big news that just came out from the U.S. men's national team is Zach Steffen, who was on assignment training and preparing to play in the Gold Cup potentially this summer for the U.S. men's national team, is sent home with an apparent knee injury, according to the Colorado Rapids Twitter account. Nico Hansen has filled in admirably. What can you say about Nico Hansen, and also any updates on Zach Steffen?
Yeah, Zach's returning to Colorado. I think he's stopping by the stadium today. I'll see him in a little while, but for further examination. Yeah, that he did. I don't think it's anything major. We got to see though. But our own doctors get a look at it. But he'll be back today. So with Nico, it's obviously a great story, guys. We're our whole goalkeeping core: Adam Beaudry, Nico Hansen, and Zach Campagnola, even a young one coming through. We have a tremendous. They call it the goalkeeper union. Chris Sharpie, our goalkeeper coach. So it's a tremendous group of hard workers, talented kids, and I think if anyone's a fan of sport and a mush the way I am for these little stories that emerge sometimes on paper, a third string having a dream run, it's not very common that you get to see it in football, but really great to see it. A young guy coming through, grab an opportunity, as we say. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. And he's a great example of that.
Just a 23-year-old Nico Hansen. Any other anecdotes about him just personally for us as fans to just get to know Nico Hansen, the player, because his story is fantastic. Anything else from his background, from his how he got to Colorado and the Rapids franchise and him performing this way that would make this thing even better for a fan that is rooting for the guy that maybe wasn't scheduled to be doing what he's doing right now?
Yeah, the Chris Sharpie identified Nico and has an extensive outreach to goalkeepers, and a lot of young goalkeepers try to get to be around Chris Sharpie and our goalkeeper crew. So it's very, I think a lot of people on the outside, they know what's going on the inside over here with the goalkeepers. And yeah, brought him in and listen, he's just a worker, another worker, humble guy, team first. Puts his head down, gives to the team every day. After one of the home games, he was in the weight room that very night. Imagine having a great game at home in the weight room, doing his repetition and his work. So the next day he could just get back on track. So he's a tremendous, talent. But I think the best thing is his attitude.
That almost sounds a little bit like Nikola Jokic's game. His plan, every single game goes in and just gets a big time lift afterwards. That's awesome.
The goalkeeper unions, you got to make shirts, something like that. I'm sure the Rapids faith.
They
already have it. Look at that. I'm
on
behind the times, Coach. From one injury to another, as we transition from Steffen over to a guy who came in a substitute role in the loss against Portland. That's Rafa Navarro. Do you expect him to be coming off the bench in 3 days, or is he back to a starter's role?
Likely a starter. It's always tricky, you got to see what the minutes he's got in him from the performance guys, what they think he's got in the tank. But we're likely to start Rafa and just get the most out of him that we can. But he's had a really good week of training, and looked like he hasn't missed a beat.
Coach, with the grind of the start of the season, a lot of Saturdays followed by Wednesdays, you finally got a 10-day stretch of rest and recovery. How good has that been for guys like Hoffa Navajo and other players to be able to get their legs back and get some little bumps and bruises healed up? How big has that 10-day stretch been for you guys as you get ready for a really important stretch of the season as you climb the table?
Well, the guys beat the you-know-what out of each other in training every day. So it's tricky. As you're trying to recover, they battle, and the internal competition right now on our team is very high. And the iron sharpens iron idea, that's what's going on in our team. So, yeah, but the 10 days without the game has given a chance for some guys to get that healthy. Cole Bassett's really close too. And just get guys a good rhythm. We love the training. They had a few days off. That's energizing in itself. But just being home and just training has been a good thing for the group.
Coming up in 3 days, you guys will see Austin. Again, you guys will have the opportunity to win a family 4-pack rather, of tickets to go see the Rapids at Dick's Sporting Goods Park in just a handful of days from right now. All you have to do is text the word goalie to 303-504-0925. That is goalie to 303-504-0925. And you can go see Coach Armas' squad take on Austin. You haven't seen him since a 1-0 win back in March. Tell me what I need to know about Austin in terms of what they were in March and what they are now.
Well, what they are right now is a team that's not winning a lot, nor they're losing a lot. So they're a team that's hard to beat. Finding it hard to score goals. They're going to come with big urgency to our building. If you're them, when you look at the conference, they probably think, oh, we have to go to Colorado and win. That's a game we should win. So we're going to get a big test against them. But they are organized, and they're pretty interesting team because they have weapons up the pitch. They're just trying to find their way as well. So in and around us in the standing, it's going to be a battle. But they're a team we'll have to really be on it because they're dangerous. At the very moment.
Rapids and Austin, just 3 days from right now. That is the head coach of your Colorado Rapids, Chris Armas, typically on Mondays at 10:45. We missed him on Monday, so you guys get him in the middle of the week. Coach, we hope to hear from you on Monday at 10:45 after a big win as you guys start to rattle, right? 3 games in a row at home, 5
9
out of
points.
6.
9 points are coming,
We
Coach.
need points, Coach. We want to hear about it on Monday.
I love 3 points. 3 times
Points
3.
are coming. Points are coming.
Let's go,
fans, please keep coming out, fans.
Oh, no
Makes
question.
a huge difference for us. Love it.
Coach Chris Armas, we appreciate you as always.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
3 days from right now, again, you can text the word goalie to 303-504-0925. That is goalie to 303-504-0925 for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to get on out there at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. We're going to be done with all the rain. It'll be gorgeous out there. Text it in again, one more time, goalie to 303-504-0925. We will give away our winner coming up in just an hour from right now. From a head coach to another head coach, the New York Knicks fire Thibs yesterday.
Is it Thibs or Thibs?
It's Thibs. Thibodeau.
I heard on a national.
Thibodeau, isn't it? That's what I've always heard. It's Thibodeau.
It's Tib. The H is supposed to be silent.
Thibodeau.
It's supposed to be Thibodeau.
All right.
Doug Dimmadome. Thibodeau.
All right. I heard national people this morning at 4 a.m. on my drive up for practice. I heard them saying Thibodeau.
Thibodeau.
I thought it was Thibs too.
It is Thibs.
I know.
So the Knicks
Either way, the hair is not great.
No, it's terrible. Just let it go. At that point, right? Like, I'm not follically challenged at this point in my life, but
I think we actually arguably have one of the better pairings of top cover of any of the shows.
See, the morning show gets a bad rap for hair coverage because Brett chooses to either shave or buzz his head.
He let it grow out one time, and I was like, you actually have hair.
He has hair.
Yeah.
He has legit hair. He just chooses not to do it. So I can't say that we have better hair than the morning show.
Vic is glorious.
Vic's got amazing hair.
Moser's
Moj has
solid.
great hair.
Solid, just good lettuce.
And Brett has the ability to grow hair.
Nelly's got great thick lettuce.
Nelly's got wild
He's got
locks.
salad. He's got, he even throws some product in there like dressing, and it just looks beautiful.
So, like, I can't say that we have the best hair on the station. Do we have better hair than the midday show? Yes.
Yeah, DMac's not great.
Do we have better show or better hair than the afternoon show?
They're not bad.
They're not bad.
They
but I
actually
think
have
we're
pretty
better.
good coverage. I don't have a lot of bad
Springs got hair.
Yeah, all the producers are pretty solid.
All the producers have hair.
That's KJ's.
KJ's got a tight
check
cut.
my man's KJ's line right now.
What are you? Are you doing
lined
about
up?
a week for a new cut?
Yeah, I'm due for one.
I can see it on the sides. I can see it. He's getting cleaned up a little bit.
I haven't got a cut for a long time. This beard is getting nasty. You know what though? It's getting cleaned up today.
All right, so the Knicks fire Thibs after their best season in a quarter century. They get to the Eastern Conference Final. Yes, they're aided by some injuries in the East, but they find a way to get there. And unfortunately, they fall to a deeper Pacers team. Does this mean that Michael Malone is on the inside track to get that job? A man from Queens? I
was listening to, like I said this morning, I was listening to some of the national broadcasters, some of which both on ESPN and Fox Sports. You got to tune in on Fox Sports on the other altitude, AM 950, I believe. We get Fox Sports on that side a lot, but I was listening to it, and there's a lot of talk, and I'd say in New York, the power rankings of head coaches that they desire currently would be two guys with serious chops on the East Coast in college basketball. Number one would be Jay Wright.
And the Knicks are Villanova.
I mean,
pro version of Villanova.
Correct. DiVincenzo, when he was there, it was even more ridiculous. But certainly the familiarity that Jay Wright would have with these players is significant. I think he might be the anti-bristly personality that Thibs is, or Thibs.
There's another bristly personality that I'm sure they'd like to have out of Storrs, Connecticut.
That's the other name that keeps getting floated around. That's our guy Dan Hurley. I do kind of wish that on New York because it'll go bad. It'll go badly. Dan Hurley's. If you move on from a head coach because he was bristly and just didn't have that, didn't have the ability.
Bristly can come in way different forms. And actually, let's put a pin in that. Who the best fit is moving forward, and is it Michael Malone? Are you going to see a Denver Nugget championship head coach get fired in the middle of the season and then immediately get hired by a team with championship aspiration? We'll talk about that, get back into the Broncos, NFL notes at 11:15, and we will give away a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Rapids take on Austin on Friday evening. You can only get it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, the big news of the day, the Avalanche re-signed Brock Nelson to a 3-year deal worth $7.5 million on an average annual basis. The morning sprint. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Through 3 innings, the Rockies hold a 1-0 lead in Florida against the Miami Marlins, looking to sweep a series. Not only did they get their 10th win on the season, but they have now guaranteed with a win last night and a pretty solid outing from Chase Dollander, although he gets yanked early after getting touched up in his second way through the lineup. It was fine seeing him come back after those injuries. The Rockies not only get a win, they get a series win, and they could get a sweep all within the span of 3 days.
You know what they remind me of? They remind me of all of you, and I know who you are, you sandbaggers that hang out at billiards halls, just hanging out at pool. And you know what? You play against 3 or 4.
Did you get your tuchus handed to you once upon a time?
You play against 3 or 4 of the best that are out there, and you just look terrible. The 3 or 4 best players. And you know what? Maybe it's intentional. So that you get somebody walking in, I want to make some money, big money off that guy. And then you go out and you just destroy the competition en route to making more money than you lost that night. The Rockies.
So are the Rockies about to make more money than they have lost thus far this season? What's the point?
They are some sandbagging sons of guns. If they sweep the Marlins, mind you,
the Marlins suck.
I know we've said that they suck. They're not Rockies bad.
No, but they are bad.
They had before the series started, they had 14 more wins.
If the Rockies are the silt on the bottom of the lake, the Marlins are like the moss-encrusted stick that sits on top of the silt.
Yeah, they're not good. Have you seen how bad the attendance has been?
142 people in the lower bowl. Yeah,
I started going through and counting people on the pictures that are available on social media at opening at the first pitch. I can't imagine what right now looks like on a day game in Miami. What is it about the city of Miami that just can't support any sport, period?
I mean, people were leaving NBA Finals games when LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade were there. They were leaving finals games when they went down. It's what the city is. That's certain cities don't gravitate towards their teams. Miami's one of them. You will never get a legit fervid fan base.
If the Rockies sweep the Marlins, do they gain confidence and this carries out in the form of, I wouldn't getting hot, shall I say? Is that legal to say with these Colorado Rockies?
I mean, the next awful team that you see is a 4-game set on the road at Washington in the middle of July. Because you come home from maybe sweeping Miami to see one of the best teams in the NL in the Mets at home. And then San Francisco, who is a force to be reckoned with in the NL West. Are they going to make the playoffs? I don't know. It's just because the NL West is so deep until you get to the Rockies. So I don't know. I think they probably lose 5 of their next 6 to New York and San Francisco. Atlanta is underperforming this year, but you're going to tell me that the Rockies are going to take 2 out of 3 against the Braves? I'd say probably not. Eventually, Spencer Strider is going to find his stride. Acuna is eventually going to start hitting bombs again after coming back from the ACL injury. Now, does it give the young players some confidence? Sure. Hunter Goodman has been awesome.
He's been fantastic.
He's got 3 homers in his last 3 games. He's the reason why you've won the first 2, and he's also the reason why you're up 1-0 right now.
Double-digit home run guy for you.
Probably. Yeah, the first inning triple.
Already is, right? 10 home runs.
Oh, is he at 10?
Yep.
Yeah, top 40 in the league.
Yep.
Solid. You asked me yesterday, do you trade a 25-year-old that's showing some promise? Probably not. If he was 28 or 29,
contracts.
Yeah.
Cost-controlled contracts.
It's good to see him win a few games, don't get me wrong.
How weird is it to think that you started out this series 9-50? If you do indeed sweep the Marlins, 12-50 is terrible, but that looks way better than what 9-50 looked like. 9-50 was, not only statistically is it historically bad, it felt and looked as bad as it gets. I almost think this might be the worst case scenario for the Rockies. Is if they were able to have a semblance of restoring this season.
If you win 40 games.
You get to a point where you're just another run-of-the-mill bad club. as opposed to the laughing stock of Major League Baseball.
No, you probably
the laughing stock of sport.
Because the Rockies have never made those massive organizational changes. They never have. They just haven't. They simply haven't done it. Maybe the only thing that's because they've lost big a lot, right? Over the last 30 years, they have lost big a lot. What they haven't done is lose historically, like in a way that we've never seen before. And that's the pace that you're on right now. So maybe if you're looking for the one thing that you can get this year is you almost want them to lose at a historic pace because it might force change.
You just mentioned that the Rockies have never lost at that level. Who are those franchises that over the last 50 years are synonymous with historically bad baseball seasons?
White Sox, Tigers, Astros. The Astros are the team to look at. When they were real bad, right before you got Correa and Altuve and Bregman, they were losing 100-plus games 4 straight years. 4 out of 5 years. Now, Houston was always known for having analytics nerds and kind of building their team the right way. Now they went through back channels and tried to steal some scouts, and obviously the sign stealing and cheating scandal that went on with the Astros. But from an organizational standpoint, in terms of running baseball by the numbers, Houston always did it right. They were kind of the Sam Presti model.
Miami's
always been bad, but then you have these weird spurts where you win a World Series.
They have 2. Do they not?
Yeah, they have 2. They have 97. And when did they win their... Did they have Josh Beckett in the early 2000s? Is that when they did it? Dontrelle Willis? I don't know if he won a World Series. But early Miguel Cabrera, 2003 rings a bell.
97 to 2003.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go.
Very
when they
well
were
done.
the Florida Marlins, not the Miami Marlins.
They beat the Cleveland artist formerly known as...
In 97?
97.
Who'd they beat in 2003? The Yankees?
Yanks. 4-2.
Josh Beckett was on that team. That was a good Florida Marlins team. That was early, young Miggy Cabrera.
So I tell you that...
Who else was on that team? Juan Pierre, I think, was probably their center fielder.
Do you find it strange, Raj, and talking about historically bad seasons, that if you almost care about the quality of baseball in the state of Colorado in this Rocky Mountain region, of which the Rockies are truly the only team? Closest team, obviously, is the Arizona Diamondbacks, and it's a pretty good trip away. Do you find it strange that maybe the best thing for this franchise is to really lose? Lose in order to force the hand of the changes.
Well, eventually, right, it forces you to look in the mirror.
And so how does that make you feel almost as a fan? If you're a fan and you're watching these Rockies, and the best thing for them is to be historically bad, potentially. I'm not saying without question, but potentially to make the decisions as a franchise that you have to make. Does it make you a bad fan to root for them to lose?
No, if your mind is in the right place, if you truly believe that losing at a historic pace will make them better in the long term, then no, I don't think it's bad because you're looking at the overall health and the future of the club. I don't think it does.
Is it also sick?
Because you've been there and done that before when you've been bad, but not this bad. You've been there and it just hasn't changed anything. Dude, that Florida Marlins team in 2003. Holy crap. Pudge Rodriguez.
In his prime.
Derek Lee, first base. Luis Castillo, second base. Alex Gonzalez, solid shortstop. Mike Lowell, before he went to the Red Sox, third base, perennial all-star. They had Todd Hollinsworth in left field. That's a great, name a baseball player name. Todd Hollinsworth. Juan Pierre in center. Juan Encarnacion in right field. Miguel Cabrera, at 20 years old, was a utility player for that team. They had Mike Redmond as their backup catcher. And their pitching staff that year was nuts. Carl Pavano, Mark Redmond, Dontrelle Willis, Josh Beckett.
Jeez.
That team was nuts. The Marlins had that team? You're telling me the Marlins can do that once every 15 years on average and the Rockies can't? Come on.
Get it done.
All we have is 2007 to look back for. The 2017 was awesome. Don't get me wrong. That was some of the most fun that we've ever had in this state. Rocktober, the back-to-back Super Bowl years. What you got, KJ?
No, I was going to ask another question. Is this season as captivating as the 07
No,
run on
it's
the
nowhere
flip side?
near it.
On the flip side.
Nowhere near it, man. It's captivating. Like I've told you, I can't stop watching Rockies games because they are like it's looking at a bad car wreck.
But what do you feel like emotionally when last night happens? When you hear
almost let down?
Yeah, when you hear the crack of the bat in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Oh, I laughed because I thought it was gone.
It looked like it was a monster.
I thought it was
dunk.
a 435-foot home run.
And he's back, and Brent Doyle goes back. He's back, and it is. And I think the call was on the TV call. It was said it was gone.
Were you watching the Marlins broadcast then?
No, I was. You
were watching Goodman?
I was watching I was listening to the Rockies broadcast on TV, and that's how bad things are. Is that your local broadcast is calling it
You're
gone
expecting it to
in the
go.
bottom of the 9th inning, and it's in Brenton Doyle's
That
glove.
was legit Brenton Doyle though. Like that's a tough ball to track
But
down.
is that a weird feeling as a fan, as somebody like genuinely wants this franchise to be good and win, yet in that moment you're genuinely kind of rooting that ball goes over the fence?
I mean, it does. It makes me warm and fuzzy on the inside that there's a chance that they could sweep a team. It makes me happy. But I do know that they will challenge very seriously that White Sox record that was set last year. Very seriously. Now, the silver lining that you normally get.
Win?
Now, the silver lining that you typically get at the end of this bad of a season is you're like guaranteed the number 1 overall pick. And unfortunately, because they've been so bad, they can only pick 10th this year. But maybe that's not the worst thing in the world. Like, we liked the Charlie Condon pick, but you know who Charlie Condon isn't right now? He's not Jack Caglione.
No, he's not.
And Caglione was selected like 4 picks after Condon last year. So maybe you're picking 7th or 10th this year, and something falls down to you that ends up, I wouldn't call it a diamond in the rough in the first 10 picks of the draft, but maybe you get something like that. No, it's better for them to be very, very bad this year, and maybe then something changes. But KJ, to answer your question, no. 2007 was so much fun. That type, I haven't felt that type of shocked postseason feeling through any of these other teams. Yeah, it was awesome because there were so many years with the Nuggets that you didn't quite get there, that when they won, it felt cathartic. But how many years were we building on top of these Nikola Jokic seasons where it felt like we're right there. We're going to get this thing done. You never had to feel that way for the Avs because they won their first cup in their first year here in 96. So every subsequent season in the postseason, it was, we expect to be here, we expect to win. The same thing with the Broncos. You didn't win Super Bowls. You got killed in Super Bowls in the early Elway years, but every season from then on out was, we expect to be here, we expect to win. The Rockies were so drastically different because you never expected to be there and you never expected to win, and they just kept winning.
The 2024 Chicago White Sox.
It was so unique.
In their historically bad season. On this date, June 4th, 2024, how many wins do you think the Chicago White Sox had?
At this point?
At this point, this date.
The Rockies have 11.
They have,
they have 11. They might get 12.
Yeah. Currently, if we did live standings,
they have 11.3 right now because they're up 1-0 in the top of the 5th. Freeland's dealing. Good for him.
Who?
I'm going to Kyle Freeland.
Kevin
Freeland. I'm going to say the White Sox had 15 wins at this point last year.
You're good today, man. You are on.
Am I on it? Let's
15
go.
and 46. The Chicago White Sox were 15 and 46 on June 4th of 2024.
There's certain days where my brain is fired.
I'll tell you what. This is gonna be a white knuckler. This thing's gonna go down the stretch. It's gonna be tight, man.
You can't miss it.
It's gonna be really tight.
NFL Notes is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Kevin Freeland
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. We will get back into the biggest story of the day here in Denver. The Avalanche signed Brock Nelson to a 3-year deal worth $7.5 million on average. We'll get into that before we get out of here and hand things over to PhD. Special thanks to Chris Armas, who joined us at 10:45 today. If you guys want to win a family 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rapids take on Austin this weekend, just text the word goalie to 303-504-0925. That's goalie to 303-504-0925. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Just last season, Pro Football Focus had the Broncos ranked as the 32nd overall roster coming into the 2024 season. Now they have the Broncos ranked as the 9th overall roster heading into the 2025 season. A few teams that are ranked ahead of them: number 1, Philly, Baltimore, Detroit, Kansas City, Buffalo, the Rams, the Texans, the Vikings, and then you have the Broncos. And then right below them at number 10 is the Buccaneers, number 11, the Commanders, number 12, the Chargers. And then just to stay in the AFC West, number 23, the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's do a benchmark exercise.
I like benchmark exercises. Sounds good. Hey, will you spot me, KJ?
I got you.
Thanks, buddy.
Got you. And just let
just
me
make
know.
sure you straddle his head, get nice down low there.
You got to. You got to wear the loose shorts, you know.
Oh, boy. Oh, no. You got something peeking out the side of
I see you, KJ. I see what you're working with.
Look,
I literally see what you're working with when you have your loose shorts on.
Well, look, in the words of Sean Payton, listen. There are 8 teams ranked ahead of the Broncos, and there's a chance that the Broncos could see all of these teams between the NFC and AFC, depending on how far they go. I want you guys to tell us right here, right now, if all of these teams are healthy and they had to play just one game, do the Broncos win or lose against them? And then that will tell us basically how close are the Broncos to being where we think they will be.
Neutral site game, home, away. How do you want to play this?
Let's go neutral site.
Dome or outside?
Outside.
Okay. I know this
decent
is asinine,
average.
but
Is it average weather? It's not like New York Jets game weather. It's 65, partly cloudy, and 10 miles an hour wind.
Sure.
All right, there we go. All right, so number 1, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Loss.
I agree, loss. Number 2, the Baltimore Ravens.
Big loss.
They don't match up well against Baltimore, man.
The Baltimore Ravens are strangely the Minnesota Timberwolves or Dallas Stars for the Nuggets and the Avs as it relates to the Broncos.
Flax goes, are we playing in rain or rain? It's so good.
Yeah, with rain.
Do Hufanga and Greenlaw change your perception
A little
on
bit.
who the Broncos are against Baltimore?
Yep, because you have 2 heat-sinking missiles down the middle of the field.
All right.
You have a healthy Greenlaw. You have a healthy Hufanga. Those guys are neutralizers.
You have Jade. You have a true nickel
You
back.
do. Yep. Yeah.
You have a true nickel
those guys are neutralizers. And you know what you don't have to do, which I hated last year with Vance Joseph's plan against Baltimore, is you don't have to play a ton of zone coverage. Because remember Lamar Jackson, you were scared to death of him running.
And he just
ate you alive through the air.
It was like, you know what he looked like?
And the Broncos zone coverage was gross.
Because it wasn't those games where you see those games where Lamar just launches it over everyone's head. And he ends up with 414
this
yards
was surgical.
and 4 touchdowns. You know what he felt like? You ever watch darts?
Yeah.
Those English and Dutch freaks.
They just don't miss.
They need
I didn't even know how it's a sport because when I watch it, nobody misses.
They need 3 818s and it's just ding, ding, ding. And then they walk off and a bunch of hammered Englishmen just lose their minds. Electric sport, by the way, darts. Like, we think we're crazy sports fans, darts fans, man.
They're really good.
You give me 100,000 darts fans?
You know what?
I think that's louder than any football stadium
You know
I've
what that
ever
is right there?
What?
It's Manchester United. 100,000 dart fans. The hooligans.
Okay. Loss against Baltimore. I don't agree with big loss because of the changes that they've made on defense. They've upgraded.
Yeah. It's been a bad matchup for the Broncos.
No, it's not a sport. It's a
Lions. Detroit Lions, third best roster. Healthy Detroit Lions.
Loss. They're good. They've been knocking on a Super Bowl for 3 years.
I think that game, like the line is, I think that game ends up within 10 points.
Kansas City.
I like that. I like the Broncos.
I like them against Kansas City.
I think the Broncos are turning into a matchup disaster for the Chiefs. And I know it hasn't completely materialized yet.
Eventually, it's going to happen.
It just feels like it's been trending that way for a while.
All right, so 3 losses in a row, Philly, Baltimore, Detroit. We've got a win against Kansas City.
Which is crazy, but yes.
Buffalo.
I like the Broncos against the Bills.
Ugly last year.
It was, but man, that was with a limping Riley Moss, not a full Zach Allen in terms of health, and certainly no Hufanga, no Dre Greenlaw.
And no running game.
Yeah, no commitment to the run game. Zero commitment to the run game.
Do you give them a win?
I'm going to give the Broncos a win over the Bills.
I'm undecided right now, but I'm leaning win. I'm going to go loss against the Bills because I think the Bills are just like Detroit.
I am 2-3. The Broncos are 2-3 right now.
I am 1-4? Oh, I feel bad now. 1-4. LA, the Rams.
I still like the Broncos in that matchup.
So do I. Win. Deeper team. Better defense. Houston.
Win.
I think Houston's fake. I think they're a 10-win team every year because their division is crap.
Win.
There we go. Minnesota.
They scare the heck out of me.
Even with the question mark at quarterback.
I don't think it's a question mark.
You don't know who he is.
I do. I know who J.J. McCarthy is.
You've seen like 2.5 preseason games.
You know what I know about J.J. McCarthy? Is that I've seen him, coached against him, and evaluated him in high school. You know what that guy's done every time he's started for a team? He's won a championship. He is a champion.
So is that a loss against Minnie?
Yes.
I got him beating Minnesota.
I'm 4-4.
I think I'm back to 4-4 now at this win. All right.
You guys are both 4-4.
4-4.
So what does that say about the Broncos
They're pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good. I like that. 4-4 against the 8 rosters, according to Pro Football Focus, that are better than you.
And that's the good news. You want to know the bad news?
What's the bad news?
Your division, according to PFF, has the 4th best roster. The Broncos have the 9th best roster. The Chargers have the 12th best roster. And the worst team in your division, who you used to chalk up as double wins, is now the 23rd best roster.
You would chalk it up, and Denver hasn't had double wins against
I'd say
Las Vegas
last year.
So many.
Well, they hadn't beat them. They hadn't beaten them there.
They haven't done it in so many years.
They're the 23rd best roster. Whereas last year, I would say end of season power ranking on where the Raiders were as a franchise, I'd say they were a bottom 2 roster, were they not?
Yeah.
They were bad.
I still think they're going to be bad this year.
I think they're going to be a lot more competitive. And I think that the addition of Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers, Geno Smith's a major improvement over the shenanigans they were playing with last year at quarterback.
The 3 teams behind Denver in this exercise are Tampa Bay, Washington, and LA. Wins, losses on those 3 teams.
Dude,
Same scenario, neutral site.
You beat the Bucs. I think the Bucs they would have a Broncos problem.
You already did it last year.
Yeah, you pretty much dominated the game.
Handled them. And they were hot at that time.
I think the Commanders are potentially a problem for the Broncos.
So they feel Baltimore-y?
Maybe not as wagony as Baltimore to me. But yes,
Chargers.
That's a loss.
I have the Broncos splitting against the Chargers this year, so you know what?
Until the Broncos can beat the Jim Harbaugh-led Chargers and the Sean Payton-led Broncos, I'm going to say it's a double loss. I don't like the matchup. Why don't I like the matchup? What do the Chargers do, Raj? They commit to running the football. Hell or high water. They get stubborn.
Until Justin Herbert throws 4 picks in a playoff game. We say that, and then Justin Herbert threw 4 picks in a playoff game.
I would feel better about the Broncos facing off against the Chargers
if it were a playoff game.
If it was a playoff game. I would love that.
If it's a regular season neutral site game, no way. KJ, what's next?
No, I don't need an opportunity at my press conference.
Patrick Surtain has spoken highly here in the last season or 2 about wanting to showcase his versatility. And, he also has fun making quarterbacks' lives miserable on Sundays. And now he talks about taking his talents to LA in 2028 to help Team USA in flag football. But it comes under one condition.
It's definitely high interest. because Olympics is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, I don't know. We'll see how my body feels at 28. So,
just kind of judging off of what I've seen for Pat Surtain II, I think his body's going to be feeling pretty good at age 28.
Well, is he 28 in 28? Is that how old he's going to be?
He's 24. Is that right?
Is he 24? So he's a
sorry,
2000 birthday?
25.
All right, there you go. Yep. Okay. Defensive backs don't age gracefully, right? We've been talking about how Jalen Ramsey is, again, still very good DB, but he's on the trade block right now, and I've seen some mocks that are like a couple of 6th-round draft picks for that guy, who was once the best corner in the game. Typically, you get 4 elite years out of a cornerback, and then it starts to fall off of a cliff. Is Pat Surtain the one guy who is immune to that cliff?
I feel so, and I don't know all the details of every corner that's ever played the game, but let's just say the number one corner in the league usually has a pretty big persona. Sometimes has that lifestyle.
Ramsey, Sherman.
I'd say
Sauce. The only other guy that didn't really feel like he had that lifestyle, you know who it was?
He's right here.
It was Champ Bailey.
Right.
And Champ played until he was 35, and he was elite.
He played the long game.
That dude was elite into his early 30s.
His
final year, the final year in 2013, the wheels fell off.
The guy played the long game.
But he was unbelievable the year before. He was a second-team All-Pro as a 34-year-old. He could be Champ.
I'll tell you what was so impressive to me. About 2 months ago, I was invited to go to the Colorado it was the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame. So Hall of Famers in Colorado at every level. Pat Surtain II was named Athlete of the Year for what he did in this last calendar year. None of the superstars were at that event that were given awards except for Pat Surtain. You know what he was doing? He's just hanging out in the offseason in the state of Colorado training. And
pumping his foundation.
Yes. And it's like, and I just listened to him talk. I'm like, that is a pro's pro right there. That is a guy that is committed to his craft. And you know what, man? Sean Payton and George Payton and the Penner family, they've built this franchise. The new edition of the Broncos is built around these types of guys that are all about ball, all about getting better, that are professionals, that aren't doing what Stephon Diggs was doing on a yacht this last weekend.
Does Stephon Diggs stay in New England week 1? Is he a Patriot?
I'll tell you what, man. Vrabel wants to come in and change the culture, and that's one of the first people you bring in.
Vrabel wants to change the culture back to the Belichick culture, and if Belichick was in New England right now, Stephon Diggs would not be a Patriot.
Well, what would happen with Belichick?
The old version of
Belichick. Belichick would sign all the headaches. But when they were under his tutelage, they acted a certain type of way, the Patriot way, or they were shipped out.
The new version of Bill would like to be on the boat with Stephon Diggs. Am I wrong?
I think I don't know, based off of some of the stuff that I've seen floating around the social media space, I think that might be a little much for, I don't know if Bill can handle all that.
Like I said, football's my thing.
Hey, KJ, you think Bill can handle all that?
No, he couldn't handle all that,
man. You think Bill is ready for Cardi B?
No, man. They start putting that thing on him, man. He gonna mess around and fall over, man.
He's not okay with the Ziploc bag of pink crush stuff.
He'd end up in the water.
Oh, KJ, keep it going. What's next if you can get your breath?
He said you put that thing all up on him.
Coach Sanford came in today straight from practice at the local high school known as Valor. And one thing that there you go, he made sure he established that body language is important because it translates at every level in the NFL. Make sure that mantra remained true. Star wide receiver DJ Moore out of Chicago talked about getting that understanding. And he got it from his head coach, Ben Johnson, who talked about body language on and off the field.
Just don't do it. Just keep it inside. We'll talk about it later. And just don't put it on film. Don't put it on TV so you guys can't run with it. So that's how it is. Be honest right now. And then we ain't gonna talk about it. I did it once, and then we nipped it in the butt, and it's never happened again.
You guys watched any of the Chicago Bears last season?
I didn't watch much Bears football. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You watched a little bit of Caleb Williams, a little bit. I mean, they were the bad body language Bears. They were the BBBs. Bad body. BBLBs. That's what they were, man. They had bad Caleb Williams. Easy. Caleb Williams.
Oh yeah.
It's a Stephon Diggs thing.
Hey man, we're definitely, this is a theme of the KJ's NFL notes. Let you know where KJ's head is, but I love that Ben Johnson is bringing in some of the cultural pieces that were in place for the Detroit Lions. Call it cheesy, call it collegey, call it high schooly if you want, out of what Dan Campbell did with the Lions organization. Ben Johnson's bringing that in. And it matters. It matters. When guys wear their frustrations on their heartstrings and they are leaders or at least people that have major organizational pull, man, it can bring you into a really bad spot. Think about the body language change that happened between the Bo Nix led Denver Broncos compared to the year before with the Russell Wilson led Denver Broncos. And I'm going to make it clear. Russell Wilson isn't a bad body language guy, but a lot of the people around Russell Wilson had bad body language. A lot of palms up.
No, Russ knows the importance of perception and how you present yourself. But I do agree the guys around him, yelling at each other and throwing their helmets and all that stuff, it didn't look great. I don't know, like Nathan McKinnon doesn't have the best body language in the world, and you don't question whether or not he's the right guy to lead the Avs.
But I think at times you do feel like you need Gabe Landeskog around.
I agree.
Because he feels a little heavy. It feels a little bit lacking of joy.
It's funny, I kind of get that feeling from Brock Nelson. I haven't loved Brock Nelson's body language.
Stoic, ultimate. Is he a Norseman? Another northern Minnesotan? War Road, Minnesota. He's super. Oh, yeah, we'll be up in our cabin. We'll be up north.
It's so stoic that it looks like someone kicked his dog at all times, and I have to get over that. I do. This is a good thing for Caleb Williams.
You know what we need to
and
do for
DJ Moore.
You know what we need to do for Brock Nelson?
What's that? His family's coming. That might help. You might see a bubbly Brock Nelson now that he's here for 3 years.
What I think is going to be the key to our guy 2C to be nearly a point per game performer in the regular season and postseason, which would be a massive increase. We need Mick Golden Lights on the ready for him.
Oh, we do need
the War
Mickey
Road,
Golds.
Minnesota native needs his Mickey Golden Lights.
It's a great idea.
He needs them ready to go. Bring the joy back.
Get those things on ice. Put them in a little.
Just one
Plastic
Golden's.
King Supers
Just
bag.
one Golden's there, Brock. I got you.
Genius idea. You just fixed the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, I just won him a title, so that's real.
KJ's NFL notes come to you guys every single day at 11:20 here on the Morning Sprint, and they are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, and they offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, we'll get back into it. If you missed it, we talked about it for 40 minutes to start the show, and we will end the show with it. The biggest news in Colorado, the Avs re-sign Brock Nelson to a 3-year deal worth $7.5 million on an average annual basis. We'll tell you how it affects the team moving forward and what guys might be on the chopping block to make room on the cap.
All right, hockey fans, whether you're ready or not, it is finally here. Lord Stanley is up for grabs starting tonight. You can listen to here on Altitude Sports Radio, but you could also download the Circa Sports Colorado app, where right now, tonight's Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final has the Edmonton Oilers as 1.5 goal favorites on the puck line. And the money line right now is set for a -116 favorite of the Edmonton Oilers, home favorites. So if you like the Panthers as +1.5 on the puck line, then make sure you download the Circa Sports Colorado app, because as you can see, tight money line splits with high betting limits and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. So whether you're looking for baseball, those Rockies, there's a lot of interesting odds there on those Rockies, or NBA playoffs starting tomorrow night, make sure you download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. So download that app, but reminder, you must be 21 years or older. If you got a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER. We need Mick Golden Lights on the ready for him.
Oh, we do need
the War
Mickey
Road,
Golds.
Minnesota native needs his Mickey Golden
It's a
Lights.
great
babe.
idea.
He needs them ready to go. Bring the joy back.
Get
man.
those things on ice.
Just
Put them
one-
in a little
Just one
plastic
Goldens.
King Supers
Just
bag.
one Goldens there, Brock. I got you.
Genius idea. You just fixed the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, I just won him a title. So.
Wrapping things up here from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Make sure you guys tune in tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 for the first game of the Stanley Cup Final. You can also listen to that on the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. You will hear, starting at 6 p.m., the Florida Panthers at the Edmonton Oilers in a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup Final. All Stanley Cup Final games that can be heard here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by our friends at Mountain Hyundai.
Just got arguably the best text that we've ever gotten on the Shop Mazda text line with regards to our Brock Nelson Mick Golden Light solution. Phil from the 651 area code comes up with, grew up in Colorado and love Coors Light.
Love a good CL smoothie.
Oh, I do too. It's the Rocky Mountain nectar of the gods.
Silver bullet in the pint.
But there is absolutely nothing better than popping a couple of Mick Golden Lights while on a pontoon ride on the Big Sandy Lake in northern Minnesota.
Oh, yes! It's a good feeling.
That's a really
good feeling. It's a good text.
It's a good text.
The reason why we're bringing that up is because the Avs re-signed Brock Nelson to a 3-year extension at $7.5 million on the average. And now you have your centers at McKinnon, $12.6 million, Nelson, $7.5 million, Coyle, $5.25 and Drury, $1.75 million. That might be, actually, it is the best center depth in the world right now. You win through the middle of the ice, but the Avs are not done. You only have $1.2 million in cap space as it stands right now. The chances are you're going to have to move on from a player because of this signing. Now, the cap doesn't jump up in a big fashion up until like 2026, 27, when they expect it to be at $104 million. Next year, it's going to be at 95.5. You get a little bit of relief then, but then you also have to look at, like, what does Cale Makar get at the end of next offseason? Well, Cale gets whatever he asks for. The hope is that there's going to be a little bit of a hometown discount in there, because I think most players look at what Florida's doing and go, you can't have all of these guys making $12, $13, $14, $15 million and expect to win. Edmonton's kind of the exception to the rule right now, but they haven't gotten it done.
Raj, go ahead and punch me square in the face if you don't like what I'm going to ask. Is this a big year coming up for Cale Makar?
In terms of what?
Asking for whatever he wants financially.
No, he gets whatever he wants.
Doesn't matter what happens in the postseason.
No, because he's already proven to you that he can do it in the postseason and do it at a high level. He's got a Conn Smythe. No, there's no question mark onto who he is.
All right, go ahead and punch me in the face, Raj. I'm coming over there. Punch me square in the jaw.
I won't do that to you. Maybe Tyler Polumbus will after you made the comments about his traps yesterday. The 30-60 season
it was his lats.
So good.
Imaginary lat syndrome.
They're kind of like the same thing. They're all
traps are up there. Traps are above they're up there. Like they're, you can kind of pull it up and have fake lats and make it all kind of look usually
shoulders to ears.
For people like me and you that aren't in that kind of shape, all that does when you
look
go
like Quasimodo.
Well, it also gives you a double chin. It proves that you're not really in shape.
It's a good point. No, Cale gets whatever he wants. He's the best defenseman in the world. I just hope that he doesn't ask for 15, right? Because that might cripple the team. What this does this year at $7.5 million for Nelson is it forces you to heavily, heavily look at Ross Colton, Sam Girard, Josh Manson, Miles Wood, Charlie Coyle. Those are my 5 guys. I'll also throw another one in there. Does it force you to look at Marty Necas? He's under contract for $6.5 million next year, and then he is a pending free agent in 2026. And he already wanted like $9 million from Carolina. Is he worth that? And if you don't think he's worth that,
big year.
Are you in another Rantanen situation?
Is there any truth? Have you heard anything about the rumors that were reported? And so it was some hockey podcaster that
was Alberga threw that out there, or Kyprios. I think it was Kyprios.
That actually. Marty Nachos wasn't particularly fired up about how his time has gone so far.
I haven't heard anything
in
about
Colorado,
that, but like
as an Av,
I don't know why you wouldn't be happy with that, because if you don't sign this offseason an extension for Necas, we've already talked about it on this show. If he plays alongside Nathan McKinnon for 82 games, he's going to put up 100 points. It's just going to happen. Now, the big question on Marty Necas is, what will you do in the postseason? And he kind of was a ghost last year, and he's been a ghost with Carolina. I would look at signing Necas if you want him here long-term right now, because then you don't have that battle in the offseason next year of, well, he just put up 95-plus points or a 100-point season, and now he's worth $10 million because that's just the going rate for that many points. If you want him here as the Avs, I would extend him now. Now you have to make that decision. It's easier to move on from Ross Colton, $4 million. Good player, had a good start to the season, but obviously gets injured. Could you get a second-round pick for him? Probably. Maybe a third-round pick in the offseason? That's all right. You open up $4 million there. You probably have to trade Sam Girard at $5 million if you want to add more pieces. But I'm in this situation, I'm allowing Drouin to walk. I'm allowing Lindgren to walk. Now, Lindgren I thought was good, but he had catastrophic mistakes in Game 6 and Game 7.
Yeah.
That cost you the series just as much as like Miles Wood cost you the series. Catastrophic mistakes. And that was the book on Rangers version Ryan Lindgren. Was solid defenseman, second pairing guy. If he's not utilized as a first pairing guy, you're really going to love him. He's physical, he blocks shots, he kills penalties, but there's going to be the situation where you go, what on earth was that? And you had that. It was the one where he turns the wrong way with backside help of Sam Girard, and Rantanen whips around him, goes around the net, and wraps a puck in off Girard's foot. That was all Lindgren's fault. So you're going to have those situations. I would let Lindgren walk. Now, that opens up $4 million from Colton on a trade, $5 million from Girard. Now you have $9 million to spend. That makes my Gavrikov thing real, but then you have no money to fill 2 more spots.
Yeah.
The Charlie Coyle thing at 5.25 hurts. The fact, I'll say something about the McFarland deal with Coyle and Casey Middlestat. The fact that you didn't get some sort of salary retention there kills me. 5.25 for an aging third-line center, that ain't a good number, and that hurts you right now.
Got a little update here at Lone Depot Park, I think they call it now, in Miami. Rockies up 3-0.
They're going to sweep the Miami Marlins. What do you know?
Let's go!
I mean, I'll tell you what, man. You want to talk about a slash line here. Freeland, 6 innings pitched, 2 hits allowed, no runs, no errors, no walks.
It'll be interesting to see if they
4Ks.
bring him back out for the 7th. I'd be pissed if I was Freeland, too, because like Freeland's looking for a good feeling, right? He was in tears 3 weeks ago talking to the media. I wouldn't pull him. I'd let him go the whole way.
Oh, yeah, just let him ride.
Run this thing out, finish off your complete game shutout, and feel good about yourself. 3-0. Again, Miami's terrible, but you're starting to feel great. Hunter Goodman's 2 for 3. He's got an RBI triple in this game. Just in time for the Mets to come in and beat you. They're going to get beaten 5 out of 6 by the Mets and the Giants, and that's okay. Because we're seeing flashes of okay things. When the Rockies play against like-placed teams, good things happen.
No question.
That's something I can ask for. But now I sound like DMac going, hey, it's a good thing that the Rockies are playing closer games. 15 of their last 18 games have been close games. But those are the silver linings that we're looking for at this point. That's all right.
D-Mac's going to be really
Freeland's
excited to
still
talk.
pitching.
He's going to talk some serious Rockies baseball here.
Freeland's still pitching.
He is fired up,
Out
man.
of the players
march on to history, baby.
Out of the players that I just mentioned, Girard, Manson, Wood, Colton, Necas, Coyle. Who are you, Coach Sanford, most willing or most excited to trade off the roster?
Ooh, Coyle.
I don't know if you can.
They don't put it in the options, man.
All right, Coyle gone.
Okay, so give it to me again. So
Necas, Colton, and I'm taking Wood off because I don't think Wood's a tradable contract.
Yep.
Necas, Colton, Manson, Girard.
Girard. Sammy G.
It's the obvious answer.
I like Sammy G. He's a good skater.
He's a very
Speed.
good player. He is an underrated defenseman.
Puck mover.
He had a really good year, but
I like grit, man. I like size. I like physicality. I want more of that in my second or third pairing of my D-men.
I completely agree with you. And I am a Sam Girard stan. I think he's a great player, but I think he is redundant here. He's redundant. You don't need it. You need to get heavier, meaner on the backside, and the only way that you can do that is by opening up cap space now.
In closing, Raj, phenomenal morning sprint show of which we've been all over the place. We even went to Bill Belichick and Cardi B somehow. How do you rate the news of the day? Rate the deal. 3 years, $7.5 million. Brock Nelson.
It's a B. It's a solid B. I like Bs. Bs get you really good degrees. C's get you degrees. Bs get you good ones.
Bs get you in grad school.
Bs get you some ropes over your shoulders.
No doubt. They get you into grad school. Do they
it's
not?
It's a B. 3 years makes it a good deal. 7.5's a little bit of an overpay. Yeah, it's a B. I'm cool with that. I like it. That'll do it for us. For Coach Sanford, for KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryanemi. Our winner for a 4-pack of Rapids tickets is Rory Curl. Congratulations to Rory Curl. You're going to see the Rapids take on Austin this weekend. Coming up next, PhD. Day after his birthday, Scotty Hastings is back.
All right.
Don't go anywhere.
We got a lot of stuff going on here today, but we do have a big company meeting that we don't have to go to, I guess, because they scheduled it right now.
Which makes you think they're talking about us.
Welcome back. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
We'll get to you in just a little bit. Tyler, good to see you.
Howdy.
Buff as usual. We've asked Raj to stick around just for a little bit. Brock Nelson, 3 years, 7.5 per. Good deal, bad deal. What's the reaction to the Avs saying he's our 2C and we're going to pay him like it?
I think it's a good deal. I gave it a B. The reason why I give it a B is because you overpaid by about $500,000 in terms of his market value.
Okay.
I give it a B, though, because it's a 3-year deal for a 33-year-old guy. Like, you didn't have to give him 5 years and worry about him being 38 and not being able to skate anymore. It also makes sure that your big price that you paid for him, a first and Callum Ritchie, doesn't just turn into a 19-game rental. So I like it. But the big thing that it does, guys, you don't have much cap space to play with right now. You got $1.2 million as it stands.
Seems like a lot of money to me. I mean, my gut reaction is just, wow, does that make him the second highest paid player on the team? Third highest paid?
It makes him the second highest paid forward on the team. He is the third highest paid player on the team behind Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon.
Wow, Brock Nelson. That's a whole lot of money, dude. Let me ask you this. And I guess not being facetious at all. Give me my best Brock Nelson memories.
With the Avs?
Yeah.
None.
Okay.
None so far. You're right. He had 4 assists in 7 games.
Okay, so what's the appeal? Why the Avs do the deal?
He's a guy who's going to give you 0.65 points per game. He is defensively sound. He can win faceoffs. And even though he doesn't score, and again, if he scores a goal, like, you guys, you might win the series. 1 goal.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the middle of Juking and Landeskog, which was far and away your best 5-on-5 line in the series.
Does this mean the Avs may look to deal somebody like Natchez or another high-profile guy?
It puts on the players Natchez possibly. Coyle, I don't think you can move. 5.25 lot for a third-line center. Sam Girard is certainly on the chopping block. Ross Colton is on the chopping block.
So Natchez, Colton, Girard.
Wood, possibly.
Well, whatever.
But I don't think you can trade the Wood or the Coyle contracts.
Mm-hmm.
I think the guy, if you need to make space, which you do, Sam Girard's probably the next player to move.
Well, there you go, Scott.
Well, you got to save face too, right? I mean, you said it in your talk. You trade away your third biggest star, and then all of a sudden the main guy that you're kind of getting in return, you don't get, and you can't keep. Then I think it looks bad. It's a little egg on the face. So
are we surprised this deal happened?
A little bit. With all the
a lot
rumors,
of talk about him being just gone. Like, no way he would be back.
There were a lot of rumors that were saying he was just going to go to Minnesota, or that maybe Chicago would swoop in and get him, or Anaheim needed an older centerman to help groom that young room.
Well, probably why 7.5 instead of 7, though.
7.5 instead of 7. Now, I thought what was going to get Brock Nelson was the extra term, the 5th year to get him into age 37, 38.
Yeah.
Like some of that financial security for an older player. That's the reason why I really like the deal. It's only 3 years. It's really not that bad. It's solid. It's a good move for them. I need McFarland to move on from some players that are currently on the roster to continue to get meaner, bigger, more physical.
Who
on the
would you
back end.
move?
Colton and Sam Girard.
Okay. All right, Raj, get to the meeting. We appreciate it. We're going to have John Mitchell on.
You finally came over to my way of thinking.
This guy's been trying to get it for 5 years.
2 or 3 years, you're behind me, but you're coming along.
Let us know who got fired or hired. I mean,
hope
something's going on right
I hope
now.
it's not me, guys.
Okay.
Imagine walking into that meeting like, oh, it's about me. Sweet. Happy birthday,
Raj.
Scotty.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Speaking of birthdays, I did.
And again, I think Raj goes in there. Sorry, I'm late for your Black Panther meeting.
I don't think he's going to say that.
Forrest Gump.
I'm going to go with Forrest Gump.
Yep.
Oh, it's one of the funniest movie lines of all time.
Yeah.
Got you a birthday present.
Band-Aids?
Yeah.
Oh,
Tuna?
hey, look, there you go.
Is that tuna?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because Scott likes to go to the. I got you 2 of them. Actually, there's a couple more.
Where'd you get them at?
True story. My wife goes to Sam's Club. She goes, I got you some snacks, and she gets like 2 cases.
Have you ever had these snack-wise?
Of course,
They're good snacks.
Two cases of tuna in a small tuna in a can with crackers.
That's a pretty thoughtful gift.
And
He does crush those tuna snacks every single day.
I looked at him and I just started laughing because without unbeknownst to her, she didn't know. Never talked about it ever.
Yeah.
But Scott crushes those all the time.
I love them.
So I thought
we ran out at the house. I'm out of them.
I got 2 there. I got 3 more back in the office.
You just brought them for us.
What'd you do for your birthday?
I bought them for you.
What'd you do for your birthday?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Cool.
Absolutely nothing.
Dan, are we ready with the birthday thing for Scott? Or
no?
We're ready for it.
See, this is why I took the day off. You make me wish I would have taken the day off too.
We've got a montage.
Right?
I wonder if we should wait on it just a little bit.
Yeah, let's wait.
You want to wait on it just a little bit?
About 3:05. Let Andy. We'll still be on the show.
Yeah, we'll still be there.
I mean,
stay tuned for the Scott birthday montage. We made a big deal of it yesterday, but we got other things going. The Rockies just threw out a guy at the plate.
Oh, there you go.
It's 3-2 Rockies at the end of 7.
I'm so mad that they won 2 straight games.
They won last night 3-2. They won the day before 6-4.
This could be one of their big win streaks, huh?
No. I'm legitimately mad that they won 2 straight games. They just won a series. Congratulations. Good for you. 23 straight, right? That's what it was.
They had gone 22 straight losing.
So
they
did
lost
not.
22 series.
They did not lose 23 straight. Congratulations.
They don't lose 23 series in a row. They do not lose 9 games in a row.
The only compelling storyline we've got going on in Colorado sports right now is how bad the Colorado Rockies are. That's the only thing going on in our sports world.
AKA the hike of shame.
Yeah.
The hike. It's now a hike.
The Rockies winning
18
games.
miles is a hike.
The Rockies winning games is not good for us. I'm just throwing it out there. Not good at all.
I'm doing this. I'm like live watching the games. Everybody's invited to join so far. And
has anybody checked in at all?
Sanford is like checked in from like a lunch date with his wife over the weekend, and he's in a sports bar, and there's not one TV on the Rockies game. But nobody else has really shown much interest. But everybody's invited. Won't be doing it today because we're on the air and the game's going to the 8th inning. But last night I was legitimately pretty fired up. Like, woo! When Hunter Goodman hit a home run to give them the lead and they hung on to it. So their relievers have not given up a run in 10 straight innings?
Well, there you go.
And here we go now. We'll see what's what.
So you're saying quality pitching helps?
They've had some better quality pitching. Yeah, it does, of course. And timely hitting. And not being idiots on the base pass or with the glove. And they've done better on all those accounts. And we'll see if they get a sweep here. They got to hold a lead with 6 outs to go. Can they do it? What do you think? Will they blow it or will they do it?
They're gonna have their first sweep of the year.
You think they're gonna hold on?
They're holding on, winning this game 4-2. They're gonna have an empty netter.
They just threw out the tying run at the plate. They got tomorrow off.
That was your moment right there. That was your losing moment, and they took advantage of a win.
Yeah. Tyler's upset that they're winning it all.
I am. No, I'm being 100% dead serious here, and I've got multiple reasons for it. First off, from a totally selfish perspective, what's the most compelling thing going on in Colorado sports right now? It would be a historically bad Colorado Rockies team. A bad Rockies team is not interesting. A historically bad Colorado Rockies team is interesting. So from a selfish perspective, what we do for radio purposes, I'm rooting for historically bad. Also, from a vested interest in what is the best thing for the future of the Colorado Rockies, a historically bad season is the best thing for the future of the Colorado Rockies because it by far is going to give them the most incentive to make the proper changes that need to be made.
Who's the guy that you sent us an article Sunday or Monday talking about not only they're bad, the minor league system's bad. They all they do is hire within. They talk about McFarland being here for 26 years, and he said whoever the GM is, guy. I don't know. McFarland. We just talked to him. So Schmidt. Bill Schmidt's been there 26 years.
Been a long time.
And he said it's not going to change because it's just the same people.
Well, Tyler's point is that there's a better chance for it to change if they're historically bad.
Yes.
Is it?
Right. I mean,
it is what?
That's a guess on Tyler's part.
I mean.
Well, here's what I know.
Third straight year of losing 100 games, is that not bad enough?
Okay, right. So it turns out no is the answer to that, right? So we know the answer to that one. Do I know for a fact that I'm right that historically bad would create the proper changes? I don't, but I do know this. Just being bad has not been enough, right? So we should be rooting for historically bad.
Here's I don't know if you took this and now I'm having to have memory,
Good luck.
chocolate cake flooding my brain right now.
Congratulations,
So,
somebody cared.
Thank you. In that article, and I believe it was the same article, you've got the owner talking about, and he's been a big proponent of the salary structures in pro baseball is killing the small market teams, blah, 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 and there's no way for us to compete. That's already starting to come out. That's why I took the article and said, listen, he's going to be fine, and why would he change until Major League Baseball changes the salary structures and salary caps? Nothing. So he's already got his built-in excuse. He's not going to change anything. He's just going to rely on the empathy of 28,000 people a night. And you listen, they're talking about their number, their attendance is down from 35, now it's only averaging 27, 28, whatever it is. I mean, it's also had the crappiest spring weather we've had in like 5 years. Wait till it gets back up to 80 degrees summer nights.
Wait till they start winning some games.
Yeah, or wait till it gets to 80 degree summer nights, too.
Do you realize like every game's like a playoff game for the Rockies? Because in order to not be the worst team of all time, they've got to win one out of every 3 games. In order to not be the worst team of all time, from now on, they have to win 1 out of every 3 games.
Which is easy, should be easy to do.
They really
you win
seem
3
like
in a
that big of
row,
a
you
deal.
lose 2 in a row, you win 2 in a row, and boom, you're right there. You're
It's
good.
only the second time all year they've won back-to-back games by winning last night. Never mind, they've not won 3 games in a row that they're on the precipice of doing if they could hang on to a 1-run lead. So
here's what I know. When you've got something that says, I am the worst team in the history of baseball, just put that on your title, put up a banner. In 2025, the Colorado Rockies were the worst team in the history of baseball. Put that banner up in the stadium. That will create change. That will.
Here's the funny thing. Some records, we talked about Bob Beeman last year or last week or so, and he had the long jump record for 29 years. And I think the guy that beat him, it's been 22 years, and his record's still holding up. So it's one of those feats that not a lot of people are chasing.
Yeah.
The worst team in baseball history is only going to last 9 months. I mean, the White Sox, of all streak, usually
Maybe.
you want to hold on to a record for a little bit. The White Sox won it last year.
All right, so Tyler, you want them to have the worst record of all time. I don't. I do not want the Rockies to have the worst record of all time because I think that's embarrassing, and I don't want my favorite team to be known as the worst team of all time. And I don't think it's got anything to do with change.
The worst thing that could possibly happen for the Rockies is they go on some sort of run here that they're like, hey, Warren Schaefer's awesome. Yeah, let's do that.
Warren Schaefer's better than Bud Black. That's for damn sure.
Let's go with Warren Schaefer. We like the communication going on between Bill and Warren. Things are good. This is actually looking okay. That would be the worst thing that could possibly happen.
There's 2 people at the station that are, I would think, and I don't even understand if he's come around to this way of thinking yet, who are all in for the Rockies not to be the worst team of all time.
I'm one of them.
You're one of them, and Cubs fan Kreckman, because as much as every Cub fan I've ever known, always hate the White Sox.
Okay.
So does he not? Right. Does he not by osmosis now sit there going?
I didn't think of it that way.
No, we need the White Sox to
I don't know, man.
Hold on to the worst record.
Do you want them to be the worst team of all time?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know about Vic and Moj and Brett. I don't know about those guys.
I got an NBA record for the most games played consecutively without a steal. I'm proud of that failure.
Well, that is
Embrace your failure.
That is a weird stat to even keep.
Well, I didn't keep it. Someone just told me.
Yeah, that is like, who is digging into that one?
Whenever Chris Paul won his record, they go, well, that's the best. What's the most?
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
56 games.
What a nerd. What nerd looked up that one?
NBA record holder.
Impressive.
Well, we have a love letter from the listeners to you for your birthday.
Oh, boy.
From the listeners.
And let's do it at 3:05.
We're going to do it coming up.
3:05.
Next, right here on PhD. The Rockies are close to getting their third win in a row. We'll see. We'll keep tabs of it here in a little bit.
What's the sit rep?
Bottom 8. Nobody on. 2 outs. 1-2 count. Victor Vodnik on the bump.
Scored?
3-2 Rockies. That's what they won by last night. That's what they're up right now. But they got a little work to do. They ain't out of it yet. But we'll update you as it goes.
Here I was getting all my Bronco gear out to get ready for the next 3 weeks of Broncos talk. And here we are at 12:21, and all we're talking about is Rockies.
Your best friend, you should talk to your best friend about making those practices a little bit more open to the media.
So you could talk. Well,
we'd have more to talk about, my friends.
Yeah, you control what you can control, and guess what he can control.
We'll be out there tomorrow.
This is all control, though. You know that.
Oh, no kidding. But yeah, the Broncos have had an OTA session, yesterday, today. They're kind of wrapping it up right now, probably. Tomorrow it's the same as last week, and we got Andy's going to be out there. We'll have OTA Grizz out there. Leggy will be out there. So we'll have it covered for you. We'll bring you the pressers live and the whole thing. Well, we got it. And then next week, it's open for the media. It's scheduled for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But last year, Sean did cut them loose a day early, which is kind of what
industry
happens.
standard.
Kind of, yeah. So if he were to do that again, I wouldn't be shocked. If everything's going all right, if everything's going on time and on schedule, and I doubt he would bring them in for fun and games like the stupid field day crap that's happened in years past. Last year, he was just like, see ya. They've been together all spring, and the OTA is no different than the minicamp. The minicamp, they do the same exact thing as they do. So you'd just be one less practice. Now, I'll tell you this.
Except for you get a walkthrough, a bit of a longer day. So you get 2 sessions out there on the field.
They had one less week of OTAs this year by choice.
Yeah. Because they don't have to have media out there to sit there and watch people condition.
Next week is kind of a bigger Broncos week, in all honesty. Next week is kind of like Broncos all week, and then we hit the
your birthday.
Well, I ain't gonna be around for my birthday.
I'll tell you what I don't want to do. I don't want to be counting the Rockies winning 1 out of every 3 games. That's what I don't want to do.
That's what they're in the mix to do right now. We'll see. Here's a 3-2.
Is that how you watch them, really? Why don't you put them on? Oh, you can't ever find their channel.
No, I could do it. Hey, they got the out. Ryan McMahon's been playing a good third base. I'd be curious how everybody is. So you're rooting against them. Dan, you rooting for them or against them?
No, hold on. I'm rooting for them.
Gotcha. For them to lose.
Yes.
Okay, so you're for them to lose.
Yeah, I don't care.
You don't care?
I am rooting for the best future of the Colorado Rockies, which involves them having a historically bad year.
Hey, shocker, Dan. Scott doesn't care.
I don't care.
Scott officially doesn't care.
Because okay, say they win 42 games.
So they win 42 games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're not the worst team in history.
I would feel better about that.
Yeah.
No.
41, 42?
I would feel better about it.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't want the team that I love to be the worst team ever.
Listen, here's the thing. You want to excite me? Tell me right now on June 4th, they're not going to lose 100 games, and I'm going to watch that.
That'd be very, very, very difficult because they've already lost 50. And they only have 72 games. 102 games left. So
73 and 49.
Yeah.
Is that like a horrible thing that you think they could do?
73 and 49. That is wild. So they'd win 2 out of every 3 games. We'd turn it on its head. They win 2 out of every. If they win 2 out of every 3 games, they will be the hottest team in baseball.
Do you realize if they win 73 games, they might be in the postseason as a wild card?
If they're going to win games, then win games.
Dude,
yes. If you're going to win, then become hot, become fun to watch, and become a storyline that makes it compelling that, hey, this might actually be a good future.
I guarantee you they'd be in the playoffs if they went 73 and 29.
49.
73 and 49. Or what? They would go 70. No, they would go 73 and 29 the rest of the year.
Oh, 29. I thought you said it was going to be 49.
Well, they got 102 games left. Again,
you
Tyler.
said 120. So there you go. So you're
I said
dyslexia.
102. I didn't say 120.
You said 120 games left.
I did not. I said 102.
Why are we
so
doing
102 games.
73 and 29.
And how many they got now? 11.
They got Yeah. So they'd have 84. They might not get in, actually. 84 wins might not get them in. That might fall a little bit short, actually.
Could they go 70-32?
If they go 70
would
and 32,
that not be?
They wouldn't make the playoffs.
No, but they'd be 500 team, and you'd have a little energy and excitement, wouldn't you?
If they win 70 and 32, this city would be on fire.
On fire
for the Rockies,
and that means you're also to get to 70 because you've still got the Dodgers. 16 more times or something like that?
A lot.
13 more times?
A bunch.
Then you can start putting some dents in Dodgers and Padres and San Francisco down the stretch.
Well, we'll get back to the game in a little bit. We'll see how they do in the bottom of the ninth. They're hitting in the top of the ninth. They're up a run. Scotty, it was your birthday yesterday, and we put it out to the voice of the people. Yeah, you put on your headphones for this. People love you a lot more than you think.
Well, I appreciate the love. I really, really do. But I yes.
I'm just telling you.
Thank you.
People love, and we have proof of that.
But this is also me having to trust Dan.
Yeah. Actually, that's true. And I have not heard the final edit.
Exactly.
You ready?
Sure.
Here we go.
Hey, happy birthday, Scott. I set up a private reservation for you and Sean Payton for a nice night out, a nice dinner where you two could hash it all out.
Happy birthday, Scotty. If I could get you anything, it would be a lunch date with my wife, Samantha, because she thinks you're hysterical.
Whoa.
We don't miss a game. We just love you. Happy birthday, buddy.
Want to wish you a very happy birthday, Scott, you big stud. One thing I want to get you for your birthday is a subscription to all of next year's NFL mock drafts. Because I know how much you enjoy them, and you deserve to have all the information that you can get. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Scott Hastings, from a fellow June 3rd birthday. Happy to share a birthday with the best broadcaster in the Nuggets broadcast. This year for your birthday, I want to give you the GM job of the Colorado Rockies with unilateral authority to do whatever you want to the system, single A all the way up to the Major League Club. If you want to build a new ballpark, if you want to build a clear green monster in left field, it's all up to you, whatever you want. It's your birthday. Happy birthday.
Now Hastings wants a piece of cake. Happy birthday, Hastings.
That's
For your
good.
birthday, the Magic Genie here set up a fight between you and Charles Barkley for the championship belt.
I just want to say to Scott, have a happy birthday down by the river.
Hey, there were a couple of them in here yesterday. Pretty good.
Pretty good. That's good.
That was
Good job,
fantastic.
Good job, Danny. The concept was for your birthday, your genie in a bottle will give you whatever you want. Like you can grant any wish.
You want to know what I wanted to give you? Because nobody likes poop more than you. I wanted to give you a bidet. That's what I wanted. I wanted to find you a bidet, get you your own custom bidet. Maybe get your initials on that thing. I'm not sure what we got to do there, but custom bidet.
Oh, I used one in Italy. They're nice.
Did you like it?
I was surprisingly comfortable.
You know, we were talking about that before the show.
Yeah.
I'm not
in shocking detail, by the way.
I don't think I'd be into the bidet. Like, what do you do after you get wet? Now, do you need a towel there to wipe yourself? How do you get dry?
Well, if you got a significant other, you just have the hairdryer nearby.
Okay, that's probably cool. Yeah, enjoyable.
Oh, that's a process. That's a well thought out.
I mean, you can't use toilet paper to dry yourself, right?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you
Why?
pat.
It gets all nasty.
Yeah, you'd have to pat and come off in clumps if it was too wet.
You can't use toilet paper.
Sure you can.
No.
What do you mean? No, I've done it.
Well, it's gonna get
Well, there you
stuck
go.
in there.
No, it's not.
All right, just keep trying. You figure it out.
Use more water.
Maybe. It's probably a lot cleaner. It's probably worth the experiment. Happy birthday, man.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, we looked into bidets. They go from $30 to $1,000.
Yeah.
We were leaning more towards the $30 thing. And then I just got you some free cans of tuna because it was apparent Tyler and Dan were not going to chip in anything.
Yeah, well, I knew that.
Right. So
What's the difference between the $30 and the $1,000 bidet? That's what I want to know.
$30 is basically a connection to your regular toilet that just runs a water hose up to the bidet or up to the toilet.
Is the $1,000 like water from Fiji?
I don't know.
Well, the $1,000 is well plumbed. It's efficient. It's high standards. And the $30 one is a guy named Jim.
$1,000 pure Rocky Mountain snow melt.
We got a gym around here.
Yeah, so, All right. Basketball. How about that? We can continue the birthday treat.
They say it on the text line. The good ones have got built-in blowers. Now that sounds nice.
Well, that'd be the $1,000 one then. Huh?
Yeah.
The $1,000 one.
Does a quick one. Adam Silver wants the NBA All-Star format. Well, it's going to be. I guess he doesn't want it. It's going to be World versus U.S.
Because he is about as creative as a kumquat. And so when everybody was screaming at the end of last year's All-Star game, he just said, okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't
He's
care?
Deputy dog.
You care about World versus U.S.?
Well, the guys care. You tell me that.
I doubt it.
Because what made the NHL so awesome? They cared. If this somehow made the guys care, then okay, cool.
But they did it with an actual real tournament. And so it became
what is this
something you
supposed
could
to be?
actually
Just one
win.
game?
No, it's just European dudes and American dudes. And they're still going to play the same All-Star game, the same thing. One game. It's good. Listen, what's his game? There's been European guys that were just as lackadaisical and not care about the game as there were Americans.
Give me your world starting lineup.
Joker.
Okay.
Shea Gilgeous.
Yep, Canada.
Giannis.
Greece. Rudy?
No.
Victor?
No, not yet.
Really?
I don't know if Victor's going to be playing.
Oh, I think if he's healthy, he's there.
Well, if Victor's
100%.
healthy, then we'll put Victor out there. That's
all right,
fine.
so that's
if
four.
if he's healthy.
Victor's going to be there if he's healthy.
What's my guy with LA now?
Well, not Jamal, huh?
Hey, I'll tell you this: Team USA is going to be old. What are we talking about? Steph Curry, LeBron James. I guess throw Anthony Edwards in there. He's not old. Who else?
Tyrese Halliburton.
Okay.
Tyrese out there, yeah.
Brunson. I mean,
who's our starting center?
Jason Tatum.
Anthony Davis.
AD could be.
Yeah, Anthony Davis.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or Cat.
No way, Cat.
But
oh my God! Did you Arenas on Cat? Gilbert Arenas on Cat. Did you see that podcast?
Did he go off on him?
Oh my God! He called him a girl. Said he has hips like a woman. He has big feet and girlish features. It looks like he's just out of the WNBA. I mean, he killed him.
Wow.
Dude, can you find that, Dan? Maybe Gilbert. I mean, there's 10 million curse words in it, too. But it was just like, wow.
Well, then you get your coach fired after getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. How about that?
Now we're going to go there in a second.
World is going to dominate. They're going to crush Team USA.
Who else are you seeing for World?
So, Luka, Shea, Giannis. Well, they have Wemby, but is Wemby playing basketball?
Well, we won't know until training camp. Yeah, hopefully
he is.
And Jokic.
No Jamal, though. You guys don't like Jamal in the World game, huh?
As a starter?
Jamal.
Does he make the All-Star team? He makes $50 million a year.
That's actually a decent, no dumb question right there. How does this change All-Star voting?
A little bit.
Like, does Jamal Murray have a chance of actually being an All-Star now?
Got to have 12 guys on the World team, 12 guys on the U.S. team, right? Something like that.
You got twice as many guys?
Do you take Jamal or Lou Dort?
I think Jamal's a better player than Lou Dort. I like Lou Dort, but I think Jamal's a better player.
I think he's a better player.
Is Jamal not one of the top 12 players, non-Americans in the NBA? God, come on, guys. He's got to be one of the top 12 non-Americans in the NBA. Makes $50 million a year. He's a world champion. He's the second best player on the Nuggets.
Yep.
Am I ringing any bells here?
I would assume he is, but I'd like to see the list. I would assume he is. There was a couple young guys, right? There's another French guy that I think was on the all-rookie team. Richeche, I think.
There's two dudes from France. Well, the guy on the Sixers this year is unbelievable. I'm forgetting his name. Not Sixers, not Wizards. That dude who was 19. That guy is unbelievable. But Jamal's got to be one of the top 12 non-American NBA players.
I'd be surprised if they had 12 on each roster.
Why? How are you going to play a game?
It's just one game.
How are you going to have like 7 on one roster and 15 on the other roster? I assume you'll have the same.
That just feels like a lot of bodies to me. It seems like it's watering down what an all-star is.
No, I think that's what they've always had.
I think it's
they've
12.
had 24 guys.
Yeah, I think it's been 24.
Okay.
There's actually been talk that they should expand the roster to like 14 or 15.
All right, then I guess. Well,
what's going to happen if you do this? You may get 2 or 3 quote unquote non-Americans make a team that aren't as good as 2 or 3 guys that, because your rosters are small,
sure,
didn't make the American team. I mean, you're probably going to run into that. You know, does Damian Lillard make this team, coming off an injury now?
I don't know. Yeah, Team USA could look a little old for sure. Depends in what direction they go, though.
It's not possible to make it more regional, right? Like, I mean, obviously we already made our decision.
Well,
but,
the region's the U.S. versus the world.
Well, I know, but I'm saying
what
what made the 4 Nations so compelling was you had a tournament.
But yeah, you had a tournament and you had different sites and you actually played games and made it matter.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not possible to get more teams involved.
And it helped that USA upset Canada early in those little play-in games.
I do think a tournament just immediately makes it a more competitive environment.
Well, that's what they're doing. I tell you what, if Jamal doesn't make this all-star team, he ain't going to make any all-star team. This is his best shot.
Here's what now all of a sudden Silver steps in. He does this, and because they've tied all-star games and all-pro teams into max deals.
Exactly.
And super max deals, he may have changed the temperature of especially a younger guy who probably might not have ever made an all-star team, but maybe makes a European all-star as a top 12. So now he becomes a free agent. Was Ricochet all of a sudden now, he's eligible for a Supermax because the last 2 years he made the European All-Star team?
That's a good question.
Yeah, he
Thibodeau.
I actually like Silver.
Okay.
But I think he has zero creativity in his body.
Thibs, our guy.
I know. How about that?
Dude, what's your react?
Well, he got paid last summer, right? He signed a new 2-year deal, like $30 million.
He's got $30 million coming to him.
Yeah.
How sideways? People are pretty shocked, man, and people don't know who to blame. I'm blaming the not the GM, the president of basketball. They got a president, GM, coach. They have a system like that. Dolan, the owner. I mean, they're taking slings and arrows. Thibodeau, though, my God, this guy, all he did was give his life to basketball. He gets his team to the Eastern Conference Finals and then shown the door.
Be interesting to see what they do with the Stars' dad, who's an assistant coach, and the GM basically made him, or somebody made him the top assistant last summer. If all of a sudden Rick Brunson is in some way, dropped in there as still on the bench or as a head coach.
Would Michael Malone be a candidate?
I don't think so.
Why?
Because I think the only reason that Thibs is out is because he was a grinder. And I don't think you replace a grinder with a grinder.
We'll get back.
I don't think.
We'll get back to that in a second. But guys, your Colorado Rockies
3 in a row
just won their 3rd game in a row.
Wow.
2 shutout innings by the bullpen.
So that's 12 now?
That's 2 1/3 shutout innings. 12 1/3 shutout innings.
In a row.
Well,
that's good.
The Rockies not only win a series, but they get a sweep of the Marlins. They win 6-4, 3-2, and 3-2.
So they're now 10-1 in sweeps this year. Or 1-10.
I don't know.
Because they've been swept 10 times this
Have
year.
they really?
Yeah. So they're 1-10.
I did not know that. I'm glad you had that up your back pocket.
Yeah, I'm on vacation. I'm working.
I appreciate it. They pick up their 12th win of the year.
You're in.
I'm excited. I'm happy for the guys. I'm happy for the crew, the broadcast crew. They're human beings too. They got the day off, well-earned day off, and then the New York Mets come to town. I do not want the Colorado Rockies to be the worst team ever. I don't. I know you guys do.
I don't care.
Well, that's right. You don't care. I know Tyler does.
Absolutely.
I think 100-game losing season 3 in a row is pitiful in of itself. If the White Sox want to hold the record, I'm all for it.
Wasn't pitiful enough.
Guess what Bud Black never did this year?
Win 3 in a row?
Never won 3 in a row. Everybody, welcome to the era of Warren Schaefer baseball. What's going on? It is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. You suffer with ED, you certainly want a good outcome. We got it for you. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work where the pills or herbals fail with treatment rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So if you're ready for the right change in your life, schedule a consult. That initial visit's only $99. You get a T and a PSA test if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah, the Rockies finished off the game against the Marlins today. They win 3-2. They won 3-2 last night, 6-4 the day before. They have won 3 games in a row. They've got themselves up to 12 wins, 12-50. And they're making the Cleveland Spiders quake in their boots.
Do you think they found an angel in the outfield?
I think they're playing the way they should have been playing for quite a while, and they're focused now because they have a better manager, and everything is clicking the way it should have been for a minute.
I'm going to go with an angel.
It took Warren Schaefer just a little bit to rub off the dust, and they were losing a lot of close games, and now they've won 3 close games. Now we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. Day off, and then they got the Mets. But this isn't by luck. Do you know, like Hunter Goodman's been tearing it up? Yeah, he's got 3 home runs in 3 games, doubles, triples.
Last week, he's not a good catcher.
He struggles in the catching department compared to most major league catchers, but the dude can hit. Clearly, the guy can hit. Major league pitching. He can do it, and he has been doing it. So, and they lost. They beat Cal Quantrill. Do you remember him? He was kind of the red ass pitcher for the Rockies last year, and then they beat him there.
Dude, if you're getting quality starting pitching and your bullpen is holding people tight, I mean, you're winning. And we said good teams win, close games, and you've won 3 straight close games.
Pretty good.
2-run game, 1-run game, 1-run.
I'll give you something else too.
What was cool about this? Rockies are the worst team in baseball. They could have beat the second worst team in baseball. They actually beat the third worst team in baseball. So that's not bad, right?
It's not bad. The third worst team in baseball, just calling about the Marlins, had twice as many wins as they did. And this game was on the road in Miami. So I think it's pretty good. Not bad.
Maybe they're a warm weather team. Maybe they just, you got to get them in some warmer weather.
Get a dome,
Get them in the
something.
dome. By the way, there is a player. Oh, I'm forgetting his first name now.
Bill.
Gosh darn it.
Tom.
Rosengarten.
I'll get it.
Sheffield.
Gardenhoser, you're going in.
No, his last name is Jack Winkler. Jack Winkler is a major league player. He's from Chatfield High School, went to the University of San Francisco. I've been following him since he was in high school. And he's always just kind of like an okay player. But I'll give, to his family and friends and the Littleton, it's where he's from. There's something about just being a very consistent player that you guys know at every level you're at. If you can be just a little bit above average everywhere you go, you can make it as a pro, can't you?
It's about all I was my whole life. Probably about what Scott was too. Actually, no, you dominated in college. I wasn't an All-American. You were an All-American. You dominated. I was just kind of okay my whole career. I would say there was never a point in my entire career that I was actually the best player on any team. Starting in high school, college, NFL, never once was I actually the best player on any team I ever played
I remember watching Jack in high school and seeing him play club ball, and it was just like, he's a bigger kid, but he was always just like, above average, obviously.
Right.
But never like a superstar. And he went to San Francisco, which is a good school to go to. But it's not like USF is some sort of, dominant baseball program. It's good. It's a cool place to go. And I followed him there. He's like a little bit above average. Gets drafted in the 10th round.
About average.
About average. And just kind of, now he's a major league player. Just, that's a hell of a way to just carve out a career, isn't it? Just, I'm going to be slightly above average every single place I go.
And not a pitcher.
Not a pitcher. He's a third baseman. It's a fielder, position player. So,
well, I guess if you can hit 280 plus everywhere you go, right?
Yeah, if you can hit 280, well, I don't know about hitting 280 in high school. You probably got to hit a little bit better than that in high school. But you got to do something. And it was Kyle Freeland who gets the. Did Kyle get the win? Yeah, he got the win. Kyle Freeland. So that's Thomas Jefferson against Chatfield playing baseball today. That's it. I'll leave it there. Chris Sims about Bo Nix. Where are you with Bo Nix right now? You think he's going to have a better year, even year, lesser year?
That's a good one. I think if he doesn't have a better year, they're in trouble.
Okay.
I think the schedule is harder. He struggled last year against 500 teams. You're going to get a bunch of them this year. He struggled in passes down the field. He has to be better against better opponents. They've got to be better keeping possession of the ball. If the defense is going to be any good, you want to wear a defense out, whether it's in a game or, down the stretch of a season, go and lead the NFL in 3 and outs. So if he's not better, they may struggle this year. Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, listen, if you just look at the stats, statistically speaking, it looks like Bo Nix had a hell of a rookie year, man. I mean, 3,775 yards. He threw for 29 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. That's going to be tough to get a significant.
Got his team to the postseason.
It's going to be tough to be significantly better than that statistically. I mean, you throw for 4,500 yards. Okay, cool. You got a little bit better. Throw for 35 touchdowns. Cool. You got a little bit better. Keep that touchdown to interception ratio at least 2-1, if not 3-1. And on paper, it looks pretty good. But Scott talked about the most important thing for Bo, and he's got to be better on the gimmies. He's got to be better on staying on the field, first down. He's just got to keep the chains moving. That's going to be the biggest progression for Bo.
Here is Chris Sims on what he expects from Bo Nix.
Drew Brees Jr. has got a chance here. That's what I got, all right? All the haters of Bo Nix, he can't throw the ball down the field. Yes, he can. Bo Nix has got a powerful arm, a quick release. He can push the ball down the field with the best of them. He can too. It might not look sexy. Everybody's going to wipe away their thought about what they thought about him in Auburn and their stupid thoughts about, he threw too many screens in Oregon. Yet I didn't hear anybody say that about Dylan Gabriel this year. That's what I love. Like this year it was okay. Nobody was like, all he does is throw short. But like last year it was a thing. I don't know. I hate that about football, where it's like it's a thing for one guy, but not this guy. We let him go with it. No problem, everybody. But Bo Nix, decision-making, off the charts good as the season goes. Okay? Off the charts good. And of course, in an offense that's trying to do a lot and always being more pushed on him. His arm strength, like I talked about, not only is it damn good, okay, it's easy good. And what I love about Bo Nix is he doesn't need space to do it. Bo Nix can be a guy that the pocket is collapsing and he doesn't have room to step in and do it or do anything like that. He's always got a good base, and because he's so strong and athletic, he can kind of throw a 20-yard out route or an in-cut without taking a step and just turning his shoulders and letting it rip.
Okay. Agree, disagree.
Well, I disagree on the Dylan Gabriel stuff. I mean, Dylan Gabriel was not exactly a highly coveted QB.
Third-round pick.
Third-round pick.
Yeah, you're comparing him to a third-round pick.
Right. We're acting like Dylan Gabriel didn't have any shots fired his way, like there weren't any concerns about Dylan Gabriel's game. There were tons of concerns about Dylan Gabriel's game. Tons. And I think that the same concerns were said about Shedeur Sanders, by the way. Shedeur Sanders throws the ball beyond the line of scrimmage more than any other quarterback in college football. That's what they said. And I think that those things will remain true, but I do think you can be an efficient quarterback and not have to push the ball down the field, throwing the ball 15 yards every time. I think that's true. You can be efficient.
But if you're an efficient quarterback, you can't have an offense that led the NFL in 3 and outs.
Exactly.
Efficient quarterbacks.
And that's why stats
unless it's 3rd and 7 and you're always throwing it to the 2 yards deep and hope someone misses a 5-yard tackle.
And that's why stats can be misleading, because when you just look at Bo Nix's stats, first off, I'm not knocking Bo Nix's rookie year. I think he had a good rookie year.
Yeah,
he did.
I do too.
But when you look at the stats, it looks like a phenomenal rookie year, like 3,775 yards, 29 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. That's a hell of a year, right? But then when you look at the ins and outs of the offense and how it actually functioned, you realize that was an offense that really struggled to stay on the field.
We'll have John Mitchell coming up to talk about the deal with Brock Nelson. We'll have full coverage of the Broncos OTAs tomorrow's up and down, start to finish, so tune in for that. What does John Mitchell think of the Brock Nelson deal? Details next.
All right, guys and gals. Hey, if you need a new vehicle, just go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, with the best inventory. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer for life ever since I bought my first car at Phil Long Ford. The only dealership that I need to deal with. Guys, I like these guys. I respect them. They respect me. They give me the best price. I always find the vehicle of my dreams. What more could you ask for? With over 1,000 vehicles on their lot right this minute, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles, They've got it all on their lot right this minute, and they lock those vehicles in at incredible rates so that you, the customer, you get to save big-time money in comparison to other car dealerships. Guys, Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Three years, 7.5 average per year. Brock Nelson returns to the Avalanche, which caught some people a little bit by surprise. PhD, DMac, Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, and John Mitchell joins us right now. John, what's your reaction to the news about Brock Nelson being secured?
Well, I mean, I think it's a good deal for the Avs. Obviously, you know, ever since they kind of lost Kadri, they've been in search of that second line center for what seems like forever. And you know, he's that guy. I get that he's a little older. It'd be nice if he was, you know, like 2 or 3 years younger. It'd be great, but at the same time, you've got you lock up a guy for 3 years that's kind of a bona fide goal scorer, and he's produced for many years, so you at least know what you're getting with that guy. So, you know, I think the Avs did a good job there picking him up.
Was it a situation though, Johnny, also that they, after what they gave up to get him, they had to get something done with Brock Nelson?
I think when you're trading for a player and you give up what you gave up to get him and bring him here, you're going to do everything you can to sell what you have here in Colorado, not only just with the staff and the team that you have, but with, you know, the lifestyle that you can live here, the accommodations, how you treat guys and how you treat players. And, you know, I'm sure the Avs rolled out the red carpet as much as they could for him. And that certainly helps bringing him, you know, and keeping him in the fold. So obviously they did a good job with that. And, you know, I think where the Avs are as a team right now, that sells kind of itself with, you know, Nate and Kale in their prime, and being able to go deep in playoff runs, even though they weren't able to get out of the first round this year, which was obviously a shame. But you know, I think he sees where the Avs are headed, and they're obviously going in the right direction. And who wouldn't want to play on a team that's, you know, headed down that path, that's consistently going to be going down the direction of, you know, contending for the Stanley Cup year in and year out? Because the Avs are going to contend for that Stanley Cup for the 3 years that he's under contract here.
You know, good news for an older player. It's only a 3-year deal, but it does feel like a lot of money. I mean, $7.5 million, that is a lot of money. It doesn't leave them with a whole lot of space in terms of the cap. Where do you see the Avalanche going next with whatever space they got left?
I couldn't agree with you more, Tyler. When I kind of saw the number, I was like, oh, okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of money for, like I said, a guy that's 33 turning 34.
Yep.
I get that he has established himself in the league, but again, it's not like he's just kind of coming out of, you know, being 28, 29, or even 30 or something like that. He's, you know, he's on the back nine for sure. So I get that there is a need for a second line center, and maybe the Avs looked at what was going to be out there in free agency and the assets that they potentially and probably don't have to make a splash and make a trade. So sometimes you do have to overpay maybe a little bit for a player of his caliber. Not that he's a bad player, but maybe just you kind of look at the age factor of things. You know, I don't know if you've ever seen him when he grows a beard. It's pretty gray. I don't think it's as gray as it's right there, that goater, but it's getting a little gray. So, you know, but to allude to what you said just about where that's going to put them in the cap situation, you know, obviously I think I heard somewhere that they've only got under $2 million. So that obviously straps them a little bit. And, you know, when that happens, usually that means trades are kind of in the weeds, and they're going to be coming. I don't know where they're going to go with that.
Well, are they going to keep Natchez or deal Natchez?
I don't know. I read something yesterday or the day before saying that he wasn't necessarily crazy happy with his time here.
Right.
So I don't know what that entails exactly. But yeah, I think you have to take that into consideration. If you've got a young player, a young budding star coming up, is it worth maybe shipping him somewhere else and getting a few assets in return? So that is, I don't think anything is off the table for the Avs when it comes to, you know, making a move that makes sense for that organization.
I mean, would you rather have Lehkonen, McKinnon, Natchez, or Lehkonen, McKinnon, Juking?
Ooh, I mean, that's a tough one. I'd have to go with the latter. I would take Nichushkin and Lehkonen playing with Nate all day long.
I kind of want a lefty on the power play too, John, in all honesty.
Yep.
I kind of miss that with Mikko, right? Like, who's that guy out there? Is there somebody like that? He doesn't even have to be a top line guy, but can we find that lefty? There's somebody like that out there?
Well, could that potentially be someone like Brock Nelson?
Could it?
Who scored goals, multiple times, 30 goal scorer multiple times. Now I'm thinking more on the power play side of things.
That's what I'm
maybe
thinking.
not necessarily 5-on-5, but yeah, there's obviously someone out there, but I don't know if you're going to find quite the caliber of player as Natchez and at the cap hit that he's on. It's not too bad for a player that's going to be a point per game guy.
I hate to interrupt here, but I'm only talking about the power play because that's where the Avalanche made changes, didn't they? In coaching.
And what they struggled with. Dallas,
with.
Yeah.
So I'm not, I got to admit, Mitchie, I'm not overly concerned about 5-on-5 really with the Avs, but the power play was disappointing. And I think Natchez is a great player, sure, but he didn't really work on the power play, did he? So I might take a little bit less than to be better than on the power play. I mean, maybe that's just where they got to have their heads at, and they want Brock. He's there. So to me, moving forward is like, how do we make the power play better? And we'll just do what we got to do.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, because obviously when you're going into a playoff round against Dallas and you almost dominate them 5-on-5, and then specialty teams rolls around and then you get rolled on that. I mean, that's what it comes down to in a majority of hockey games, right? Is obviously it's the will and the desire to win those battles. But if you win specialty teams battles, I'm sure there's some analytics out there somewhere that if you win those battles, you're statistically way more advanced to move on and win that game or win a series. And it seemed like it was pretty evident there. So I don't disagree, because you've got Nate over there on his off wing righty. Then you've got Natchez over there on his off wing righty. Natchez isn't necessarily a guy that's going to go and stand in front of the net and kind of take a beating. He's a little bit more of a perimeter, make plays, shooter type of guy. Mm-hmm. Now, if he was left-handed, we wouldn't even probably be having this discussion. But it's crazy to think that just because he's the same hand as Nate and essentially plays in the exact same position as Nate would if he was on any other team, now it's a giant question mark, right? And how are you going to get that to work? And you kind of feel for Ray Bennett a little bit, because he was,
right.
He had a three-headed monster on the top of the power play with Mikko, Nate, and Cale Makar. I don't think there's a better three that you could have on one team. There's no other team that possesses something like that. So when you lose that, and then all of a sudden you don't have that lefty on that side that has the capability to shoot and make plays like Mikko could, that will throw a wrench in your power play, and they weren't able to adjust to it. So I think that's something that Bedsy and the staff and everybody are going to have to take a serious look at.
Hey, crystal balling, what does this team look like with the available in training camp, playing all year Gabe Landeskog do to this team?
It's got to do wonders for the team and for the morale. He is such a good leader. I obviously had the opportunity to play with him for 5 years, and he was a younger captain at that moment. But I went to, obviously I went to some pregame skates and whatnot, and just watching him out on the ice. And he's the exact same guy. He's just upbeat. He's trying to keep things light. He's trying to keep things fun, keep it energetic. That's what Gabe can bring there. And then also Gabe, if things aren't rolling the right way, he'll have no problem getting in front of the room on, front and center and calling guys out or saying what needs to be said in the dressing room. He's not going to tiptoe around anything. That's for sure. So I think having him there at the beginning of the year is going to be amazing for the Avs, and just to have that solidified captain leader. And he's one of the best in the league. So all of a sudden you get somebody of his caliber of a player, not only, but his leadership and what he brings to the dressing room and the off ice part of it, you can't replace that. So to have him come back I think that's going to be just amazing for the Avs.
All right, better story. McDavid gets his cup or Florida repeats?
I mean, I think McDavid getting the cup is
okay.
That's got to be the story. I can't imagine any other scenario, because if Edmonton goes in there and loses, imagine they get all the way to Game 7 and lose again. Like that is just imagine the NHL season is such a grind already, and the fact that did it last year, made it all the way, fought back, clawed back, got into Game 7, and you lose by a single goal.
Can you imagine?
I couldn't imagine the emotion of what would happen knowing that you grinded and put your body and your mind and your mentality through another grueling 7 months or whatever. You're looking at 8 months now, and you're going to get thrust back in there. You're going to see. I am so excited to watch the game tonight because McDavid already plays at another level, and I think he's going to be just insane tonight.
Okay.
My prediction: he is going to look potentially faster than he has ever looked in his NHL career.
So you're just glad that Dallas is not in it, right? Because we all hate Dallas, right?
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's
Thank you.
Say. It should have been the Avs and Edmonton in the Western Conference Final, battling it out, going to potentially Game 7 or whatever, right? That's where it should have been at. I'm just I was obviously disappointed in the fact that because I didn't know where Edmonton was going to go, and I don't think anybody did. Especially when they went into LA, and I believe they lost the first 2 games. And I was talking to one of my neighbors here, and he's from just outside Edmonton. He is a massive Oilers fan, and he's like, nope, they don't have it this year. They don't got it. Like he already threw in the towel.
Of course.
But he rides the roller coaster all the time. So if they're doing well, they're going to win the cup. If they're not playing well, I'm done with them. So he's kind of funny, but the fact that they were able to kind of not weather the storm, but figure it out and then just kind of roll the next 2 series is amazing.
Well, John, we appreciate a little June hockey talk with you, brother. And we can't wait for the Avs to get back on the ice again. We'll see you, my man. Thank you, John.
It'll be great. Yeah, pleasure. Thanks, fellas.
Okay.
See you.
John Mitchell. Man, everybody really does hate Dallas. I'll give you that.
You didn't
Holy cow.
mention you were rooting for him, did you?
I was rooting for Mikko because I like Mikko. But it's funny with the Avs. Like, there's no reason Nature should be on this team. It doesn't. He's a great player, but it doesn't work.
But you got to be able to get something from him.
Well, okay, but and it's got to be a left-handed player. Because 5-on-5, the Avs are fine. They seriously are. They're okay 5-on-5. They got Nelson now. That's good.
Well, they got to clear some space.
They got to clear some space.
Whatever they do, you've got a little bit less than $2 million left in cap space. You got to clear some money.
You just really missed that lefty vibe on the power play when Nature's for Mikko wasn't really straight up because it's a lefty for a righty. And it really hurt you, as it turns out. So it's a big deal on the power play, and we'll see what happens. So you got some work to do, Avalanche, and they did a good job getting the Brock Nelson thing done. I think a lot of people were not expecting that. So that came as a
2 weeks
surprise.
ago he was gone, right?
Yeah.
And then last week I think news came out they're talking. Okay, and I'm with Tyler. 7.5 seems high for a team that's been scraping towards the top of the salary cap, but that means that Nature's got to look see what his salary is. Gerard makes pretty good money. Probably means one of those 2 guys, if not both, are going to be traded.
Okay, well, we'll follow the offseason moves and grooves. We'll see what the Nuggets have going on. The Broncos with OTAs, and we'll be out there tomorrow giving you all that. Shaquille O'Neal put out his top 10 players of all time. There's a couple surprises on the list, and we want to compare that to your top 10. Scotty, coming up next.
2-2. And it should be an easy play for McMahon. It is. Yes. The Rockies win it 3-2. They have swept the Marlins in Miami for the first time since 2006. Kinley with his second save of the year. The last time the Rockies had a sweep on the road was last May in San Diego. Warren Schaefer with a big grin. Kyle Freeland, he's off the snide. His first win since early September of last year. A bunch of firsts for the men in purple.
Wow. 3 in a row for the Rockies.
See? It can happen.
Go. Don't stop believing, Rockies fans. Who said playing this song is proof that your team's just a big bunch of losers? Oh, yeah, I said that. Raise your hands in the air. You are a Rockies fan. Celebrates. I mean, it is a good song, right?
Yeah, I've loved it for 40 years.
I'll just never forget when they started playing this song, cranking this in Tampa in Game 6. I was like, oh, my God. It's only a 1-goal game. And they're playing this at Amalie Arena with all that soft ice.
Oh,
I'm like, holy cow. The Avs are going to win the Stanley Cup. It's 5 minutes left to go in the game, and
they're already saying, don't
they're
stop
saying,
believing.
don't stop believing. The Avs are going to raise the cup, and we're going to have a parade, and Betsy's going to be a little hammered.
How come Lovin', Touchin', Squeezin' never came through as a hockey song?
Excuse me?
Warren Schaefer rolling. Congratulations to the Rockies. They got it done. Day off, play the Mets this weekend. Back home. The victorious Rockies come back home.
So they come home Florida tonight, probably, right?
Hey, listen, man. That Yankees crowd, a packed Coors Field. What's the Mets fans going to do?
Well, it'll be packed, too.
Don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
We probably have maybe not the exact same amount of Mets fans as Yankees fans, but I bet it's not that far off.
Turns out it's a big city.
Do Mets fans hate Yankees fans?
Yes.
Is it similar to Cubs, White Sox?
Oh.
But do Yankees fans hate Mets fans?
Well, I think when you're in a city, it's one or the other.
Do Cubs fans hate White Sox fans?
Well, all the Cubs and White
them.
Sox fans I know do.
I think they just look down on them like they're lower class.
Yeah, I think it's probably like a CU-CSU thing.
Well, in that Yankees-Mets?
I think it's probably CU-CSU with that, too.
I don't know. That's pretty good.
I don't know, man. I that's a good question. I'd have to, 303-504-0925. I'm sure we have Yankees and Mets fans out there. I mean, I don't know. Or White Sox, Cubs fans. I don't know how they feel about each other. It's a good question. I'm not sure.
Those two teams have nearly identical records this year, 38-23, 37-22.
You realize, though, for years and years and years, generations of hate are built upon playing each other.
Right.
But the Cubs and White Sox and the Yankees and the Mets generationally would not play each other.
Right.
Yeah, but you know what they do?
Well, that's why when the Mets and Yankees played in that World Series and everybody's all fired up, right?
But they go to dinner at family dinners together. That's what they do.
I guess. But, like, if you don't play each other, how can you hate another team?
The coverage in town?
I don't know, man. It's a good question.
Jealousy.
Yeah, jealousy.
Yeah, seriously.
I've never lived in a city that had two teams like that. I've never lived in New York or maybe LA with the Angels and the Dodgers. I don't know. I got a good
Well, see, in the
good
Angels
question.
Dodgers would be the same thing American National League before, but the Angels, other than a good movie, really have never done anything.
Maybe they do hate each other. I don't know. I don't know. Like,
I always thought Cubs and White Sox fans did not like the other.
Well, but wouldn't it be like big brother, little brother there, though?
Or you like one, but you don't like the other.
Don't you think the White Sox fans have probably a huge inferiority complex compared to Cubs fans?
You think?
Yeah.
Or they got pride in it. One of the two.
Like if you were to say baseball team from Chicago, who would say White Sox before they would say Cubs?
Well, who has more World Series championships?
I don't know if that matters. I don't even know that answer. I would guess I don't know. That's a good question. I'm trying to think if the White Sox have ever won a World Series.
Yeah.
Have they? When? Oh, I think they actually, you know what? They were actually not that bad a few years ago. God, have the White Sox won a World Series? Holy cow, I don't even know. Off the top of my head.
2005.
2005, they did win a World Series.
So
2005.
Beat the Astros.
the World Series have won one.
They've got 3 of them.
06,
Do they?
17, and 2005.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't
And
know.
when he
Who
says
knows?
06 and 17, he does mean 1906.
I
Just to be
understand.
clear.
So the Cubs and White Sox both have 3 World Series championships. And they both have, both of them have won in the past 20 years. Remember when Chris Bryant was awesome? God, he was so good. He made the last out. He fielded the ball at third base.
Full season of KB, we're going to be okay.
Going to be all right. All right, top 10 list. Shaquille O'Neal. You ready for Shaquille O'Neal's top 10, Scott? First of all, maybe we should do Scott. Do you first. Give me your top of all time. Let's see how many you do. Take this seriously, too. Don't be goofy
You have
with
to
this.
answer me one question. Did he put himself in the top 10?
I don't know. I don't think so. Dan, did he?
He did, and then he recused himself.
All right, so he took himself out.
Yeah,
Yes.
see, I wouldn't put him in the top 10.
Okay.
I thought he was as
All right.
dominant as anybody, but he wasn't skilled. And I tried to look at skill.
Don't worry about listing them in order. Or you can if you
Yeah.
want. Give me your top 10, and then I'll play you Shaquille O'Neal's.
Give the top 3 in order. Top 3 in order.
Ooh.
Is one not easy?
No.
Really?
I mean, it's 1-2 for me. I'll go Chamberlain, Jordan, Kobe, Russell. West.
Are you doing this in order too?
Well, no, I'm just trying to think.
Just naming them? Okay.
I think
You can
of-
reorder them later. All right.
Now, does this mean great players or
It's your top 10 of all time. Boy, whatever metrics you want to use. Then we'll see what Shaq said.
I guess you got to put LeBron in there. I think Durant probably might be in there. Steph Curry's in there. What am I at now?
8. You only have 2 left.
Joker. That's a good one.
Well, you're leaving out 2 pretty obvious ones right now.
Jabbar.
Well, 3. Okay. Are you sure? You want any second takes on that?
No, that's
give me his list.
That's off the top of the head.
Okay, you gonna leave Bird and Magic off that list?
Ooh, golly.
You gonna leave Bird and Magic off for Jerry West? Really?
You know what? Put Bird for West.
Okay. I mean, you're gonna put Durant on there, huh? Instead of Magic Johnson?
And Magic for Durant.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. So Scott's list.
Although, you know what?
Okay.
I'm not sure Durant's not better than LeBron. LeBron's just played for a million
You want to
years.
make that change?
No.
He's the leading scorer of all time.
Yeah, but so what?
Okay. So, all right.
He's played 21 years. Skill-wise, he's average.
So you got Chamberlain.
He's a physical specimen.
You got Chamberlain, Jordan, Kobe, Bill Russell, Larry Bird, LeBron James, Magic Johnson, Steph Curry, Joker, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, there you
go. Okay. All right. You got a lot that Shaq has, and we're just taking Shaq off for both you guys.
Yeah.
Even though he may be on the list. But all right, here we go with Shaq. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Shaquille O'Neal, and this is my top 10 greatest players of all time. Number 10, I have myself. I would take myself off and put the great Julius Erving. Number 9, I have the great Tim Duncan. Number 8, I have Akeem Olajuwon. Number 7, Larry Bird. Number 6, Will Chamberlain. Number 5, I will go with Bill Russell. Number 4, I'm going to go with Irvin Magic Johnson. Number 3, I'm going to go with the King, LeBron James. Number 2, I'm going with rest in peace, Kobe Bean Bryant. And number 1, the greatest player of all time is Michael Jordan.
All right, so the difference is there. First of all, he put Dr. J on that list.
Dr. J was fantastic and a great Great player. I loved him to death. One of my favorite people that I've ever got to meet. But he's not a top 10 player in the world.
I don't think his game holds up. I think there was a lot of highlight moves there from Dr. J, but compared to the athletic moves these guys make these days, it's like
was Dr. J one of the first highlight reels? Like today's version.
When the ABA came into the NBA, it changed the path of the NBA forever because the ABA were creative, flying, dunking, crazy athletic talent. Here's why I won't diss any older player, and I heard a tape on Rick Barry talk about this, who was a great player too. Hey, none of those players, Dr. J included, had personal trainers, masseuse, what's the people, the dietitians, 18 different coaches. They didn't have any of that stuff. And you know what else you can do to all those guys? Touch them. But and Dominique Wilkins, same way. Dominique Wilkins played in this game right now, he'd average 40 because no one could touch him. Same with Dr. J.
Well, Shaq left Jabbar off the list, which is crazy to me, but okay.
One of the most unstoppable shots there ever was.
He doesn't put Joker or Steph, so he stays away from the modern guys. Like his
it's tough for modern guys to make these lists. It always is.
I think Joker, when it's all said and done, is going to be a top 10 player of all time.
Okay, so when it's all said and done, if you want to make him top 10, is he competing with Tim Duncan? Who's he competing with? Yep.
But you guys only had 3 different guys. Your difference was only 3.
Yeah,
and listen,
Joker. In fact, I talked to.
Would you put?
I talked to Sean. What's his name? Does the color
Puffy Combs?
No. Yeah. Diddy. No, Sean that does the San Antonio Spurs TV. Played for the Spurs, won a championship.
Sean Elliott.
Sean Elliott.
Yeah.
And we talked this year. He goes, Joker's already better than Tim. That was from Sean Elliott. He said Tim will have more championships when it's all said.
5. And what are the MVPs with Tim too?
But he said he'll always have more championships. Joker won't win 5, and he's right. But he says all around player. He said Joker's already better.
Okay.
Is Joker, not talking about skilled, is Joker a more dominant basketball player than Shaq was?
No, because Shaq just ran over.
And that's where we get into.
But that's LeBron James too.
But that's where we get into weird semantics. You know, I totally get your logic. Totally understand it. Makes sense to me. But, you know, you do play the game to dominate. And if you can dominate and you're stupid and you've got a very limited skill set, yet you dominate, you do dominate.
Yep. To me, Shaq and LeBron have dominated their eras because of pure strength and size. They were the first guys that put a little skill to massive strength. There was nobody in Shaq's time and he got scary to people. People were scared of him. Now, he didn't get to go up against the Pistons, really. They were dismantled and you know, all the bad boys. That had been fun. And he kind of was that crossover when the league went from physical to unphysical. And he was the most physical guy in the league.
What about Olajuwon?
He's one of the most skilled players that's ever stepped foot on a basketball field court. I just forgot his name.
Would you put him on the list above somebody else? You want to make a change?
I tell you what, he's nasty.
Who would you put him in front of? Jabbar? Steph?
I'm sorry, who are you talking about? Hakeem
Olajuwon.
Dude, I'm just telling you, he was one of the greatest footwork guys you've ever seen.
All right. So would you replace him with somebody on your list?
Well, you could replace him with Joker right now if you're going center. You could replace him with Jabbar, and yet you'd go to your argument. Jabbar, until recently, the last 5 years, was leading scorer.
I would absolutely take Jabbar over Olajuwon. I mean, to me, that's not even close. I get it with Olajuwon.
See,
where's the winning? Where are the championships with Olajuwon?
2 in a row.
All right. Well, what do we got with Kareem?
He probably got 5.
He's got at least 5. He got all of them with Magic.
And then 1 in Milwaukee.
He got 1 in Milwaukee.
With Oscar.
So he's got 6.
He's at 5 or 6, yeah.
He's got more overall points. He reinvented the game with the skyhook. And I understand what Elijah Wan
and
did too.
And he did it really more of a finesse player. He was more of a finesse player
Sure.
than what Shaq did. I love Elijah Wan. I love
those two
Elijah
could
Wan.
be bigger polar opposites, could they?
They're different types of players.
Yeah.
But I think Jabbar is, I mean, okay, fine. I'm not trying to diss on Elijah.
I want to know your top 3 in order. That's what I want to know.
He didn't even have Wilt on there at all, though.
He did not have. No, he did. He did.
Oh,
he had him at 6. Yep.
If you're looking at, listen, here's what I'll say to defend Wilt up there at probably 2. Phenomenal athlete. NBA and college basketball completely rewrote their rules because you talked about dominant a while ago, right? They completely rewrote the rule book to prevent him from scoring. And he still averaged in one season 50 points. Oh, yeah, by the way, 25 rebounds that year. He averaged 50 and 25. And guess how many games he missed that year? 0.
You know what's funny about your list, and this is very organic? Your top 7 players are the same top 7 players for Shaq. You don't have them in the same order.
Right.
But your top 7 and Shaq's top 7 are the exact same players. The only difference you have in 3 players are your 8, 9, and 10. You have Curry, Joker, Jabbar. He's got Elijah Wan, Duncan, Dr. J. Other than that, you guys actually listed the same 7 players. How about that?
Well, then maybe those 7 should be on there for sure.
I mean, I guess. I mean, that's Chamberlain, Jordan, Kobe, Bill Russell, Bird, LeBron, Magic. It's like, that's consensus. I guess we just start the conversation with
if
those
we're talking about pure, I'm going to score in your face players, Bill Russell isn't on there. But he was such a dominant defensive guy. He was a winner.
It's ridiculous.
He was a great leader.
It's absurd.
That to me elevates him. As far as, but I will even go back and watching that Celtic City, his skill.
It's absurd.
He didn't have tons of skill. Couldn't really shoot the ball that well.
I mean, if and we're just doing bonus points, we're talking USA basketball in college. He's a champion in those realms too. If you want to talk extra bonus, talk about coaching, and he's got championships there too. I don't think you can have a top 10 list without Bill Russell on. It's ridiculous. He's the winningest player, literally, of all time.
He was, if I may get this wrong, Tyler, in his basketball career, he was 25-0 in elimination games.
Jeez.
That's sick. And he had to play against Chamberlain.
Yeah.
I mean, and Chamberlain had to play against him, but I mean, it's not like there wasn't anybody good there. And Russell, yes, he's 6'10", but he was only 6'10", only.
Which is like Elijah Wan. Elijah Wan was closer to Russell. Because Elijah Wan kind of had to do what Russell did. Smart player. Now, both of them could jump out the gym and had long arms. Neither of them were great shooters. Elijah Wan could hit 12, 15-footers, especially at bank shot.
Well, fun list. Who knew you and Shaq would actually, your top 7 guys would be the exact same 7 guys. That's kind of crazy. And then let the debate go from there on in. 303-504-0925. No dumb questions coming up next. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction is such a bummer, and a lot of guys just ignore the situation. Well, I want your life to be better and beautiful and just as fantastic as all can be. And you can get there, again, with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we start on the text line 303-504-0925. Would Scott Hastings be in the Hall of Fame if he had worn 2-inch lifts in his shoes? There you go. That kind of checks all the boxes. It's a stupid question, and it starts an interesting conversation.
The answer would be no. Just because you got lifts ain't gonna make you jump higher or run faster.
I guess the better question, if you were 7 foot instead of 6'10", would you be in the Hall of Fame?
No, that does kind of lead to a funny, no dumb question. Like what scam thing did you ever buy into athletically? Do you remember the calf shoes? The shoes that had platforms on your toes.
On the toes,
and you couldn't touch your heels to the ground.
It's also increase the strength of your calves.
Increase your vertical by like 10 inches. I remember my dad bought me those things when I was probably, 12, 13 years old. I was out in the backyard running sprints in those things, wearing them all day long. Whatever happened to those things?
All you got was sore calves, didn't you?
Yeah, and then it turned into the calf weights. And then you had calf weights that you'd put around your calves.
Well,
I think they still have those.
When I was a kid, you had ankle weights.
Ankle weights, that's why.
Yeah, we had ankle weights. We wore those in the summertime all the time. I bought me a pair about 2 years before the pandemic. In fact, when it was the other PhD, I wore them in here one day. I've got
your ankle weights.
I've got a pair of ankle weights on my mic stand at home.
I got to tell you the funniest story about those. So when I'm in high school, you weigh in high school, you put a 25-pound weight on you, and all of a sudden you weighed in at 275 when you're really 250, right? So all these schools are recruiting me, and they think I'm like a 275-pound dude. I'm like 235 soaking wet, So Colorado offers me a scholarship, and they think I'm a lot bigger than I am. I'm coming up my recruiting visit. Gary Barnett knows this story now, but I was coming up my recruiting visit. My dad and I the night before were like, this is not good. They're going to weigh me in. Like they're going to find out how small I am. Like I'm terrified. Like I'm actually going to lose a scholarship for not being as big as they think I am. And I mean, I'm really not even close to how big they thought I was. So play a game on Friday night, get back from the game. We're in the basement. Like, all right, well, they'll probably weigh you in. Why don't we put some of those weights on you? Let's put some of those weights on you, right?
Unbelievable.
So we come up this contraption. We're using like suspenders and like we're using these calf weights, but I'm putting it around my waist and like around my thighs and wherever I can keep it. And I got these suspenders on me. I probably got an extra 20 pounds on me getting ready to weigh in for this thing. So get up to see you. And lo and behold, we're going to do weigh in. And I'm like, thank God I got these weights on me,
Uh-huh.
They're like, hey, just so you know, we're actually going to do a full-on physical. I'm like, excuse me? What do you mean a physical? Like take my clothes off physical?
Bend over.
They're like, yeah, we're going to do a full-on physical. I look at my dad. My dad's with me on this visit, and I just give him the eyes like, what are we going to do? I've got suspenders full of weights on me right now because I'm trying to weigh in an extra 25 pounds. I'm about to walk in there. They're going to take my clothes off, and they're going to see all these weights on me. So they're like, all right, Tyler, it's your turn. Doctor's ready to see you. And I'm like, you know what? I really got to go to the bathroom. Like, I got to go to the bathroom. They're like, now? I'm like, yep, I got to go to the bathroom now. I go to the bathroom. I'm like, what do I do with this? So I take all these weights off, and I'm like, I'm in this. What do I do with these weights in here? I put them at the bottom of the trash can. I stuff a bunch of tissues on top of it, trying to hide these things.
Poor janitor.
My dad tells me later that the coach is like, hey, Tyler's been in there a long time. I'm going to go check on him, see if he got lost. Dad's like, no, don't worry about it. I'll go find him. So I walk out of there, and he's got the coach next to him. Walk out. I give him the eye. I'm like, hey, you got to go find those weights. Somebody's going to find those weights in there. So my dad ends up going in there, digs through the trash. He finds them. We don't say a word. He just knows that I dropped them off in there because, God forbid I actually get caught with these things on. He goes in there. He finds those things. He puts them on his body
There you
because
go.
he doesn't know what to do with them.
There you go.
Now we got to do a tour of campus. We're walking up and down the stairs of the stadium. My dad is having like
dying.
a full-on heart attack. Like
Get his workout in.
As he is sweating just convulsively, the coach is like, "Hey, you okay? Everything all right?" He's like, "I'm fine over here."
There you go.
Told Gary Barnett that story later on, and he talked about it when I graduated. But that's a true story, man. I literally went with suspenders on, full of weights.
That's awesome.
So what
man.
they say when you weighed in?
Nothing.
They didn't care.
Absolutely nothing. They're like, "Don't worry about it. We'll get the weight on you."
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to red shirt anyways.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
My
it.
dad's
You'll be
bad
good.
dad. I mean, I blame my dad for this.
Yeah.
This is his fault.
On the Champ Mazda text line, Scott, did you ever guard Shaq?
Yes. His rookie year was my last year in the league.
How'd that go?
I took a charge off of him.
How'd that go?
What do you want to hear that story? All right.
All right, sure.
So the head coach of Orlando was Brian Hill, who was my assistant coach in Atlanta for 4 or 5 years. He and I are still good friends.
Gray hair guy.
Gray hair guy, still good friends. And we're playing at Old Mile High or at McNichols, and they bring me in to guard Shaq, and Shaq's trying to get physical. And what you do is, you pop them a couple times, so now when they get it, they're trying to retaliate. So Brian Hill, he's down on one knee, and we're right in front of their bench, and he's yelling at Shaq. He said, watch him, he'll flop on you, flop on you. Sure enough, Shaq lowered his shoulder to the middle of the lane. I'm right there. Boom, take it, go down. Boop, offensive foul.
Did you flop?
Well, I took it full on, but you accentuate.
You threw a little in there.
I took a charge. He had the ball. And I'm laying on the floor, and I look around some legs over Brian Hill, because like I say, he's a good buddy.
A little nod.
And he looks at me, and he just lowers his head and shakes his head like this, because he knew what I was going to do.
When you flopped, what would you have
Did he
said?
ever wrap his legs around you while he was dunking?
No. I don't think he ever dunked on me.
Was your flop accentuation head, arms?
No, I thought the whole body.
Just everything?
Yeah, I'm going backwards.
Just everything.
Yeah, we used to, in college, they only gave one award out at the end of the year, who took the most charges. And we worked drills on taking a charge and being able to protect yourself. And I won that 4 straight years. I was the king of taking a charge.
No dumb question. Today, Major League Baseball All-Star voting opened up. Who do we vote for the Rockies? Who have won now 3 games in a row, and one player from the Rockies will make the All-Star team. Who do you vote for?
Goodwin.
Goodman, you mean?
Oh, yeah, him too. Eric. Oh, no, that's different.
That's not Eric Goodman.
Yeah.
Good
Tovar.
guy. Tovar, he's got an oblique injury. He actually missed the sweep. Tovar's your guy, though?
Probably, right?
I'm taking Goodman. Drew.
Chris Bryant.
Chris Bryant.
He still ain't played. Didn't he play like the first 2 games or something?
I have no idea when we'll ever see him again. I'm kind of, it's an oblique injury for Tovar. I'm hoping it's not that bad. But Arcia's playing pretty good at shortstop as his fill-in. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to actually know the names of the guys who are playing. Orlando Arcia.
Well, you're watching every night. How
I
wouldn't
am.
you?
I know every guy. Estrada's playing second. They send Amador and Toglia down to the Isotopes. Getting some veteran guys up. Hayura's playing first base. These are dudes you've never even heard of.
Not even a clue.
Not even a clue.
Nope.
They're out there.
And next week we
You
do.
wouldn't know that Freeman's
we
playing
can do
great.
a weekly test.
Know your Rockies?
Yeah, know your Rockies.
Rocky or porn star? Can we do
Kevin
that?
Freeland.
Kevin Freeland. Kevin got a win today. Felt good for him. Who would you vote for your Rockies All-Star? Goodman's fine. Goodman's as good as anybody.
You tell us.
Well, because you could throw pitchers in there too. I'll probably go with Goodman. He's been he's first of all, he's on a streak right now, so he'd be the easiest guy to vote for right now. So, but he's not a great major league
I follow the
catcher.
Rockies. I know what I'm talking about.
They've had some other
I don't
guys.
even have to get online and let people, 10
What?
people watch me talk about them.
There are some psychos out there that enjoy that.
Really?
I swear to God, the chat is filled. People are into it. Not everybody hates the Rockies.
Who hates me here? I just got more.
We
important
love
things.
the Rockies so
Looking around
much
the
that we
room.
want the best thing for them, which is losing.
I just want them significant. I don't care about. Hey, let the Broncos win 2 games this year. Guess what?
But you realize no matter what they do this year, because they ain't going 73-29.
Right.
No matter what they do this year, the losses will be significant. It will be the worst.
Well,
no matter what happens, by a mile, it'll be the worst Rockies season ever. That money is in the bank. You don't have to like pull for them to lose.
Yeah, we do.
For that to happen.
We do though.
It's
because
going to happen.
We do because they've
32.
had really bad seasons, including last year, and we got nothing out of that. So apparently, what we need is a historically bad season.
By the way, I got a text from just a bro, somebody listening. I don't know who it is because I just give my phone number out. He's sending me his betting slips. He's betting Rockies. He's won three games in a row.
And he bet all 3 of them?
He bet all 3 of them. He only bet $5 a game. And it's like, here, I won $12.50, $13.50. What's this latest one here? See? I'm showing it to you. He's showing me his betting slip.
Yeah.
Bigger deal today. The Rockies getting a 3-game sweep for the first time since May of 2024, or the Avalanche signing Brock Nelson?
It should be the signing of Brock Nelson, but the ineptitude of the Rockies almost makes that story bigger.
Can I give you something? I'm looking at ESPN.com. The Rockies' story of winning 3 in a row is the 3rd story on their entire, their bullet points, like the top stories of the day, where it's going. The Rockies are the 3rd story.
I don't think am I going to just be Debbie Downer here? I don't feel particularly fired up about either of them.
Neither one of them?
I'm definitely not fired up about the Rockies. That's for sure, because I'm actively rooting for them to have the worst season in the history of Major League Baseball.
That's being a little snarky. You're not down with the Brock Nelson signing?
I'm okay. I get it. It makes sense to me. You made the trade. You don't want to lose the guy, right? But on the surface, it feels like $7.5 million is a lot for a dude that I don't have a memory of. Do you have a memory of Brock Nelson?
You got traded to the Avalanche.
Yeah. I mean, look, I know the 2C's been a big deal. I get that. You made the trade. You don't want to lose the guy, especially after you made the trade. You gave up. Remember, what did we give up? Remind me.
Miko?
Nelson was, oh my God, Dan, I might need a little help. Miko was Natchez.
Natchez?
I feel like Nelson, was it Middlestat? I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
We need a little research on that one there, Dano.
I mean, look, you're paying $7.5 million for a 33-year-old that I don't have memory of.
Turning 34 in October.
Yeah.
So really, he's 34, not 33. He'll be 34 when the season gets going.
Am I alone on that? I'm not trying. I don't think it's a bad deal. I get the deal. I understand the deal. But I'd be lying if I said that felt awesome that our 3rd highest paid player on the team is 34 years old and I don't have a memory.
On Twitch, Richie in a first was, and I'll take people who are much smarter than us on Twitch. Thank you. Richie in a first and Casey Middlestat with Charlie Coyle. Sounds right.
This says Brock Nelson traded for a conditional 26th first, a conditional 28th third.
Okay.
Cal Ritchie.
Okay.
And Kylington. Defenseman.
Oh, yeah. Shillington. But, yeah, okay. I know. He spells it with a K, but it's pronounced,
there you go. Shillington.
Yeah.
Netches, you're talking about just getting rid of now, acquired part of a 3-way trade involving Rantanen.
Yeah, well, we know that.
So the Netches was there.
They're probably going to have to move on from him, by the way. They have hardly any salary cap room. They need a lefty on the power play. Somehow.
Charlie Cole they got from Middlestat, Zellers, and a second-round 25 pick.
Okay. You got Ross Colton you could deal to. You could deal Sam Girard as well. But your biggest priority, and the reason why they moved on from Ray Bennett, because he was their power play coach, offensive power play coach. And
the power play stunk in the playoffs?
Yeah, and when we had John Mitchell on last hour, he goes, I feel a little bit bad for Bennett because, he lost some of the tools in the toolbox and just wasn't the same. 5-on-5, the Avs were fine, more or less. It was their inability to convert on the power play.
I thought they had winning minutes 5-on-5 in that Dallas series.
I think they did too. It wasn't the 5-on-5. So if it's not the 5-on-5, maybe it doesn't really matter who you put with McKinnon on the top line. And frankly, Lehkonen, McKinnon, Nichushkin, you don't think that's going to work? Sure. Now you're committed to Brock Nelson, and we know Gabe Landeskog is coming back. Okay. So now that's one spot on the top 6. Well, you don't really need Natchez for that. You could replace that guy with all sorts of different dudes. And what's more important isn't, Natchez on the top line 5-on-5 with McKinnon. It's who's a lefty on the power play that can be pretty effective.
The issue for me is Natchez is still a pretty young guy, right?
Yeah.
And they say he's a little redundant because his game kind of tries to copy the other forward. So it's too of a redundant piece.
Yeah, he's not a bad player, but there's nothing unique enough about it.
But he's almost like a Nate in the sense that you got to have him open eyes and you got to do. That being said, you got rid of Richie, who a lot of people say is one of the great future talents in the league. You give up on that young guy, and then now you get Natchez, and you're going to give up on that young guy. How many young guys in the pipeline, or even that are up here right now, that in 3 years can be the dude? Listen, I don't know if anybody's looking, but Nathan McKinnon ain't getting younger.
We're all in there, buddy. There sadly may be a stretch 5 years from now where it's the cupboard's bare.
It does feel like we're getting close to that.
Well, do you want to win now or not?
I want to win. Absolutely.
Right.
I'm fine with it. It just feels like you are getting dangerously close to that territory.
So let me ask you this. Have you guys thought about this? The Avs, and we gave them credit when all the trades are going on, because we said they're saying, let's win this thing this year. Let's go. I mean, they went for it.
They absolutely. No doubt about it.
We look at the Nuggets and we're like, oh, are you guys going to do anything? They didn't do it.
You know what, though? At the end of the day, the Nuggets made the more aggressive move.
Nothing.
No. Overall, because you didn't see it coming, but firing a coach with 3 games left to go,
I guess
thinking you got some there's some juice to squeeze out of the lemon is pretty aggressive.
Well, to me, and this might be a stretch, you looked at both ends of the spectrum for your 2 winner teams, and neither one of them lived up to what your hopes were.
Well,
that's true.
I hate to fight you on this, but I think I'll give you a little pushback on the Nuggets, because I think they felt the season was doomed. I think they thought they got a lot more out of it.
I understand that, but
it's the Avs. The Avs, listen, the Avs are more disappointing than the Nuggets, okay? Period. The end. You with this team, with what they had, with what they were doing, you were not supposed to lose in the first round. You weren't supposed to lose a 2-0 lead in the third period in Game 7. You were not supposed to do that. That collapse was not supposed to happen. You were supposed to move on. You were supposed to be in the Stanley Cup final. You cannot tell me Edmonton is that much better or Winnipeg is that much better than the Avalanche.
Well, Edmonton handled Dallas pretty easy. And that was a struggle and a grind for Denver, for the Avalanche.
And there were moments for the Avs that I thought they were absolutely going to school Dallas. And frankly, had their power play worked at all, they may have schooled Dallas.
Yeah, because then you win Game 4. Didn't you lose Game 4 at home?
I forget exactly what.
Which was the 3-minute or the 4-minute penalty in overtime.
Yeah, you kill me on my memory ain't that good, but there was that game.
Yeah, it was a home game.
You had plenty of opportunities to win that game. You had a 4-minute power play. You had time in overtime. You blew it. You blew it. The Nuggets, you can make the argument, and we'll see with Oklahoma City. Dude, they're 9.5-point favorites over the Pacers. Are they going to lose another game on their way to the NBA Finals? And if they lose, I'll be stunned if this goes 6 games. I won't be stunned if Indiana wins a game. That happens. But I will be stunned if that goes longer than 5 games in Oklahoma City's
I think everybody's counting. I mean, if you look at it, the Pacers in every series have been major underdogs, and yet they're playing the NBA Finals.
Well,
and those teams right there should be scary.
It's turning midnight, and the carriage is turning into a pumpkin.
You beat a team that won 62 games this year, right? In Cleveland. Didn't they knock off Cleveland that first round?
Sure.
I mean, and everybody thought, no way that thing's going to happen.
Do you think the Pacers got a shot in this series?
Yes, I do.
No way. Tyler?
Yeah, I do. Because I'm not sure if Oklahoma City has been tested enough. They got tested from the Nuggets, but if they get into a fight, are they ready for that?
I think they are now. I think they weren't, and the
Nuggets, you're probably right. By the time you get
shape.
to the finals, you're ready for anything.
And look what happens, too. If you fight hard against the Thunder, they come back and beat you by 40 the next game. They're going to cruise in this series, man.
That 40-point, yeah.
All right, whatever.
That was more on you than them.
Hey, listen, man. The Nuggets had their shots in Games 4 and Game 5, okay?
Yep, that's true.
They had their chance, and they blew it, and then they lost by 40 in Game 7. Just like they beat the Clippers by 40 in Game 7. It is more disappointing what happened with the Avalanche this postseason than the Nuggets, unfortunately.
And yet, the better chance you almost feel with the Nuggets.
To win?
Yeah, because as you said, Game 4 and 5, you could have won that thing 4-2.
I don't necessarily disagree, because when you're also talking about a sport that when you got the best player in the world, it's a lot easier.
I think if the Nuggets were playing the Pacers, the Nuggets might lose a game. Maybe.
I don't disagree with that. So maybe you're right with the OKC. I'll say this. I think as far as getting OKC ready to win a championship, the Nuggets probably did as much for them as anybody else.
Right.
They handled Minnesota. And they got beat by 30.
They did.
In game 3.
They fell asleep for one game. But look what they did when they came back from that. It meant nothing. It meant nothing that Minnie got, a big game. Nothing. Well, that starts tomorrow night. Tonight, it's
they're kind of two likable teams, if you're being honest. I know we shouldn't like Oklahoma City because they just beat us, but there's not a whole lot to hate about either one of these two teams. I like SGA. I love Tyrese. I mean,
I said last week I was excited about if it were Pacers and OKC because I think it's going to be fun basketball.
Yeah, I got no problems with it.
There's no real villains on the court.
No, I think it's going to be up and down, scoring, going crazy basketball. I was shocked, to be honest with you. Because when they played the Knicks, I thought that was going to be a matchup nightmare for Indy because I just thought the Knicks are going to be way too physical. They handled Indy. I mean, they handled the Knicks. They handled the Knicks, including winning those first 2 games there. Come on now. They handled the Knicks.
You got me tuning into hockey tonight?
Yeah, I may watch. Well, it depends. No.
6 o'clock, right here on good old Altitude.
I have a date night tonight.
Oh. What's
I think we may go to Ballerina. Or Ballantina, one of the two.
Ballerina?
It's either Ballerina or Ballantina. Maybe Ballantina.
What are you talking about?
The movie.
What's that?
It's a new John Wick split off.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on, there's a John Wick split off that I don't know about?
Valentina.
In the theaters right now?
Look it up on your thing right there. Valentina,
It's in the John Wick universe.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
how have I missed out on this?
And I believe he makes an appearance in the movie.
This is the first one?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Look it up, Valentina.
It looks like
we'll watch the trailer during the break.
All right.
So, you in the warden?
Yep.
Babysitter or the?
Nope. Overnight.
Overnight. Oh, wait, whoa. A little staycation?
A little staycation.
Really?
So, no, I probably won't watch that.
Okay. When does this all begin?
3:01.
Oh. What are we doing for dinner?
Haven't planned that.
So is this the birthday present?
No, it just worked out that way. I think it's a surprise.
That's nothing to do with your birthday.
No,
just
having to work
random
out.
Wednesday.
One of Ellie's friends having a birthday, and they're staying over at their house.
So she's having a stay over, so you're going to have a stay over.
Yes, I am.
I need to know more about Ballerina. That's what I need to know.
Who's
it featuring? What's the storyline?
I think it's one of the ladies from the Russian family.
Oh.
Because I think it's Valentina.
I need to know more about the staycation.
Ballerina.
Is it Ballerina?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't need to know any more about Scott's sex life. I mean, what do you want to know here?
I mean, it's a Wednesday. We're spending money on a hotel room on a Wednesday.
Well, we ain't staying in a hotel.
What are you talking about?
Well, unless you want to count my mortgage.
He's got a babysitter. She's staying somewhere else.
She's staying at a friend's house.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, so my house is empty. Why am I paying for a hotel?
Oh, I thought that you were going somewhere.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I mean, I might put a mint on her pillow.
Okay.
Housekeeping? You want me for a pillow?
All right, Let's Football Goes coming up next. Good luck tonight. Have fun with that. We'll see you. Oh, wow. So, Dan, that was clever, Dan. Dan found part of the Gilbert Arenas. What's that? We good?
Oh, sorry. Was I on air there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was talking about
else.
personal problems.
He was talking about Jordan Knott.
Yeah.
We'll play the full.
I pulled the opposite of Scott. Scott never has his microphone on. I actually had mine on.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll play a little treat coming up. The full Gilbert Arenas ripping on Karl Anthony Towns. But it is going to take some surgery on Dan's part. But we just heard a little bit of that there. Anyways. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Let's football go, Dan. Come on, brother. Give it to us.
All right, fellas, we got a little bit of breaking/developing news here with the Denver Broncos. So this just coming out about 10 minutes ago. Free agent running back J.K. Dobbins has a visit scheduled with the Broncos, according to Tom Pelissero.
Cool.
The reports are that either tonight or tomorrow night, J.K. Dobbins is scheduled to have dinner with Sean Payton and the Broncos brass. Just taking a quick look here before you guys react to his career stats. He's played 4 seasons, 2,252 rushing yards, 21 rushing touchdowns, and he's an okay receiver out of the backfield. Actually, last year he had 32 receptions for 153 yards with the Chargers. So J.K. Dobbins potentially becoming a part of the Denver Broncos running back stable.
So if we go back to free agency, which feels like forever ago now, J.K. Dobbins, he was on my list. He was always on my list for guys I wanted the Broncos to go look at. You know, for a guy that had 900 yards last year, I understand why teams would not want to pay J.K. Dobbins elite money. I don't get why the dude doesn't have a job. I don't get that at all. Broncos, we've asked this question 100 times. Is R.J. Harvey capable of being an every down back? Maybe, but that's a maybe. We don't know that. J.K. Dobbins makes a lot of sense to me.
Your running back room gets better if he signs.
J.K. Dobbins last year, 195 carries for 905 yards, 4.6 per, 32 catches for $163, had 9 touchdowns. What's not to like here?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I do understand.
And he's not that old.
Not that old, no. I got you. What do we got here for J.K. Dobbins?
I mean, out of his 4 years, he's had 2 really good years. His rookie year was really solid, 805 yards. Then he went 520. He was hurt in 2023, only had 8 attempts on the season. Then last year he had a fantastic year. So why does this dude not have a job?
I don't know. I like it. I like it for the Broncos.
So I don't know what took
Chargers
so long,
didn't Chargers didn't want to pay him, and plus they get Genty.
They drafted Hampton.
Raiders got
Genty.
They drafted Hampton. So, okay. Would you rather have J.K. Dobbins or Jaleel McLaughlin?
Probably J.K.
Okay. I mean, it comes down to that.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Mike, if I'm being honest, I think it would probably come down to Audric Estime more than anything else.
Fine. Would you rather have Audric Estime or J.K. Dobbins?
J.K. Dobbins.
Me too. Estime. I roll my eyes about everything with Estime. You can't tell me a guy that you benched in a playoff game for Tyler Bidet is any kind of priority for you the next year. I just don't believe it. I think they're putting good lip service to it.
Did you say the same thing about Mims the year before?
But Sean said we got to get him more carries.
Yeah, I'm just not buying it. Mims, Sean Payton admitted he was underused his rookie year.
Well, did he say that when somebody asked him about Estime? He said, listen, he's a back, he's got to get carries, and we didn't do a good enough job to get him enough carries.
But the Broncos didn't just draft a receiver. They just drafted a running back. So the belief in Mims is way higher than an Estime.
But what round did they draft that running back?
Second round. But
and when was Estime drafted?
Estime was like
he was
a
six.
Later, yeah.
Was it that?
Fifth?
God, I thought he was like a 6.
I can look at it. Was.
I might be wrong.
It wasn't. I thought it was 4th.
I think it's
I
fifth.
don't know. Audric Estime was drafted. Come on, baby.
I'm going to go with 5th. That sounds right.
Come on, baby. Give it to me. He was running back 21. He's a young guy. 5th round. 5th round. That's a low priority, man. You move on.
I know drafts. I just don't know mock.
You know real drafts.
I know real drafts.
Real drafts. Yeah. All right. Next story, Dan.
All right, we heard the first part of Chris Sims on Pro Football Talk. So what they're doing, guys, is they're doing like their quarterback tiers. Now, they had 2 quarterbacks in the tier Bo was in. It's the ready-to-launch tier. It was Bo Nix and Caleb Williams in that tier, according to Chris Sims. Now let's hear the second part of this, and then I've got a question for you guys at the end.
He's got a great compact motion. It's one of the quicker releases in all of football already. Okay, so you got all of that. He's a very good short thrower, as we know, intermediate thrower. I think people, if you go back and watch this year, you'll realize, damn, Bo Nix is kind of a machine as the season goes on with the 15 to 20-yard routes, let alone some of the deep throws as well. And then, oh yeah, don't forget, when he turns the corner, like a Drake May or some of these other guys, he can run for 30 yards, not 5 or 10, for 30. That's what kind of athlete he is. So, yeah, I think between anticipation, putting the ball in tight windows, getting to see just about every scheme possible in the history of the planet because of the Sean Payton's offense and let him do it, I just don't have very many questions about what he can and can't do. To me, it's just about experience and continuing to play and growing the playbook around him, and they're excited about him out there. I know that. I know people out in Denver, and they think Bo Nix is about to whoop some ass, and I do too.
Okay, so Chris Sims says he's talking to people in Denver. They're really excited about him, but my question is, so he also has Caleb Williams in this tier as well, the ready-to-launch tier. He thinks both of these guys, both of these quarterbacks are going to break out this season. If you guys just had to take a guess, who's going to have the better stats in the upcoming season, Bo Nix or Caleb Williams with Ben Johnson?
Trying to help me out with the Bears depth chart here. Anybody remember this off the top of your head? I know they've got DJ Moore. They drafted
Roma
Roma Dunze. Yep. I mean, they got some weapons out there. They also drafted Luther Burden, another guy that we were interested here.
Definitely.
That's a pretty solid offense right there. They got Cole Kmet. They got Colston Loveland. Damn, they got weapons. They got serious weapons out there. I guess I would still bank on Bo, though. Even after saying all that, I trust the consistency, the year two in the offense, same play caller. Caleb Williams is starting over again.
Can Bo Nix go 35 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, a little bit less, 4,200 yards in the air with 400 rushing yards? Give him 3 or 4 touchdowns in there, too. Running touchdowns. Just run the ball in. Well, Caleb,
what is he, the next Josh Allen?
No, that's not quite Josh Allen, but
pretty close.
He's going to do Josh Allen-like things, though. I mean, it's 3rd and 6. He's going to be an option. We're going to keep that ball going. We're going to try to pick up more first downs.
Caleb Williams' rookie year, the stats are misleading. They're not bad.
What are the numbers?
Take a guess. I guess I just got to let the witness.
I'll say 26 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, 3,300 yards.
I think you're in the ballpark. I mean, so he's got 3,500 yards throwing.
Okay.
20 touchdowns and only 6 interceptions.
Oh, that's pretty good.
He actually took care of the ball. Now, not as many touchdowns. How many did Bo had? Like 28, 29 touchdowns.
Bo had 27 touchdown passes to 12 interceptions.
Okay.
So that's not bad, actually. He had 3 times touchdowns, interceptions. What were turnovers?
I mean,
his turnovers weren't bad.
That's actually surprising. Caleb Williams only had 6 interceptions on the entire season.
And 3,500 yards, huh? So they're wow, that is actually pretty interesting. How many wins do they have?
3? I don't know.
20 touchdowns. So
he needs more touchdowns.
He needs more. Wow, where were they falling short? Their 3rd down percentage must have been tough. They might have been a little bit rough,
even the completion percentage is pretty similar to Bo Nix.
Yeah, they must have just not been converting, not keeping drives going. Defense must have been a little bit soft places. Those aren't bad numbers. Those aren't bad numbers at all. I think Bo's going to be a little bit better, but I'm not going to throw Caleb Williams in the trash can yet. I think the most overrated quarterback out of all this crew is Drake May. I think Drake May is the props.
Wait, overrated?
I think he's.
I think Drake May is the dude.
I think he's way overrated.
That guy has got. I think he's got the potential to be the best in the group.
Oh well, okay. You're not the only one. A lot of people have great things to say about Drake May. I don't quite get it, but we'll see. Is Stephon Diggs going to make it to opening day there for the Patriots?
I don't know, man.
This is getting funny.
He is at OTAs.
Yeah, okay. That's not what I asked.
He's there this week. He wasn't there last week. He was on a boat.
Yeah. How's the Cardi B cocaine cruise going to be in the 6 weeks of the offseason?
It's Tushy or something. Not cocaine. Tushy.
Okay. Sorry. Don't mean to get it wrong.
Tootie.
Tootie?
Something.
Tootsie?
Tootsie.
Next story, Dan.
It's ketamine.
All right, this will be my last one. I just kind of wanted to do a fun story for you guys here. So this actually came out about a year ago, but I just happened to run across this on YouTube last night. So this is Julian Edelman on the Kelsey Brothers podcast, and he's talking about his interactions with Randy Moss, his rookie year in New England, and here's what Julian had to say.
He used to call me Edelnut.
Edelnut?
Hey, Edelnut, get my hot tub about 103 and get my Gatorade. That's where we used to have the metal tubs.
Yes.
You know, you have metal tubs and hot tub.
Yes.
He never wanted to go on the regular hot tub. He had to have his own with the, he had to have this, it was like menthol rubbing alcohol in there. And he go, Edelnut, go get my towel, my Gatorade, and make that hot tub about 103, 102. Don't it up. This one time.
What a legend.
Yes, sir.
This one time, Randy, it was like the day before Christmas, and we had to work. We had a game on Christmas or something, and Randy was talking to his mom, and I just walked by. I was like, hey, Randy, tell Mama Moss I said, Merry Christmas. He goes, Edelnut, when I'm talking to my mother mom, you shut the up.
Scott, Tyler, any interactions with vets like that when you guys were young bucks in your respective leagues?
You want me to go down the list of guys I hated? I'll start with my good buddy Ben, who's my good buddy today. Ben Hamilton, hated his guts. Hated his guts. He was a jerk, absolute jerk, and he's a good friend today. They made life hell.
Was Nalen here when you were here?
Nalen was there.
You hated him?
Had Nalen. Yep.
Hated him? Okay.
Hated him. Hated Eric Pears. Hated all those guys. They made my life hell. We're back in the day. I don't know. Would you consider this like old school hazing or not? You tell me. We used to have on Fridays, we'd have little whiteboard tests, right? Coach would go up there, drop a play. You got to go up there, give the defense, get all the right answers. You got your back turned to the rest of the guys in the room because you're drawing on the whiteboard, right? So you got the pen up there, and you're like very nervously drawing these lines, like, please don't get this thing wrong. Please don't get it wrong. The guys in the back would have socks with a tennis ball in it filled with baby powder. And the second you got something wrong, you just got pelted with baby powder.
Jeez.
I mean, who hadn't had a chocolate
Was that
raisin
hazing?
thrown at him?
I don't know if that was hazing.
It depends how much it hurt, I suppose. I mean, it's a little bit of hazing.
I was nervous.
I don't blame you.
He had weights on suspenders all over his back, and they just bounced off those metal weights.
Right. All right. Thank you, Dan, for that. Do you ever get hazed? Yeah, I doubt you got hazed.
Wasn't haze.
As a New York Knick.
I remember going down an airport one time. We played commercial, and I'm walking with Truck Robinson. He had this big diamond ring on. It was little finger, one of them little finger diamond ring, bunch of diamonds. And we stopped and get a hot dog or something at one of those stands right in the middle of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
He says, Scotty. He's going, Scotty, grab my bag for me. Okay. So I just thought I needed help. He was going to the bathroom or something. So I'm like going, and he just starts taking off walking.
All of a sudden, you're a valet.
And all of a sudden, I'm the valet.
Okay.
And finally, I'm going, Truck.
What happened here?
Truck.
Wait, Chuck.
Doesn't say anything. Turn around and get the thing. He goes, thanks, Scott. He goes, you're a rookie. And he flashes that diamond ring. Seriously, it's a big old diamond ring for his little pinky, and it probably had 10 or 12 diamonds inside it.
Mm-hmm. See
each one of those? That's my rookies. You're going to go right there.
Actually,
that was the funniest thing I had.
Yeah, man. Actually, I think that's a little bit of an arm around your shoulder right there. Yeah, I think that's a little bit of.
I love him to death.
I'm about to look out for you. Like that's kind of. I'd say that's any of those guys in the Broncos offensive line room put their.
Oh no! Listen, when it was all said and done, I love all those guys. I mean, they're all my guys. I love them to death. But it was different. I mean, we got treated rough.
Mm-hmm.
We got treated real rough.
Well, there you go. There is a big something going on around here. I don't know if you guys, there is something kind of huge happening today.
You're talking about in the world of sports or in this building? Or is there something huge in the building going on too?
Well, I know that, but this is something just kind of, it's been brewing around like this location. And today's kind of a big day.
Oh, Chick-fil-A opened.
Chick-fil-A opened today.
Who'd we send up to get some?
It's so close. You know, Andy came in early.
We had that meeting.
Andy's just kind of bumping around.
Oh, he had to leave.
I'm telling you, this one, whether it's closer than the other Chick-fil-A, which to me still was one of the funniest.
You don't have to get out on the main street at least.
Exactly. There's no stoplight. And I told you, they built a sidewalk connector to the 470 path. So if you walk out the back door and just walk onto the 470 path, you will walk onto a sidewalk to the Chick-fil-A parking lot. Like, it is close.
So you can hit that on the way home every night.
Easy.
You got one of them little baskets in the front of your bike?
I don't.
Beach cruiser?
No, like E.T. Like, you know.
Yeah. You don't have one of the little
extraterrestrial. I do not. But I do have a backpack that I wear every day.
So you can bowl at Chick-fil-A?
Oh, dude.
You could bring dinner home for everybody.
Every night I could. I'm going to go past that bad boy twice a day, every single day. The other one is pretty close, but it was out of the way.
You had to cross that busy street and stop.
You had to go there, and it's technically further away
Terrible
from where
parking for it too.
All of that. Yeah. Now this is in our backyard. I'm just telling you, man.
I mean, Dan just pushing buttons. He could walk over there.
There ain't no doubt about it. That would be a fun bet. Could Dan go get us a Chick-fil-A sandwich during the break?
And get back in time.
I don't know, because I don't know what the line. Well, the line's probably not too big at 2:39. We're not exactly primetime lunch hours here.
DMac, have you been to Chick-fil-A? There's always a line.
Always. But they did invent new science.
Do you think I could how long do you think it would take for me to do it? Because I got my bike.
Yeah, but you got to go get your thing. You got to get your stupid little shoes on and all that stuff.
I can do it without the shoes. I'd have to unlock it. I still lock my bike up inside here.
Really?
You lock your bike
You
inside?
like your bike up inside here?
Uh-huh.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Inside the building, you lock the bike?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you not trust?
Wow.
Everybody.
What's down by the FMs?
I don't trust anybody here.
That is like a serious middle finger to everybody in this building.
Well, it would be if anybody actually walked
What do you
upstairs.
lock it to?
There's like a railing, sort of a gated
Wait,
railing.
do you really think somebody in this building would steal your bike?
I think there's enough of a possibility that I'm nervous enough about it to lock it up.
Oh, man, we work with some scumbags.
I know, right?
God. Hey, note to everybody in this building, DMac thinks you're a scumbag.
Not all of you.
So is it that railing that overlooks everything? So we got a big ugly bike that's
It's by the stairs, not the overlook railing, so you can't see it. No, that entire upstairs. You realize the entire upstairs has basically been my bike rack, because that's the only thing that's up there for the past 6 months.
You know it is. He gave up that one office right here.
Yep.
Which, by the way, it looks like you can go take that back.
That's true. That's a good point, Scott.
You can take that old office of yours back over if you want.
Should I give it I could be on the quick. I could go get you some Chick-fil-A for and we can just see how long it takes. You want me to give it a run?
Yeah. You guys are focused on the wrong things here. He locks his bike inside.
No, I'm with you on that.
This is actually an unbelievable revelation.
Yeah. I've been doing it for months.
I don't know what to think about that.
Well, why are you offended by that?
Why?
Because now you got him nervous about who we work with.
I guess a little bit.
I'm a little scarred from getting that bike stolen. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. On the street at Ball Arena or in the building at the radio station.
In Lone Tree.
That you have to have a key card to get into.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And there's cameras up there.
I know. I'm going to lock that bad boy up. You want me to give it a run or not? I don't have to.
No, but I think we do it tomorrow. That is one of our quests.
Little quest?
Yeah. Here's what we do. We'll have you go on your bike.
Okay.
And then another break, we'll have Dan sprint up there.
Dan sprinting?
He's been working out in the mornings.
He's got a recumbent.
Dan, do you think you could run all the way to Chick-fil-A and back?
It's like half a mile. Of course I could.
Oh,
I mean, what are we talking about here?
Hey, Dyke, Dan, when you're at
Okay.
home, do you lock up your recumbent?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I don't trust anybody, and I live alone.
Shocker. All right, we come back, Nate and Andy, and the Chick-fil-A is open. And I got you a box of tuna for your birthday. 2 boxes, actually. Actually, 5 boxes. See how hungry you are.
Keep them in your office and get
Just let me
one this
know.
week, yeah.
Just let me know. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, happy birthday, Scott. I set up a private reservation for you and Sean Payton for a nice night out, a nice dinner where you two could hash it all out.
Happy birthday, Scotty. If I could get you anything, it would be a lunch date with my wife, Samantha, because she thinks you're hysterical. We don't miss a game. We just love you. Happy birthday, buddy.
Want to wish you a very happy birthday, Scott, you big stud. One thing I want to get you for your birthday is a subscription to all of next year's NFL mock drafts, because I know how much you enjoy them and you deserve to have all the information that you can get. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Scott Hastings, from a fellow June 3rd birthday. Happy to share a birthday with the best broadcaster in the Nuggets broadcast. This year for your birthday, I want to give you the GM job of the Colorado Rockies with unilateral authority to do whatever you want to the system, single A all the way up to the Major League Club. If you want to build a new ballpark, if you want to build a clear green monster in left field, it's all up to you, whatever you want. It's your birthday. Happy birthday.
Now Hastings wants a piece of cake. Happy birthday, Hastings. For your birthday, the Magic Genie here set up a fight between you and Charles Barkley for the championship belt.
I just want to say to Scott, have a happy birthday down by the river.
How cool people are, man. Wishing you a happy birthday. Even though it was yesterday.
Yeah.
We had some fun with your birthday, too. Do you know what famous movie character, not the actor, but the character he plays, is also shares June 3rd as a birthday?
Was it a good movie?
A great movie. I'd be shocked if you didn't like it.
What's the movie?
Super bad.
Oh, Mclovin.
You have the same birthday as Mclovin.
You mean Dan Tanner?
Yeah, that is true.
Dan's got some Mclovin qualities, no doubt about it.
He's got a little Mclovin in him.
What qualities would that be, DMac?
You're like nicked by Mclovin.
A long, hairless face with glasses.
I mean, there's some vague, like you could be McLovin's like older brother.
Yeah.
That
McDummy.
guy's older than me.
Yeah.
We're
talking about the movie, though.
Movie, yeah, like you know.
The character McLovin in the movie will stay that age forever.
You'd be like McLovin's older brother who would refuse to buy him alcohol.
Yeah, and they called him McDummy.
Because it's wrong.
It's because it's wrong. That's right.
No, we could do another one. Have Dan Tanner star as the new McLovin, except it's a weed shop instead of a liquor store.
Really?
I think they've done that.
Yeah, I think the same people do that.
Do you
Pineapple Express.
Do you guys know like other people who are born on your birthday? Do you have any?
I do not know.
You don't.
Jefferson Davis was born on my birthday.
Oh, there you go.
Whoa.
History
Before we
buffs.
say anything,
Let me ask Groke real quick.
Did my other two guys know who Jefferson Davis is?
He invented electricity.
No.
And?
Did you think that was a serious guess?
No.
Well, you should have learned this in school.
He was some sort of U.S. political figure.
Close, kind of. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, that would count.
A Confederate political figure.
Wasn't on the right side of things.
He was the.
He was on the south side of things.
He was on the south side.
President of the Confederate States of America.
Yeah. It was a coin flip how I was going to go for him.
I'm related to Robert E. Lee.
What, Dan?
Excuse me?
Dan's dropping bombs.
Wow. Go on.
He's up in your Jefferson Davis one there, Scott. Go ahead.
Continue.
Oh, that's it.
You got to, what's the lineage?
It's on my mom's side, like great uncle or something like that.
Your mom's great uncle.
Something like that, yeah.
She probably shot my
Robert E. Lee.
But I'm also related to James Monroe on my dad's side, who was the third president.
Man, I am just having a hard time buying this one.
It's true.
This feels like something the Tanners just tell themselves, and it's not really true.
And also, they believe in reincarnation, and he was once a Caesar Augusta.
Why isn't when you're reincarnated? Why do you always got to be somebody famous?
Yeah, right.
Couldn't just be
let me read you a list of famous people born on April 10th. Tell me if I haven't heard of any of these people.
All right, let's go.
Hugo Grotius.
I don't know.
A Dutch philosopher.
Don't know him.
Joseph Pulitzer.
Well, Pulitzer Prize.
Got that one. Got that one. Established the Pulitzer Prize.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
George Arliss.
George
yeah,
Arliss.
I know that name.
Boy, it does sound
He
familiar.
had a good TV show on HBO for a while.
Couldn't tell you off. Well, Arliss, I don't think that's it. Well, who is he?
English actor, playwright.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
Francis Perkins?
Don't know. You know?
Oh, yeah, he started a restaurant.
Fran Perkins? Did he?
Perkins Restaurant.
Did he, Tyler? Restaurateur?
Actually, it's a female.
Okay. Well, did she?
No.
No.
U.S. cabinet member.
All right.
Sheb Woolley.
Don't know.
I can keep going.
That's a great
he's
name,
the one
though.
that
Sheb
started-
Woolley?
Yeah, he's the guy that started the burger.
Sheb Woolley.
Yeah, he started the burger.
The
Well,
burger?
The Woolley burger.
Famous for the novelty song. This should be right up your guys' alley.
Wooly Bully?
The Purple People Eater.
Oh. Fine here, fine for, fine purple people eater. Fine here, fine for,
Wow, you
fine
guys
purple
actually
people
knew.
eater. I wear short shorts, flying purple people eater. I decided to say. It's a Halloween song.
Well, that's Shep.
Okay.
Well, there's also a Shep that was a brother.
Well, the
Three
Stooges?
Stooges,
Yeah,
yeah.
Stooges, Shep. Yeah, that was one. I know one guy that I shared my birthday with, Champ Bailey.
Is that right?
Yep, June 22nd. Me and
You guys
Champ.
are so similar.
Yeah. He was in town. He was for OTAs.
He had
this
some
week.
he get to go?
scholarship foundation he was doing.
Better cornerback, Champ Bailey, Pat Surtain.
Well, right now there's no debate. I mean, hopefully we can have that conversation.
Well,
but
just in general, you've seen enough. Who do you think was a better cornerback? Period. Not career. Who do you just think was a better cornerback?
Oh, I don't know how you do it without doing career, but I wouldn't. Yeah, I would still take Champ.
Would you say Pat Surtain is in the prime of his career right now?
Yes.
Did Champ
Okay.
Bailey ever win Defensive Player of the
Keep
Year?
in mind,
I don't
Champ
think
Bailey
so.
was still making all pros when he's like 34 years old.
All right, so let's forget about career. Let's just take at their peak of their career. So Pat Surtain, you could arguably say last year, winning Defensive Player of the Year, last year is at the peak of his career. Who would you rather have at corner in the peak of their career, Champ Bailey or Pat Surtain?
And I'm going to answer it in the chicken way, the same way I used to answer Joe Williams. I'll take second pick and be happy.
That's not the game.
I know, but I'm taking second pick and happy.
What are we doing here? Are we
Well,
working as accountants in the back office?
Hey, listen, Pat's already got something the Champ's never had, and that's Defensive Player of the Year.
Right.
Okay, so is the answer Pat Surtain?
No, I would take Champ.
Okay.
Champ
Why?
also has something that he doesn't have, like eight Pro Bowl
I
pros.
don't know how to take it out of I know you keep telling me to, but I don't know how to. I mean, just the context of the career. I just know what I know about how long Champ lasted.
You got a team. You got one guy to pick. You can have him for 1 year in the prime of their career. Are you taking Pat Surtain or Champ Bailey? For whatever reasons you want.
Feels like Champ had a whole lot of highlight interceptions, touchdowns. It feels like Champ had more Aqib Talib type of offensive playmaking abilities.
I'm
Would
taking
that be fair to
Champ
say?
right now, but it may change in 5 years.
Like we haven't had a ton of
but is
offensive like plays from Pat Surtain.
Is Pat Surtain going to have a better year than he just had as he won Defensive Player of the Year?
Oh.
He gets thrown at, he will.
Andy, would you take for 1 year? You got it's your choice: Champ Bailey, Pat Surtain at the peak of their career.
So we're comparing last year to Champ 2005.
Oh, all right.
You were specific.
Boy,
okay.
Well, because that was the year he had like 5 or 6 picks because they had to throw at him because the Broncos, if you remember, that was the Larry Coyer blitzed the hell out of everybody, and quarterbacks didn't have enough time.
Well, Andy's dropping bombs with specifics, so go ahead.
Because
okay, let's go. Would you rather have
remember,
Champ?
that was
Fine.
when they played the Patriots in the playoff
Would
game.
you rather
and
have
Champ had that long return?
2024 Pat Surtain or 2005 Champ Bailey? You can only have one.
That's rough.
Yeah, they're right, because Champ was pretty good now.
Listen, Champ was awesome. But
Pick one and tell me why.
Wow, in 2006, Champ had 10 interceptions.
Well, there you go.
That's insane.
That was the year after they went to the Super Bowl with
That's crazy.
Should have gone to the Super Bowl anyway with Plummer.
Right.
And then they
Fell apart
drafted
against-
Cutler and blah, blah,
That's
blah.
probably the same year you were talking about.
No, 05
2005
would have been the year. 05 was the year they went 13-3. I'll never forget it because I think I was still doing the games with you. You remember that? And that's when Pittsburgh came in the AFC Championship and lost it.
And they blitzed all year with Larry Coyer, and then Coyer got fired.
Well, and remember, so our buddy Jeb Putzier told me they were watching the game in the stadium, or no, they beat the Patriots. The next day, Colts lose to the Steelers. This was the Jerome Bettis year. And Jeb said, everybody was like, oh, we got it, the Colts, because the Colts had whooped them 2 years in a row in back-to-back wild card games. And the Broncos thought they were going to the Super Bowl.
So Champ or Pat Surtain?
I don't know. because the thing I would take, they both move a lot alike. They both will take your top receiver away. Mm-hmm. They both are not afraid to tackle. Just Surtain he's not had, Champ he got thrown out a few times and he would make picks. They don't throw it Surtain yet. Now I'm hoping.
Does that change now that we got
Jahdae Barron? Yeah. I'm hoping. Right now, look, the Hall of Famer's Champ, and that's cemented, so I'll go with Champ. But it's not an easy choice.
I think Champ was a better tackler.
Well, I don't know. How often do you see Surtain have to make the tackle?
Not often, but I think Champ just had a nose for the ball like that. A little bit different.
The thing about Champ that just blows me away, corner's one of the tougher positions to play late in your 30s. And he didn't make that transition to safety. You know, he was an all-pro corner at 34 years old.
Champ was still they enjoyed themselves off the field sometimes. And I wonder if Champ sometimes wondered if he wished he would have been a little more like the modern player that
Super Bowl 48.
I can give some stories. I mean, not I don't mean that in a bad way, but I just mean in terms of like Champ knew how good he was.
Yeah.
And he could just show up.
Well, remember the game I know you do, where he and Al Wilson didn't have to then get a play in the preseason because I think they enjoyed a little preseason nightlife before the game got going, and so Shanahan just sat him. Period.
I remember.
I actually don't
remember
that.
I think it was at Pepsi Center Ball Arena, and a handful of the Broncos came down. It might have been with the Special Olympics, and because the Nuggets always do that too, but they were on the floor. The Champ was out there, blah blah blah, ball bounced around, and this is in his peak with the Broncos. Ball's bounced around, it's probably a step and a half away from the basket, picks it up in one motion, tucks it behind his head, and slams with two hands. I went, ooh.
Dude, Champ saved that 2005 season we were talking about because he had an incredible pick of Drew Brees. The Broncos were down kind of like 2015. Broncos were down to the Chargers at home. They'd been whooped by Miami the week before. And I remember it was one of those, because I was doing sideline, like you couldn't believe Champ got the break he did, and boom, pick six the other way, and off the Broncos went. And it was like 100-yard pick six because the Chargers are in the red zone trying to put that thing away. Champ was the coolest battle I ever watched in training camp live was Javon Walker against Champ Bailey.
Fun one.
You want to talk about two of the most fluid athletes I'd ever I wish I could explain it to people, but there's just guys that when they change direction, they don't. It's not hard. You know what I mean? You probably had a few. You probably weren't watching them, but you've got the teammates where all of a sudden they're going the other way.
Yep.
Travis Hunter's that way. We were just like, dude, how did you do that? There's like no hard
you see that pick, Travis Hunter?
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's sick.
Christmas.
I remember when Eric Decker ran past Champ Bailey one time in training camp. It was like, wait a second, what just happened there?
Yeah.
Like little signs that Decker was kind of. There's something there. I saw Julius Thomas run past Champ a couple times.
We're all stuck on the Flacco thing. The thing that really broke my heart about that playoff game in 2012 was where they exposed Champ, because remember,
what's your memory there?
Wink Martindale had gone over to the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay.
And he said, who was it? Torrey Smith was the fast guy, and he goes, he won't be able to stay up with him. And Torrey just kept running by Champ, and Flacco kept running.
Wow. What a memory.
Bro, I saw this crap live.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's KKSC.
It was pretty sweet.
KKSC FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
By the way, do you give the Rockies a little tip of the cap tweet? Did you see what they sent out there?
No, what?
I'm not real big on their social media team.
Which used to be great.
But I got to give them a little slap on the behind today.
What'd they do?
They go, win since June. Rockies 3, Scotty Scheffler 0.
That's funny.
Because the tweet made the rounds earlier that he had more wins in May than they did. So.
That's a little sense of humor right
there.
there.
Yeah, it is. I do like that. So anyway.
You had no choice, man.
I know.
The third story on ESPN.com is Rockies sweep.
Are you worried about this getting less interesting? If they don't chase history...
Well,
they are the Marlins, like you said, then who cares?
I think DMac legitimately, and I don't want to answer for you. I'm sorry, but I guess I am. I think DMac legitimately believes that the more games the Rockies win here, the more compelling they will be to our listeners. No. And I just could not disagree more.
I'm with you. They're just a bad team at that point.
But to me, it's more interesting if they're close to that 41 game point than they're way far away from it. Now, if we're circling the drain towards 134 losses like the Cleveland Spiders, that's pretty interesting too.
Now,
so there's two ways to go here where I think it's still pretty interesting.
What saves you the walk?
42.
42, and
So
I'm not
you need
walking.
him to go Jackie Robinson, or you're
I
walking.
need to go 42 because even with the tie, it'd be arguably the worst of all time, and I'm walking. I need 42, so I need 30 more wins. 30 more wins out of what?
102.
Out of 101 now, or 100, maybe just 100. What are the 12 and 50? No, so 100. We're at a flat 100.
Here's a bums
100 to
me
go.
out.
62 games in.
They're going to get to 20 before they get to 100, which I was kind of hoping.
So they only have to win 3 out of 10 games.
They have to win. Yes, 3 out of 10 games. They have to basically win every third game, third and change.
So they can't get swept in too many more series.
They can, or they have to go on some
it's a
sort of crazy
four-gamer.
streaks. Yeah, like they just did.
They could sweep the Mets.
Coffee bet right now, they will not sweep another team the rest of the year.
Ooh.
Oh man! All right, I'll throw that. I'll throw that out there. That's a good one. That's a fun one. I got the whole.
It's got to be paid off in
October.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the odds are in your favor here, by the way.
Yeah, I'll go.
The
with
odds
that
are
one.
extremely
I'll
in
go.
your favor.
They're going to play other lousy teams. It's not all murderers row that they got to face. No, wait. Are you rooting for him or against him?
Oh, I want the disaster.
So you're rooting against. So
Yeah, because
so
listen,
you're upset that they just swept.
Not necessarily
bums you
upset,
out.
but yeah, because again, I think it has to. I listened to your show. I agree with mainly Tyler, and I think Scotty said it. Something has to be so drastic to get Dick Monfort's attention, and I just think more of the same crap doesn't get it done.
You don't
Because,
think this-
boys,
You
we
have to be a national embarrassment.
Well, hold on. You
We
don't
have
think
done bad. We've done bad.
You don't think the second worst record of all time in modern era since 1901 is enough?
Sadly, no.
You think Dick Monfort is going to sit there like, got it?
I
I
think he'd go, phew.
Few at 42 wins.
Yep.
42 and
Hey,
120.
dodge
were
that
few.
bullet.
Hey, if they win 42 games, say they win 42 games exactly.
Oh, my God.
Our Knicks t-shirt's got to be, phew,
phew.
With DMac on it, the cartoon shoe coming out of his mouth. Maybe just a wipe of the brow.
We did it.
Phew.
That 42.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah.
Phew.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good idea, actually. That's a fantastic
Well, but
idea.
that's what they're shooting for right now.
Right.
So,
Listen, as long as Bill Schmidt's the GM, are any of
I
us taking
agree.
this seriously?
No, I think they got to make wholesale changes.
He's why you're here.
I'm not rooting against the guys. No,
I'm not here for players to be miserable. I know it's a slog. I'm not the guy that's like, oh, they make a lot of money. Tough crap. Hey, listen, you suck that bad all the time.
Is Nate
That's
here
gotta
today, by the way?
Yeah, he's in there. I gotta probably,
all right.
we gotta do the little na 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 na.
See who wants
Well,
to
here you go.
shove off first.
All right.
All right.
Scotty was trying to go, but okay.
Scotty can go too.
yeah.
Scotty's hanging around because he's just,
Haven't worked in 2 days.
So he feels obligated.
He's not in a rush to go home.
I don't think Nate will come in until he sees one of them leave.
No, I get it. I think that makes sense.
So,
Yeah.
you want to tell DMac and Tyler about your pork butt?
Your what?
Pork butt?
Pork
You want me
butt?
to show it to him? No.
Yes, buddy.
What do you want me to tell him?
No,
I made
he-
a pork butt over the
He
weekend.
smoked a little.
I smoked a
oh.
pork butt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. That's not nearly. Look at his face. What did you think you were getting?
I have no idea. I didn't know where you were going.
Here's what we're
Wait,
going to do,
you-
like
you
Major
barbecued
League.
a pork
It's
butt?
not me
Pulled
being the
pork.
lady
He had
in
him a little
front.
pulled
You're
pork
going to
this
have the
weekend.
back profile of me, and every time they win, you get a rip-off part of mine, and then you'll expose my pork butt.
Okay.
He smoked had a little pulled pork this weekend.
Good for you, Andy. Good for Andy. Am I proud of him for that? Is that like?
Why could you smoke? Make your own.
Oh, could
pulled
I?
pork?
Was
Yeah.
this like an incredible accomplishment? Was this a life goal for you? Had you
Kind of.
have you never done this before?
No. I just
Oh, well,
decided
good for
I'd do
you.
it.
All
My
right,
guy,
that's-
Jason Ganal, runs GQ. He's giving
I
me tips.
love GQ
and-
right over here, Park
Yeah.
Meadows.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Bothered him and a few others.
Okay, so you did it.
Sure.
Congratulations.
And
I
they're showing
did.
Rockies highlights on ESPN.
I told you guys. They were the third story on ESPN.com.
But if they fall into like somewhere near me, not
Where?
even mediocre.
Where, though?
Let's say you get to 20 wins by the end of the month. Then nobody
Wow,
cares anymore.
that would be.
Then nobody cares
would
anymore. It's not a story.
You're probably right about that because that would be 8 wins.
Why would you even show this other than it's a game that's already over and this is early Sports Center?
Because it's still history. Because it's
Well, yeah,
that bad.
people are dialed in because how bad they suck. The minute
Right.
they don't suck, They don't talk about it
Well, they've
anymore.
won a series. They've swept a series.
Like, they got to historically stink. The minute they don't historically stink, nobody cares.
Well, here's
and
the
Monfort can go back to just doing what he wants to do.
Here's the problem. Oh, here we go.
The Rockies
there's
got
the Rockies
see?
3. Win since June 2nd. Rockies 3, Scheffler 0. That's somebody with the
pretty
Rockies
good.
has a good sense
Pretty
of humor
clever.
right there. Now, here's the problem. I was telling you guys this. Warren Schaefer's a better manager than Bud Black. They've had more close games with Schaefer than Black. They've been losing a bunch barely been losing. It's been close, and now the tide's turning. They're winning close games.
Now they played
Jake
the
Bird,
Marlins.
you're right.
Let's calm down. They played
Andy,
the Marlins.
They have 12 and 2/3 innings of shutout relief pitching in a row.
All right.
They've had Hunter Goodman had a double and a triple to go with 3 homers during this series. Like, there have been great moments
The
for them.
12 innings all came against the Marlins, though, right?
Whatever. They're still major league teams. You're
Well,
still.
then so are the Rockies. So when somebody else gets some shutout innings against there's still a major league team.
But, I mean, you haven't given up a home run. You haven't given up anything. Any of your relievers, a variety of them.
So now that Nate's walked in, I got to ask him the question I asked you earlier.
Nate's probably salty because he bet the over, and that did not
that's true.
go his way.
No, I got to ask
Have
Nate.
you done all right, Nate?
The question.
The last couple nights.
I'm great, man. I had money line.
yeah,
Monday, Tuesday. I had money line.
I thought you had over under.
No, I didn't touch the total.
This guy does real stuff.
No, I'm doing well.
Money
Don't
line,
worry.
you're doing great.
Oh yeah, no, I had a good week. Rockies were they were kind to me. Yes, greatest number 10 in Denver sports history. What?
So here's
what do you need?
my question for you.
Mm-hmm.
And we said earlier in the show the only people cheering harder for the Rockies not to get to 42 wins and set the all-time record for the worst team would be White Sox fans. Right? they're like, hey, let's go, Rockies. Just keep losing. I mean, if anybody cheering for them to lose,
I've done that.
And then
Some of my best friends in the world are White Sox fans, and they are like they're pissed that the Rockies are going to break their record from last year.
Really?
Oh yeah.
No, badge of honor.
No, they want Reinsdorf to feel all the shame
See?
in the world.
That's what we're talking about with the hero.
Yes.
Because change doesn't happen unless
hold
you
on.
do.
What change happened last year with the White Sox?
Although the White Sox, like, they hired Will Venable. They got a wise GM. Also, they had actual, like, useful assets to trade. The White Sox will get better faster. The Rockies don't have much to be able to trade, but they're pissed about this.
Okay, now we need to circle around because I don't think you caught what he said. We yesterday, to celebrate the Rockies' 10 wins, did the best number 10s in Denver sports history.
We did.
And guess who was atop the list?
JoJo White.
Number 1. Oh. The great Scott Hastings.
The great Scott
there you
Hastings.
go.
We put you ahead of Dante Bichette.
Ooh.
Bo came in at 5 because it's a short size.
Yeah.
Who was the other ABA 10 guy?
Emmanuel Sanders
Roach?
was number 3.
Some Roach guy?
John Roach. South Carolina legend John Roach was number 4.
He was a Colonel, then he was a Nugget?
He was a Nugget for 3 seasons. He averaged 11 points a game.
Oh,
but
yeah,
no,
much better.
The man that wore number 10 for 2 seasons, 91 to 93.
Yep.
Greatest number 10 in Denver sports history. I mean, seriously.
And trivia, why I wore 10?
Why did you wear 10? Because you were always like numbers like in the 30s and 40s,
I was
right?
44
Yeah.
until I got to Detroit, and then they didn't want to give it to me because it was Mahorn's number the year before when they won a championship.
Fair enough.
Which I thought, I still should have got it. Well, Dan Issels, 44, was retired here.
Yes.
So
that makes sense.
It was my 10th year in the league, so I took.
So you went for 10.
Went for 10.
Yes. I didn't remember that you were number 10, and then when I started doing the research, I was like, Scotty's he's on the list.
Who are some of the 10s that we forgot played here? Because we did both. The
Todd-
10s you forgot played
Todd
here.
Sauerbrunn.
Oh, yeah, he was 10.
He was at 10. Jerry Judy.
That's right.
He wore 10.
See?
Yeah. Oh.
That's right.
I was thinking he was 11.
Let's see. Let me find the rest of the list. It was Mike Hampton.
Mike Hampton. Forgot he was 10.
Bull.
Yep.
Did you remember?
I know I'm better than that, so I got that one.
That's right.
I know I'm better than that one.
You're the better 10 than Bull.
And Riley Tufte, the Avalanche guy that Andy loved that played 5 games.
He was a big
here.
old dude that could throw mitts.
And that was the end of it.
And I think played a month with us.
Yeah, that was it.
And it was just a year ago. I'd already forgot my guy Tufte.
Yeah, so Scott Hastings, congratulations. You were deemed
Happy birthday.
by the Kreckman and Lindahl show the greatest number 10 in Denver sports history.
Oh, there you go. I've obligated.
You guys ought to have a club. Have you thought about getting a club together? You
number
like
10?
clubs and social gatherings.
Yes.
Get the 10s together.
Well, JoJo White I threw in there.
Who the hell is JoJo White?
That's a deep cut right there.
Who is it? Help me out.
All-American at KU, Boston Celtic world champion.
Okay.
Hall of Famer.
Well.
10. But I always at 44. I took 44 because two of my favorite players were Pete Maravich and Jerry West.
That's a good selection right there.
So when I went to college, I took 44 because of Pete Maravich.
Where were you with the Knicks?
Pistol Scott Hastings.
42 because somebody had 44.
Have you ever been able to wear 44 again in your career?
And here's the funny thing. So as soon as I got traded to Atlanta, I went back to 44, which is my college number. Which is really funny because Pete Maravich actually played for a few years
in Atlanta
with Atlanta, I believe.
Okay.
Or was traded there for a night or
not
whatever.
Good enough.
No, he played in Atlanta for a while. Yeah, so they hadn't retired his number yet, so I got to wear 44 in Atlanta for 5.5 years.
What was it in Miami?
44.
How many career threes did you make? 28. You made 28 threes in your career.
That includes 9 in 88, 89.
That's right. Yeah, that was your career high was 9. Your last season in Denver when you played 76 games, you knocked down 2 from behind the arc. Not bad.
Oh.
Pretty good.
Yeah, the
efficient from inside the arc, 53% from 2-point range.
The year that I hit 9.
You were a good free throw shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever just yam all over anybody? Just like throw down and give him the stare?
My first dunk ever was a tip dunk, and it was over Moses Malone.
That's pretty good. You got that
pretty
poster?
good.
You won't get a picture of that?
Yeah, no, but
that kind of sucks.
I was a rookie.
There's no picture?
Well, no, it was early November game against the Sixers in Philadelphia. And I hadn't even played much, and all of a sudden I get in the game and I get a tip dunk.
Can I give you my favorite?
You give a yell out?
I want to give you my favorite Scott Hastings
jump up and down and laugh.
statistic here of your time here in Denver. Okay? Because I'm looking at your basketball reference page right now. 214 points in 2 years in Denver.
100 points a year.
171 personal fouls.
Yeah, baby.
Yes.
Hey, you know what that is? That's knowing your role.
That's
knowing your role.
That foul to point
buttering
ratio.
the bread.
I bet that was really close to tops in the NBA in that 2 year stretch.
As far as minutes played.
Yeah.
Yeah. Per capita.
Hell yeah.
Per capita.
That's awesome.
My thing was I had 6 fouls. If I was only getting 10 or 12 minutes, who cared?
Yeah, exactly. Rack him up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember one of the greatest compliments I ever got in my life was as a Nugget and Dan Issel, and he didn't even know he did it. So we're playing at Minnesota, and Christian Laettner's a rookie, and he's just lighting us up.
Mm.
And Dan puts me in, and basically we got to stop him.
Erase those sideburns.
And I literally beat the hell out of Christian Laettner, and I played 20-some minutes a game. I mean, I literally, he ain't, I just come from Detroit.
Sure.
And I lit this guy up.
See, it's a service to everybody, though.
I mean, and he went from like 16 the first half to like 2 maybe the rest of the game.
Not interested.
He didn't want nothing to do inside the paint.
I wouldn't think so.
And so we get on a plane afterwards. We actually chartered on back-to-back. So we're chartering back to Denver, and Brian Stith and LaFonso was sitting right in front of me. I had one of those discs, man. I was changing my disc out, but I had the headphones on. Issel comes back and said, taps the 2 rookies and points at me and said, "See that guy?" They go, "Whatever he says, you listen to him."
Boom.
That was one of the greatest compliments I ever got.
That's fantastic.
That was fantastic.
That's how you still make an NBA paycheck at that age.
I beat the heck out of him.
You know why I like that? Didn't it ever bug you? Christian Laettner bothered the hell out of me.
He bothered everybody.
He looked like
Christian Laettner.
He looked like Dylan from 90210.
Right.
The hell is this guy doing?
Well,
playing basketball?
they gave him a position on the dream team only because they
had to put a college guy in.
They felt you needed a college guy.
Yeah.
No one in the world thought he deserved to be there.
Do you remember too? Like in Jack McCallum's book, he even said like when they would break up in scrimmage because I think both Stockton and Bird were injured. So they couldn't. So like to fill out the scrimmage squads, like Laettner would always have to play no matter what team he was on lost because those guys just beat the ever living piss out of him. Yeah, just killed the guy.
Was well liked.
Adam says you're a foul merchant, by the way.
The reverse SGA of his day.
Well, I told you the last time I ever played a pickup game, I was in a little rec league, men league. We were just going to drink beer.
Yeah.
And this kid kept elbowing me and hitting me. Finally, I had enough. I threw him down on one end. I had this trick I could do, blocking out. I just threw him down over my leg, went down the other end, got the ball in the paint. So now I'm going to play bully ball. And I'm probably 37, 38. And I get this kid because he wants to block my shot. He's like 6'4". Head fake. He jumps in there, and I put a shoulder, elbow, shoulder. I go right through his midsection, right through his chin, lay it up. He gets the foul. And all of a sudden, he's like, he can't. I knocked the wind out, and plus, I think he's going to cry.
You're like, you done?
And now I feel a little bad.
Nah, I shouldn't.
And I go, I put my arm around him. I said, son, how old are you, 24? He goes, 19. And I kept my arm around him. I said, listen, I was paid a lot of money to beat a whole lot of guys up a lot bigger and tougher than you. I said, you need to leave me alone. and I whispered to him, and I said, you need to leave me alone and just play because you don't want this. Made the free throw, whatever. But that was the last time I played organized basketball because I flashed back. It pulled me back to my pro days, and I said I didn't really like that guy anymore, and I didn't want to be that guy, but some 19-year-old kid. The cool thing is I'm telling a story with Logan the next day on the radio.
Yeah.
The kid calls in.
No way.
The kid calls in. We talk about it. Oh, I didn't really know. I looked you up. And I was okay.
He Googled you back in the day. That's funny. I did try to block his shot once. We'd go play. We called it Goose Poop Field because there was literally, if you went to Holly and Bellevue, which he was by today,
little middle school.
There was a little middle school, but like the geese would all just flock and do their business. It was like,
and we'd play a Thanksgiving football game there, right?
Dude, it was brutal.
Yeah.
But we called this basketball, we just called it Goose Poop Field, and that's where we played. All he did was shoot threes, you know, because it's all the radio guys, so he's not even getting a challenge. And we would all run out there and take turns. Homeboy.
Closing out?
Yeah, you're just trying to jump up and get anywhere near to try to block his shot. You would have talked about feeling helpless.
Could have Westbrooked it, landed on his leg.
It was terrible. I'm like,
hey, at least you're closing
he's so
out,
big.
though.
I'm jumping and I'm still not tall enough to get near the ball.
That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to close out. Scott Hastings, congratulations. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yep.
Greatest number 10 in Denver sports history. That's our guy right
Got
there.
that going for me.
Damn right he does. As named by
Make that a shirt.
The Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I love digging into Scotty's career numbers. They're fascinating to me. We're gonna talk to
Alex Singleton.
Alex Singleton's gonna join us coming up here in just a moment.
We don't really know what to do.
Yeah,
we could leave and come right back.
We are caught in the in-between right now. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, the crosstalk thing's fun.
It's fun
until this moment right here.
Until this
then
moment.
all of a sudden we're kind of...
I tell you what, I'm going to go to break. We're going to do that. We'll bail out of it if we have to.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
And we'll come back and we'll talk to Broncos inside linebacker Alex Singleton on Kreckman and Lindahl. All right, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Maybe we'll talk to Alex Singleton today. Maybe we won't.
We like to say scheduled.
Yeah, scheduled to come on the show. I sent several emails. Didn't seem to do much good. Nick Kosmider coming up
good for
at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. John Michael Lyles today at 5:20. Two big Avs-related notes to discuss. First off, we have the extension of Brock Nelson. And then today, Andy, they gave out the Ted Lindsay, McKinnon and Makar both shut out of the Ted Lindsay. The Kucher won it. Nikita Kucherov.
What was the Lindsay?
The Ted Lindsay is the best player in hockey as voted by the Players Association. It's the one the players vote on. And so they gave it to the Kucher, who already won the Art Ross and now wins himself the Ted Lindsay. So congratulations, Nikita Kucherov. McKinnon and Makar finished to second and third, respectively. I don't know in what order. Alex Singleton's supposed to join us coming up here in a few minutes. Before we dive into that, I got some I got some interesting stuff here, Andy. You want to talk about touches?
Do I?
Sensual and otherwise?
Yes.
Yet appropriate?
Sure.
Let's do so.
Appropriate touching.
Okay. Kosmider, who we'll talk to coming up at 4:20 today, had this table in his latest for the Athletic. Broncos 2024 touch leaders.
Okay.
Touches are receptions or rushing attempts.
Okay.
So it's when you combine those two. Do you know who last year's touch leader was? Who was reaching out and touching someone the most?
Wow. I don't.
It was Javonte Williams.
See, I would not have gotten that.
He was
interesting.
He was the team's touch leader last year with 191 by a significant amount, by the way. Number 2, Jaleel McLaughlin.
Okay. So both backs.
137 touches last year. Bo Nix had 93. Those were all rushes. Cortland Sutton, 81 touches. Audric Estime, 81 touches. Marvin Mims, 52. I would have thought his total was higher. But 52 touches for Mimsy, 41 for Devon Vele, 31 for Lil Jordan Humphrey, 30 for Troy Franklin, 19. Finally, a tight end shows up on the list for Lucas Kroll. All right.
Wow. That's still kind of shocking, but
19.
okay. Of all the tight ends,
Yeah, not good. Okay. So, really, here's what's kind of crazy about it. Is like you can basically swap out R.J. Harvey for Javonte Williams, although perhaps J.K. Dobbins is going to be on this team.
He's visiting tonight.
As well. He's visiting. He's going out to dinner tonight.
They're going to go out. Do they go to Elway's? Is that not the thing anymore? How long before Sean has a steakhouse that he can take him to?
Great question. Wasn't it Los Dos Patrios? That was the Nathaniel Hackett meal.
That was. Mm-hmm. We found out he's a different cat.
Yeah, that's where they went.
If I'm
J.K.
Dobbins, I'm getting a steak.
Yeah, I want top of the line.
Yeah, I want some good
I would
food.
prefer that.
So you going Shanahan's or Elway? Shanahan's is closer.
Or do they go to that sushi place that Sean Payton couldn't stop driving around? I don't know. There's a lot of infamous restaurants in Bronco lore of late. Who knows? But either way, Javonte Williams, you sub him out. Do you believe the Broncos' top back this year, be it Harvey, Dobbins, McLaughlin, Estime, Bidet, Watson, I can keep naming names here. Whomever is the Broncos' number one back, will they have more or fewer touches than Javonte Williams' 191 from a season ago?
That is a great question.
Thank you.
I got to see a little R.J. Harvey running in the offseason.
Sure.
But if he looks like he's got what it takes to get through the line, and because he's not the biggest of fellas there,
they're using him. By the way, he's on the field a lot in passing down situations in OTAs.
And I think he loves to. I do think that Sean wants to pass more than throw. Let's just be honest about it.
Sure.
I would say Harvey's probably the potential leader in the clubhouse. Would you?
Right, as of right now, yes. Depending on what comes of this J.K. Dobbins meeting.
No, I'm with you. Does Dobbins have good hands out of the backfield too? He's got an injury history, so there's always that. But.
Sure. So last season, J.K. Dobbins had a grand total of, I'll make sure that I got these numbers correct. Last year, 195 carries.
That's more than touches for Javonte.
32 receptions.
So it didn't sound like they threw him the ball much, which is fine.
Yes, so
That'd
not
be a true split scenario with R.J. Harvey.
Quite up to Javonte's number. Javonte had 70 targets, 52 receptions last year.
But he also, we're talking about last year, and Jim Harbaugh is committed to the run. We know that.
Yeah.
That's why he went ahead and drafted Omari and Hampton.
Yes.
Because you know they're going to hand the rock off to him. So I would still say, I'd still probably put, if I had to put money down today without watching a lick of camp, I would say R.J. Harvey's the touch leader.
Last
in the
year,
clubhouse.
At UCF, R.J. Harvey, 252 touches. That was 232 carries, 20 receptions. So already R.J. Harvey walks through the door with more touches than anybody had on the Broncos last year. Now, obviously, you know, he's the star of their offense, critical part of their backfield, all of that. But I would guess, again, we're going off the R.J. Harvey's your number one back right now. He was drafted to be your joker. So I believe that he will be over that number. Jaleel McLaughlin, 137 total touches last year.
That's going down.
You think that goes down?
Yeah, man, I think R.J. Harvey's here to take his place.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dobbins is here. If Dobbins gets signed, to make it clear to people, he's just visiting tonight. He's not signed.
Yes.
But if Dobbins gets signed, then my guess is that Dobbins is here to take Javonte's place. I think Baday's probably still, although McLaughlin was still the person they thought was going to be a big, was it him or Bidet that was supposed to be a big part of the playoff game and never materialized?
They suited up Bidet and it did nothing much happen.
And he talked up Bidet to...
McLaughlin was the number 2 back like the entire year.
Right.
Yeah.
Look, I like Jaleel McLaughlin, but I don't know. There just doesn't seem to be a commitment to him there. That's all.
Well,
and there's not a lot of commitment to the run period.
I mean, just like undrafted dude who forced his way onto the roster a couple of years ago, and
he's been a fun story.
They haven't had a ton of talent in the backfield, so I think that his role has maybe been bigger. He's also been one of those guys, and to his credit, he's always made them put him on the team and give him the ball.
No, I'm with you. My question: if Dobbins signs, is this a sign for Estime?
Right.
You know.
Right.
Because Dobbins does have a pretty good injury history. Now, I don't think it's going to cost you a lot of money to bring him in.
Mm-hmm.
But
you didn't allow Estime to suit up in a playoff game last year. Still weird. Still pretty weird. Estime was way down on the touch list from last year. Didn't he get hurt the first time he carried the ball last year, too?
I think he did.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Okay.
Or maybe it was his first game where he had a good game going and then got hurt near the end of it.
So I went diving into a little bit of Sean Payton's history on this, okay? Alvin Kamara, under Sean Payton, averaged 257 touches per year. 257. So basically, you're talking 60, almost 70 more than Javonte had last year as the team leader. And again, Javonte Williams, one of the things you got to remember, Cosmeter always pointed this out, Javonte, fewest average carries per game. Well, he led the team in average carries per game, but it was the fewest of any team leader in the NFL at 8 carries per game last year. You would think the Broncos would find a back that they liked, and you would see that number increase a little bit this year. They're never going to have a 25 carry a game back. Like there's not going to be a Derrick Henry here or anything like that, but you could see somebody getting to 14, 15, 16, somewhere in there, probably is what you're talking about. And then ideally you'd want to throw them the ball, 6-7 times out of the backfield. But Kamara was at 257. Reggie Bush, his 2 healthy years under Sean Payton, 243 and 230. Darren Sproles was 173 in 2011, 124 in 2013. Remember, Sean Payton was gone in 2012 because of the Bountygate scandal. So, I mean, using Kamara, and who knows, is R.J. Harvey going to be as good as Alvin Kamara? We don't know. Alvin Kamara was pretty damn special when he was in his prime under Sean Payton, but 257 touches per game, that's a substantially larger load than what Javonte or McLaughlin did last year, but it is in line with what Harvey did last year at UCF.
Okay, well.
So he's shown he's got the durability.
Let me ask you this. Is there any chance that Evan Engram steals some of these touches away and becomes more of a player in this thing?
Okay. So
as a viable pass-catching tight
Sure,
end.
because last year Lucas Kroll had 19 receptions, okay?
Right.
19 touches as a tight end. So, in order to try and answer that question, I'm not saying Evan Engram is as good as this guy, but Jimmy Graham, his 3 full years as a starting tight end under Sean Payton, a guy who is often brought up in the Joker conversation by Sean Payton, Jimmy Graham, his 3 full healthy years as a starter, averaged 90 catches per season.
All right.
I don't think Evan Engram's doing that because Jimmy Graham was freaking top of the line in his prime, but I could see Evan Engram catching 65, 70 passes next year. And now here's the question. Does that take touches away from a back, or does that take touches away from the wide receivers?
Right.
Are we going to see Evan Engram biting into the and I mean, I'm going to say this, but it applies to real football as well, the fantasy viability of a Cortland Sutton or a Devon Vele or a even a Marvin Mims, perhaps. Could be.
Yeah, I think R.J. Harvey's got to be the leader in the clubhouse simply because of what you laid out there. If he can show he's viable in the run like he was for UCF, now it's a different game, there's no doubt about it, but if he shows he's viable in the run, then, he's going to get probably both running and receiving touches. I don't think anybody else on the team gets a lot of those, and therefore he'll probably be the touch leader.
Right. I would and again,
if he can stay healthy and win the job.
Football, health is always the thing right there, but it seems as though right now with the amount of faith that this team seems to have in him, like, again, Harvey was on the field a lot last week in that OTA practice that I watch on Thursday. I anticipate we'll see much the same thing tomorrow. Bronco OTAs not open to the media for viewing today or any day prior this week, not until tomorrow. So we'll have more information for you tomorrow on what this is going to look like. It is kind of one of the things I like about this exercise is both trying to figure out what a Denver offense is going to look like this year and trying to determine which Broncos you want on your fantasy team. Because honestly, it's been a while since there's been a real dependable Bronco that you could pencil in for maybe 20+ points a week.
And how early are you drafting?
Exactly. That's
is that
one
a
of those
mid-round deal?
Yeah. There's another very interesting name on here that I want to dive back into coming up next hour here on the show, and that's Marvin Mims. As to what his, we'll call it his touch load is going to look like. But we'll take a quick break. And when we come back, the Avalanche handing out a contract. They got their 2C. Did they get it right? We'll talk about that next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about your love life. You don't have to get intimate with me, but you could give some intimate details to the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, not something you need to live with. There's treatment options out there, not just the easy ones to find, and maybe sometimes what you could need is a combo of one. I've heard Jeff, who does run the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you hear him on the ads throughout the day here on the radio station. He was talking about even using a combo of treatments possibly to get you the right results that you want. And you can find it over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. By the way, if you want to run into Jeff, there's a high probability you do that at the Colorado Boulevard location if you want to meet him and say hello to him. But yes, if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, it is truly about finding that right treatment for you. Not all treatments are going to work necessarily, but you want to find the right ones so you can get the fantastic experience back, and that happens at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where they have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments that can have you lasting an hour or more if you so desire. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They know what they're doing. The first visit's easy. It's $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free, so there's nothing to lose. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, news came down this morning. The Avalanche have handed out a 3-year contract extension to center Brock Nelson. 3 years for Nelson, going to average $7.5 million per. Andy, I guess I didn't realize this, or maybe I just hadn't looked this up and since the day of the trade deadline when the Avalanche acquired Brock Nelson. This guy is durable. He didn't miss time.
No.
Like, he basically plays 80-plus games every single year of his career. I think, let's see, in a 13-year NHL career, I think there's 3 seasons where he's come in with fewer than 80 games played. He just plays all the time. That's one of those, when you're looking for things of like, okay, are we getting our money's worth out of this guy on a 3-year deal? That's one of those things that I would look at and say, yeah, pretty much. I would say that you did. I mean, he scored 13 points on 6 goals, 7 assists in 19 games in the regular season. He did not score in the playoff series against Dallas.
None of them really did, though.
No.
Unfortunately, he didn't. Nate just didn't.
There wasn't enough of that.
Juking didn't do enough of it.
Yeah, no goals, 4 assists for him in that playoff series against Dallas. But Brock Nelson back on a 3-year deal at the age of 33. Again, durability all over the place. A 30-goal scorer each of the last 4 seasons. If that's the kind of production you get out of this guy, if you get, 28 to 32 goals a year, roughly 60-some-odd, 70-some-odd points out of this guy every single year for the next 3 seasons, plus you get 80 games played, that's a pretty good investment. That's a good use of your $7.5 million per year.
It is. We're going to talk to John Michael Lyles. John Mitchell was on with the midday show. Mitchell wasn't afraid to say that number was a little higher than he thought it was going to get to. I know Alex Ryan-Nemi, I talked to him earlier today. Raj was saying that he thought the number would be closer to 7, so not a big deal. But look, you made the trade, and I know we all want to divorce the fact that you gave up a lot to get this guy, but you can't. You can't. To me, there's pressure to keep him around when you give up what ended up being a first-round draft pick and your top offensive prospect, your top prospect, period. Okay? You don't want that to be a rental. And now it won't be, and I think that's good. Now, I do think this probably means that Jonathan Drouin is going to wave goodbye.
Drouin?
Because you're going to have to, Mitchell did say in his conversation with the guys earlier, when Mitchell did say that, this probably means that, some trades are going to be coming because they're down to about $2 million in cap space after what happened today.
Yeah, they had roughly $9.5 million in cap space available for next season before the move. So, yeah, like you said, down to $2 million. This team is probably looking to trade, and like we talked about yesterday, Marty Necas appears to be an excellent trade candidate for the Avalanche.
Yeah, what do you think about that? So it was interesting because Mitchell's take on it was you might be able to get a couple of assets. Now, again, the good thing for Necas, and I got Spot Track pulled up looking at the cap numbers exactly for Colorado. He's a $6.5 million hit.
Yeah. Very tradable contract.
Very tradable, and I'm not saying that you need to. I wouldn't necessarily have a problem if you kind of played Necas the way you played Mikko as far as, maybe we try to get something done, maybe we don't. Let's see where we're at after the first of the year.
But he's got 1 more year on that deal,
He
right?
does.
Yeah.
So they don't have to necessarily do anything. But talking to Alex, talking to Raj today, host of Between the Pipes with Mark Springer, he was saying if you want to keep this you want to keep him now. Raj put out there that there's a chance, whether it's Nelson or McKinnon, that Necas could put up some pretty big numbers, and then you're looking at too big a contract next year. So get him affordable while you can now. But yeah, I do think that for those that missed it, there was the report. I think it was Elliot Friedman had it first, but a lot of people getting on this basically saying that Necas didn't enjoy his time here all that much.
Right.
And look, nobody seems to want to hide the fact that Nathan McKinnon has high expectations and is very fiery in game. So I wouldn't doubt that maybe, there's some truth to that thing. But that said, see, to me, now that you've got Nelson back in the fold, I would put Necas and Nelson back together. I thought they looked good down the stretch last year. But you're going to probably have to shop some people. Sam Girard, this is probably the year that Sam Girard maybe gets talked about in a trade, possibly. I don't know. Look, I went over this with Berto last Friday. Is Josh Manson at $4.5 million someone you talk about? I think you need stay-at-home defenseman, so that's not the move I would make. And what does this mean for Ryan Lindgren? There's another guy I'd like to see keep around. I know, again, there's another guy that wasn't maybe everything you hoped for in the playoffs, but he was a good physical defenseman. I think brought a lot there. Of course, you're going to have Eric Johnson moving on. But you're going to probably have to make some moves. You know, do you shop our guy Ross Colton? I don't, you know, for the sake of the show, I hope Ross Colton doesn't get moved. But does Miles Wood get shopped around?
And you know, it's interesting because I'm looking at it right now, and I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, and granted, if you trade Natchez, you're going to get an NHL player back in return in some capacity, and hopefully they're going to get some draft picks because Lord knows they need them. Yes,
get a first rounder back.
But I'm trying to like figure out, like, is there an internal candidate to become a top 6 winger on this team right now?
What about Jack Drury? Top 6 is tough. He's maybe third line guy.
Exactly. Like I'm like Kiviranta. No, I don't think he's up to that job quite yet. You know, Parker Kelly just like doesn't really profile it, so it's hard to see him stepping into that kind of role right now. I'm not sure if that guy's on the team right now.
All right, looking at it, and again, I liked him. He came on the show. He was a big hit with us.
Charlie Coyle.
Are you looking to move? Charlie Coyle is $5.25 million. Dude, I like Charlie Coyle a lot, though.
How many years are left on that deal?
Let's see. I'd have to go and look and see how it's out. Right now, it's just showing me one. I guess. Good
playoff player. I mean, here's one other thing you got to consider, okay? The Avalanche, in theory, will have good goaltending out the gates next year.
All right, Coyle next year costs you $4.5 million.
That's not that bad. Like, this team is going to be better right off the jump. They're not going to start 0-4 probably again this upcoming season. You'll have Mackenzie Blackwood in the fold. You'll have, and Wedgwood's an outstanding backup. You'll have good goaltending immediately when you start off next season. So you won't be clawing your way back into it, ideally, for much of the year. I mean, I'm saying all this right now. I guess I'm trying to manifest it into reality. But, like, the Avalanche ended up as a 3 seed and not having home ice advantage and having to play Dallas simply because, like, they started like crap.
No, I'm with you. I'm not totally opposed to keeping this whole team together, but you don't have...
They played really well down the stretch, and then they just ran into a bad matchup.
But you don't have any cap room.
Right.
Like, the money the cap went up is basically what you just gave Brock Nelson.
Yeah.
So... You're really in a tight spot right now. And even Mitchie said he thought moves were coming after what they gave Nelson.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. So obviously Natchez, I think, is an easy one to circle as a trade candidate. You think Josh Manson is a trade candidate as well?
I'm just, because of the 8, I don't want to see him go. Let me be clear. I'm not liking. I think Girard is the top guy shopped because he's a young, productive defenseman. He's $5 million. That is something you could use. You know, here's another name I don't want to throw out there. But again, we're talking about, is Arturi Lehkonen someone you shop around? Because that's $4.5 million. Not in my book, but I mean, you can't just go shipping off your $1 million and $2 million guys if you think you're going to add anybody else to this roster.
It doesn't do much, yeah.
So that's the conundrum.
It just doesn't do nearly enough.
All right, I'll ask you again because we've all had quiet conversations. Is Val someone you shop? He's a 6.125 cap number.
I think you ask. Yeah, I think you offer him up and see what somebody is willing to give you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's something that they need to take a look at. The hard part is, and we've discussed this plenty of times before, when he's good and he's right and he's here and he's not suspended,
you're not finding another one of him.
He's awesome.
You're going to kind of lose the trade probably.
Yes. He's awesome. And so, like, if the issues are truly behind him and the organization and those up close to him are going to have a better sense of that than probably anybody else, if you have faith that that's the case, then no, you should hang out of that guy like Grim Death. He's an awesome hockey player, and like you always talk about, Andy, he gives you something in terms of a net front presence with unbelievable skill that you just flat out don't have in any other player.
Yeah, see, for me, Girard, Colton, you know, those would be 2 guys that you could create $9 million with.
Totally.
That's not something to sneeze at. I don't even show Malinsky on here right now for their cap number. I don't know.
Sam Mayday Malinsky?
I don't know if it's because he's a minor league guy at the moment or what.
I think he's still pretty inexpensive.
I mean, Oscar Olausen is listed on their roster according to Spot Track, and he's not even $1 million.
Good on us. We got to Oscar Olausen by the time we were able to wrap this Avalanche salary cap discussion. That's how you know we're covering this thing wire to wire, end board to end board here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nick Kosmider coming up 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We'll talk to John Michael Lyles at 5:20. But Andy, we got a sweep. Woo! We got a sweep. How sweep it is. The Rockies 3-2 today. 10-10 first pitch. 10-10.
Yeah, that was early.
Yeah.
Hey, don't you try to catch the Rockies napping at 10-10 Florida.
3-2 over the Marlins today. The Rocks now up to 12-50 on the year. Andy, this 3-game win streak, this 3-game sweep in Miami as the Rockies up to a 31-win pace.
Yeah! All right.
We're talking 31-131 now. Hunter Goodman had himself a series down there in Miami. Hunter Goodman, a double and a triple today. RBI triple in the first. He absolutely smoked that ball. He was DHing today, by the way. They put Stallings in to catch. Hunter Goodman was DHing. In the series, Andy, 7 of 13, 3 homers, 2 doubles, a triple, 5 runs driven in the series for Hunter Goodman. I think we're going to remember this as the Hunter Goodman series.
Oh, okay.
But let's make sure we give some love to the bullpen. 12 2/3 innings of scoreless work in the series today. Got a really good start out of Kyle Freeland. Don't call me Kevin. Kyle Freeland, 6 1/3, gave up 2 runs, neither of which were earned. Did not issue any free passes. He had 4 strikeouts. Exited in the 7th. Jake Bird came on, did not allow any runs. 1 crossed while he was on, but it was credited to Freeland. And then the play of the game, bottom of the 7th, 2 down. Liam Hicks, double to left. Jesus Sanchez, it's a good Corrigan name. Jesus Sanchez tried to score from first. Jordan Beck,
not on his watch,
picks it up and left. Throws it to Orlando Arcia for the relay home to Stallings. Boom. Nailed him. Kept the game at 3-2. That final score would hold. It is the Rockies' first 3-game sweep in their last 57 series that they have played.
That's the ball game. Yeah, great. Cool. Good for them.
Huge.
Sure.
Huge for the Rocks.
Huge.
By the way,
as June gets.
Look out. Look out, okay? Because I know we got the Metropolitans coming in this weekend, right? But a little bit of good news for you, okay? Mets are only 14-16 on the road so far this year. They're an MLB best 24-7 at Citi Field, but they're a sub-500 club away from Queens, New York. Look out, Mets. You're about to tackle the red-hot Rockies.
Yeah. Weren't the Mets who...
Mets swept them last weekend. Yeah, swept them last weekend.
What are you rooting for? But 303-504-0925. If you're a Rockies fan, what are you rooting for? We already had somebody write in that said, since the Rockies have no chance of making the playoffs, I want them to lose every game.
Oh, let's keep June-tober going, baby. We're hot right now. We're hot. Win 21-22. This is what I'm talking about.
No, I'm good.
You like June-tober?
No, I don't.
What about Jocktober?
All right. Now you might have me. You know what I mean? Like Jock Jams.
Yes. Uh-huh.
For your Jocktober.
Yes, whatever you want to call it right now. June-tober.
Again, I had said this to DMac and the guys, but DMac's the one that, look, DMac's got skin in the game. As John Fox would say, he's got skins on the wall.
Skins on the wall.
I guess.
That's right.
DMac's trying to avoid having to walk from here to Coors Field.
Ah, that's true.
So
yes.
he wants them to not be the worst all time.
Yes.
So I'll ask you.
Uh-huh.
You know, again, I think ultimately what I want change. And I think only the most extreme scenario, like worst team all time, brings the kind of change it's going to take to turn this thing around. And playing your way into a really sucky team. I mean, again, ESPN's running the highlights because, hey, the Rockies actually swept someone, right? They would not care otherwise.
Oh no, the Rocks are they're a topic. Like they are a national topic. When you're 9-50, now 12-50.
12-50.
Also, if you're the Miami Marlins, should you be contracted from Major League Baseball right now?
You should be suspended from play.
You should not be allowed.
You forfeit the rest. You forfeit a week's pay along with the games to be played.
Okay. Some of this is just like the law of averages had to catch up.
Well, you and I kept talking about that. That's why not winning 10 before June started was amazing.
Unbelievable.
You didn't catch one team loafing?
The bullpen has generally been pretty good, right?
Sure.
Like the Rockies have like a major league average bullpen.
Yeah.
Which for this club is awesome. Like that's great for the Rockies to be able to have. I still think Jake Bird, who again pitched again today, I think Jake Bird's an all-star. He's had a terrific season, and he's really the only guy in the club that I can justify all-stardom for.
Sure.
It's funny. I was reading Grant Bisbee in The Athletic suggested Kyle Freeland for the all-star game, and basically his argument was just Denver guy, good soldier, been good for the club.
Okay. But honestly,
like a lifetime achievement all-star berth for Kyle Freeland because nobody else on the team really deserves it. Although I would argue Bird's been really good.
No, I think Bird is fine. He's been their best guy out of the pen most nights. But I'd also add in there, folks, do you think Kyle Freeland had to hold back tears and then end a press conference? He was so embarrassed by this.
Right.
Okay. So I don't think he wants
He didn't want your pity all-star berth.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't want we had to send somebody.
Right.
I don't think.
Right.
I might be. Yeah, I don't think that's how he ticks. He's too big a competitor. He wants to earn it.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Not that my buddy Mark Johnson likes to say the valedictorian of summer school. That's not what he wants to be.
Okay.
So, you know.
Hunter Goodman he's got a case. I suppose.
Who's got a better shot of actually playing in the game? Probably Jake Bird, because you need the pitchers, right?
Well, if you put a catcher in there, a catcher is going to play because he's got to play like 5 innings. Yeah,
okay.
Like a backup catcher would actually have to play. Goodman leads all catchers with 61 hits. He's now up to, I believe, 12 home runs and an 802. He's got an OPS above 800. I mean, obviously, like Will Smith is going to be the starter at catcher in the National League. Carson Kelly of the Cubs has been outstanding. He's got a great case to be an all-star, but again, the Rockies got to get somebody, so maybe Hunter Goodman is going to be the guy that gets there.
No, Jake Bird, just send a pitcher.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Because guess what?
It's been very
good.
You
don't have to use him.
He's been very good. So I read this today. Jim Bowden had this. Major League teams most likely to be sellers at the deadline. Obviously, the Rockies are number one on this list, but as he points out,
they never are.
Yeah. As he writes here, a team could take a chance on Kyle Freeland, who has posted a 4.29 over 6 road starts this season. I would imagine that number goes up after today. He's making $16 million this year. He'll earn $16 million in 2026, plus has a $17 million vesting option for 27 that's triggered if he reaches 170 innings next year. As Bowden writes, he's a back-of-the-rotation lefty who could benefit from a change of scenery and not having to pitch half of his games in Coors Field. Yes, and again, Freeland was good again today. I said this about Marquez's start the other day. I'll say it again about Freeland right now. Call everybody in baseball.
Yeah.
Call them all today and be like,
Please.
You want this guy?
They ought to be offering Jake Bird as well.
As he does write about the bullpen, Agnos, Halverson, Vodnik, Jake Bird, all should be up and available. As he writes, Ryan McMahon is a trade candidate with positional flexibility. McMahon can move over and play second base for some club. The problem is that offensively he's been terrible.
Yeah.
And he strikes out too much, and he's a below-league average hitter who doesn't hit for nearly as much power as he used to. We've only seen his value diminish. Ezekiel Tovar, you can't trade him. He's young and he's good. And you have him on a favorable contract.
Yeah, but you should. You should think about it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You need any and everything.
They should be trying to trade Brenton Doyle. They should not trade Jordan Beck, but they should be trying to trade Brenton Doyle. He's a Gold Glove center fielder. And that's, trade everybody, quite frankly.
But they don't. We've seen this. They just don't.
No, they don't. I don't know if they will this year or not. I don't know if Dick Monfort has been shamed into the being the national embarrassment in all of baseball, even though they just swept the Marlins. The Marlins are now a bigger embarrassment than the Rockies. Swept the Marlins in Florida, by the way.
But did anybody notice? Is that like the bear in the woods? Because nobody goes to the games.
No,
Clearly,
Andy,
Miami's telling you they don't care.
That's true about Miami, but every
nation noticed.
Every national website today has a headline: Rockies sweep Marlins.
Yeah.
The Rockies are a huge story in baseball right now because they're on pace to be the worst team in Major League history. Which I agree with you, Andy, they need to be. They need to be to force anybody's hand down there. I have so little faith that anything good is going to come of this. I really do.
No, I'm with you. I am too.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I I just feel like a massive reset is needed. I don't know at this point what causes it because, unfortunately, as you pointed out, we've been discussing this for a while now. It's been the topic since both teams' playoff runs ended here in the spring. But like you said, unfortunately, there's family ties now into the baseball side of things. Like I don't have a problem that Dick Montfort wants to get his kids involved in the family business. Yeah. That's fine. Where I have a bit of a problem is you're getting your kid is probably holding a job he's not ready for, judging by the results on the baseball side of things. You need to hit a reset. You need to get out of the way, and you need to, like somebody wrote in, I want whatever gets them to write a blank check to Theo Epstein. I think we'd all love to see Theo Epstein try to work his Cubs magic here again. It'll never happen.
Two things. Number one, they'll never do it. And number two, Epstein would never take this job.
You don't think he'd like this challenge?
No, I don't think he would. No. I don't believe he would because I think that Theo Epstein, the first thing that he would look at is what is ownership's commitment to winning.
Yeah.
And I think he's always going to find that the answer is just God no. Now,
not enough.
When he went to Chicago, the Cubs were behind. And the Ricketts family had just bought the club, and he was able to basically force their hand to remodel Wrigley Field, get the biggest clubhouse in all of Major League Baseball, to up their cages, their pitching lab, everything else, their video department, everything, to get it all up to snuff to be on the very cutting edge in Major League Baseball. Dick Montfort is a guy that is a part of the new CBA negotiations, wants to put a cap on what teams can spend on such things, which suggests to me that somebody like a Theo Epstein would never work here in 1,000 years.
No, you're right. You're right.
He is of the belief of you have to build good baseball players, and the Rockies don't believe that is the case. They are now 5-17 under the stewardship of Warren Schaefer after going 7-33 under Bud Black.
All right.
Oh.
The bump is real.
The managerial tete-a-tete is very, very real. 12-50. 12-50. They swept the Marlins.
They had to win a series.
They eventually had to.
Now, I am surprised they swept anybody, but I knew they had to win a series sooner. Look, this was the team, right? This was your series because it's Mets, and then who comes in after the Mets?
The one that
they still have a tough row to hoe in June.
The Giants are coming in. Braves are a mess. They just fired their third base coach. Rocks will go down to Atlanta. Nationals stink. Arizona has not been playing great baseball. You got 3 at home against the Dodgers. They'll kick your teeth in. You got to go to Milwaukee after that. The Brewers are okay. You play Houston, and then the White Sox come in 4th of July weekend. I think the Rocks can sweep the White Sox on 4th of July weekend. I still have that one circled. They surprised me. I didn't think they'd win.
Is it a 3 or 4 game set?
It's a 3-game set. I didn't think they'd win a series until the White Sox series. So they beat me by a month.
I want them both to split the first 2.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to split the first 2, and I want a rubber match that goes an endless amount of extras.
Even with the Ghost Runner, it goes
18 with
innings.
The Ghost Runner, they both just keep scoring that damn runner in the same inning when they're not stranding him.
Yes.
And we end up with a 50-inning game. Both teams are late to their next series.
Set more records.
Because nobody can win the stupid rubber match of that series.
Nick Kosmider coming up on the other side of this break. We're going to get further into touchy-feely Bronco talk next. Open OTA practice tomorrow, so we'll have the latest for you on how everyone's looking in their shorts. Nick Kosmider, he looks delightful in shorts. He joins us right now here on a Wednesday afternoon. Nick, how you doing?
Good. I'm doing well. Good of you guys to say. I've been working on the Cavs, so
That's right.
I appreciate that.
Big
You're a
Cav
tall
guy.
glass of water there, Kosmider.
Very much so. Good gams on that fella. That's what I always say. Nick Kosmider of theathletic.com. Nick, we were having some fun before with your chart here. We were reaching out and touching somebody on these total touch leaders that you had in the Athletic this week, which this is good stuff, man. So Javonte Williams, 191 total touches. Obviously, he is now a Dallas Cowboy. So when you put out the Broncos 2025 touch leaders, who is going to be at the very top? Is it going to be simply R.J. Harvey? Is J.K. Dobbins going to factor into this with the Broncos reportedly taking a look at him? Is Jaleel McLaughlin just going to be the cockroach that can't be killed? What's it going to be?
Yeah, it's kind of going to be fascinating, and that's sort of why I wanted to take a look at it from that perspective of just like, where did the ball really get distributed last year? And, for as much as Javonte Williams struggled and certainly was never able to be quite himself after that injury, he was still heavily used in that backfield, both as a rusher and a receiver. And then it built around from there. And so when you look at his touches going away, that certainly looks like an opportunity for a guy like R.J. Harvey to come right in and have the opportunity. And then whoever that number two back is, if it is in fact J.K. Dobbins, should they end up signing him and getting him into the offseason program and all those sorts of things, he could be a mix of that too. But the other big part of this equation is you look at the distribution last year, and you had a tight end, the leading tight end for touches, which was all receptions, was Lucas Kroll, with 19
Unreal,
of them.
man. Unreal.
It really is wild when you look at that. Like, I don't even remember. I was like, kind of actually surprised he had 19. I just didn't remember a lot of Lucas Kroll action last year. And yet we know Evan Engram is going to be just much, much more of a focal point from that position. And so then you have all these other guys like Marvin Mims trying to continue to ascend, Devon Vele, Troy Franklin, to say nothing of your guy, Pat Bryant, that they drafted out of Illinois in the third round. Like, there's a lot of mouths to feed, which I think is kind of that good problem to have the Broncos haven't had in a while. But we're still going to just have to see how that pecking order starts to unfold.
Jimmy Graham averaged 90 receptions per year his 3 full years as the starting tight end under Sean Payton. Evan Engram, 114 catches in Jacksonville 2 years ago. Is it possible that Engram could have Jimmy Graham-type production? Don't get me wrong, I'm not, assuming that he's as good as Jimmy Graham.
Yeah, I think just in terms of volume, I think it's very possible. I mean, we know that this is something that Sean Payton has wanted for a while. That guy who can, in third and short situations and really in early downs as well, just get to kind of a soft spot in the defense, a little bit past the line of scrimmage, somebody that can not only do that, but then have a little bit of catch and go ability that they didn't have. I just think he's going to quickly become kind of that target, because the other thing that stood out to me, guys, when I made that chart was the touches for Bo Nix. And when we're talking about that of course just means his rushes and I guess his one reception too. They probably wouldn't mind seeing that number go down. Now his legs are going to be continue to be a versatile part of what he does. But I don't think they'd be sad to see him have less than 93 carries next year. And that would mean, of course, like just being able to have that release valve at certain times so that you're not forced to get into scramble situations. Again, that's still going to be part of what he does. It's what makes him, kind of tougher to defend.
Right.
But I think they wouldn't mind dropping that number down.
But along those lines, and Andy and I were talking about this the other day. Like, okay, so 93 rushes, or 92 rushes for Bo Nix last year. Like you mentioned, he had the touchdown catch last year. But of the 92 rushes, like, okay, he's a weapon running the football, and we saw that with him last year. But he wasn't necessarily great throwing the football in scramble type of situations. Like, is that the next, one of the key next steps for Bo Nix? Like, keep the eyes downfield, stay behind the line of scrimmage. Don't do that weird, run up the field and then flip the ball backwards and then they have to review it play, which I felt like happened half a dozen times last year. But Nix becoming a better scramble thrower.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point and part of the evolution that they're going to want to see from him. I think you look at a guy like Justin Herbert, I think got a lot better at that. Obviously he had a huge rookie year, but part of what he did better, as the next 2 years of his career came, was being able to kind of find guys on the move. And it doesn't have to be some sort of Houdini escape, but it's just sort of understanding where your levels are, who can come open. And again, I think that's one of Ingram's strengths, right? He's a guy that can find a little soft spot in the zone. He's not Travis Kelce, I'm not saying that, but that's that sort of element of being able to recognize, hey, this is kind of what you do. And a lot of times part of that too is like getting used to your receivers, right? Like every receiver relationship with him last year was a new one. We even saw Russ and Cortland Sutton kind of be better at that scramble situation, a lot better their second year together. So I think that's going to be a big part of it too, is just a familiarity with the number of weapons that he has offensively should, I think, lead to some improvement in that area.
All right, I've got a question about your article from yesterday, but I want to start with this because it's all roster related. J.K. Dobbins, what's the vibe? I mean, he's coming in. I guess they're going to go have steak or whatever on the company dime, and then we see what happens. Do you think this is a guy they sign? Is this one of those easy visits where the guy gets signed in front of minicamp next week, or what do you think happens here?
Yeah, I think that this is obviously a situation where we knew that J.K. Dobbins was a guy that was going to be out there in free agency kind of from the start. He had a good season with the Chargers last year, 905 yards rushing in 13 games, missed 4 due to injury. But I think he kind of probably came into the free agency period with a certain number in mind that obviously when you're still on the market at this time, is obviously not there. And so I think there was always going to be kind of a wait and see for a number of teams with him of like, all right, let's get our roster set. Let's see where it's at. And then there's the realization on the players' part of like, okay, I'm probably going to have to come down from where I wanted to be. So I think it could be kind of a marriage of that, the financial part being part of it. But certainly I just think that they want to continue to create competition in that room. Like they drafted RJ Harvey in the second round. They really like what he can bring. He's going to be a big part of what they do. But there's a big kind of prove it factor for the rest of the backs in that room. The other 4 guys, Jaleel McLaughlin, Estime, who you guys mentioned, and then Tyler Bidet and Blake Watson. These are all guys that have been in the program now for a couple of years, but really haven't proven anything. And some of it's injury, haven't had the opportunity. But I think they just want to keep kind of stacking talent in that room and give themselves a chance to see what they have.
All right, that leads us to yesterday. You had an interesting article and an interesting number in that article. Nate, I believe you said it was 87% of the roster returns. And it was so wild, Nick, because you remember, I think we all remember the GM survey last year saying the Broncos had one of the worst rosters in the league. Now, they return it, and I don't want to give the media too much credit because we all know there's some fools at work in our business, and sometimes I'm one of them. But PFF listed the Broncos in the top 10 in the NFL and top 5 AFC as far as complete rosters. Are you surprised with the 86% return rate that you wrote about, which is unheard of in modern times? Even good teams tend to lose 20 to 30% of their roster. Are you surprised at the way the media is now viewing this Denver team, considering the views a year ago with really so little changeover?
Yeah, not really, obviously, just because a lot of those guys that were not really thought highly of are certainly not given the benefit of the doubt, guys who are going to step into much bigger roles, i.e., Nick Benito and even Jonathan Cooper. And then, of course, offensively, Bo Nix. I think that's where it started, right, is that if you thought that the Broncos overreached to make him the 6th quarterback taken in the first round, that was going to kind of paint your overall view of what that roster could be. Because if you didn't believe that this quarterback could multiply a team that had already finished 8-9 the year before, you probably didn't think much of the overall roster. But the miscalculation was that, guys like Benito were ascending. The guys like Zach Allen had a really good year in 23, just needed a little bit more around him to allow him to kind of take off a little bit. And then so once you've put it out there, then that's going to kind of be the reaction. I think there's some baked in expectation that Bo Nix is going to be better in his second year. And again, the places where they really did need to upgrade the roster, inside linebacker, safety, tight end, and running back as well. Like, they've gone out and they've done that. Those guys have to stay healthy, of course. That's a big part of this. But I think if you just look at it on paper, you have the defense was number 1 in terms of returning players. I think the offense was number 4, and then in the aggregate, they came out to be number 1, and have just added guys to that side. So I know I'm not surprised that that's kind of the view of about where they are around the league.
Yeah, 86% of the roster returning, and again, it's a roster that looks good on both sides of the football. Nick Kosmiter of The Athletic covering the Broncos with us right now. All right, Nick, so I will ask you the question that no Broncos fan wants to hear, but I think it's an important part of the discussion. They were 10-7 a year ago. They had crazy good health. They had a schedule that certainly, I would say, was advantageous to them. I would say that's a couple of factors. Is there anything else that jumps out at you when you say, okay, here's maybe a reason Denver could be a regression candidate this upcoming year?
Yeah, I mean, the injuries are the number one thing. So you touched on that. And again, I think perhaps just maybe teams throwing some things at Knicks that just kind of takes him a little bit of time to digest, to adapt to. Again, having that new weapon on offense and being a big part of it in Evan Engram. Does it take some time for everybody else to kind of adjust to the fact that, hey, this guy has a much bigger role now, and what does that look like overall? Does RJ Harvey, for whatever reason, not perform to the level that they think he can, and then maybe a guy like Dobbins just can't stay healthy? Those are some of the things that I think when you add, and then the other part would just be, did they not kind of improve in that late game scenario, right? Like the late game situations, because we know they're going to have a lot of those. Like, that's just the way that the NFL goes, and so maybe they don't have the luck on that end. Maybe they don't execute the way. And so maybe despite the fact that they're playing good football, they're not closing the way that they need to. So those are kind of some of the things where you say that this is how they take a step back. But I just think the ledger on that side, I see more of like, this is why they take a step forward, just based on kind of the way the offseason has unfolded so far.
I don't know. Last one for me, and it's kind of just really a side note, but why do you think they flipped those tight ends out? No big deal, just another practice spotty. What went down there yesterday?
Yeah, well, Cole Fotheringham, the guy who they signed him after the rookie minicamp. He was a veteran player, but was among a handful of veterans who had a tryout. He got signed. As I understand it, had an injury, during OTAs, one of the practices we weren't out there. So dealing with something like that. So they kind of put him on injured reserve. And so they needed another guy just for the depth this off season. And, the guy they signed yesterday had kind of been signed, I think, by the Lions as an undrafted guy out of Mississippi. And so they'll continue to give a look to him during the offseason, but I wouldn't read too deeply into any part of it. That's going to be a roster spot that most likely you're battling to be the guy that's added to the practice squad.
Nick, if an OTA practice happens and you're not there to watch it, did it really occur?
Did it really happen? It used to be that like the social team for the Broncos was pretty active during those days that we weren't out there, telling stories through like highlights and video clips. That's kind of come down quite a bit in the Sean Payton era. We did see yesterday that they were inside the field house, obviously a rainy day, and Champ Bailey, of course, was kind of the guest of honor there yesterday. But I have it on good authority that it happened. I couldn't tell you a darn bit of what went down other than that.
Will you be there to cover the Broncos home run derby at Coors Field tomorrow afternoon? And if so, who do you like to win it all?
There's got to be a joke in there somewhere about like who's going to earn a roster spot, while they're out there swinging the bat on Thursday. I think Sutton's won this thing a couple times, hasn't he, or at least once? He's one of those guys that's kind of like the natural athlete there.
Okay.
I have not seen the roster. I don't know if you guys have seen who's competing and who's not. I'd love to see Big Quinn swing the bat. I think that would be entertaining.
I know Garrett Bowles, Alex Singleton, and Cortland Sutton, I think, are the three names that I know of that are in this thing.
Yeah, I would see Sutton's trying to defend his title there.
Okay.
Hopefully we get a late entry. I would love to see Quinn Minor swing the bat. I think that would just be highly entertaining.
Could RJ Harvey's thighs help him go yard?
Well, I don't know a lot about baseball, but I'm pretty sure you need a good solid lower half in order to really rip the ball, and he's got that part of it.
You know what
down.
he's got? He's got torpedo thighs.
Boom.
Boom. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Nick Kosmider, everybody. The Athletic. Go ahead, log on, subscribe, read Nick's stuff. It's the best. You're not going to get better Broncos coverage anywhere. Nick, excellent work as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Be good.
All right, good to have Nick Kosmider stopping by here on a Wednesday afternoon.
A lot of thigh and calf talk there.
It's you know what? It's a big leg day here on the show today.
Leg day's Friday.
It is? Is that when you do the legs?
Leggy.
Come
on now, Nate. Don't go into the autopilot yet. Don't start listening to the Google Maps just yet. Come on.
Took me a minute.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's that time of year.
I see what you did right there, though. That was very clever. Yes, well done. Evan Engram as a weapon on the scramble. That could be where he could be a better weapon for this team. I mean, you think about it, that's kind of what percentage of Kelsey's annual receiving yards come from Mahomes just tiptoeing around back there and then finally winging the ball out to Kelsey sitting down at the zone, and then he makes one man miss and turns upfield and suddenly, boom, it's just a gain of 18.
Yeah, it'd be pretty sweet if you had something like this. And I don't know how big a yak guy we're going to get from Evan Engram, but if he can catch the ball, you haven't even had the guy catching the ball sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, and Bo Nix having that guy that can sit down and get lost in the wash by the defense as they worry about maybe some of his outside targets, or if Mims can be Franklin, don't care. Either one can be a deep threat, and you get them worried about that. And he can do, like you said, the things that Travis Kelce does on the scramble and just find a nice little place to sit down for Bo. That would be an element they have not had in at least 3-4 years.
It's interesting listening to Nick talk about it. In 92 rush attempts last year for Knicks amongst his 93 touches. Like, when I think back to him running the ball last year, I'm okay with that.
Well, yeah.
It's a weapon.
Yep.
I think, like, in a perfect world, it would be, keep your eyes downfield, buy a little bit of time. But, like, he's probably not going to turn into Lamar Jackson back there anytime soon, who's very good at that part of the job. So it's like, okay, turn upfield, get yardage. He's typically very good about knowing where the third down marker is, exactly where he needs to get to. He's usually pretty good about, like getting out of bounds and stretching the ball out and doing everything that he has to do. He's pretty smart about it. I think he takes care of himself while he's doing it. I like Bo Nix, mobile quarterback. It makes him a weapon. It's another thing to add to the ledger that teams got to worry about.
No, and I'm with you. And the reason why I'm all for it is because he's very smart about not getting blown up when he does it.
Yeah.
He didn't take a lot of big hits. He knows when to get down. He doesn't play captain tough guy and try to run people over and get himself hurt, because that's not what you're really out there to do. They need you to run the offense, throw the ball. So as long as he keeps approaching it that way, yes, use those feet to your advantage. Because, frankly, there were times last year where that was your best run game.
Who has a higher rank, by the way, Captain Tough Guy or General Soreness?
General Soreness is not really the guy you're rooting for. Captain Tough Guy, everybody hopes is on your team.
Okay.
Because then he takes a lot of fouls in his limited minutes like Scott Hastings did. Scott Hastings, Captain Tough Guy.
That is Captain Tough Guy.
General Soreness is not. When General Soreness shows up, again, we'll see if General Soreness goes away. For those who wonder where General Soreness came from, C.J. Stroud playing around with General Soreness in the shoulder.
General Soreness.
Probably not a good thing.
Right now is
you can act like you don't care.
Commanding his arm to hurt is what he's doing right now.
General Soreness, though, tends to lead you into bad battles.
So Hastings was Captain Tough Guy. The 19-year-old kid he beat up was General Soreness.
No, that was Private something.
Private, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah. Private bad choice.
Kreckman and Lindahl rolling with you here on a Wednesday afternoon, talking Broncos, talking Rockies. We've done the hockey talk today on the show. We've been all over the place. It's some good old-fashioned summer sports talk on the 4th of June on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Let me tell you, dudes, what you need to do. You need to go to roller.bid/altitude now, like right now. And you need to sign up to be able to bid at Roller Auction. And if you sign up, at roller.bit/altitude, you'll be eligible to win sporting event tickets, concert tickets, all kinds of good tickets from us here at Altitude Sports Radio and from our friends at Roller Auction. So the June 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction is in the books. That one is wrapped as of today. Always, though, keep an eye on roller.bit or sign up for the email list at roller.bit/altitude so you know when the next government auction is coming up, because there's some great stuff in there. Right now, though, you go to roller.bit. I'm checking out this model home furniture and decorations auction. National Home Builder selling off excess model home furniture and decorations, lightly used. This stuff's been taken care of. I'm looking at a sectional couch right now. I mean, an insane deal on this thing. Go to roller.bid right now and check out this model home furniture and decorations auction. Get some great deals on some beautiful furniture at roller.bid. All right, Kreckman and Lindahl. It is a Wednesday, and we are with you today until 6 p.m. Today.
Only.
John Michael Lyles coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. Got to talk about the Brock Nelson contract extension that was handed out today. The Avalanche
The Brock
have
Lobster?
chosen. By the way, did you know this about Brock Nelson? He's got multiple nicknames.
Really? No, I did not.
This is according to hockeyreference.com. 2 nicknames. Number 1, Mr. Overtime.
Okay.
I did not know that.
Would have liked to have found that out in a playoff overtime. Just saying.
Yeah.
I kid. Nobody. I kid.
Number 2, Brock and Roll.
Okay.
Was given as his second.
That feels lazy.
Yeah.
Whoever did that, doesn't that feel like you didn't try very hard?
Also, isn't he just like his hockey nickname is just it's Nelly, right? I'm assuming it's Nelly.
Rocky? Rocker?
Old B-Rock.
American Brock and Roll.
There you go. All right.
I mean, that's Brock and Roll. There it is, right there. Mm-hmm.
Is he American?
He was born in Minnesota.
Well, there you go.
He is American.
There it is.
Uh-huh.
Connor's call works.
That's right.
That's all you need.
Well done. Connor's he's not going to mess up he's not going to fudge a detail like that. You can be confident of that right there. Brock Nelson.
Connor had me go to some other place to look at the contract thing, by the way.
Okay. You get
current cap space is now listed at $1.2 million according to Puckpedia.
Yeah, Puckpedia.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, they got to make a move. They've got to make a move.
Oh, yeah.
They've got to do something. They don't even have enough really to fill out a roster right now.
There will be moves.
Moves shall be made, but who?
That's for damn sure. Moves are to be made.
How much of a reset do they need? They kind of already did that, didn't they?
Yeah, they don't. I don't think they need a big one.
See, again, I'd like to see Ryan Lindgren stay around.
They're really, really good. Like they played a Western Conference Finals team that just sort of kind of has their number. But the Avalanche are awesome. I mean, we said it over and over again down the stretch when they were balling out, or I suppose pucking out, excuse me. When we were talking about this team, and it was just like, hey, I would love to see this group together for a full year. Give it this goaltending, give it this kind of line depth right here for a full season. That could be an awful lot of fun. You still have, according to the Players Association, 2 of the 3 best players in the world on your team, even though Nikita Kucherov won the Ted Lindsay today. I don't think this team is all that terribly far off. There's championship pedigree. I think they have to play better for the full 82, and I think they're more well equipped to be able to do that right now.
How about DeBoer, by the way? Apparently, the old exit interviews didn't go so well with some of the star players saying, "What's this guy's deal?"
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not liking how they treated their goaltender, how he treated their goaltender.
Oh, Ottinger getting yanked in.
Yeah. So I don't know if it sounds like, well, it's no surprise. It's going to be Ottinger or DeBoer, right?
Yeah.
And who are you riding with?
Yeah, you stick with your goalie, right?
Well, yeah, they're not easy to find.
Yeah. Yeah, you get a good goaltender, you can hang out of that guy like Grim Death.
So that's going to be interesting. The coach that seems to be your problem may be on the move yet again.
Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight, Andy. Who do you got in the rematch? The Oil or the Pants?
I want the Oilers, but it turns out I was just seeing this.
Yeah?
This is bad news for the Oilers. It looks like Hyman is out for this round with a dislocated wrist. Zach Hyman hurt himself and will not be participating in the championship round.
Hyman broken? Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Leave that alone.
Mm-hmm. Stuart Skinner v. Sergei Bobrovsky.
Who was our guy that they got from us that was playing so well in goal? He was an old Avs goalie. Why can't I remember his name now? He got hurt.
Peter Budaj?
No.
David Abisher?
No. He was of recent vintage. Peter Budaj could get in there and help you out a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, he could.
I know the text line's going to remember before we actually look it up. I'll just wait for it to come in at some point.
You don't want me to...
No, keep going.
Vitaly Kolesnik?
Sure. Varlamov? Who else you want to go with?
Ooh, Varley's a good deep pull right there. It was... who was the Hamburglar? Why?
No. It wasn't him. Picard. Thank you. Cal Picard. Or Pickard. Calvin Pickard.
Ah, yes, yeah. Calvin Pickard.
Now, who was the Hamburglar? Your guy, Grubauer. No, it wasn't. No, who was that? That was the guy from Guts All Over the Place. He was in goal, I believe, when there were guts all over the place.
Andrew
Hammond
was the Hamburglar.
Wasn't he in goal when Mark gave us the guts all over the place call?
Yeah, I count on you to remember these things.
Should we text Mose?
Yeah, fine. Go ahead. He'll get right back to us. I got a. You ready for another weird animal story that we specialize
Why not,
here?
Man, we've talked about guitars. Thank you, text line. About a dozen of you came in strong. Thank you.
Thank you. I got another animal that's terrorizing a community, Andy. You ready for this?
You know, there was a moose out near Happy Canyon and I-25. Was that it?
It wasn't the moose. No, this is from Cape Coral, Florida.
Okay.
Duck has people in a Cape Coral neighborhood on the run. An aggressive Muscovy duck has attacked several people. This is according to Fox 4 Southwest Florida. A Muscovy duck has been causing chaos in a Cape Coral neighborhood, attacking several people and even sending one to the hospital. This duck has put somebody in the hospital. This duck is handing out general soreness all over the place. The reporter writes, I saw the duck's rage firsthand when visiting the neighborhood near Surfside Boulevard. The duck's rage, Andy. James Sepulveda, who has lived in the neighborhood since 1998, showed me his hand where the duck had bitten him. He says, I sit on my porch 7 to 7:30 this time of the year to catch a sunset. Had my eyes closed. All of a sudden, felt a jab on my hand, and it was bleeding, Sepulveda said. You know, just a quick tip for James Sepulveda.
Yeah.
If you want to catch that sunset, I want to open your eyes there, guy.
I like to catch a sunset asleep.
Sounds like this guy was just napping on his porch and he got bit by a duck. The duck's aggression is not limited to one person. Richard Guy, who lives down the street, has also been targeted. Come on, Guy. By the way, Richard Guy, old dick guy.
Yes. Yeah.
Quote, I stood up and I made some noises thinking it would go away. Duck, next thing I know, its wings come out and he's going to attack me. During my visit, the reporter writes, the duck even tried to follow Sepulveda into his home. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission says Muscovy ducks are protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, but there are exceptions. We're signing treaties with migratory birds now?
Apparently we have to.
Muscovy ducks are protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, but the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has issued a control order allowing control of Muscovy ducks and their nests and eggs in areas outside their natural range. Apparently, the natural range for these ducks is Texas, not Florida. So these are an invasive species of biting ducks. The FWC says the ducks must be humanely killed or donated to educational or scientific institutes if they need to be removed. Yes, donate the biting duck to the local school.
Yeah, that's a good call. Hey, kids, come pet the duck. Don't put that at a pet farm, petting zoo.
For Sepulveda, who lives on a fixed income, she's on a very fixed income. Paying for a professional trapper is not financially feasible, saying, quote, they're actually committing injury to individuals, so they should get rid of it. Who's they? Anyway.
Florida people. The government.
Come on. There's got to be some Florida man that you can find in the phone book that'll come out there. The guy's probably got, like, gator bites all over his arms.
Call some of the noodling people.
Yeah, he's high on bath salts or whatever. That'll go and he'll round this duck up for you in an instant. He'll probably take the thing home and make it his pet.
By the way, I got to give you an update at the end of this on a Kreckman and Lindahl story.
Okay, good. I need to know more. But yes, this duck is terrorizing the community. He's attacked 2 old guys.
Well, you know who you could call? Carol Baskin. Remember her? She lived in Florida.
Oh, sure, from Tiger King.
From Tiger King.
Sure.
Well, guess what?
What was it? All you cats and kittens or whatever it was? Oh, she was so weird.
Cool cats and kittens.
Yeah, yeah.
And everybody thought she fed her husband to the tiger.
Yeah, she murdered her husband, right?
No, it turns out they found him in Costa Rica.
Is he alive?
He's alive!
No kidding.
He's alive!
No way.
Allegedly. So this is the story out of the New York Post. I mean, a pretty credible newspaper, right?
Does he have the Back to the Future guitar with him?
That's a great question. I don't know.
So what's going on with Carol Baskin's husband?
Well, apparently they found out he's alive in Costa Rica.
Okay.
So he disappeared 97 at the age of 59 and would be 84 if he is still alive today, but they believe they've found him. So
basically, like, is his point just like, hey, you watched her on TV, you'd run off to Costa Rica too?
Well, apparently people said they didn't know it was a thing till they saw Tiger King 2. Remember the weird Tiger King 2 that came out?
I never watched it.
Oh my God.
The pandemic was over.
He's in jail and people are trying to take over the zoo.
Right.
Yeah.
Once the pandemic ended, I no longer either did jigsaw puzzles or watched Tiger King 2. There was things
Remember there was the time you and I talked to Gabe Landeskog
about Tiger King. There was nothing else to talk about.
We talked to Tim Connolly about Tiger King.
We did.
That was all we were watching.
We were just getting people on the show and just being like, how about Tiger King?
How about that Tiger King?
Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah. We would inevitably be like, so have you heard if your league is coming back anytime soon? They'd be like, we don't know.
So anyway, allegedly, Carol Baskin's
husband's
been found.
All right.
Costa Rica.
All right.
So yeah, and apparently this happened a little bit ago.
But so she didn't murder him.
I don't know. Listen, have we seen him?
That's a good point.
Remember, sometimes when they think some of the terrorist leaders, they claim to be alive, but now they have to value the tape and was it old? And so who knows? We may have a whole thing going through.
I saw an interview where Mark Hoppus claimed that he told the army how to kill Hussein.
I just read that thing I read that chapter of his book last night.
He told army officials while he was overseas playing for the troops, he had an idea how they could catch Saddam.
Get this, on his same trip, they were going to perform for the troops on the front lines in Iraq.
Mm.
And apparently as their plane was coming in, they got missile lock on him, and they had to go into evasive maneuvers.
Damn, dude.
And the guys are just strapped down in the back of this cargo plane, and he looked at the crew because he said they were all joking and laughing, and all of a sudden, like in Top Gun, the things start going off, and the crew got serious, and then they got done.
Wow.
And Mark, apparently Hoppus was like, what was that? He goes, they screw with us and put missile lock on us sometimes. They did fire last week, but they missed us.
Like it's a funny
and
practical
I was like,
joke.
Wait a minute, what? We were actually in missile lock? The guy's like, yeah.
Cool, Carl.
I mean, it was just like, and then they signed a bunch of autographs from Marines, literally on the front lines.
I know I'm as civilian as it gets, but I don't think I could be a chill bro about all
that.
Well,
so they got done with that, and then they flew to the carrier that they were talking about, and he literally met with the guy because his dad was military growing up, and he said, basically, he said, fly the drones, play these sounds, and then match up where you flew them when Saddam puts out his tape, and you'll know where he is.
Exactly.
And so he writes at the end of the chat, he goes, I did that, America.
Saddam was off a couple of weeks later. Or he wasn't off. They caught him.
Yeah.
And then eventually, yes. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, let's do it. It is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, and there is some very interesting Bronco notes in here, starting with the dinner plans for George and Sean, and I'm assuming Greg Penner tonight. Let's dive into this. Go ahead, Cole.
Yeah, guys, J.K. Dobbins has he's had a quiet free agency period, but that's about to change as he's getting wined and dined on the Denver Broncos dime. And I thought to honor the potential addition to the Broncos running back room, here's a couple highlights of J.K. running against the Vegas Raiders.
Dobbins springs free and goes! Dobbins on a foot race. They're going to catch him at about the 12-yard line.
I want you to watch Dobbins here. We're going to get in this, but the patience to sit right here and wait and then bounce it outside was the secret. Most players would have been a little bit too aggressive, but that vision.
Where do you guys see J.K. lining up again in the Broncos running back room?
Well, in the pecking order, I would say that J.K. Dobbins is the dependable veteran that you trust in obvious passing situations because you know that he's going to be able to block. I don't think and J.K. Dobbins is a good player. I don't think he has the explosiveness of a young R.J. Harvey right now, but Andy, he makes an awful lot of sense. I mean, it does say to me there could be a lack of faith and some of the other, air quotes, veteran backs that are in the room, the McLaughlins and Estimes of the world, that the Broncos are even entertaining this, having just drafted R.J. Harvey. But I think J.K. Dobbins would fit in nicely here.
Yeah, well, but you need the pass blocker. And that was one of the reasons why Javonte Williams was on the field so much last year, was because he was the guy that was a good pass blocker. And we know that Sean wants to throw the football. If R.J. Harvey can pick up the pass blocking schemes fast, then he may be the true featured back of this offense.
Yep.
But I do think J.K. Dobbins is a guy that we all thought they might look to sign if they didn't draft someone a little bit higher, although second round's pretty high for R.J. Harvey. But this is a move I think makes sense to a lot of people. And again, what does it say about Audric Estime? That'd be my question to you.
Right. Yeah. Doesn't seem as though they're wild about the guy, does it? They use a 5th-round pick on him. They didn't suit him up in a playoff game.
Right.
That was bizarre. It seemed as though he had settled nicely into a role on this team at that point of the season, and then it was just nope, you don't play in the playoffs. We're going with Tyler Bidet, who's barely played this year because he's been injured. He had his moments, but he was barely injured. It was just strange. I told you last week, watch Estime, and you'll be out there tomorrow. You get a look at him. Let me know what you think. I thought Estime looked great. I thought he looked to be very fit. It looked as though he had maybe changed his body a little bit. I wouldn't necessarily say slimmed down. I don't know if he dropped any weight, but it was a different looking kind of body than what he had in year number 1. I liked Estime, but maybe the Broncos don't.
Yeah, or maybe he's this year's Marvin Mims, where by the end of the year, he'll actually be playing him. I don't know, man. It is wild how rookies they are getting the veteran treatment over there sometimes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look, even Riley Moss had to wait till the middle of last year, or not the middle. When did he show up on the scene? Was he starting right away?
Yeah, Riley Moss was starting quickly last year. Mm-hmm.
But again, he showed some of this in camp and never got to play.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
By the way, JK, do you know what the JK stands for? Hint, not just kidding.
John Kirk.
Jacalyn.
Okay.
Jacalyn.
Spell it, please.
Capital J, apostrophe, capital K, Aylin, Dobbins, Jacalyn.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Not just kidding. J.K. Dobbins, everybody. Go ahead, Cole.
High five.
Chris Thompson of the Gazette was caught up with Broncos cornerback Pat Surtain during his foundation event dinner last night, and he got talking to him about his future, not his football future, but his Olympic future. Here's what he had to say.
It's definitely high interest, because Olympics is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, go do it, man. Being in the Olympics is cool. Go play flag football and beat every team by 9,000 points. I think Surtain would be awesome at it. Do guys have to be two-way in flag football? How does that work?
That's a great question. I don't know, but I think you could probably get a couple of receiver reps. I don't know. Look,
I
there's
think
a million
Surtain
different.
could get open, yeah.
It depends really on just how big the roster is, right?
Sure.
So,
but I mean, he's already an NFL Defensive Player of the Year. If he's good and healthy by then, sure, go do it. Why not?
What does our guy Hoosh play defense? The guy that wants to be the quarterback? I
don't
remember anything other than he's Hoosh.
Does Hoosh get to be on the team like Christian Laettner got to be on the Dream Team?
Wow.
Maybe.
Hoosh.
Jalen Hurts is in the commercial for every. Well, maybe is it just for the LA Olympics that he's in? Have you seen that?
I've not.
Oh yeah, with they light the torch on the LA Coliseum. And
Okay.
It's like shot in his eye, and I don't know, man. It's
I've
reflection in his eye, I should say.
I missed this commercial so far.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
maybe it's an NFL Network thing. I don't think you tune in there too often,
I'm
do you?
not consuming a lot of off-season NFL
It's our
Network.
turn, but
I'm
yeah,
going to be honest with
I feel like he's one of the guys that was kind of pushing for the flag football. He's got to be the QB, doesn't he?
By the way, speaking of NFL Network, I have an update for you.
Oh, really?
I do. Regarding my current beef with MLB Network.
Okay.
And the graphics that they're using on Quick Pitch this year.
Yes.
So I talked to my boots on the ground at MLB Network. I guess she's like 8 months pregnant or something like that. Took her a minute to get back to me. But we did talk. She is also, and I hope I'm not upending anything for her, she's not a fan of the graphics either. And she's going to talk to somebody. She's going to get back to me on this. But that was like a week ago, so it's a good chance that she forgot. But I am actively trying to get the graphics package changed on Quick Pitch on MLB Network because it sucks and it's giving me a headache.
So that number was right?
It was right.
I'll be darned.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Who knew?
I guess she got married and she's 8 months pregnant. There's a lot going on right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's
life changes.
But she did acknowledge to me, like, she also gets a headache because she's got to, she's got to look at the monitor as they go through the graphics so she can be ready for her next live shot during the show. So, yeah, LG's going to get this fixed for me. Mm-hmm.
So you and a pregnant woman have a short patience with graphics.
We both do. Yes. Mm-hmm. We both do. Yes. A woman in her third trimester and me, a 44-year-old guy who's kind of tired. That's it.
I promise she feels worse than you.
Probably.
Although I don't know, that shoulder is bugging you.
Yeah, we both have considerable back pain right now. We're basically the same person if you think about it. And we hate the graphics.
Yes. All right.
Shout out to LG. That's the update on my current beef
graphic
with MLB Network. Go ahead, Spring. No, Cole, you're Cole.
That's okay.
I'm
I
on
get it.
autopilot.
I'll take that compliment any day.
I knew I was going to do it one time.
Only once, Nate.
All right.
Eagles running back Saquon Barkley has not only graced the new cover of Madden 26 that'll come out in August, but during his media tour today, he joined former Eagle Chris Long's Green Light podcast, and he was asked about his future playing football. This is what Saquon had to say.
It's a great question. I'll probably be one of those guys that it'll be out of nowhere. Like, I'll probably just wake up one day, whether it's next year or 2 years or 4 years, and just be like, yeah, it's over. I don't think I will ever lose that passion. The competitive nature is always going to be there, but I like probably my favorite player of all time is Barry Sanders. So probably similar to that. Maybe one day, it'll be out of nowhere. I'll probably be balling and just be like, yeah, call it quits.
I'm telling you, man, I find it fascinating as the money gets life-changing, generational life-changing.
Yeah.
I just wonder how many guys are going to put, especially a guy like him that plays a position where you get hammered on for so long.
Well, the cliff drop is so precipitous at that position, right?
Yeah, and you don't want to have it where, all right, now I'm 3 knee injuries in and it hurts and I can't walk the same way.
Right.
Some of that's going to happen regardless.
What did he get? $41 million guaranteed, I think, on his last deal from Philadelphia. So, I mean, the life-changing income is already there for Saquon Barkley. But here's the thing, it's a good goal to have, right? I want my career to end like Barry Sanders did. I'm not trying to poop on Saquon's parade or anything like that. It's highly unlikely that's going to happen.
Sure.
Because it almost never does.
He's already had a major knee injury.
Basically, Barry played a full 16 for each of the last 5 seasons of his career. He was a second-team All-Pro who rushed for over 1,400 yards in his last season on the job. The year prior to that, good God. Listen to Barry Sanders, 97. Okay, this is his 1997 season. 2,053 yards in total with 11 touchdowns that year. He averaged 6.1 yards per carry. At the age of 29, MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, first team All-Pro. That's one of the great seasons in NFL history when you look at what that guy did that year. Then the next year, not the same player, still over 1,400 yards, damn near 1,500 yards, and then he just walked away. Also, he played for the Lions, and they weren't even attempting to win.
Yeah, he and Megatron had the same feeling. We're out.
But yeah, it's what Saquon's goal is. Again, while I think laudable, is just it's so unlikely. Like he'll go through like back-to-back seasons of playing like 8-9 games or whatever it is, and he'll average fewer than 40 yards a carry. And honestly, what'll happen is nobody in the NFL is going to want him because they're going to look at him and they go, "Oh, you're 30 and your body's broken. You have no value to my football team anymore." That's generally what happens to these guys. It's so crazy, too. One of the things that always kind of throws me around this time of year is, like, dudes that, like, 3 years ago, you were clamoring to draft in the first round, and then you're just like, you're out of the league. You're not even playable anymore.
Well,
I mean, the Arian Fosters, the Alfred Morrises, just guys that were just like absolute beasts. And then a couple of years later, you're just like, nobody wants you anymore.
Who's wild is Christian McCaffrey because he had his big pop on the scene.
Yep.
Couple years of injuries, felt like maybe this is heading the wrong way.
Right.
Then he goes to San Fran, is amazing again. And now I think we're all waiting to see how he recovers from what he went through last year.
Exactly. Yeah, like he's at the classic roller coaster. The thing that McCaffrey has done that's been really smart is he always seems to peak right around the time it's time to get paid.
Yeah.
And then he suffers like a catastrophic injury, and that team is sitting there going, crap. And that's what happened in Carolina. That's how he ended up in San Francisco. It's a tough job, man. It really is. It's why you look at the Broncos right now and, like, use a second-round pick on a guy like R.J. Harvey, get your 4 or 5 years out of him, and then just do it again,
Well, and it's sign J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah.
Get as many in here as you can.
And, hey, like, good on the Eagles that you got Saquon, that you brought him in the door. He put up the season that he did, and you won a Super Bowl. Probably won't happen again.
Yeah.
That
running back years. I remember Priest Holmes being the guy that you talked about. Remember that?
Yep.
Willis McGahee was a fun back for a couple of years, including like a year here.
It's if you just like remember some stud fantasy running backs.
What'd be fun to look at in the break at some point? Who had the longest sustained run? Like the longest of, like a Demaryius Thomas, 5 straight years of 1,000 yards or 100 catches or whatever.
Right. Like almost like since Barry and Emmett. Derrick Henry had a pretty good run at it.
Yeah.
And then kind of faltered a little bit at the end, and now he had a great season in Baltimore. We'll see if he can keep it going. Adrian Peterson had a pretty good run at it. It's just, man, those dudes are rare. They're so rare. It's such a weird position to play. What's not a weird position is second-line center. The Avalanche have locked theirs up. Legendary defenseman John Michael Lyles discusses that move with us coming up next. A lot of Avalanche news today, headlined by the contract, I suppose extension or contract given to second line center Brock Nelson. Yes, Mr. Overtime, Brock and Roll. Brock Nelson extended on a 3-year deal. Joining us right now to break down this move and looking forward at the rest of the Avalanche's upcoming offseason, the man that finished 17th in the Norris Trophy voting back in 2007, 2008, the great John Michael Lyles is with us here on a Wednesday afternoon. Johnny, how you doing, man?
I'm great. Every time we talk about that Norris Trophy vote, I feel like it gets less and less meaningful.
I think it gets only more meaningful. That would be my argument right there.
I appreciate that.
Yes, a 17th place. Hey, you know what, man? At least you didn't finish 18th. That's all that matters.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
That is something to celebrate.
You know what? Hold on for a second. How many defensemen play in the NHL there, Johnny?
Oh, man.
Every year? I mean, there's at least,
how many teams were
6
in
a
the
team?
league back when I was playing, yeah.
All right, let's say there are 30, right? 180?
Yeah.
I mean, that you're doing all right, Johnny.
That's
Top
pretty good.
20 is all right,
Doing
my
okay.
man.
It was a decent year, yeah.
Yes. By the way, some of the guys you tied with that year in 17th. Here's a real who's who. Kimmo Timonen, Shea Weber, Sergei Zubov. Those are some good names in there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Sergei Zubov's really good.
Yeah.
Jay Weber, unbelievable. Kimmo Timonen, one of the really good ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take it. All right, I'm back.
All you guys are looking up at Nick Lidstrom, but still, pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Brock Nelson on a 3-year deal. Just on its face, do you like this move for the Avalanche?
Yeah, I do. It's listen, they gave up, quite a bit to get Brock Nelson at the trade deadline, and in the end, it's a position, a guy that they've been looking for since Nazem Kadri left. And we've gone down the Ryan Johansson path, we've gone down the Casey Middlestat path, and I really like Brock Nelson as a player. There's always going to be critics of everything. Well, he's 33 years old. Well, it's $7.5 million. Well, guess what? It's something that they've been looking to address and to fill that need for a number of years. You have him. He enjoys playing in your organization. He loves the city of Denver, as he said in his comments after the extension. And to me, he's only going to get better the more time he spends with this team. He came in at the deadline. It's a big change. He's only played with one team his entire career, the New York Islanders, who have a completely different system than the Colorado Avalanche. And so there wasn't a lot of time for him to get acclimated. And the other thing is Gabe Landeskog came back in the playoffs in Game 3. So really he had a brand new left winger to go along with him and Val Nichushkin, a guy that hadn't played in 3 years, who's only going to get better, hopefully. And so I really do like it. I think that, with re-signing him, your top 6 looks really, really good going into next year.
All right. Now, I don't disagree with that at all, but Johnny, I pulled up Puckpedia on Connor McGahee's urging. They only have a $1.2 million in cap space. They don't really have a full roster signed out. Some other moves have to be happening, don't they?
I think there are probably going to be some other moves. And listen, there's always, always going to be question marks going into the off season. It was a tough way for the Avs to end it. I'm sure they're looking at all possibilities. And yes, there's probably going to be some roster moves to gain some flexibility so that they can fill out that roster. There's probably going to be some roster moves to hopefully address some things that they looked at after the regular season and the playoffs. And, how can we get better? What are the teams like Edmonton and the teams like Florida doing that we could potentially fill a hole here or there to, put us in that Stanley Cup final again. So yes, I do believe there's going to be some roster moves. I'm sure you could probably point to a few different things when you look at salaries and where they fall within the lineup. But once again, when you start with a top 6 like this, and I was talking to Kyle Keefe about this today, I go back to the beginning of last year. There were so many injuries. Your top 6 was more of a top three, when you look at, Lehkonen was out, Nathan McKinnon was carrying a huge weight at that point in time, and the Avs really got off to I don't want to call it a frustrating start. They got off to a start where they were essentially 500 through the first month and a half of the season, which, given the injuries and the guys within that lineup, it's admirable that Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar were able to kind of propel the team to that point, but it makes such a difference come playoff time when you have a Game 7 against a Central Division rival on the road. This top six, to me, comes out of the gates the start of next season, and all of a sudden now you're putting yourself in a position where you potentially have home ice advantage. I'm going to shoot for the stars and say throughout the playoffs. I'm not saying President's Trophy, but when you look at what they were dealing with going, starting the season last year to the starting, this upcoming season, I just really like what this signing does.
Well, look, and I'll add to that. I had said it last week. There's something about being able to say you've gone through a bunch of battles together through a whole season, right? And you've got the chemistry right. We know how we're going to react in certain situations. We have a go-to play that we're still not trying to craft after, 6-8 weeks after a deadline. Let me ask you about Ryan Lindgren, because he's not one of those guys signed, but a guy, I like what he brought. I like a lot of the moves they made at the deadline. I like the toughness of Charlie Coyle. Would you like to see a guy like Lindgren stay around, or would you shop other free agents?
Man, that's a great question. Once again, it all goes back to what is Ryan Lindgren potentially going to get on the open market? Is there a team that's going to, be able to really throw something at him that is, a lot more meaningful financially than what the Avs could potentially offer? Now, we talked about the roster, and there's going to be some tweaks. Is there a tweak that you could make that could potentially open up the ability to re-sign Ryan Lindgren? I do like what he brings to the back end. I think that is one of the areas the Avs are probably looking at in terms of how do we get deeper and how do we get, more physical and how do we get meaner on the back end? Because in the end, as the playoffs go on, it gets harder and harder, and those players are the ones that thrive a lot of times and can, be difference makers in a series. So is there a possibility, or is there a path forward where Ryan Lindgren gets re-signed with the Avs? I would say yes, it's a possibility, but I do think that those tweaks to the roster that we talked about to free up cap space will probably have to happen first in order for him to be re-signed.
We're talking Altitude Zone. John Michael Lyles right now, discussing the new contract for Brock Nelson. That news came down today. Johnny, tonight, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, Florida and Edmonton, a rematch of what we had last year. This is, I think, kind of one of those things that's applicable across sports. When you take a look at the two teams that are playing for a chance to be able to raise the Stanley Cup, what are the lessons to take away from the way those teams have been built, for the way those teams play, that is applicable to the other organizations in the sport that are looking up at those guys?
Man, listen, I think Florida at this point, and everybody wants to talk about, the state income taxes, and now you've got, I think, 6 years in a row where there's a Florida team or a non-tax state team in the Stanley Cup final. But, there's a long time where, Florida wasn't great, Tampa wasn't great. So to sit there and make that argument, I don't think it's, necessarily 100% correct, because there's been plenty of times where, those teams have been well out of any sort of playoff consideration. But Florida, they are devastating in the way that they play, with their forecheck, with the way that they hunt the puck, with their physicality. You know exactly what they're going to do night in and night out. And to me, it's getting that buy-in from everybody. That's, your top superstars all the way back to your goaltender. It's a physical nature. It's a physical game that they play. They very rarely stray from that. And they are, I don't want to say opportunistic, but they're very good at capitalizing on their chances when they get them, and they wear you down over a 7-game series. And it is impressive the way they do it. I think some of the moves they made at the deadline were not necessarily under the radar, but just really solid moves. The Brad Marchand move. I played with Marshy in Boston. Hated playing against him, loved playing with him, knew that he was going to fit in perfectly in Florida because he does everything right. He's a pest, but he's so effective in all areas of the ice. So that move to me was a big one. The Seth Jones move I thought was a really good move. I think it remained to be seen how he would fit in Florida, but when Ekblad was out, he stepped up, and I think he's been a really nice fit for them. Edmonton, I mean, listen, Connor McDavid in a lot of ways like Nathan McKinnon. He's just they're two similar players in the way that they're so dominant. And when you sit there and say, okay, Connor McDavid, and then you have a Leon Draisaitl, that you can put them on the same line, or you can put Leon Draisaitl as a second line center, and they're both so effective. And Edmonton did a really good job of addressing their depth into this season. You look at some of the guys that they picked up, Evander Kane coming back from injury, Corey Perry back again at 40 years old and still very effective. These guys that are just they're playoff performers, and they've done such a really good job of adding depth to that team beyond the McDavid and Draisaitl. So a lot of things that I think a lot of teams around the league are saying, okay, how do we emulate this, and what are the pieces that we can add or subtract that are going to put us on that level? And for a team like the Avs, an organization like the Avs, I would say that they're, it's one or two pieces versus some of the bottom half teams where you're looking at 10 to 12 pieces.
You got to be rooting for. Do you root for Canada in this one? I mean, I know you're an American, but dude, I got like so many connections to Edmonton with my Mammoth work that I would like to see those guys get rewarded again. I just know how much it means to them. And it just doesn't feel like that. I know Florida had a bit of a parade, but there's one point, Johnny, where they were out there with the cup, and it felt like half the people didn't even know what the hell they were looking at as they walked by. Don't you want to see a city like Edmonton actually going to celebrate this thing?
What I would say is at this point, with who's moved into the final versus who had the possibility of getting to the final, I'm not going to name names, but I'm happy with who's in the final at this point. And listen, I have buddies on Florida, so for them to win, I think I would be really happy. But at the same time, seeing Edmonton and what they've put in to get to the final after being so close last year, it almost feels like they aren't going to be denied. It seems like they're just willing themselves to this point. So I think it's going to be another close series. And if Edmonton does win it, I mean, good on them. I think, the city of Edmonton has waited a long, long time for another Stanley Cup. So it would be cool to see. But yeah, like I said, I've got buddies on Florida too. So I'm kind of rooting for them as well.
All right. DeBoer, dude. What are you doing with your goalie? Does he come back? Are they going to pick Ottinger or DeBoer in Dallas? Because that's the rumor mill, right? I don't know how you go with the coach. How do you pull? I mean, again, Ottinger, look, a couple weak goals, whatever. But aren't you going to hope that guy bounces back? I just don't get the thinking there.
Oh, man. Yeah. I honestly, and I tweeted this during that game when he got pulled. I said, does DeBoer put Ottinger back in for the second period? Like, to me, that felt like the natural progression. Okay, I'm doing this to wake my guys up.
Right.
My backup goes in. All of a sudden, we're down 3-0. But you get a goal late in the first, so you make it 3-1. I believe they got a goal late in the first. It's kind of a little bit blurry at this point, but you make it 3-1, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, now you put Ottinger back in. That to me felt like the natural progression. I was very shocked that he didn't do that. And yeah, some of the comments post game, it was interesting to hear. Just kind of highlighting Ottinger's record over whatever the last 4 years or whatnot. It just felt I don't know. It felt strange on a lot of fronts, is what I would say.
Last thing, Johnny, were you surprised that Kucherov got the Ted Lindsay today over McKinnon and Makar?
No, not really. I mean, Kucherov's an amazing player, and I would say that sometimes when you have two teammates that are in the in the running for something, they can probably cancel each other out. So realistically, I'm not overly surprised, and it's a nice little feather in the cap. But I think if you ask any of those three, they'd rather be in the Stanley Cup final at this point. So it's it's like I said, a feather in the cap. It'd be some nice little consolation prize, but any one of those guys, Kucherov included, would want to be in the Stanley Cup final versus winning the Ted Lindsay.
So Kucherov gets the Art Ross and the Ted Lindsay, however, no Messier this year.
The trophy of matter here is the Mark Messier. Did you know that Mark Messier handed out the Mark Messier every year? Do you know who won it this year?
I have no idea. I've never even heard of the Mark Messier.
Dude, it's just Mark Messier deciding who gets the Mark Messier. So
it's
to me,
the Mark Messier Leadership Award.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't win a Messier, Johnny. That's what you need to be upset
He's
about.
the only guy. He decides.
Ovechkin got it this year because, again, Messier.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No Avalanche has ever won the Messier, by the way.
Yeah, what's his beef with the Avs? What's your deal,
I don't know.
Messier?
I'm just going to make up my own award, too, and hand it to somebody.
The John Michael Lyles Award.
Congratulations. You have the bluest eyes award. There you go.
We'll just call it the JML. But I want to see you in the mirror like Stuart Smalley back in the day, going over and debating with yourself who wins the JML.
You drank the most wine award. That's what it's going to be called.
It's a pretty sweet award.
The Johnny Lyles Award.
That's a pretty good one, everybody. John Michael Lyles, everybody. Altitude Zone. Johnny Lyles, beautiful work as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Literally on Wikipedia, it says, awarded for the individual who leads by positive example through on-ice performance, motivation of team members, and a dedication to community activities and charitable causes.
Yeah, that feels like one of those scattering reports. There's like 9 awards that award that.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Right.
What award is not awarding that?
But the difference here is this is the only one that is determined by a committee of one, Mark Messier.
You know what I want? I want one that just says, determined to be a swell guy. That's it. Swell guy.
Super fella.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yes, no Avalanche has ever won the Messier.
You think he knows we play? There's no way he's staying up late enough, East Coast Messier, to catch a lot of Avs games.
The last 3 winners of the Messier are all East Coast teams. However, Anze Kopitar of the LA Kings won it back in 21-22.
You think Gretzky told him that? Hey, that Kopitar guy.
It was pretty good. Mm-hmm.
Listen to a teammate or something.
Yeah.
Who was coaching Kopitar?
Although I don't like. Can you email Mark Messier to weigh in? Like,
just say, hey,
your take on who should win. By the way, Chris Chelios won the inaugural Messier Award. Although, if you remember,
dude, they worked together.
The history was it was a monthly award for the first year, and then I think Messier got sick of giving it out. So then after that, they just made it an annual
He
award.
got tired of having to go into his bathroom,
go to his own
and
meetings,
have the mirror talk.
Crap, I got to do that thing. Uh-huh.
What do you think ends first, the Messier or DMac's Rockies pod after every game? Because now that they're winning, is DMac's Rockies pod is fun?
The Messier can never be defeated. It can't.
How long does this thing go back? When was he inaugural?
06-07.
Oh wow, he's gone a good little bit of time here.
We're damn near 2 full decades of Messier winners.
It's no King Clancy or whatever the hell that award was. Isn't there some
King Clancy? Which one is that?
I don't know. It's off of How I Met Your Mother.
Also, who was Ted Lindsay?
I don't know.
What was his deal?
Son of Mr. and Mrs. Lindsay, I'm assuming.
Ted Lindsay was a Canadian professional ice hockey player, played as a forward for the Red Wings and Blackhawks. Lindsay scored over 800 points in his Hockey Hall of Fame career, won the Art Ross Trophy in 1950, and won the Stanley Cup 4 times. Often referred to as Terrible Ted, Lindsay helped to organize the first attempt at a players' association in the late 50s, an action which led to his trade to Chicago. So he's a rabble-rouser, Andy. He's an organizer.
Well, he won the Art Ross. He's like, you know what, Art, I'll do you one better.
I'll get my own
I'm
trophy.
gonna get a Ted Lindsay.
How about that? How about the
Well, now if he's a rebel-rouser, then why is this, constant leadership and all that?
Well, this is given out, this is determined by the Players' Association.
Okay.
who the MVP is, the Players Association members being the players, thus Ted Lindsay, because he established the Players Association, and he got traded to Chicago because of it. They're like, hey, go hang out with those teamsters.
He started a union.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
He started the union. They didn't like him.
Aaron wants to know if we can get a JAG award, just a guy.
Just the just a
K&L
guy award?
JAG award.
We remember some guys constantly here on this show.
Yeah, I feel like it's a daily.
Yeah, pretty much. Yesterday, we discussed Oscar Olausen and Riley Tufte this week on the show. There have been some guys that have come up in conversation. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's a Wednesday, and Brock Nelson has been paid. The Rockies won. Broncos are in the OTAs. It's all happening. Keep it here. All right, we got some fun rushing numbers we want to get to before we wrap it up here on a Wednesday afternoon. But first,
something more important.
David
I
Adelman.
think this is important.
David Adelman sat down with our friend Romy Bean of Channel 4. And good question by Romy. Good direct question by Romy. What is your challenge to Jamal Murray for this upcoming season? Here was David Adelman's response.
Yeah, I hope Maul comes in, has a better start. You know, we've talked about that a lot. Jamal's an interesting person because he's a big guard. Yeah. This is not Mike Conley. This is like 3 Mike Conleys in one. So it's like, I'd love to see Jamal get off to a hot start. I think it allows us to manage him better throughout the season. Same thing with Aaron, with Michael. Christian's always in shape. And not that those guys don't come back in shape, but they like to work their way into the season. We'd like to see them come back in a different way where we're really hot from the start. That allows you to really manage them throughout the season and maybe avoid some of the injury issues that we had in the playoffs.
So I'm just looking at Jamal last year, and I know Jamal was coming off. He was coming off injuries. He had the bad performance in the Olympics and everything. But 19 points per game in October, 18 points per game that he put up in the month of November, 43, 32, 72 shooting splits. However, December was where you saw the jump, and I'm going to guess that health was a part of it as well. But December, 22 points per game. He was playing, good God, he was playing 38 minutes a night. That has to stop. Adelman's got to fix that. 47, 42, 91% shooting splits. Basically, January, February, he was terrific. His March numbers were good as well. And then he tailed off at the end of the season because, again, he had to deal with that hamstring injury basically right before the start of the playoffs. But his first 2 months, again, is it a shape issue? Is it a conditioning issue? Here's the answer on that, Andy. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know exactly what it was, but like I want motivated, I'm trying to make an all-star team Jamal Murray from day one of the season. That's the guy that I want to see show up. And hopefully, with a good offseason and recovery from the ailments that he was dealing with at the end of the year, hopefully that player shows up early on in the season. And I think Adelman knows this is what you have to be.
I would agree. Here's the other thing. And I think Josh Kroenke tried to address all this in the moves that he's now currently making and the one he made getting Adelman. I think coming into last year, there was too much beef. I think Jamal had a little bit of beef about waiting as long as he did for his contract. Yep. Let's not forget that. He signed that thing right before the season.
I think the
there
Westbrook
were whispers
thing,
that he was a little cantankerous about that.
Yeah, it was weird.
The Westbrook thing probably added to that sort of deal too as well.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, like, shouldn't the way the season played out, like, not that you need to do this, but like, shouldn't there be a reassurance to Jamal Murray? Like, no, you're the dude. You're the second most important player in this franchise. Act like it.
No, to your point, let's go and look at the history. When you don't score with Joker, we don't win.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
Okay? He needs you to come along. He needs you to be, again, we can go back to the fourth quarter of Game 5 where you just kind of disappeared after having a good start to that game.
Yeah.
But in the fourth quarter where we needed your shot, it wasn't there. So whatever it is, come back in feeling good about your shot. I think, again, Adelman is saying it to Jamal and the rest of the team. We need to quit acting like we can just blow off half the year and show up after Christmas. He wants them to make a run for that top seed. And so they don't have to push so hard down the stretch like they did this past season.
We might have to rouse Dan Hyatt and get him before the end of this week.
Rouse him?
Roused him? Rouse him.
Hey, you do what you want in your text chain, all right?
Whatever it may be. Roused.
You're going to just send him an unbalanced checkbook and go fix this?
My point being, like, Is there evidence that it's easier to defend? I don't even if easier is the word. Are teams better at defending the Jokic and Murray two-man game?
Yeah, because it's been around longer than other things.
Right.
You got plenty of tape on it.
Have they? I don't know if it's possible to solve it, but just make it harder on them.
Well, but Nate, what have you talked about 1,000 times? I mean, the Nuggets may have to start countering more often with a point guard they trust that can bring the ball up and let him play two.
Yeah.
Because one of the things you talk about, how do they counter it? You bother him from the moment he gets the ball in the backcourt on the inbounds and don't let him or at very least get him the minute he crosses half court, and then it's tough to even get into the two-man game sometimes.
Also, like, and I've had this complaint for years, like, get into your offense faster.
Yeah.
And some of this is Jamal. Like, Jamal is just, he takes his time getting up the floor. He's in no damn hurry. He's perfectly fine getting into the action at, 12 left on the shot clock.
Maybe don't walk the dog where you don't pick the ball up halfway. Just get the ball, get up court, and let's get going.
Like, look at Indiana. Like, just go. Just
get
go.
into the no, but you're right.
Just go.
You can't have this thing where you're down to 16, 17 seconds on the shot clock, and then stuff starts clogging up, and you can't get a decent possession because you waste time getting up the floor.
Right, and it's if the initial action is not there, then you end up with like either Jamal shooting a contested fadeaway or Joker shooting a Sombor shuffle from 19 feet away with a hand in his face. And granted, these guys make those shots sometimes, but they're not good shots.
But it's not your ideal possession.
I want rushing numbers. What do you got
real
for
quick,
me?
because a lot of people responded to this. We'd asked, I'd be curious to see who had the most consecutive success. So shout out to Matt Kroll and a few other people texting in LaDainian Tomlinson. You're not wrong. Thurman Thomas and LaDainian Tomlinson had 8 straight seasons of 1,000 yards rushing. Curtis Martin and Barry Sanders had 10 straight seasons.
Curtis Martin was insanely durable.
You forget about it, too, because he bounced around a few teams.
Well, and he was also like, I think he only was an all-pro once. So, like,